Chapter 1 School Beauty Mom. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. The head teacher usually walked to the classroom door step by step in high heels. Noisy, noisy, noisy. Your class is the noisiest in the entire grade. I can hear it from downstairs. We're about to have a talent test, and you're still making noise? The class instantly became quiet. Wang Ming sat in the corner. He was tall and handsome, but unfortunately his family was poor and could not afford crystals to test his talent. If you have good talent, you can become a contractor, contract your own beast girl to fight and protect humans from invasion by alien beasts. Those who are not good at it can only take the college entrance examination and do some clerical and basic work. So what the head teacher said had nothing to do with him, so he naturally slept soundly without caring. Anyway, after graduation, I can just find a job as a delivery man or security guard, and save myself decades of detours. You surely looked down and saw that most of them were a little nervous. After all, talent determines destiny, and it is normal for children from ordinary families to have worries. Her eyes suddenly locked onto Wang Ming, who was sleeping, and she sighed inwardly. The school has reduced the cost of crystals as much as possible, but one piece still costs 2,000 yuan, which is already a sky-high price for this child. There is only a ragpicker grandmother in the family. She can only go to high school by borrowing money from neighbors, let alone testing her talent. The world is so unfair, some people don't even have the chance to show themselves. After sighing, Yu Shioli no longer paid any attention and just waited for the person who delivered the crystal to come. Below, class monitor Fong Zihao nudged his school beauty deskmate Lu Zihan with his elbow and said, "Hey, what kind of talent do you think I have later? At least a B level middle, maybe even a top." Lu Zihan looked at him with disdain. She was beautiful and her good figure could not be concealed even in her school uniform. She looked down on this kind of ordinary boy. I think you're at C-low at best. There are 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. Each grade is further divided into upper, middle, and lower. This isn't divided based on disgusting people. Fong Zihao was used to her insults. Although he was rich, he was used to being a licker. He just continued in a low voice. My dad tested me at home a long time ago and I got a B score. He also found me some medicine that can improve my talent. I wasn't exaggerating when I said I got a B score. Lu Zihan was silent for a moment, turned his head to look at him, and was somewhat reluctant to speak. She took her own test at home and got a grade B. Although it couldn't be considered an official result, her mother was still happy for a long time and bought her some unpalatable medicine, saying it could improve her talent. As a result, the fat guy next to her, who was good for nothing except money, actually got a grade B. Okay, stop talking. The teacher who delivered the crystal is here. Yu Shioli listened to the conversation between the two silently, and sighed in her heart that these children from rich families really won at the starting line. The person who delivered the crystal was a young man, about 27 or 28 years old, named Li Hao. Wang Ming couldn't help but look up at him. He was holding a transparent box in his hand, and one could clearly see green crystals neatly stacked inside, each one a small ball about 2 centimeters in diameter. He just said, "Everyone line up and come to me to get crystals and take the test on the spot." The crystal absorption rate is higher than 90%, which is grade A. The crystal absorption rate is higher than 80%, which is rated as B grade. The crystal absorption rate is higher than 70%, which is grade C. The crystal absorption rate is higher than 60%, which is D grade. "Teacher, what if it's lower than 60%? Asked Zhou Shui, the study committee member. She had a single ponytail, a melon-shaped face, and a somewhat nervous look in her eyes. Being a good student does not necessarily mean having good talent. You're not good enough. Prepare to take the college entrance examination. Only those who are at least Ding rank can participate in the fight against strange beasts, and of course they will enjoy treatment far beyond that of ordinary people. Since you asked first, please go ahead and set an example for everyone." "Teacher she is the student who bought the crystal, right?" Li Hao looked at Yu Shioli and Zhou Shui and asked. Yu Shioli nodded, and Zhou Shui gritted her teeth and stood up. "What should I do?" "Hold the crystal in your palm, wrap it completely, and then release it after 1 minute." Zhou Shui obeyed the order. The whole class looked at her, and Wang Ming also looked at Zhou Shui with some curiosity. This girl is usually friendly and even lets him copy her homework. From a selfish point of view, he really hopes that Zhou Shui will have a good future. A minute might feel like a year to others, but it was very quick to Zhou Shui. She felt a warm power flowing out of the crystal, which made her feel very comfortable. Before she could continue to enjoy it, she heard Li Hao shout, Time's up, open it. Zhou Shui opened her hand carefully and saw that half of the green crystal had turned transparent. 55%, what a shame, next one. Li Hao said this expressionlessly, while Zhou Shui stood there in a daze, unable to accept it for a moment. Her expression froze, and then she lay on the table and sobbed softly. Wang Ming felt a little sorry, so he took 2 pieces of paper and ran from the back row to hand them to Zhou Shui. Yu Shili didn't stop him when she saw it, but just helped arrange for the next person to take the test. Wang Ming patted Zhou Shui's shoulder but didn't say anything to comfort her. In his current situation, no matter what he said, others would think he was gloating. Ding, the host's inner kindness has been detected, and the Super God contract system is reporting. Wang Ming was stunned at the moment. What the hell? Just come here and hand over 2 pieces of paper and you can get the system. Zhou Shui, you are simply my lucky star. System, what are your abilities? This system was developed to reward those with predestined relationships. It can be used to contract all things. We have detected that the contracted item in the current world is a beast girl. It has now been converted to a beast girl contract. Please contract a beast girl and receive the novice gift pack. Wang Ming was stunned, and then he was furious. If I had money to buy crystals and contract beast girls, why would I need your system? I am. After a series of outputs, the system mechanically replied. Unintelligible language detected, the system has ignored it. Now explain the contract method to the host. Touch the beast girl for 1 minute without breaking contact, and you can contract with the beast girl. Note, if someone else has already contracted with the beast girl, you must break the contract before you can contract. Wang Ming was overjoyed when he heard this, and laughed in his heart. It's you who's to blame, brother Tong. I was a little loud just now, please don't mind. He was just flattering when he heard a woman's cry from the side. Impossible, how could my daughter be ding-dang? Wang Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman wearing a purple one-piece miniskirt and black pearlescent stockings, who looked as well-maintained as a woman in her 20s, shouting loudly at the school beauty Lu Zihan. Zihan, did you not get enough rest? How come you are ranked D? You are ranked B at home. It was her mother, Ruby Lu. Wang Ming had seen her at a parent-teacher meeting before. Standing with his daughter, they looked like sisters, and her figure was even more sexy and hot. She had been in Wang Ming's mind for a while. Lu Xinru really wanted to know the results of her daughter's talent test as soon as possible, so she actually came to the classroom herself. As a result, after Li Hao gave Lu Zihan the crystal stone, Lu Zihan only found out that it was D level. This made Lu Xinru very angry. She kept stomping the ground with her black pointed high heels and shaking her daughter's arm with her hand. Lu Zihan was also confused and didn't know what was going on. Maybe they took the wrong medicine. There's a fake drug that's popular on the market lately, claiming it can improve talent, and many parents have been deceived. Li Hao looked at the beautiful woman and went forward to comfort her. Lu Xinru was struck by lightning, and could not care about anything else. She muttered. It's fake medicine, fake. I harmed my daughter. It's unforgivable. It's impossible. No way. No. Lu Xinru's eyes were red, and a special aura suddenly filled her body. Huge horns grew on her head, and her skirt was about to be torn. Li Hao roared at the sight, the beast girl is rioting, go find her contractor. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Xinru roared to the sky and suddenly rushed towards Li Hao, who was wearing red clothes. Li Hao dodged quickly, but unfortunately his arm was still pierced, and a lot of blood came out. Run. Yu Shili called on the students to run out quickly, and she rushed out first with quick eyes and hands. Seeing Li Hao fall to the ground, Lu Xinru looked around with crazy eyes, locked onto the tall and strong Wang Ming, and rushed straight towards him. Chapter 2 Contract School Beauty Mom. The other students ran out in a panic, blocking the exit. Class monitor Fong Zihao even pulled Lu Zihan to run out. But Lu Zihan pushed him away and tried to stop his mother. Seeing this, Fong Zihao had no choice but to run out quickly. If the Beast Girls rioted, it could be a fatal situation. There had been Beast Girl riots before, and they were subdued after killing hundreds of people. Although he was a bootlicker, he didn't want to die, not to mention that he had just tested out to be in Class B. This proves that although the medicine he took was useless, at least it was not fake, and his future was bright. Although Lu Zihan was good-looking, he was only ranked D, which could be said to be useless. Therefore, he left Lu Zihan behind without hesitation and just ran for his own life. Wang Ming also wanted to run, but Zhou Shui was right in front of him. The girl was so busy crying that she didn't notice that someone was injured. She only reacted now. Ah, what is that? Run, Zhou Shui, the beast mother is rioting. Wang Ming pulled her to leave, but unfortunately Zhou Shui's legs were so weak from fear that she couldn't get up. Lu Xinru's eyes were red as she knocked over tables and chairs and chased after Wang Ming. Fuck, why are so many people chasing me? Wang Ming gritted his teeth, but he couldn't bring himself to abandon Zhou Shui. Thinking about the system he had just obtained, a crazy plan emerged in his mind. Come on, come and chase me, you big stupid bull. Wang Ming jumped onto the table and led Lu Xinru in another direction, giving Zhou Shui a chance to escape. His idea was good, but unfortunately he didn't have a clear understanding of his own and the beast girl's strengths. Lu Xinru overturned the table and chairs in front of her, bumped into Zhou Shui's legs, and then came to Wang Ming. Wang Ming looked at the bull's horns so close to him, with Li Hao's blood still on the tips, and felt his adrenaline being secreted crazily. Then with a thud, Wang Ming fell to his knees and crawled under Lu Xinru's crotch. Although the action was humiliating, at least I lived 2 more seconds. Lu Xinru bent down and tried to grab Wang Ming's legs and split him in half. Wang Ming simply took off his shoes and launched a stinky feet attack, which actually succeeded in making Lu Xinru pause for 2 seconds in disgust. Wang Ming took advantage of the situation and put his hands together, fingers like swords, and delivered a standard 1,000 years kill from behind Lu Xinru. Moo! Lu Xinru screamed in pain to the sky. Although the beast girl had been strengthened in all aspects, this part was not included. The pain went straight into the depths of her soul. Wang Ming took the opportunity to grab Lu Xinru's long legs and black stockings at the ankles, and with a loud shout, he knocked her to the ground. This was because Wang Ming often did physical work and was much stronger than an ordinary high school student. Although Lu Xinru is a beast girl, she only has a Class C talent. After marrying a rich husband, she neglected to exercise. Her original strength of level 2 has now dropped to level 1. She is in severe pain, which gives Wang Ming an opportunity to take advantage of her. Wang Ming grabbed her ankles, sat on Lu Xinru's slender waist, bent her legs forcefully, and activated the contract at the same time. In order to avoid contact with the beast girl through the stockings and clothes, and not counting what the system said about touching the beast girl, Wang Ming directly bit through the stockings with his mouth, and his fingers came into contact with the skin of Lu Xinru's ankle. The red-soled high heels brushed past his nose, and a special smell entered Wang Ming's nose, causing him to instinctively take 2 more breaths. Sure enough, the system finally made a sound. 1 minute countdown, 56, 58. Wang Ming, what are you doing? Let my mother go and stop taking advantage of her. The ignorant school beauty Lu Zihan was not afraid at this time. She ran over and punched and kicked Wang Ming, trying to push him off Lu Xinru. She was wearing a school uniform skirt and knee-high socks. If it were such a big move at other times, Wang Ming would definitely appreciate it, but this moment was crucial for Wang Ming, so he just cursed. Are you fucking mentally ill? Look at your mother, is she still normal? Get out of here, you idiot, fuck you. The verbal attack was extremely effective. Lu Zihan had never heard such blunt swear words since he was a child. He froze there for more than 10 seconds. Only when he heard Lu Xinru scream did he come to his senses. Moo! Wang Ming felt a heavy blow from behind. It was a heavy punch from Lu Xinru. She was a level 2 beast girl. Even though her physical strength had deteriorated, she was still stronger than Wang Chang. This punch made Wang Chang spit blood. If you let my mother go, she won't beat you. Lu Zihan was so anxious that he was jumping for breath, but he didn't dare to come over, for fear of being beaten up by Wang Ming again. Wang Ming felt like he was about to be beaten to pieces. He was hit hard from behind one after another, and blood kept oozing out of the corners of his mouth. He no longer had the mood to scold Lu Zihan. At this moment, the only thing that kept him going was a belief, to contract with the beast girl and change his fate. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to contract a beast girl again, and maybe it would never happen in this lifetime. His grandmother has worked hard to raise him, but he has never repaid her. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, he will never give up. 32, 31, 30. The system voice continues. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and tried his best to hug the long legs and black stockings into his arms, which of course was equivalent to folding Lu Xinru in half. Feeling the pain, Lu Xinru used more strength and kept roaring. Moo, moo, moo. The sound was so painful that it was unbearable to listen to. As a child, Lu Zihan could not bear it. Seeing her mother in pain, she did not care about anything else and squatted down to pry open Wang Ming's fingers one by one. Wang Ming was furious. "Get out of here, fuck you. Get out of here. I'll kill you. Get out of here." With Lu Zihan's efforts, Wang Ming felt that 2 of his fingers were about to be broken, and the blows from his back became more and more powerful. 15, 14, 13. There were only a dozen seconds left, and Wang Ming gritted his teeth and would not let go even if Lu Zihan broke his fingers. However, human strength is limited. Being attacked from both front and back, his strength gradually disappeared. Even though he was unwilling to give up, his arms could not muster the strength. 6, 5. Damn it, just the last 5 seconds, just the last 5 seconds. Wang Ming watched helplessly as Lu Zihan broke several of his fingers and was about to push him away from Lu Xinru. He felt dizzy and felt that this was the end. Am I destined to live my whole life as a trash at the bottom of society? However, accidents always come unexpectedly, and Wang Ming's body was about to be completely out of contact with Lu Xinru. Zhou Shui, who was so scared that her legs went weak, suddenly rushed out from the side screaming and pounced on Wang Ming. "I'll help you, Wang Ming." This time, his entire body was pressed on Lu Xinru, but his head and feet were reversed, with Wang Ming's head facing Lu Xinru's long black silk legs. Wang Ming looked at the hole in the stockings that he had just bitten, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. He stretched out his tongue and touched Lu Xinru's ankle, and continued the contact with Lu Xinru at the critical moment. 2, 1. The contract is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a beast girl. The novice gift pack will be distributed later. Lu Zihan, who was standing by, felt his faith collapse when he saw Wang Ming shamelessly licking his mother's ankle with his tongue. His sacred and noble mother was actually humiliated by such a lowly person. Unforgivable, unforgivable, I will never let you go. A flash of light appeared above Lu Zihan's head, and a special aura emanated from around her. No, no, come again. Wang Ming showed a look of despair. He was seriously injured and several of his fingers were broken. He no longer had the strength to try a second time. It's just a pity for Zhou Shui. This girl is still lying on him. If Lu Zihan also riots later, I'm afraid this girl will suffer as well. Chapter 3 Contract School Beauty. Lu Zihan's aura surged, and the outlines of bull horns gradually grew on her head. Although not as big as her mother's, they were sharper, and her murderous intent towards Wang Ming was purer. Her eyes seemed to still retain a trace of rationality, and she tried to restrain herself and shouted, "Go, ah." Unfortunately, her willpower was not enough to suppress her sudden surge of strength. With just a casual blow, Zhou Shui was thrown out and hit on the back of Li Hao on the ground. Zhou Shui was not in any serious trouble. Li Hao was about to run away when he was knocked unconscious by the blow. Now Wang Ming was the only one who was sober in the classroom. It's over, it's just beginning and it's going to end? Wang Ming looked at Lu Zihan in despair as she stepped down in her small leather shoes wearing black stockings. The foot fetishist was ecstatic and Wang Ming was furious, but unfortunately his body was weak and several of his fingers were broken. Bang! The small leather shoes stepped heavily on Wang Ming's back, almost breaking his spine. Puff! Wang Ming opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stretched out his hand and tried to reach Lu Zihan's leg to see if he could form a contract. Lu Zihan kicked his hand away and then stepped on the back of his hand. Moo! The primitive pleasure of violence made Lu Zihan, who became a beast girl for the first time, inexplicably excited, and the fighting gene in her bones seemed to awaken. Ah, my hand! Wang Ming was in so much pain that he almost cried, and she happened to step on the hand with the broken fingers. Zhou Shui was lying on the ground. She had also suffered internal injuries from the blow just now. She could not help at this moment and could only watch Wang Ming being abused. Bang! Lu Zihan stretched out her leg and kicked Wang Ming away from her mother. As time passed, she seemed to slowly master this power. Wang Ming stopped only after his back hit the wall. Another large amount of blood spurted out, staining his clothes. The smell of blood stimulated Wang Ming, making his eyes become extremely angry. Newbie gift pack is being distributed, including Strengthening Fluid 1, Heart Armor 1, and Contract Skill, King's Contempt 1. Please check it out, host. Lu Zihan walked over step by step. Wang Ming didn't have time to read the introduction carefully. He immediately chose to use the strengthening liquid, wear the chest armor, and learn the skill, King's Contempt. In just a moment, a warm current flowed down from his mouth and into his stomach in the blink of an eye, and his body instantly felt much recovered. Lu Zihan didn't know all this, he just followed his instinct and stepped down again, as if he wanted to crush Wang Ming's chest. Ding, the small leather shoes collided with the breastplate, making a crisp sound. Wang Ming only felt a little impact. The breastplate could actually block the shock wave. Lu Zihan didn't believe it and kicked down again, but was still blocked by the chest armor. Ah, come on, you idiot. Seeing that Lu Zihan couldn't do anything to him, Wang Ming laughed triumphantly and was ready to settle all the accounts as soon as his body recovered. Lu Zihan's eyes became much clearer, and she was a little confused when she saw this, but then she took off her little leather shoes and stepped on Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming was laughing out loud when something came down on him that made him choke on his stinky feet that had been stuck in his leather shoes all day. The smell was so sour that only anyone who smelled it could tell. Wang Ming's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted from the smoke. Well. Wang Ming reached out and grabbed Lu Zihan's calf, trying to push her away, but Lu Zihan became interested. Moo, laugh, why aren't you laughing? Her power awakened, and after the initial anger that made her lose her mind, she has now come to her senses. The murderous intent in her eyes faded, replaced by teasing and mockery. Her small feet wrapped in black stockings were firmly welded to Wang Ming's face, with no intention of moving away. You poor, lowly thing, you actually dared to touch my mother. Bah, even if you licked my toes I still think you are dirty, disgusting and obscene. Lu Zihan was cursing happily, but he didn't notice that his mother Lu Xini slowly stood up behind him. Her figure became taller due to the beast transformation, her purple jumpsuit was partially torn, and the black stockings on her legs were snagged everywhere because they were bitten by Wang Ming before. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if she didn't understand why she suddenly turned into a beast, but her body involuntarily walked to her daughter's side. Mom, what are you doing? Lu Xini hugged her daughter from behind, locked her arms with her hands, and with a little force, lifted up her daughter, who was not petite. Lu Zihan's two long black silk legs kicked in the air, struggling desperately, but couldn't break free. Wang Ming finally escaped from the sea of suffering, took a deep breath of fresh air, and finally came back to life. I don't know if it's a fungal infection. This bitch almost suffocated me with her feet. Lu Xini held her daughter tightly, her eyes filled with confusion but determination. She didn't understand why she was holding her daughter, as if her body was out of control. She had made a contract before and still had a lot of autonomy, but the contractor would be given priority in combat skills. Of course Lu Xini didn't know about the system, otherwise she would understand that the system's contract was a unilateral contract with its own control effect. Through the system's introduction, Wang Ming also understood the current situation, so he manipulated Lu Xini to save him and control his daughter. TSK, speak up, weren't you very arrogant just now? I'm vulgar, and you're the upper class, move a little, ha ha ha. Lu Zihan suddenly raised her legs, and her black silk feet rose up. Fortunately, Wang Ming was quick-witted and clamped his legs together in time to clamp her feet, thus avoiding the consequence of losing everything. That little girl is really strong and has a fierce temper. Try kicking her again. Wang Ming lifted her legs, and Lu Zihan screamed in pain. Beast, what do you want? Papa, Wang Ming slapped Lu Zihan's face. The touch was smooth. The girl's face was extremely smooth, like a peel egg. Lu Zihan was embarrassed and angry, but her legs were lifted up and her arms were controlled, so she could only shout. Don't touch me, what do you want to do? Get out of here. Wang Ming was furious when he thought about how he was almost suffocated by her black silk feet. You're still yelling like that. Well, don't even think about running away. No, don't touch my daughter. Lu Xini seemed to have used a lot of effort to speak. Wang Mingli ignored her. She was already a contracted beast girl, so she just had to accept his control. How could she dare to say anything more? It smells so good. Let me see if you can still be so arrogant later. Wang Ming put his left hand on Lu Zihan's face, feeling the elasticity of the girl's skin. In my heart, I quietly started the system contract. The Beast Mother contract begins, 1 minute countdown begins, 59:58. Wang Ming, what are you doing? Zhou Shui endured the pain, got up from the ground and asked him. Her school uniform skirt was covered with dust. Seeing Wang Ming pinching his face with one hand and supporting his leg with the other, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Wang Ming knew that Zhou Shui had saved him just now, so he smiled and said, "Nothing, our Leota campus beauty asked me to help her with stretching exercises. Look at the high leg lifts. Zhou Shui was so angry that she laughed. Lu Zihan was tied up by her mother, and you pinched her face and grabbed her legs. You said it was a stretching exercise, but no one would believe it. Let her go first. This isn't good. If other people see you, you're done for. Lu Zihan hurriedly said, Zhou Shui, woo, please save me, this hooligan, he molested me, he also. Slap, Wang Ming put her legs down and slapped her in the face. What else? You and your daughter turned into beast mothers and almost killed me. There's another person lying over there, and Zhou Shui is so injured that she can't even walk. And you're still asking me to harass you. Look at how skinny you are. You don't deserve it. Do you think you're so great just because you're the school belle? Everyone spoils you? Who asked you to be spoiled? You're a piece of trash from the bottom of society, destined to be an inferior person. You have no talent, you're not good at studying, you can't even run fast enough to deliver food. You're a disgusting, vulgar, and disgusting man. Pa, Wang Ming slapped Lu Zihan several times in a row, and he was stunned. I won't spoil you, what a thing, bah. Just because you're a beast girl rioting, I tell you, you'll be thrown into prison and can't come out for the rest of your life, not to mention you hurt someone. Lu Xinyi's face turned pale instantly. She glanced at Li Hao, who was lying beside her, and felt a sudden fear in her heart. According to the law, beast girls who rioted would be thrown into the beast prison and trapped there to die. If someone is injured, the lighter punishment is to deprive the person of his animalistic energy and be imprisoned as a serious criminal, or to directly impose the death penalty in serious cases, in order to maintain normal social order. Of course, this refers to beast girls that are not controlled by anyone. If there is a contractor, then of course it is the contractor who will negotiate compensation. Thinking of this, Lu Xinyi looked at Wang Ming. This big boy who had just reached adulthood was actually the only savior of her and her daughter. Zihan, stop talking, and apologize to Lord Wang Ming. Lu Zihan raised her head and looked at her mother's beautiful and mature face in disbelief. Apologize? Chapter 4: The Beautiful and Tall Principal. Lu Zihan kicked her feet wildly, her face flushed with anger, and she shouted. I'd rather die than apologize to him. He's a low-class scumbag, a wretched man, a lowbrow, and a piece of trash who only knows how to fantasize. Wang Ming didn't tolerate it and raised his hand to slap the boy several times. After being beaten, Lu Zihan finally understood her situation, that is, if she was not obedient, no one would help her. The proud school beauty goddess finally lowered her noble head. Wow, I'm sorry, please don't hit me again, I was wrong. What's wrong? Wang Ming maintained contact with one hand to ensure the continuation of the contract, while the other hand remained in the air, as if he would drop it if Lu Zihan was not satisfied with what he said. I was wrong for looking down on you. You were saving people, but I hurt you. I also shouldn't have stepped on your face. I'm sorry, woo. Well, so you know you're wrong. It's not that you know you're wrong, you're just scared. You apologized because you were afraid of getting beaten. Wang Ming slapped her again. Lu Zihan burst into tears immediately. I apologized and you still hit me, what else do you want from me? You looked so happy when I stepped on you just now, and you... Wang Ming quickly covered her mouth. Is this something he could say? But at this moment, the system countdown reached its final moments. 3, 2, 1. Contract completed. Wang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lu Xinyi to let go of her daughter. At the same time, he warned Lu Zihan, stop talking nonsense and be obedient in the future. Lu Zihan already felt that she was suppressed by an invisible force. As long as she had the thought of hurting Wang Ming, she would die on the spot. This was different from what she had learned. This contract of yours, it seems a little wrong. I can't resist you. As soon as Lu Zihan was put down, he tried to kick Wang Ming, but he couldn't lift his legs. Wang Ming knew that the system's contract was definitely different from an ordinary contract, but he didn't expect the effect to be so good. He smiled proudly and said, You're just a beast girl, yet you still want to rebel against your master? I think you and your daughter have had a good life in OTJ. When I recover from my injuries, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Lu Xinyi blushed when she heard this, and she felt inexplicably excited. Her husband was working away from home and had not been back for a long time. Maybe he had found someone new, but she was inexplicably contracted here, and she was just an 18-year-old boy. This is really fate teasing lonely people. Lowly man, even if you get my body, you can't get my heart, low-level trash, although I can't hurt you, but it doesn't stop me from scolding you. Lu Zihan was obviously angry and did not understand the situation. When he realized that he could not hurt Wang Ming, he immediately started verbally insulting him. Wang Ming's face darkened. He hadn't expected Lu Zihan to be such a stubborn fool. He said, "Slap yourself and admit your fault while you're doing it. Stop when you don't want to scold anymore." Lu Zihan's face was filled with horror. She found that her hand was raised uncontrollably, and then she hit herself hard in the face, making a sound. I was wrong, I deserved the beating. I shouldn't have cursed, I shouldn't have, woo, I was wrong, I'm sorry." However, the more she said this, the harder she hit him, and Wang Ming even laughed out of anger. "So you're still cursing me in your heart even after all this? Then enjoy yourself. I'm going to the infirmary first. Her mother, bring your daughter back to me after she stops." Lu Xinyi looked at her daughter distressfully and begged Wang Ming for mercy. "Student Wang Ming, please let her go. She's still young. I'll teach her a lesson. If you keep beating her like this, her face will be swollen and ugly. It will be embarrassing for you to take her out." When Wang Ming heard her say that, he asked Lu Zihan to stop, and he helped Zhou Shui to go to the infirmary. As for Li Hao, Wang Ming was too lazy to care about him and didn't have the energy to do so. When he and Zhou Shui walked to the classroom door, they suddenly bumped into something soft. Principal, why are you here? I thought there was going to be a major accident, but it turns out to be nothing serious." The person who spoke was Mei Shuiyan, the principal of Sherman No. 1 Middle School. Wang Ming had just bumped into her soft chest. Wang Ming took 2 steps back and his eyes unconsciously moved upwards, only then could he see the face of the famous and beautiful principal. You have to know that Wang Ming is 1.8 meters tall, but he only reaches the other person's chest. You can imagine how tall Principal Mei is. Mei Shuiyan has a cold and elegant face that matches her height. She has a pair of almond-shaped eyes with gold-rimmed glasses, which makes her look intellectual and elegant. The bright red lips make the oval face look even more petite and charming. In contrast to her face was her exaggerated figure, the kind that even Wang Ming felt he couldn't move in his dreams. To put it simply, if an ordinary woman is a bicycle, then Principal Mei is at least at the level of an anti-aircraft tank. She was wearing a gray uniform shirt, which was obviously custom-made. It was made of fine materials and was semi-transparent, just enough to cover her exaggerated figure. However, the second and third buttons were broken so tightly that it seemed unable to bear the weight. Her lower body is a slightly darker gray hip skirt, the hem of which just reaches the thighs, followed by black transparent tights. Her muscle lines are smooth and even, combining strength and beauty, and paired with nude high heels, it gives a great impact. Which classmate are you? Where is the beast girl who just mentioned the riot? Mei Shuiyan glanced around the classroom and finally locked her eyes on Lu Xinyi, but she asked Wang Ming. Wang Ming shook his head and said, "There was no riot. It was just a momentary loss of control. It has been resolved now." He looked at Mei Shuiyan. After having 2 beast girls, his self-confidence was overflowing, and the look in his eyes towards Mei Shuiyan was less awe-inspiring. Upon hearing this, Mei Shuiyan turned her gaze to Wang Ming. Seeing that he had the courage to look her in the eye, she couldn't help but look up to him in her heart. You have to know that with her height and figure, most teachers don't dare to look her in the eye. Just standing there gives people a sense of oppression. If you add in her strength of level 6, it would be even more difficult for people to look her in the eye. Wang Ming knew that the contractors were divided into levels 1-9 from low to high, and the principal was a level 6 strongman. Killing a rookie like him who had just become a level 1 contractor was not much more difficult than killing an ant. But he just had a mentality that he would surpass the principal sooner or later and reach level 9, or even higher. On the one hand, it was the confidence given to him by the system, and on the other hand, the contract he had just signed was too smooth, making him unable to distinguish the difference between himself and the strong ones. In layman's terms, he was floating. Mei Shuiyan and Wang Ming looked at each other for a few seconds, and seeing that he still did not give in, she couldn't help but smile happily. You have some backbone. Since nothing is wrong, Director Zhang, send the injured to the hospital, and send the students' parents as well. As for you, come with me, I have something to ask you alone. Chapter 5: The Secret of the Contracted Mother and Daughter. You must be Zihan's mother, right? Come to my office with Lu Zihan. Mei Shuiyan spoke to Lu Xinyi and her daughter Lu Zihan in the middle of the classroom. Her voice was intimidating without anger, and carried a sense of oppression. Lu Xinyi, who had made a mistake, naturally did not argue. She put her arm around her daughter's shoulders and nodded. Let's go, the testing of the remaining students will continue. Mei Shuiyan spoke briefly and turned back to the office, followed by Wang Ming, Lu Sini, and Lu Zihan. Because Zhou Shui was injured, she was supported by her homeroom teacher Yu Xiuli and watched the three people leave. Ah, this is a blessing in disguise, Zhou Shui. This school has such a big incident. You must not spread rumors outside, as it will affect the school's reputation. Furthermore, your hospitalization expenses are all covered by the school. You are a good student, so you should understand what the teacher said. As a study committee member, Zhou Shui was used to obeying the teacher's orders. She felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this, but she nodded and whispered, "I understand." Yu Xioli breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, the school leaders had gone to warn Li Hao. All she had to do was keep the students under control. She didn't seek any merit, but only to avoid making mistakes. But Wang Ming followed Mei Shuiyan to the office. To show respect, he lagged behind Mei Shuiyan by one step, but in fact he was admiring her swaying figure. When the anti-aircraft tank twisted its tracks, its huge body made a rumbling sound, just like the sound of Mei Shuiyan's high heels stepping on the floor, tapping into Wang Ming's heart. He admitted that at this moment he wanted to be a traitor to his master. Bang! Mei Shuiyan suddenly stopped, and Wang Ming bumped into her without noticing. Her breasts were soft, tender, and elastic, making duangwang sounds. Lu Sini looked at him helplessly. Such a man actually became her contractor. He was just obsessed with her. Mei Shuiyan opened the door, turned around and frowned at Wang Mingdao. How audacious. Wang Ming said a little embarrassedly, "It's my first time meeting you, I'm a little nervous." "Come in first and help close the door, classmate Lu Zihan." Lu Zihan walked at the end. Hearing this, he closed the door and waited quietly for the principal's questions. "You and your daughter are the ones who started the Beast Girl riot. Although the changes in your appearance have been retracted, I can still sense the violent aura." Lu Sini knew the abilities of these powerful people and said without hesitation, "Yes, Principal Mei, my husband is Section Chief Li Yuming of the District United Front Work Department. I don't know if you have heard of him." "What? The United Front Department can pardon the rioting Beast Girls. When did the alliance laws become influenced by the United Front Department?" Mei Shuiyan looked at her with a half-smile. This woman actually hinted to her that she had a background. She had never heard of admitting one's mistakes and standing at attention when being beaten. Lu Sini's face turned pale, and then she looked at Wang Ming. At this time, only Wang Ming could save her. Wang Ming naturally heard the subtle meaning in this. The United Front Work Department was a department set up to deal with alien beasts. It was responsible for all needs when fighting against alien beasts, but in the final analysis, it was just a logistics department. The Anti-Alien Beast Alliance, composed of universities from major countries, is the real leader and possesses enormous power. The clauses it formulates naturally override ordinary legal provisions. In other words, if Mei Shuiyan is determined to report Lu Sini, there is only one way. She's my contracted Beast Girl. I just lost control of my emotions. Principal, the Alliance's laws don't stipulate that this is considered a Beast Girl riot, right? I just memorized this definition yesterday. If a Beast Girl without a contract suddenly attacks and injures or kills someone due to emotional fluctuations, she will be sentenced to imprisonment or sent to the death battlefield according to the laws of the Alliance. She is my contract. Wang Ming finished a long paragraph in one breath, and did not forget to emphasize one sentence at the end. Lu Sini looked at him gratefully. As long as he was willing to admit it, it would not be a big deal. Mei Shuiyan smiled slightly and did not answer Wang Ming. Instead, she asked Lu Zihan. You've also become a Beast Girl riot, haven't you? You just awakened today. Even though you're only at level C, you shouldn't have a contractor right away. Lu Zihan was an excellent student, so he naturally knew the consequences of a Beast Girl rebellion, and quickly pointed at Wang Mingdao. He is my contractor. I am also contracted by someone. Mei Shuiyan had a smug smile on her face, but then she restrained herself and said, Sure enough, I just vaguely felt the aura of the contract completion dissipate. I didn't expect you to be able to contract 2 Beast Girls at level 1. Is your talent test A level? Mei Shuiyan's eyes showed a hint of expectation. If her student could get an A, then the school's performance would be more than half completed. After some training, she could find a good position in the Union University, and then everything would be settled. I haven't tested it yet. Wang Ming started to speak, but was interrupted before he could finish. A hint of astonishment flashed in Mei Shuiyan's eyes when she heard this, and she took out a crystal stone with her hand. Here, hold it tight and test it. Wang Ming saw that Mei Shuiyan's hands were white and delicate, like a girl's hands, and the crystal in her palms was like a cute toy. He reached out to grab the crystal stone and was about to pick it up when Mei Shuiyan opened her 5 fingers, squeezed his fist and said, "Just test it like this." Her tone left no room for doubt, so Wang Ming had no choice but to do as she said. A minute later, Wang Ming slowly opened his hands. Lu Zihan, her daughter, and Mei Shuiyan all stared at his hands nervously. Wang Ming himself was a little excited. What kind of talent could it be? Could it be a level? He. As Wang Ming opened his 5 fingers, everyone looked a little surprised. How could this be? How is this possible? Lu Zihan exclaimed. The crystal in Wang Ming's hand did not change at all, and the green color filled the entire crystal. It was obvious that he did not absorb any spiritual energy. Lu Xini also frowned. Maybe the test was wrong, let's try again. Mei Shuiyan nodded and took out another crystal stone and gave it to Wang Ming. Wang Ming did the same thing. He felt that Mei Shuiyan's hand seemed to be trembling a little this time, and she rubbed the back of his hand gently. When the results came out, the green crystal, exactly the same as the previous one, was left there intact. Mei Shuiyan's face was filled with surprise and confusion, and her eyes moved back and forth between Wang Ming's face and the crystal. "Why don't we test it again?" Lu Zihan said. Mei Shuiyan glanced at her and ignored her. As a principal, how could she take the crystal by mistake twice? Suddenly, Mei Shuiyan thought of a possibility, and her thoughts turned rapidly, and she suddenly asked. "You should know that normally you can only contract with one person at level 1, and everyone else, regardless of their level, can absorb the crystal's spiritual energy, but you can't. Do you know what this means?" Wang Ming is not a fool. He understands the principle that the first tree to stick its head out gets shot. Blindly exposing these special features before Wang Ming grows up is undoubtedly digging his own grave. But why did the principal specifically remind him? Was it out of love for the students? Or did he have some feelings for him? No, I should say, what are your thoughts on his special features? Level 1 can contract too, so what about level 6? Will it be 12? But the principal herself is a beast girl, so it doesn't seem to mean much to her that she's interested in this. Wang Ming thought quickly and suddenly realized that no matter what the principal's reason was, judging from the result, seeking her protection was the most important thing at the moment. Then the meaning of Principal Mei Shuiyan's question about whether he understood was very clear. She wanted to use her protection in exchange for Wang Ming's secret, or part of the secret. Wang Ming understood immediately. "Principal, no matter how special I am still your student, and this will never change." Mei Shuiyan smiled upon hearing this, patted Wang Ming on the head and said, "You are a teachable young man. I happen to be free recently. Come to my office for an hour after class in the evening." Chapter 6 Teachers After School Teaching. Wang Ming naturally agreed to Principal Mei's request, but he looked at Lu Xini and her daughter with embarrassment. Mei Shuiyan immediately understood what he meant and said, "I think today is just a misunderstanding. Lu Zihan, please take your mother back first." Lu Xini breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she was saved for the time being. Thank you, Principal Zihan, thank the principal quickly." Lu Zihan also said with gratitude, "Thank you, Principal." She also looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming had taken the initiative to speak up for them just now, which made her like him more. Lu Xini felt bitter when she saw this. She was slightly stronger and vaguely sensed that Wang Ming's contract seemed different from those of others. She had no ability to resist. Normal contracts do not have such strong binding force. If the contractor wants to do something unspeakable to the beast girl, it is very likely that the beast girl will retaliate and kill the contractor. After Wang Ming contracted her, she could feel that she seemed to be suppressed. Even if she had the idea of hurting Wang Ming in her mind, she would feel pain, as if it was something that was against the will of heaven. However, it seems that Wang Ming treats both mother and daughter very well, so there seems to be no need to resist. But if my husband knew that I was contracted by another man, I wonder how jealous he would be. But no matter, in that situation, there was no way to stop her from saving her own life. If she wasn't contracted, she would be thrown into prison and left to die. Besides, it was the husband who was busy with work and didn't want to sign a contract with her, saying that the marital contract would affect his work. Humph, wasn't he just afraid that I would know that he was cheating outside through the contract? Lu Xini had a lot of thoughts in her mind, but she kept thanking Mei Shuiyan. Thank you so much. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. See you next time. Mei Xueyan nodded gently and said, "It's okay. This is something Wang Ming can only do after becoming a contractor. Otherwise, I can't do anything about it. Today is Thursday. I hope you can come over this weekend. I will teach him some beast girl fighting techniques. I need your cooperation." "No problem, I will also teach Zihan some experience in beast motherhood." "Principal Mei, thank you so much." After saying that, Lu Xini pulled Lu Zihan to leave. Lu Zihan said to Wang Ming, "I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow." Wang Ming didn't expect that this school-famous beauty would take the initiative to say goodbye to him. This had nothing to do with the contract. He nodded and said, "You can go back." Lu Zihan suddenly felt unhappy and muttered quietly, "Pretend brother." Lu Xini laughed in silence and took her daughter home. Although her daughter's talent was not very good, she actually awakened on her own and became a beast girl this time. It could be considered another opportunity and a blessing in disguise. Mei Xueyan sat relaxedly on the office chair with her legs raised on the table. Her thighs wrapped in black stockings overlapped, shaking out amazing waves of flesh. "Tell me, how did you do it? Do I really have to tell you? What do you think?" Mei Xueyan looked at him with a half smile. "Why else do you think I kept you here? You're not expecting some dirty laundry, are you?" She pursed her red lips slightly, her eyes slightly raised, clearly with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. The high heels were half taken off at some point and were hanging by her feet, swaying and attracting Wang Ming's attention. "Ha, you're such a jerk, you dare to be so brazen in front of me." A terrifying aura emanated from Mei Xueyan. Although she still had a smile on her face, her eyes had turned cold. Wang Ming felt as if he was being pressed by an iceberg, or as if he was in a stormy sea. Cold sweat instantly ran down his forehead. He could hardly suppress the fear in his heart and wanted to confess the existence of the system. However, as soon as this thought came into his mind, he suppressed it firmly. This was the foundation of his turnaround, and he couldn't say it, absolutely couldn't say it. "I would rather die than live a cowardly and muddle-headed life." No way. Wang Ming, despite the terrifying pressure emanating from Mei Xueyan, slowly approached the desk. In front of Mei Xueyan's surprised eyes, he took off her high heels, revealing her size 42 black stockings and big feet. The sudden action made her a little stunned and shy. She had been walking all day, so one could imagine how bad the smell was. "Principal, I just saw that you were tired, so I wanted to massage your feet to relax you." Wang Ming reached out and held the black silk toes, massaging them gently. Thanks to his part-time job at a foot massage parlor, his technique was pretty good. Mei Xueyan calmed down from her initial shock and anger, and with an expression of appreciation on her face, she kicked off the high heels on her other foot. "I want this one too. Once you feel comfortable, today's problems will be over." For a full hour, Mei Xueyan did not call for a stop, and neither did Wang Ming. Even though his hands were so tired that they began to cramp and his entire arm could hardly be lifted, Wang Ming still persisted. Wang Ming went to see secretly, and saw Mei Xueyan leaning on the office chair, seemingly sleeping comfortably. He was not sure whether this was a test from Mei Xueyan, so he could only endure the pain in his arms and continue to work hard, not daring to compromise in the slightest. Just when he felt he could not hold on any longer, a warm current flowed in from his palm and quickly spread throughout his internal organs, limbs and spine, instantly relieving his fatigue. He felt as if he was being performed 16 times in a row by 8 technicians. "Don't give up, don't retreat, have a bottom line, have backbone, you are good, very good." Mei Xueyan retracted her legs, sat up straight, and said with a serious face. Wang Ming saw that she was serious and her face seemed to be full of encouragement, and he said with inspiration, "Principal, can I be your disciple?" Mei Xueyan smiled and said, "You have talent. From now on, you will be my founding disciple." "Teacher, it's a pity there is no tea here, otherwise I would definitely offer you a cup." Wang Ming looked around and didn't see a single water cup in the large office. Mei Xueyan laughed, looked at his hand with disdain and said, "No, even if it were true, I wouldn't dare drink the tea you offered me. It tastes too sour." "Ah, I think it smells good." "If you dare to say that next time, don't blame me for cleaning up the mess." Mei Xueyan relaxed and joked with Wang Ming, then said, "You have no spiritual power in your body, but you can still make a contract. Your secret really makes me excited. However, since you are my disciple, I respect your secret. That's all for today. Go back and feel the spiritual power in your body." If anyone bullies you, tell them about me. Thank you, teacher. I will appreciate what you give me. Don't talk so weird, young man. Don't fill your head with weird things. Okay, go ahead. I have a meeting. Okay, teacher, see you tomorrow. Wang Ming was in a good mood. He closed the door and smelled the foot. He immediately vomited. The teacher was so beautiful, why did her feet look like this? No wonder she didn't drink tea. Mei Shuiyan was very sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, and a hint of anger flashed through her mind. She thought to herself, you little bastard, you say one thing to my face and another behind my back. I'll beat you to death tomorrow. Outside the door, Wang Ming vomited, then continued to smell it. Finally, he became more and more high and almost fainted at the stairs. Fortunately, Fang Zihao came to find him and supported him. You pulled my hand, it stinks? Wang Ming was immediately furious. None of your business, can you speak? If you can't, just shut up. It's like you've eaten 2 pounds. Fang Zihao narrowed his eyes, and his already chubby face made his eyes even less visible. Chapter 7. It's not me anyway. You actually dared to scold me. No one has ever dared to scold me like this. Fang Zihao swung his fat palm towards Wang Ming fiercely. There was no way Wang Ming would just stand there and let him hit him. You dare to insult my teacher, I will beat you to death today. Relying on the spiritual power in his body, Wang Ming directly grabbed Fang Zihao's arm, turned around and threw him over his shoulder, throwing Fang Zihao out. Boom! The ground shook with a loud noise, followed by Fang Zihao's pig-slaughtering scream. If you dare to hit me, I'll find someone to kill you. The school bell's bootlicker, who was completely obedient in front of the school bell, turned around and showed his fierce side in front of Wang Ming. He took out a small knife from behind and stabbed Wang Ming in the lower abdomen. With a swish sound, Wang Ming dodged by pulling in his abdomen and then pressed down on his knife-holding hand with his backhand and stabbed back. Fang Zihao's outer short sleeve was instantly pierced, and the skin on his chest was also instantly pierced. Fortunately, Wang Ming didn't really want to kill anyone. In order to teach him a lesson, he stopped immediately, snatched the knife from his hand and threw it away. Fang Zihao didn't appreciate it and pointed at Wang Ming and cursed. You lowly person, how dare you hurt me? Do you know how powerful our Fang family is? Do you know who my father is? You should ask your mother, not me. If I gave birth to a son like you, I might as well use him to plaster the walls. Wang Ming retorted that he had never lost an argument. Fang Zihao's face turned red and his neck became thick with anger. He was speechless for a moment and struggled to get up. Being stepped on by Wang Ming, he sneered, You still think you are noble, aren't you a superior person? What are you doing lying on the ground? Get up and pretend again. Call me Grandpa and I will let you go. You're dreaming. My talent is B-level. If you have the guts, just let me go. Once I've practiced a bit, I'll beat you like a dog. Let you up, what's the matter? Wang Ming loosened his foot and looked at him with disdain. Fang Zihao knew he was no match for him, so he took 2 steps away from Wang Ming and said harshly. Just wait for me, sooner or later I will beat you until you kneel down and call me Grandpa. I see you want to lie down for a while. Wang Ming pretended to chase him, and Fang Zihao was so scared that he ran away with his fat body swaying. Look at how cowardly you are. Go back and ask your mother who your father is. Fang Zihao became even angrier after hearing this, and his pace quickened until he was out of breath. He looked back and found that Wang Ming had not caught up with him. Then he stopped and sat down on the stool. This is a secluded corner of the campus. The talent test just ended today. Some are happy, some are crying, but there is no one here. Fang Zihao calmed down and thought about the 2 blows Wang Ming had just given him. The force was so strong that it was definitely not what he usually felt. Although he's tall, he shouldn't be as strong as me. Even if he became a contractor today, there's no reason for his strength to increase so much. No, if he's a contractor, then maybe it's possible that he can increase his strength. If he's a beast girl with immense strength, then it's not impossible that the strength will be reflected back on him. Today, Zihan's mother suddenly went crazy and rioted. Wang Ming was in the classroom. Could it be that he successfully contracted her? Impossible. Zihan's mother is so beautiful and mature. How could she fall for a poor guy like Wang Ming? Moreover, Wang Ming probably hasn't taken the talent test yet, and his family isn't financially sound enough for him to buy crystals to take the test himself. So where did he get the spiritual energy to become a contractor? There is a secret. Wang Ming has a secret. Is someone helping him, or has he had some kind of adventure and is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Humph, these poor, low-class people are always thinking about turning their fortunes around, trampling on us rich people without even thinking about their own worth. He suddenly remembered that he had indeed been stepped on by Wang Ming today, and his face darkened as he cursed in a low voice. Sooner or later I'll beat you until you kneel on the ground and call me grandpa. You're such a disgusting thing. Furious, Fong Zihao sullenly got into the car that was waiting for him and vented his anger on the servants at home. His mother Zhang Fong saw this and smiled and comforted him. What the hell is going on? Didn't you get a B-level score on today's talent test? Your dad said he'd give you a gift so you can become a contractor sooner. Why are you throwing plates and bowls here? Fong Zihao's eyes lit up. Really? My dad wants me to become a contractor before I even enter university? Mom, where is my dad? Zhang Fong looked to be in her 30s, with a pretty face. She was wearing a black casual short skirt and black tights. Upon hearing this, she said, "Oh, when you mention this, you know you're looking for Dad. Your mom also has a sore back today. The work at the training center is really tiring." Fong Zihao quickly went over to help his mother massage her shoulders and legs, her thighs in black silk stockings swaying in waves. Zhang Fong then smiled and said, "He will be back at 9 in the evening, and he is looking for someone to arrange it for you right now." Fong Zihao was happy and was thinking about how to beat Wang Ming after becoming a contractor. He couldn't help but hit him a little harder and hit his mother's black stockings thigh right away. Ouch! You damned child, you're going to beat your mother to death. Zhang Fong raised her black silk feet and kicked Fong Zihao, knocking him to the ground. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mom, I was too hard." Fong Zihao hugged the black silk jade feet and kept apologizing. Zhang Fong felt a little uneasy and pulled her foot back, saying, "Don't touch it, it's stinky. It smells so good." Fong Zihao enjoyed it very much. Not to mention Fong Zihao getting scolded, Wang Ming went home in a happy mood after beating Fong Zihao. On the way, he saw someone selling grilled sausages and couldn't help but eat one more. Although I still wanted to eat, I had no money, so I comforted myself, "It's okay, I'll eat one and throw one away when I have money." When he got home, his grandmother had already prepared dinner. Seeing him come back, she greeted him, "Why are you back so late today? Where did you go out again? Hurry up and wash your hands and come eat." Wang Ming's grandmother is a 70-year-old woman. Her grandfather died early in life, and later Wang Ming's parents disappeared. She picked up scraps and raised Wang Ming single-handedly. Perhaps because she works all the time, Grandma Wang Ming is still in good health, though she has a hunchback, which is caused by the pressure of life. Now she is bending over to sort through a pile of junk. Wang Ming dropped his school bag and went to help his grandmother pick out the heavy items. He then deftly stepped on the cardboard boxes to make them easier to take out. "You go eat first, I'll take care of these. You're growing, don't hurt your back. Didn't you say that children have no waste? I made it for you, let's eat together." He was already a contractor, with spiritual energy flowing in his body and much greater strength, and he finished it in no time. Grandma smiled and said, "How come you have so much strength? Just like your father when he was young, he could lift things weighing hundreds of pounds with one hand." "Oh, why are you talking about this? Grandma, let's go wash our hands and have dinner." Wang Ming pushed her to wash her hands, and the two sat together at the dining table. Their dinner was a simple stir-fried cabbage, some pickled vegetables, and 4 steamed buns. Wang Ming could eat more than 3, but if he ate more, his grandmother would have to endure more pain, so he didn't dare to eat as much as he wanted. "Grandma, we won't have to live like this anymore. Your grandson has become successful and can lead you to a good life. Why, you found some money on the road, you should return it to the owner, don't do something shameful." Grandma was an honest person with a clear mind and a bright eye. She had never spilled water on the cardboard when she was selling junk. She just thought her grandson was trying to amuse her and replied casually. Wang Ming ate a steamed bun and said vaguely, "No, I became a contractor, and then I can go to Union University. Then I can take you to live a good life. Grandma, just wait and enjoy it." When Grandma heard this, she was stunned and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the table with a clanging sound. "What?" Chapter 8 News from Parents. Wang Ming looked at his grandmother curiously and chuckled, "Are you really that shocked? With my skills, getting into Union University is a piece of cake, hee hee. Your father also never came back after he graduated from college. Is it necessary for you to go to college? As the grandmother spoke, she began to cry. She was afraid that her grandson would miss her son and would never come back. Wang Ming was silent for a moment. The steamed bun in his hand no longer smelled good. He held the bun blankly. Seeing his grandmother crying sadly, he suddenly smiled and said, "So my parents are just missing. Since you didn't tell me, I thought they were dead. That's good. Maybe they're still alive." Grandma picked up the chopsticks, but she had no intention of eating. She just sighed. Her grandson was sensible and did not grow up to be a bad person even though the family was so poor. She always felt that she was sorry for her grandson. "Grandma, you definitely have to go to college. No matter how many times you want to go, you can't. You know that talent test, right? If you score below 60, you can't go." "Your grandson, I didn't even take the test, I passed directly. You know how talented I am, right? A genius, this is a genius. What beats? We only have pickles at home. Let's have some pickles." Grandma pointed at the pickles and deliberately avoided the previous topic. Grandma suddenly put down her chopsticks and said, "How much does college cost? I haven't even paid back the money I borrowed from relatives last time. My old bones are so useless." Grandma also knew that going to college was a good thing, but because of the burden of the family, her grandson could not go, which made her feel unbearable. "Nana, don't waste it. Eat it first. I'll go find the school leaders to figure out a solution for the tuition. Don't worry about it." Wang Ming persuaded his grandmother by saying that it was a waste of food, and sure enough, his grandmother continued to eat, but she was worried. After eating, the grandfather and grandson sorted out the things that grandma had picked up today, confirmed which ones Wang Ming would take away to sell on the weekend, and then went to bed. Their house was a simple shed made of plastic steel tiles, barely habitable. Picked up scraps were placed outside, and 3 rooms were partitioned off inside. Grandma's room is bigger and can be used for cooking. Wang Ming's room is a small one with a bed, a table, and a wardrobe for storing miscellaneous items. The table and wardrobe were discarded by others. Grandma nailed them together and covered them with a layer of plastic protective paper, so they looked like new. Wang Ming lay on the bed, summoned the system, played with the heart armor, and found that this thing was really useful. It could appear and disappear instantly according to his thoughts. It is as light and thin as a cicada's wing, and you won't feel much when you wear it, but its texture is better than metal and its protective power is amazing. After playing for a while, Wang Ming saw the skill, King's Contempt. The description of this skill sounded a bit like mental oppression, so he didn't delve into it. Before he knew it, it was dawn. Grandma had already gone out to pick up scraps. Wang Ming took the 2 eggs that Grandma had cooked and ran all the way to school. His home was far away, and it usually took him 40 minutes to run there in the morning. But today it only took him more than 10 minutes, which made him feel that being a contractor was really useful. "I should have gotten more sleep. I was too excited last night and slept too late. You must have played too much last night. You don't know the value of youth, and you shed tears in vain when you are old." Zhang Deshang, who was walking over, was Wang Ming's good friend at school. When he heard Wang Ming say this, he immediately started to tease him. "You're kidding. 80 times in one night, even if you cry, I won't." Wang Ming saw that it was him, so he naturally refuted immediately. He couldn't lose on this point. "That's not 3 minutes, you idiot. It's 5 minutes for me." Zhang Deshang answered with a smile, and as he was speaking, the school beauty Lu Zihan also walked over from the side. Usually she would walk past them with an indifferent expression, leaving behind a gust of fragrant breeze. Zhang Deshang thought it would be the same today, but he didn't expect Lu Zihan to take the initiative to greet him. "Good morning, what do you mean 5 minutes? Zhang Deshang blushed, smiled awkwardly and didn't know what to say. Wang Ming laughed heartily, patted his shoulder and said, "You are the real loser, Lu Zihan. If you continue talking to him, he will faint." "Go away, you just fainted. When did you two become so close?" Zhang Deshang saw that Lu Zihan was mainly greeting Wang Ming, and he was immediately confused and shocked. The school belle usually doesn't pay any attention to poor guys like them. Before Lu Zihan could reply, a voice that made people suspect he had been castrated sounded. "Hey, Mr. Fong, why are you here today?" Wang Ming's classmate Qian Chengkai trotted past Wang Ming and came to a car. Fang Zihao slowly opened the door and walked out of the car. He looked arrogant, like a peerless master, but the fat on his body was shaking, which did not match his expression. Mr. Fong, today we are here to provide psychological guidance to students who are less talented. We are going to explain the differences between the two. Someone like you who is a B-level student doesn't need to come. Fong Zihao glanced at him and said calmly, whether I come or not is none of your business. He probably wanted to show his dominance, and his eyes were very arrogant. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Qian Qingsai's face, and he quickly smiled and said, No, I'm just worried about wasting your time practicing. Humph, look at this. Fong Zihao took advantage of his words and suddenly clapped his hands, and saw another person getting out of the car. She was wearing a dark blue uniform skirt, white socks, and small leather shoes. She looked pure and cute, and said with a well-behaved face, Master, do you need me to fight? This battle, Mr. Fong, you are not already a contractor, right? Is this your beast mother? Qian Qingsai's exclamation made him very happy. Seeing that everyone around him looked surprised, Fong Zihao said calmly, No, this is just something my dad asked me to practice with. She's the servant girl in my house, her name is Lin Wei, but she's a real beast girl, and her talent is class C+. At this point, Fong Zihao looked at Lu Zihan with a proud look in his eyes. He had been pursuing Lu Zihan in vain, but yesterday Lu Zihan's talent test showed that he was only a D level, while his father could easily find a C level. From now on, the two of them would be people from two different worlds. Zihan, if you are willing to agree to me now, I can consider using you as my beast girl before level 4. After all, I have liked you for so long. However, you will no longer be able to use me after level 4. By then, I hope you will be obedient and give way to beast girls with better talents. Then I will still treat you well. When the contractor reaches level 4, he can choose to replace the contracted beast girl once without taking any damage. The next opportunity is at level 7. Fong Zihao said this, obviously he had already regarded Lu Zihan as his own. Lu Zihan rolled his eyes, turned around and pulled Wang Ming away, completely ignoring this self-satisfied person. Wang Ming turned around and taunted him, Wait until you find your real father before you come here and show off, ha! Fong Zi shouted proudly, Wang Ming, I want to challenge you. 3 days. In 3 days, I will be the contractor. Let's have a contractor showdown. Idiot, you've read too many novels. Wang Ming shouted as he walked away. The school beauty's hands are so soft, you must be crazy to play a challenge with you. Seeing Fong Zi's arrogance, Lin Wei comforted him, Master, practice the contract on me. Once Mr. Fong finds a beast girl that's suitable for you, you can succeed right away. These schoolmates are from two different worlds, so there's no need to be angry about them. Fong Zihao felt comfortable all of a sudden. He pulled Lin Wei's hand and got into the car, saying, Let's go and study in the car now. Lin Wei got into the car shyly, while Qian Qingsai, who was outside the car, was full of envy and jealousy. He watched the car go away and wished he could be in its place. Hey, why do I just not have talent? He walked towards the classroom in a daze, while Wang Ming and others had already arrived at the classroom, and some seats were empty. Most of the people who came were listless, staring blankly at the table, not knowing what they were thinking. But when they saw Wang Ming coming, a sense of balance of having one more person flashed in their eyes. They are classmates, but since yesterday's talent test, people in the same class have been clearly divided into different classes. Oh, if I had known I didn't have to come, I would have slept a little longer today. Wang Ming sighed. Although he had no talent, he was already a contractor, so naturally he didn't need to come. The principal is supposed to give you training, but you're still lazy. We have some other theoretical classes today. The thoughtful school beauty Lu Zihan reminded Wang Ming not to forget. Hearing her words, the expressions of the people in the classroom, as well as Zhang Deshang who was following them, suddenly changed. Chapter 9 Waiting for you to pick me up. Wang Ming ignored the people in the classroom and went straight to his seat. Lu Zihan thought for a moment and sat next to him in the seat that originally belonged to Zhang Deshang. Zhang Deshang was stunned for a moment, then sat down in front of Wang Ming, then turned around and asked, The principal really wants to give you training? Why? Did you follow the principal yesterday and secretly get an A+ on the test? The other students also hurried over to listen. We all had the same lack of talent, so why should you ask the principal for training? As for what I said, everyone knew that Zhang Deshang was joking and no one took it seriously. Wang Mingxin said, Since you all don't know, then let me tell you. When you go out, you give yourself an identity. Humph, it's more than just AA. You people are truly ignorant. The so-called A, B, C, and D are just classifications for ordinary people. Geniuses among geniuses like me have another level. What level? Zhang Deshang asked impatiently. Lu Zihan also became interested. Could there really be something he didn't know? But yesterday's test clearly showed that he had no talent. Ahem, I'm a little thirsty. Wang Ming pretended to say that the egg was indeed a bit choking. Li Linlin, a female classmate next to me, immediately handed over a bottle of yogurt and said, I have breakfast, you drink it. She has pigtails, a petite figure, a sweet and lovely appearance, and has a good relationship with Wang Ming. Wang Ming took it without hesitation. It tasted okay, so he continued. Did you know that there are levels above the armor class? These levels are not determined by the amount of spiritual energy absorbed, but by the speed of spiritual energy absorption. Everyone was a little confused. Li Linlin urged him in a sweet voice, What speed? Tell me more clearly. Don't worry, I'm a little hungry. Why are you always making trouble? This is my bread for the morning. I don't have an appetite. You can eat it. I have buns here too. I have some cookies here, but I don't have an appetite for them. Wang Ming's table soon had a pile of food. He stuffed the food into his mouth and talked nonsense without any sense of guilt for deceiving his classmates. Let's say we can both absorb 50% of the spiritual energy. You absorb it in 1 minute, and I absorb it in 1 second. Who do you think is better? That must be because you are awesome. Li Linlin said flatteringly. Lu Zihan glanced at her and saw that her entire upper body was almost pressing down on Wang Ming's arm. Wang Ming didn't feel any discomfort, but rather enjoyed it. Humph, probably enjoying yourself, you bastard, you don't consider my feelings at all. What did Li Linlin eat to grow up so big, just like Tsunade? Lu Zihan felt upset, angry, and envious. Zhang Chengkai, however, said, It's all 50%, none of them can become contractors, what's so great about that? Humph, naive. Haven't you heard that hard work pays off? Where there's a will, there's a way. Since you can absorb spiritual energy, it proves that you have the qualifications to become a strong person. The so-called A, B, C, and D are artificially divided levels, not your levels. Let me ask you, if you have enough crystals, even if you can only absorb half, can you still become a contractor and strive for a higher level? It's just a matter of wasting a few more crystals. Wang Ming understood very early on that the levels of A, B, C, and D were intended to concentrate resources on those geniuses and make the most of these crystals to help humans resist the monsters. But it doesn't mean that people below level D cannot become strong. As long as they can absorb spiritual energy, they have the hope of becoming strong. Wait, I can't seem to absorb it at all, so I'm just born ordinary, low class? Screw it, I'm cheating. Zhang Deshang and Shan Shankai, who had rushed back, nodded thoughtfully. Seeing that Huyo had lost his temper, Wang Ming continuing with the previous topic, if you absorb spiritual energy quickly enough, and if Jia Shangtian absorbs 1 piece while you can absorb 10, then he really may not be able to defeat you, right? Of course, the premise is that you have enough crystals. But how can we ordinary people have so many crystals? Li Linlin said with a wry smile. She has a baby face and looks very cute when she looks like this. That depends on whether you are willing to accept the reality that you are just an ordinary person, Zhang Chengkai didn't want to hear this and pressed on, so what level are you at? And what are the levels above level A? The so-called vast universe, the azure sky and earth, above the level of ordinary people is the level of genius. If a genius on the armor level can absorb it within 50 seconds, it is yellow level. 40 seconds, it is Shen level, 30 seconds, earth level, and 20 seconds, it is heaven level. What if it's 10 seconds? Li Linlin also asked. Primordial level, if it's within 5 seconds, then it's cosmic level. I, the humblest person, am a cosmic level genius, hee hee. Zhang Deshang immediately realized that he had been deceived, and punched him in anger. You are really good at talking nonsense, and you are also at the cosmic level. If you are at the cosmic level, then I am at the avenue level. The other students also realized that Wang Ming was playing a trick on them. They were so angry that they wanted to take the food back, but they found that Wang Ming's table was empty. Damn, you're a pig, you finished eating so quickly. The classmates walked away cursing, and Li Linlin finally realized what was happening. Ah, are you kidding me? I thought it was real. There was clearly a lost expression on her face, but she looked at Wang Ming expectantly, holding Wang Ming's arms in her arms, soft and amiable. Wang Ming continued jokingly, "It's true. They don't believe me, so I can't do anything about it. Hiccup, I'm almost full." Hearing this, Li Linlin took out a small, delicate cake from the table and handed it to Wang Mingdao. "This is my lunch, you can have it too. I believe you no matter whether what you say is true or not." "Wang Ming, are you still a human being?" "Linlin, take it back quickly. He's talking nonsense." Lu Zihan was so angry that she wanted to punch Wang Ming, but unfortunately she couldn't hurt Wang Ming. Li Linlin shook her head and said, "I'm a bit stupid, but I believe in you. If you become a contractor, can you help me become a beast girl? After I become a beast girl, even if I don't sign a contract with you, I will listen to you. Is that okay? Why do you have to be a beast mother? Isn't it good to be an ordinary person? I can protect you." Wang Ming asked curiously, and Xian Shankai, who had already walked away, stopped and listened. Li Linlin said, "My dad said I'm too stupid. If I can't be a beast mother for others, sooner or later I'll be tricked into working in the coal mines. I don't want to work in the coal mines." Everyone burst into laughter. Wang Ming slapped the table and said with a smile, okay, I'll see if I can help you. You can take the cake back." "No, I won't be at ease if you don't eat." Li Linlin looked at him eagerly, as if they were going to make a contract. Wang Ming ate the small cake in a few bites. Li Linlin then smiled, let go of Wang Ming's arm, sat back in her seat, and turned around to glance at Wang Ming from time to time. After Qian Shankai laughed, he thought of Fang Zihao's expression towards him in the morning, and suddenly he felt a little bored. He had served him like a eunuch for 3 years, wasn't it just because he hoped he could help him? As a result, when the talent test came out, no one thought of helping him at all, not even a verbal promise. Qian Shankai thought about his parents who went out early and came back late every day and worked 2 jobs, and thought about how the family had not had a meal together for a long time, and his mood suddenly calmed down. Yeah, it's nice to be an ordinary person. I don't have to worry about dying on the battlefield fighting monsters at any time. He had no interest in listening to the lectures the whole day, and when he got home in the evening he would sit on the sofa in the living room, waiting for his parents to come home. "Shankai, why are you sitting here? Are you feeling unwell?" Mom has asked, and if you have 500,000, you can buy medicine to improve your talent. You have 55%, so there is still a chance. His mother came back at around 2 in the morning and just sat there without turning on the light, fearing that he would be upset. As he was talking, his father came back and said, "Yeah, I can't get any more tired. I'll go work as a designated driver at night. 2 hours of sleep a day is enough." Qian Shankai stood up, reached out to hug his parents and said, "No need, Mom and Dad, I'm fine being an ordinary person. You're too tired, take a break. Shankai, if you become an ordinary person, you won't be able to find a good job, and no girl will be willing to marry you. What will you do when you get old?" Qian Shankai said calmly with a smile, "Then I will sit here like I did when I was a child, waiting for you to pick me up." Chapter 10, Beast Girl's Fighting Style. Wang Ming and Lu Zihan waited until the class was over and then went to the principal's office. Although Lu Zihan didn't say it explicitly, she came today because her mother wanted her to get in touch with Mei Xuan. The reason is very legitimate. As a beast girl contracted by Wang Ming, she naturally has to cooperate with him in learning so that she can grow faster. The principal's office door was open. Mei Xuan had changed into a white suit and was sitting at her desk, writing something. Her explosive figure was still eye-catching, but Wang Ming didn't dare to look at her any longer. He just knocked on the door and said, "Teacher, are you busy? I'll wait for you downstairs." "Just finished, let's go to the training room." "Hey, Zihan is here too, just in time." Mei Xuan stood up. The huge truth oppressed the two of them. Lu Zihan lowered her head unconsciously. No woman could raise her head in front of her. Becoming a contractor is only the first step. To enter the Alliance University, you also need to have a tacit understanding with your beast girl. That's what I'm going to teach you today. Mei Xuan was also wearing a pair of white pointed high heels and gray tights, and she explained to Wang Ming as she walked. Wang Ming looked down at the pair of beautiful legs and listened to her story. An inexplicable thought flashed through his mind: what kind of strong man could make a contract with a beast girl like the teacher? Before I knew it, I arrived at the training room, which is a room of about 80 square meters, filled with various equipment. Some of them Wang Ming could name, like the force gauge, anti-fall mat, fighting puppet, etc., but some he had never seen before. It was obvious that this training room was not accessible to ordinary students. Lu Zihan followed beside him, her eyes filled with curiosity and nervousness. She unconsciously pinched the corner of her skirt, fearing that she would not perform well. Zihan, turn into a beast girl first and let me see what type you are. Lu Zihan agreed and mumbled something in his mouth. Then horns gradually grew on his head and his body became stronger than before. The fitted skirt and top turned into a bodysuit, causing her to cover her face shyly and look at Wang Ming. He's your contractor, what are you afraid of? When the fight gets intense, even those who are naked will be included. You should get used to it as soon as possible. Fighting monsters is not just playing house. Mei Xueyan suddenly reprimanded Lu Zihan harshly. Lu Zihan put down his hand in grievance and almost dropped his little pearl. Okay, I can't be too harsh on you for the first time. Judging from your appearance, you should be a power-type beast girl like the black-horned bull. You'll have to endure a lot of hard training in the future. Wang Ming asked curiously, power-type, are there other types of beast girls? Of course, there are also agile types like the ghost cat and scarlet flame rabbit, flying types like the gray goshawk and black sky crane, and deep water types like the triangle fish and half-body fish. Different beast girls have different abilities, and naturally, different fighting methods. Mei Xueyan stood beside Lu Zihan, gently touching her horns and said, Wang Ming, if you were to command Lu Zihan to fight, what would you do? Wang Ming was not in a hurry to answer. After thinking for a moment, he asked, who is the opponent? What are his abilities? It's unknown, and you need to explore it yourself. Just like me, if I want to kill you, how will you deal with me? When Wang Ming heard this, his heart moved, and Lu Zihan suddenly bent down uncontrollably and rushed towards Mei Xueyan. As a black-horned bull, her most effective means of attack at present is, of course, her horns. Ha, not bad, such high level of cooperation after just signing the contract, and good timing too. Mei Xueyan pushed Lu Zihan up nonchalantly, but there was some admiration in her eyes. Then she jumped in front of Wang Ming, lifted her high heels slightly, and pressed the heels against Wang Ming's throat. How can you just stand there? Aren't you just waiting to get beaten? Wang Ming had no time to react before he saw beautiful legs wrapped in gray stockings stretched out in front of him, followed by the smell of size 42 feet. Hiss, I get it. Wang Ming first did a top lung pass, then took 2 steps back to create some distance and ran towards Lu Zihan. Lu Zihan had nothing to do. When he saw Wang Ming coming, he immediately understood what he was going to do and rushed towards Wang Ming. The moment the two came into contact, the spiritual energy in Wang Ming's body quickly rushed towards Lu Zihan, and Lu Zihan's body instantly grew 3 times larger. Both the muscles on his body and the black horns on his head looked more powerful. Then Lu Zihan lowered his head again and attacked Mei Xueyan, still with a brutal collision. Mei Xueyan sneered disdainfully, apart from their tacit understanding, there's really nothing else to recommend them. Hey, teacher, your feet are so smelly. I almost fainted just now. Wang Ming's shout suddenly rang out, attracting Mei Xueyan's attention. A diversion? A little trick. Mei Xueyan was angry but not fooled. She pushed Lu Zihan away again and then flashed to let Wang Ming taste the white high heels. Wang Ming raised his hands and said, wait, if you surrender, you lose half. Mei Xueyan's raised leg stopped in midair, and she sneered, it's too late to beg for mercy now. No, now is the perfect time. The school beauty hit her. Wang Ming suddenly hugged Mei Xueyan's gray silk thighs, restricting her movements, and called out Lu Zihan. Lu Zihan lived up to expectations and rushed over at the fastest speed. His sharp black horns flashed a bloodthirsty glow under the light. If Mei Xueyan and Wang Ming were at the same level, they would definitely be dead by now, but Mei Xueyan is only at level 6. She exerted a little force and pressed down with one leg, instantly forcing Wang Ming, who was taking advantage of her, to half kneel on the ground. Then she swung her long legs and collided with Lu Zihan, who was rushing over. Ouch, that hurts, teacher, please be gentler. You deserve it. You dare to take advantage of me. But you have a good fighting talent. I was right about you. Mei Xueyan lifted their hands, and the two of them felt themselves being lifted up by a force. Beast girls have a variety of fighting styles. Some require cooperation from their contractors, while others don't. Zihan is a typical solo beast girl. Your innovative ability to attack together with her is pretty good, but it's too risky. You may not know that after the beast girl contract, her ability to withstand attacks and recovery ability are twice as much as when she is alone. The reason is that she can share the strength of the contractor, and the contractor will become weak accordingly. Therefore, many contractors will not fight in person. This is not only to protect the contractor, but also to ensure the fighting power of the beast girl. I hope you can remember this. It is best not to use it in battle with strange beasts, as you did today. Lu Zihan looked at Wang Ming with emotion. Wang Ming didn't care too much and just quietly felt the touch of the gray silk thigh. Mei Shuiyan assumed he had understood and continued, "Next, I will teach you some basic combat knowledge. Zhou Tian has an opportunity to fight a level 1 alien beast. I want you to participate and defeat it." What? I just became a contractor and I have to fight against strange beasts? What are you afraid of if it's a captive? Besides, how can a student of mine, Mei Laohu, be a useless person who can't fight? Mei Shuiyan crossed her arms and looked at him with disdain, as if she was disappointed in him. Mei Laohu? Teacher, this. Mei Shuiyan slapped him on the head and said angrily, "I think you have too much free time. Go and do 100 frog jumps for me." Chapter 11 Mother and Daughter's Invitation. Lu Zihan lay on the ground panting, not looking like a lady at all. Her JK skirt was torn into pieces due to her beast transformation, and her big toe was sticking out of the black stockings on her feet, looking white and tender. Wang Ming laughed at her and said, "You are a school beauty, but you can't even wear your socks properly." Lu Zihan said weakly, "Stand up and laugh at me again." Wang Ming didn't have the strength to move his fingers. He lay flat on the ground in a tie shape. The ground was soaked with sweat. Except for his tough words, everything else was soft. Mei Shuiyan smiled and shook her head, looking down at them and said, "That's all for today. You guys can rest and go back early. I'll be leaving first. Goodbye, teacher." Wang Ming watched her long gray silk legs walk away, but she stopped at the door again, showing a sly smile and said, "By the way, although you are all adults, you are a single man and a single woman, so please don't do anything weird." After saying that, Mei Shuiyan walked away laughing. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming looked at Lu Zihan beside him. The girl had her eyes closed, sweat dripping from her forehead, her face was pink after exercise, and the fragrance mixed with sweat kept coming into Wang Ming's nose. Wang Ming could hear Lu Zihan's rapid breathing due to overwork. He swallowed and felt even more tired. "Hey, you're not going to take advantage of someone's misfortune, are you?" Although Lu Zihan was too tired to move, he seemed to feel that Wang Ming's breathing had become more rapid. Wang Ming closed his eyes and ignored her. He was so tired that he was powerless. Ha ha ha. Lu Zihan felt more relaxed than ever before and fell asleep in a trance. After resting for a while, Wang Ming felt less tired, so he stood up and prepared to go home. If he stayed too late, his grandmother would worry. The campus beauty is gone. Lu Zihan didn't respond. Wang Ming moved closer to her and saw a strand of hair on her forehead stuck to it because of sweat. Her nose was snoring softly, but her delicate face still looked so beautiful at this moment. "You really trust me? Hey, wake up, wake up." Pa, Wang Ming slapped her face and told her to get up. The fragrance he smelled made him a little distracted. Lu Zihan had probably never been so tired before, but even so he still slept soundly. Wang Ming, out of a sense of humor, pinched the beautiful school beauty's nose to see how long she could endure it. "Ah, well, what are you doing?" Lu Zihan woke up from suffocation after just a few seconds. Her eyes were clear, without the confusion of just waking up. "Your snoring is disturbing me, get up and go." "Humph, you don't understand romance." In fact, Lu Zihan woke up as soon as Wang Ming took the photo of her, but she just pretended to be asleep, expecting a romantic kiss like in a fairy tale. However, Wang Ming looked like a fool. This made Lu Zihan angry. He stood up, put on his leather shoes, put on his coat and walked out. Hey, why are you running so fast?" Wang Ming chased after him, and the two of them arrived at the school gate laughing and joking. Lu Xinyi's car was parked on the side of the road, waiting to pick up her daughter and take her home. When she saw Wang Ming playing with her daughter, a smile flashed in her eyes. "It's great to be young. Mom, how long have you been here?" Lu Zihan saw her mother from afar and trotted over. She was dirty and smelled a little. Lu Xinyi frowned and said, "Hey, it stinks. Go back and wash it." Lu Zihan blushed and said to Wang Ming, "He stinks even more than me." Wang Ming nodded indifferently and said to his other beast girl Lu Xinyi, "I was worried it would be unsafe for her to go back alone. Just come pick her up. I'm leaving now. The teacher said there will be an opportunity to fight against strange beasts this weekend, and asked you to come too." Lucini wore a purple silk top, a black hip skirt with black tights, and strappy sandals. Upon hearing this, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. What a good child. It's not bad to be your beast mother. I'll go there on the weekend, but as for the battle, I'm afraid you and Zihan will have to come. She's young and hasn't suffered much, so you have to take care of her. I'll leave it to you as an aunt. Mom, I don't need him to take care of me. Lu Zihan shook her mother's arm and acted coquettishly, but was pushed away by Lucini without a trace, because she disliked the smell on her body. By the way, come to my house for dinner on Saturday so we can get to know each other. Although I'm not very good at fighting, I've lived a few years longer than you guys, so maybe I can help you with something. Wang Ming frowned and said, I might have to do a part-time job on Saturday, so? Humph, you're still picking it. Mom is kind enough to treat you to a meal. It's up to you to go or not. Mom, let's go. Han in. Lucini scolded, then turned to Wang Mingdao. I'm sorry, I've spoiled her. If you're not free that Saturday, I'll pick you up tomorrow, Friday night, after you finish training. Tell your family in advance and don't let them worry. Her words were suggestive. She was not asking Wang Ming a question, but helping Wang Ming make arrangements. This speaking skill was more conducive to her achieving her goal. Wang Ming was young after all, so he didn't pay much attention to these things. Thinking that he had nothing to do tomorrow, he nodded and said, Then tomorrow night, I'll leave first. Hey, get in the car. I'll take you home. It's not safe for you to walk alone this late at night. Lucini grabbed Wang Ming, and the smell of sweat from Wang Ming's body also rushed into her mouth and nose. It was the same sweat smell, but she disliked it when it came from her daughter, but she thought it smelled good when it came from Wang Ming. She even took the opportunity to pull Wang Ming into the car and came closer to smell it twice, as if some genes in her body drove her to do so. Wang Ming was pulled into the car, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although these two were his beast girls, his poor life since childhood made him feel somewhat inferior. Lucini was like a kind older sister next door. She chatted with him about family matters while driving, which quickly made him relax. So your grandmother is the only one at home. You're such a poor kid. No wonder you're so precocious and have to work part-time on weekends to help support the family. Wang Ming felt unhappy when he heard this. He didn't feel sorry for himself, nor did he need the mercy of such a superior, not to mention that the person who spoke was just his beast mother. He did not answer, but looked at Lucini, who was driving, with a scrutinizing look. At first glance, she was a pampered rich lady with fair and well-maintained skin. There wasn't much muscle in her arms. As she said, she was not good at fighting. But there is no doubt that she is a beauty, which is in line with the saying that the old A8 is still A8. Time has not left many traces on her. Whether it is her curvy figure or her exquisite makeup, it shows the owner's inner richness. She is not a woman who is content with being ordinary. Wang Ming calmed down and said calmly, I remember that as a beast girl, it is my duty to fight with the contractor. You are my beast girl, right? Lucini glanced at him sideways in surprise. She thought she had completely mastered this big boy, but she never expected that in just a few minutes, he adjusted his mindset and was planning to make a request to her. Of course, Auntie is your beast girl, but Auntie is not good at fighting. If you let Auntie fight, Xiao Ming, I'm afraid it will hurt me and you. In that case, how do you plan to make it up to me? If the beast girl doesn't fulfill her obligations, according to the laws of the alliance, I can let you remain in the beast form forever. Do you like your beast form? Wang Ming didn't respond with words like Auntie or Xiao Ming, which clearly showed an attempt to use seniority to suppress others. Instead, he used words like you and me to make clear her identity as a beast girl. Hey, don't push your luck. My mom said she'd treat you to a meal and help you. How else are you going to make it up to her? Oh, you don't want money, do you? You are indeed a poor guy, huh? As soon as these words were spoken, Lucini felt something was wrong. Young people have strong self-esteem and cannot stand such stimulation. Sure enough, Wang Ming said, Stop the car. Lucini knew that things were getting a little out of control, so she held on and didn't stop, but instead tried to persuade Wang Ming. Zihan, apologize to your classmate. When did I ever teach you such uneducated words? Xiao Ming, let me apologize to you on her behalf. Stop the car, or I'll turn you into a beast right now and we'll all be finished. Wang Ming spoke in a firm tone, his eyes filled with an inviolable majesty. Lucini could only park the car on the side of the road. Wang Ming got out of the car and said before closing the door, You will remain in beast form tonight. This is your punishment. Remember that. Bang, the car door closed. Lucinda was stunned when she heard it, and then she felt the spiritual energy in her body churning. In the blink of an eye, 2 horns appeared on her head, and her whole body size increased many times. The silk shirt that originally fit her was instantly torn, and her arms became 4 or 5 times thicker. She could no longer fit in the car seat. Lucinda hurriedly looked in the mirror. Her face was also becoming more like a cow's, which was close to a state of complete bestiality. It was obvious that Wang Ming was determined to teach them a lesson. Lu Zihan in the back row was even more severely beastified. Not only did her head turn into a bull's head with horns, her limbs also turned into bull hooves, and the black stockings on her legs almost turned into striped socks. She was scared to tears, but she made a loud moo. Lucinda was shocked and didn't care about anything else. She hurried down to chase Wang Ming, but she never expected that Wang Ming had already disappeared. Xiao Ming, come out. Auntie knows you're still around. Auntie apologizes to you on her behalf. Please help us untie it. Auntie still has to go to work. Naturally, no one responded. Lucinda shouted for a while, but when she saw someone coming, she was afraid of being embarrassed by being seen, so she had to get in the car quickly. It's over. My husband will be back tonight. How can I face him like this? Lu Zihan made anxious mooing sounds. The mother and daughter are closely connected, which made Lucinda feel heartbroken. Mom knows it's ugly, just bear with it for now. He said it would be tonight, but it should be better tomorrow. Don't be afraid if it's better tomorrow. Who told you to provoke him? A poor boy like that needs to be coaxed into coming. You, Wang Ming hid in the dark, thinking that the mother and daughter really had the same idea, and he really couldn't let them look down on him. While thinking, he chose a small road and hurried home, otherwise his grandmother would be waiting anxiously. Chapter 12, Strange Beast Ear Mouse. Wang Ming looked at the abandoned construction site in front of him. If he went over there, it would take another 5 or 6 minutes to reach where he lived. He was stepping on gravel and cement blocks, and was about to climb over the 2-meter-high wall when he suddenly saw a black shadow flying towards him out of the corner of his eye. Wang Ming kicked the wall and somersaulted in the air to the ground. When he looked up, he saw a monster with a rabbit head and a rat appearance, with wings on its back. The monster was only 1 foot in size and as fast as the wind. Seeing that its first attack missed, it immediately changed direction and flew over again. After intense training, Wang Ming's physical strength had not yet fully recovered. He was unable to dodge in time and the monster tore the clothes on his left arm and took away some flesh. Hiss! He covered his arm and ran into the abandoned building, where there was just enough shelter. The monster followed like a shadow, chewed the flesh in its mouth for a few times, and pounced again. Wang Ming grabbed a handful of gravel and threw it at the monster. The monster only flew half a meter into the air and dodged the attack. Chirp! The monster let out a cry, flapped its wings, and came in front of Wang Ming, grabbing his neck with its sharp claws. Wang Ming was startled and didn't care about his image. He rolled over on the spot and took the blow with his butt. Fortunately, his butt was thick and only the skin was scratched. What the fuck is this? Wang Ming cursed as he rolled into the unfinished building. The monster seemed afraid to enter the building, squeaking at the door but not going in. Wang Ming finally caught his breath. He saw that although there was no one in the room, there was a bed. He guessed that someone was still living there, so he hurried over to feel around to see if there were any tools. There was nothing there except a flashlight, a half-drunk box of milk, a bottle of water, and a rotten quilt. He picked up the flashlight and it actually worked. He waved it outside a few times and saw the monster clearly. A first-level exotic beast, the ear mouse. How did this thing get into the city? Wang Ming was so frightened that the ear mouse was a little afraid of light. It quickly avoided the flashlight beam, but could not bear to throw away the blood food in its mouth. It wandered outside, not daring to come in or leave. Wang Ming recalled the introduction of the ear mouse and vaguely remembered that it was afraid of fire, light, and was fast, but he had no other impression. The flashlight isn't strong enough, and the ear mouse is fast. We need to think of a solution. He kept searching the ground, hoping to find something like a lighter, but obviously he couldn't get what he wanted. The ear mouse seemed to realize that the building posed no threat to him, but he didn't like the light from the flashlight, so he actually tried to fly inside. When Wang Ming heard the noise, he quickly shone his flashlight on it. The ear mouse retreated a little in fear, but this time it seemed to have adapted a little, and it tried to move forward again, facing the light. Wang Ming's muscles were tense and his arms were covered in blood, but he didn't care to deal with it. When he glanced at the milk for the last time, he suddenly remembered the short video he had watched, and his heart moved. I saw him pour a little milk into a mineral water bottle, shake it with the water, and then turn off the flashlight. When the ear mouse saw that the light was gone, it immediately flapped its wings and pounced towards Wang Ming. This time it was determined to get the blood meal for tonight. Wang Ming was extremely nervous. He put the flashlight against the top of the mineral water bottle and was extremely nervous. When the ear mouse was only 30 centimeters away from him, Wang Ming moved. He suddenly turned on the flashlight, and the light shone through the mineral water mixed with milk, emitting a light several times stronger than before. The ear mouse was caught off guard, and its wings quickly covered its eyes, and its whole body fell down unconsciously. Wang Ming was overjoyed when he saw this. He threw away the flashlight and mineral water bottle and grabbed the eared mouse by the neck. This strange beast is very fast and difficult to catch. However, its neck is its weak point. If its weak point is caught, the ear mouse will make a loud chirping sound. Wang Ming was just afraid of being bitten. He thought the ear mouse could not bite the back of his neck, but he accidentally caught an ear mouse alive. Considering that the ear mouse moved quickly and wanted to bite him from time to time, Wang Ming pinched its wings with his other hand and then held them both in one hand. Then he took out his phone, thought for a moment and called his teacher Mei Shuai in. "Hey, teacher, let me tell you, I'm so cool. I captured a strange beast alive." "Ha, you're just bragging." Mei Shuai didn't believe it at all. "What are you bragging about? It's right here in my hand. Come here quickly. I have no strength left. Bring the rope and the cage." "Okay, just wait, if you dare to lie to me, you're dead." Wang Ming then gave the address, and soon Mei Shuai drove over in a luxury car, a Panamera. She seemed to be in a hurry. She was still wearing a suspender pajamas inside, but she put on a thin coat on the outside, which made her look more seductive. Seeing that Wang Ming had really caught the ear mouse alive, Mei Shuai was surprised and asked, "How did you catch it? This thing is so slippery. Many people want to keep it as a pet." Wang Ming's arm was still bleeding, but he said smugly, "Don't you see who I am? Student." Wang Ming changed his words at the right time and added a few words, which made Mei Shuai feel much more comfortable. She thought the ear mouse was dirty and didn't want to do it herself, so she took out an exquisite little cage from the car and motioned Wang Ming to throw the ear mouse in. Wang Ming pushed the eared mouse in and immediately closed the cage door, but the eared mouse almost bit his hand. "You bastard, you still want to bite me? I think you are getting carried away again." Wang Ming slapped the cage, and the ear mouse chirped to express its anger. "Now can you tell me how you did it?" Wang Ming picked up the mineral water bottle and the flashlight, and just after showing them for a second, he heard Mei Shuai say, "I see. The Daddington effect makes the light even brighter. I didn't realize you had such quick wits." Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, then realized, so this is called the Daddington effect. "I just remember it saving energy and making things brighter." Mei Shuai didn't want to pay attention to this uneducated guy, but she felt sorry for his family situation, so she took this opportunity to speak directly. "This ear mouse is a rare creature. It's worth a lot of money if sold in the market. If you trust me, I'll take it for 100,000 yuan. If not, you can leave it with me and find a pet store to sell it to yourself. If the teacher likes it, then just take it. As a student, I still have some filial piety. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not." Wang Ming waved his hand without hesitation, but the wound on his arm hurt, and he couldn't help but cover his arm. Mei Shuai only then noticed the injury on his arm and frowned. "Kid, why do you always like to show off? I'll take you to the hospital." "No, I won't go. This is just a minor injury that will heal soon." Wang Ming said this and was about to leave. Mei Shuai thought about it and realized that Wang Ming felt that he had no money, so she grabbed him, took him to her car, sat him down, and sat in the driver's seat. "Come to my house and the teacher will bandage you up as a token of my gratitude." Wang Ming didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. Mei Shuai's home is a large 280 square meter flat where she lives alone. The decoration is simple and low-key, without any unnecessary decorations. She bandaged Wang Ming in a few strokes, then flicked his forehead and said angrily, "Don't be so stubborn next time. If you have any problems, go find the teacher." Wang Ming looked at the ripples and was stunned for a moment. The young man's vigorous blood almost caused the wound to burst open again. Mei Shuai didn't care. She put a card in his hand and taught him, "Today, I will tell you something. There is no reward without merit, but at the same time, a generous gift should be rewarded generously. Take this 100,000 yuan, otherwise you can take this thing back with you." Wang Ming felt a pang in his heart, but he immediately laughed exaggeratedly. "Ah, the teacher wants to support me, such a small thing is worth 100,000. Maybe it's even more than that," Mei Shuiyan said slowly, and took out her mobile phone to show him the online price. Wang Ming couldn't help swallowing when he saw that a white-eared mouse was sold at a high price of 880,000 yuan. "What do you think? If you regret it, you can take it away," Mei Shuiyan said seductively, her eyes full of teasing. Wang Ming shook his head decisively and said, "Teacher treats me with sincerity, how can I be mean to him? This little thing is a gift, so it is a gift, but I am really short of money. Consider this 100,000 yuan as a loan from you, and I will definitely pay it back later." Mei Shuiyan raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect this boy to be so strong-willed. She put the card in Wang Ming's palm and liked him more. "You stay here tonight and recuperate. I'll take you to school tomorrow." "Thank you, teacher, but my grandma is still waiting for me and I don't want to make her worry." "Okay, I'll take you back then." Mei Shuiyan did not force him to stay. Being able to keep him for one night was already her bottom line. This time there was no accident and Mei Shuiyan sent Wang Ming to his doorstep. "Is this your home?" So simple. The king of trash. My classmates are all used to calling him that. It's only in the past 2 years that I've become stronger and stronger that no one dares to call me that. Wang Ming's grandmother came out from the darkness and shouted sternly, "Where have you been playing again? If you don't come back so late at night, I will beat you to death." She slapped Wang Ming without any pain, more out of concern than blame, and Wang Ming cooperated by pretending to scream. "Ouch, ouch, stop hitting me, my teacher is still here." Mei Shuiyan was shocked. She hadn't even noticed where the old man came from. Chapter 13, Husband and Wife Quarrel. When Grandma Wang Ming heard her grandson shouting that the teacher was there, she didn't care about him and greeted the tall Mei Shuiyan. She tilted her head back, and with great effort, she managed to see Mei Shuiyan clearly, and said with a smile, "Teacher, you are so great. Thank you for your hard work. This naughty boy of mine is really a bother to you. Give him a beating and a punishment if he deserves it." Mei Shuiyan saw that she was just an ordinary old woman, without any spiritual energy, and thought that she didn't care, so she smiled faintly and said, "No, since it's delivered, I'll go back first. Hey, the teacher is leaving now. Come in and have a glass of water." Grandma tried to persuade him to stay, but Wang Ming didn't care and said, "Goodbye, teacher." Mei Shuiyan left without looking back, and the sports car left the place where the junk was piled with a buzzing sound. "Grandma, we're rich now. I caught a strange beast. The teacher said it's worth 100,000 yuan. Wang Ming said excitedly. Grandma's face changed, she grabbed Wang Ming's wrist and asked harshly, "What strange beast? What money did the teacher give you just now?" "Don't worry, Grandma. This is the teacher. Her name is Ear Mouse. I looked it up online and it's really worth a lot of money. The teacher didn't give it to us out of pity. And I said I was borrowing it from the teacher and I would return it to her later." Grandma heard this and confirmed again with disbelief. "Don't lie to me, you bastard. I sold my kidney and blood to support your college education. Don't go down the wrong path." In her eyes, there was no opposition to others pitying her, but rather a fear that her grandson would not be able to resist the temptation and take shortcuts. She had seen many young and strong men turned into useless people under the abuse of those rich people. What crooked path? Wang Ming was stunned. "I'm already injured, and you still don't believe it? Hey, your arm, come inside and let me take a look." Since the eldest grandson was injured, the grandmother didn't care about it anymore and took him into the house in a hurry with heartache. Although the grandmother and grandson were poor, they had a great relationship. On the other hand, Lu Xini and her daughter Lu Zihan were unhappy. Lu Zihan just kept crying and eventually pissed off Lu Xini. "Cry, cry, cry, all you do is cry. Who told you to be so talkative just now? You're such an adult, but you can't even respect others and judge the situation? How could I raise such a useless daughter like you? Moo, moo." Lu Zihan was stunned by the scolding. He called out weakly twice but didn't dare to refute. The mother and daughter hid in the car and did not dare to go out easily even though they had driven to the bottom of their community building. It was just because the street lights were still on. This was an upscale residential area where the people living there were either rich or noble. If they discovered that she and her daughter were in this state, they would have no reason to live. I remember the street lights weren't supposed to turn off at 12 o'clock. Why are they still on at 2 o'clock? Lucindy really couldn't wait any longer. If she accidentally fell asleep, she wouldn't be able to go out during the day. Seeing that there was no one around, she softly called her daughter, opened the car door like a thief, and ran home quickly. The mother and daughter both had pointed horns on their heads, and their heads vaguely looked like bull heads. Fortunately, Lucindy's hands and feet were normal, but Lu Zihan's feet had turned into hooves, and he fell every 3 steps when he walked. He had no choice but to use both his hands and feet. As luck would have it, Lucindy saw a night jogger coming from afar. She recognized the figure, Mrs. Liang, the most gossipy woman upstairs. She was wearing a green fluorescent night running suit, a small red vest that swayed in front of her chest, tight sports shorts, bare long legs, purple sneakers with white socks, and she was running towards the side while listening to music. Lucindy was frightened and quickly found a green belt to hide in. Lu Zihan followed closely behind, but his hands and feet were clumsy and his clothes were torn in many ways. Lucindy felt her heartbeat at 180 beats per minute. She could sense that her daughter was also very frightened and her breathing had stopped. Mrs. Liang was so engrossed in music that she didn't notice 2 familiar beast-like figures squatting in the roadside green belt. Just as she was about to pass, Lu Zihan's hoof touched some child's toy, making a crisp musical sound. Dad's dad is called Grandpa. Mrs. Liang was startled and quickly took 2 steps away and shouted towards the green belt. Who? Let me tell you, there are a lot of security here. Someone will come right over once I shout. Lucindy felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Her brain was working rapidly, but she had no good ideas. It is absolutely impossible to go out. Lu Zihan, however, had a quick wit. She simply transformed herself into a beast more completely. Her head became that of a black bull, and with 2 big black horns, she pounced towards Mrs. Liang. Mrs. Liang was already scared, and when she suddenly saw a big black bull coming towards her, she fainted on the spot. Lu Zihan pulled his mother out and took the opportunity to run home. Fortunately, she didn't meet anyone along the way. When she returned home, Lucindy touched her back and found it was covered with cold sweat caused by nervousness. She looked at her daughter, whose torso was still human, with many green leaves on her hair and body, looking dirty and smelly. She couldn't help but feel sad and hugged her daughter and cried. Why are we mother and I so miserable? Lu Zihan had been trying hard to hold back her tears, but now she couldn't help herself and cried along with her mother. In comparison, Lucindy is slightly better. Her face is a little more cow-like, and although her body has become much stronger, it is still basically human. When they were tired of crying, they took a shower and changed their clothes, then sat on the sofa, without turning on the lights, looking at each other worriedly. When Li Yuming came back, he saw 2 pairs of bull horns in the moonlight and was so scared that he dropped his briefcase. What? What? His voice was trembling. Lucindy knew that her husband was level 3 and was afraid that he would subconsciously hurt herself and her daughter, so she quickly said, It's us, husband. Li Yuming calmed down a bit after hearing the familiar voice. He quickly turned on the light to see that it was indeed his wife. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, How did this guy suddenly transform into a beast? He looked to the other side, his eyes somewhat incredulous, and said, Could this be Hanin? Lu Zihan now looked like a calf, completely different from the sweet and lovely image he had in mind, who always called Dad. He unconsciously took a step back. Seeing this, Lucindy's heart skipped a beat and she quickly asked her daughter to go back to her room to sleep. Hanin, go to sleep first. Mom will be in with you later. Lu Zihan still wanted to get closer to his father, but after hearing this, he could only go back, looking back every few steps. Li Yuming saw his daughter come in, then frowned and asked, What's going on? With disgust and confusion in his eyes, he looked at his wife who had become stronger, and he secretly laughed at her in his heart like a fat pig. Lucindy had been married to him for many years and understood his thoughts. She said coldly, Can't you see that? Zihan and I have been contracted by someone else? They think we're disobedient and want to punish us. Li Yuming's face changed and he growled in a low voice, One is not enough, and you want a second one? Let me tell you, your father died a long time ago, and no one will help you this time. Oh, you're willing to be a cuckold and let your boss come? What does it have to do with my dad? Don't think I don't know your thoughts. You think I'm dirty, but I think you're disgusting. You're small and soft. You're not a man. Li Yuming was so angry that he wanted to come over and hit her. He was not tall and this was the most taboo thing in his life. Why was his surname Li and his daughter's surname Lu? Now that his wife had said it to his face, he couldn't help but be angry. You can hit me today. After that, I'll go to your workplace and cause trouble tomorrow. You still want to be a deputy minister? I think you can only dream of being one. Li Yuming's hand stopped in the air, and after a long silence, he put it down. He sighed heavily, sat on the sofa and said, Hey, forget about you, but how come Hanin is also under contract? How do you manage to be a mother? Lu Xini felt sad when she heard that. What did she mean by forget it? She felt disheartened and replied casually. Oh, I'm awesome. I was able to contract 2 beast girls, mother and daughter, at once. Unlike you couldn't even successfully contract one. Li Yuming stood up suddenly and raised his voice unconsciously. What? The same person? This is too much, too much. Who is it? I will kill him, I must kill him. Chapter 14, The Hongmen Banquet. Lu Xini sneered and said, Kill him, kill him and let us mother and daughter be buried with him? Then you can find a new one? Getting promoted, getting rich, and then losing your wife, Li Yuming, you really are dreaming. Li Yuming frowned and said, What nonsense are you talking about? How can the beast girl die with the contractor? At most, she will be injured and need to recuperate. Oh, it's different, completely different. He's young and promising, not a loser like you. He's contracted with 2 people at the same time. The rule you mentioned doesn't apply to him. If he dies, we will definitely die. Li Yuming seemed to have just grasped the key point. He looked into his wife's eyes and it didn't seem like she was lying. You mean? He's not even at level 4 yet and he's already contracted 2 at the same time? How is that possible? That's right. You just turned 19 and became a contractor 2 days ago. Your wife and daughter are both his beast girls. How could this be false? Li Yuming was furious, feeling that the world was so unfair. He had an extraordinary talent, but he could never become a contractor. And for his own future, he gave his beautiful wife to. He finally got his revenge, killed his former boss, and rescued his wife. I didn't expect that now it happened to my daughter, and both mother and daughter became someone else's beast mother. He knew that beast girls had a certain degree of autonomy, and that becoming a contractor did not mean he could do whatever he wanted to them. But this feeling still made him very unhappy. If he knew that Wang Ming relied on the system contract and could really do whatever he wanted, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. At this moment, Li Yuming was burning with anger. Looking at the man's sturdy figure and the face that had become boring over the years, he couldn't help but feel more disgusted. He pushed Lu Xini away and said coldly, How disgusting. What else can you say besides these disgusting words? Yes, I can't contract a beast girl. You are no better than me. The contractors die one after another. This is the 4th one. You are a jinx. As the saying goes, the stab from the closest person hurts the most. Lu Xini was so angry after hearing this that she broke down and slashed towards Li Yuming's face with her long nails. Who are you calling a jinx? I'm going to fight you, you bastard. I'm not even you. For the sake of my daughter, you actually said that to me. Forget it. Li Yuming was caught off guard. Although he had level 3 strength, he was left with 3 long and red nail marks on his neck. It seemed that they could not be covered up. Crazy woman, are you sick? Li Yuming stood up and kicked Lu Xini in the stomach. Lu Xini was not strong and had not exercised much, so she cried out in anger and fell backwards, hitting the coffee table with a bang. You hit me, you bastard, how dare you hit me? Lu Xini didn't have the slightest bit of ladylike demeanor. She held her stomach and lay on the ground, howling and cursing Li Yuming. Creaking, Lu Zihan heard the sound and pushed the door open. He saw his father with a furious look on his face and his mother lying on the ground holding her stomach, obviously having suffered a great injustice. She just thought that her father was angry with her mother, so she rushed over and hugged her mother Lu Xini. Moo, moo, moo. She couldn't speak and was so anxious that tears came to her eyes. Lu Xini held her in her arms and said, I'm telling you not to come out. Don't come out. Why would you come out? Your father doesn't want you or me anymore. Let's go and stay away from him. Li Yuming listened to his daughter's cow-like cry and looked at her appearance with a cow's head and a human body, and felt unprecedented irritation. He took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one for himself. Seeing that Lu Cini and her daughter were crying louder and louder, he was afraid of waking up the neighbors, so he gave in to his wife. Okay, stop crying. Now that things have come to this, crying won't solve the problem. The most urgent thing is to restore you to your original state. Otherwise, how will you go out during the day? A beast girl who can't even control her beast transformation is pure idiocy, isn't that? Who are you calling mentally retarded? You think I want this? That guy is very evil, I can't control him at all. Why did I marry a useless piece of trash like you, woo-woo? Lu Cini cried bitterly, but Li Yuming just thought it was noisy. He shouted. Shut up. Lu Cini was so frightened that she stopped crying, and he continued. Call him over tomorrow. I want to see what a young boy who hasn't even graduated from school can do. He cries all day and makes a fool of himself. Lu Cini felt extremely aggrieved, but Li Yuming was like an angry lion at this moment, so she didn't dare to throw a tantrum anymore. She could only hug her daughter and sob softly. Seeing this, Li Yuming simply slammed the door, left a message, come back tomorrow at noon, and left without looking back. It took him 3 full minutes at a Zulia massage parlor to calm down his anger and fall into a deep sleep. The technician came out, spat, and raised his middle finger in disdain before going to serve the next customer. Wang Ming slept soundly until morning. There was not much to attend at school, so he went to help his grandmother with the housework while waiting for the league exam. But at 11 o'clock, I received a call from Lu Cini. Hello, Wang Ming? Well, I know I was wrong. Come to our house for dinner and I'll apologize. Wang Ming listened with disdain. This woman was really arrogant at first but respectful later. She must have been tossing and turning all night and found herself in a beastly state, so she came to find him. I'm busy, go eat by yourself. Hey, wait, Zihan and I really know we were wrong. Didn't you want to practice with Zihan to get along? You can't abandon your own beast girls just because of one mistake. We are all your beast girls. No matter how powerful you are, you can't immediately contract 2 more beast girls, right? Wang Ming thought of the silence system, which had been silent since he signed the contract with the beast girl, and couldn't help but waver. Where is your home? I'll go see your sincerity. Okay, it's right here at the Golden Phoenix Pavilion. I'll tell you how to get in when you get here. Lu Cini was overjoyed. She and her daughter cried for half the night before finally falling into a deep sleep. She slept until 11 o'clock and found that nothing had changed. Li Yuming had not come back either. She was so scared that she quickly called Wang Ming. She held the phone and thought about it, then decided to call Li Yuming and ask him to come back. Li Yuming hung up the phone impatiently and was about to go back when his boss Gung Song called him and said that there was a problem with a batch of materials he was responsible for and asked him to deal with it. Li Yuming hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to deal with his work first. He called his wife to tell her about it, and without waiting for her consent, he hung up the phone and rushed to the company. What kind of person is this? Is the company's big deal more important than your wife? Lu Cini was so angry and completely disappointed with Li Yuming. She looked at her haggard self in the mirror and suddenly made a decision that went against her ancestors. When Wang Ming arrived here on time, Lu Cini had already been waiting for a long time. Without waiting for Wang Ming to say anything, she quickly pulled Wang Ming back to the house. Wang Ming looked closely and saw that Lu Cini had put on an exquisite and charming makeup for herself, with big eyes, thin eyebrows, fiery red lips, and wavy hair on both sides, like catfish whiskers. She was wearing a loose black mesh suspender skirt and gray shiny tights. Her legs, which had become even more slender after being transformed into a beast, were fully stretched out, and she was wearing a pair of silver white pointed high heels. This is not a resentful woman abandoned by her husband, but a stunning mature woman who escaped from hell and enchanted the world. Hiss. Wang Ming took a breath of cold air. Today's meal was definitely a hongmen banquet. Chapter 15: A Family's Confession. Lu Cini said to Wang Ming with a flattering smile on her face. We didn't mean what we said last night. Zihan was spoiled by me. Just take pity on me and change us back to mother and daughter. Where's Lu Zihan? Wang Ming tried his best to divert his attention, otherwise the touch of white would make him unable to stop. She's in there, Zihan, come out quickly, do you still want to change back into human form? Lu Zihan walked out step by step, and even Niu Tu could see the embarrassment in his face, and maybe a hint of unwillingness to accept it. Her hands and feet were also hooves, so she only wore a short pink rippled skirt, which made her figure look even better. Just pairing it with the bull's head and bull's hooves creates an inexplicable sense of humor. Of course, it's not ruled out that some perverts might like it. If you know you're wrong, let me see your sincerity. Wang Ming looked at Lu Xini and her daughter, with a smile on his face, as if hinting at something. Lu Xini gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, and said to Lu Zihan, "Henin, you go back first." Lu Zihan? Muai just came out. Listen to me, go back. Lu Zihan seemed to understand something, his face full of shock and emotion. She hesitated, moving slowly, and looking back at her mother from time to time. Lu Xini's eyes were filled with tears. She waved her hands and whispered, go back, don't look back." Lu Zihan couldn't bear to watch, so he took 2 quick steps, but suddenly stopped and turned around, his hooves touching each other, as if he put his hands together and prayed to Wang Ming. Moo. As her contractor, Wang Ming naturally understood what she was saying. What do you mean by coming for you? You and your daughter both made mistakes. Isn't it only natural that you should be punished? Wang Ming pointed at Lu Zihan and said, it seems you still don't know where you went wrong. Then I'll let you be a real cow and reflect on yourself. There was a look of fear in Lu Zihan's eyes, but his body uncontrollably transformed into that of a black-horned bull. Lu Xini tried to stop Wang Ming. She hugged Lu Zihan and begged. She's wrong. She knows she's wrong. Don't let her completely transform into a beast. It will affect her thinking. Don't do that. Unfortunately, Wang Ming was unmoved, and Lu Zihan's body completely turned into a bull, turning into a black calf with sharp horns on its head. Moo. The cow that Lu Zihan turned into made a sound. She had human consciousness but a cow's body, which made her unable to accept it for a while. She wanted to attack Wang Ming, but was suppressed by the system and let out a painful howl. She could only rush around the room like crazy. Lu Xini stepped forward to stop him, but was pushed away. She leaned back on the sofa and kept clutching her chest, ouch, ouch. Wang Ming picked up the broom next to him and hit He Niu on the head, cursing. You dare to disobey me? Get down right there. If you move again, I'll kill you. Pa. A series of slaps made Lu Zihan lie on the ground in so much pain that he had no choice but to lie down obediently. Tears flowed from his huge bull eyes, leaving a big puddle of water on the floor. Lu Xini ignored the pain and rushed over to protect her daughter. Stop hitting her, stop hitting her. She knows she's wrong. Go ahead and hit me. It's all my fault for not teaching her well. Stop hitting my daughter. Wang Ming also beat her mercilessly, saying, then I'll grant your wish. A daughter who is undisciplined is the mother's fault. She is so rude, and you, as her mother, can't escape. You will be beaten together with her. Both mother and daughter received Wang Ming's stick education. Lu Zihan was a cow with thick skin and flesh, so it was okay. But Lu Xini was in human form and soon couldn't bear the pain. The skirt she was wearing was a disaster. Stop hitting me, I know I'm wrong. It hurts so much, please spare me, please spare me. Lu Xini lay on the back of the black bull that her daughter had turned into, both to protect her daughter and because she was exhausted from the beating. Wang Ming saw this and knew the time had come. He said softly, since you know you were wrong, it's time for you to make amends. Lu Xini's delicate makeup was already disheveled, and the fishnet stockings on her legs were torn into threads. Her heart trembled when she heard the words. The person in front of her was so scary that she didn't look like someone of her age. But compared to her own impotent rage and inability to protect her husband, Lu Xini felt in her heart that following such a contractor might be a good choice. Lu Xini's husband, Li Yuming, was following the instructions of his boss Geng Song and came to the warehouse to check what was going on with the so-called problematic materials. The warehouse clerk said, oh, you mean that batch of expired canned beef? Minister Geng has already dealt with it. He's waiting for you in his office over there. When Li Yuming heard about expired food, his heart sank. As the head of the logistics department of the United Front Work Department, if expired food was shipped to the front line, he would be completely finished. He was so scared that he quickly ran to Geng Song's office and closed the door after entering. Then he said cautiously, Brother Song, I really don't know about that batch of canned food. Geng Song is a fat, bald middle-aged man. He lies on the boss chair and looks at Li Yuming who is speaking. He is thin and small, with a timid and cautious look on his face. He looks like the kind of person who is easy to control. He smiled and said, have some tea first, there's no rush to talk. Seeing him say this, Li Yuming had no choice but to pick up the tea and take a big sip before explaining. I don't know about that batch of canned goods. I usually check them. Gung Song saw that he had drunk it, nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smile on his face. But how it happened has now been discovered, and the higher-ups are going to hold you accountable. I think you, Yumming, should quit your job as section chief and take a break for a while. Li Yumming was startled and quickly moved closer and said, Brother Song, I have someone to support at home. Give me a chance and I will make it up to you. Gung Song was very satisfied with his answer. He patted Li Yumming's butt twice and said meaningfully, since it's about making amends, then you know what to do. Li Yumming was horrified and quickly stepped back, saying, Brother Song, I'm not that kind of person. If you like, I can go out and find you 8 or 10. Gung Song's face turned cold and he said, I think you still don't understand enough. Let Xiao Zhang take over your position as section chief. You go back and have a good rest for a while. He bit the note very hard when he took a break, and he would basically never come back from this break. After hearing this, Li Yumming felt dizzy and could barely stand. He struggled to speak. I can't be fired, Brother Song, His body fell limply. Gung Song walked over, ran his thick fingers over Li Yumming's body, and sneered, I've been hinting at you for so long, and now you have to force me to use some tricks. Time passed quickly and it was evening. Li Yumming was staggering on his way home, his eyes dull and his clothes disheveled. He felt that the world was really fucked up. After he helplessly pushed open the door, he thought he would be insulted by his wife, but he didn't expect that Lu Cini actually prepared a table full of food and turned into a beautiful and sexy ordinary human figure, without the annoying horns. Hubby, you're back? I just made a big table of food, come and eat. Li Yumming was touched and didn't think about how she changed back to human form. He just took out his bank card out of guilt and said, Haven't you always wanted to be a housekeeper? This is my previous savings, about 3 million, keep it. Lu Cini also cooked a large table of dishes for her husband out of guilt, but she didn't expect this unexpected gain. She didn't take the bank card immediately, but said gently, Did something happen to you? Honey, don't be sad. I'm here with you. Li Yumming felt more and more guilty. He stuffed the card into Lu Cini's hand and went to the dinner table. He found that all the dishes were his favorites. As he sat down, he asked, Where's Hanin? Why didn't you call her for dinner? Oh. The chrysanthemums were withered and the ground was covered with wounds. He was so moved that he forgot the pain for a moment, sat down firmly on the wound, and jumped 3 feet high in pain. What's wrong, husband? Are there nails on the stool? No, it's okay. I won't eat for now. You and Hanin can eat. I'm going back to the room first. Don't disturb me if you have nothing to do. Li Yumming was sweating profusely, but he managed to walk back into the house step by step. As a level 3 contractor, he had not suffered such a serious injury in a long time. Lu Cini watched him go in, holding the 3 million card in her hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Xiao Ming is exhausted today, and I was just worried that I didn't have enough money to buy him good food. This is perfect. Hanin, you must behave well and don't make him angry again. Chapter 16 Talent Makes Up. Wang Ming didn't feel that his body needed nourishment. He was as strong as a bull now, especially after he had money in his hands. The first thing he did was to prepare a big meat meal for himself and his grandmother. The old lady was in great health. She ate a pound of pork ribs, 2 pig's trotters, and 3 big buns in one meal. She was so full that she couldn't bend down to pick up the bottles. She was forced to rest for a day, breaking her 18-year record of not taking a break. Wang Ming naturally eats no less than his grandmother, but fortunately, Lu Cini and her daughter help him digest the food, so he can eat comfortably. After he punished Lu Cini and her daughter, the system also gave them a thoughtful reward. The host and the contracted beast girl have reached 100% intimacy. A spiritual infusion is awarded as a reward. Wang Ming felt the spiritual energy in his body explode instantly, and in the blink of an eye he had completed half of the progress, as if he had practiced hard for several years. The intimacy between the host and the second contracted beast girl has reached 100%. Reward, 1 spiritual energy initiation. Boom, the spiritual energy in his body broke through the bottleneck like a hot knife through butter and reached his limbs and bones, making him stronger, his hands and feet more agile, and he walked like the wind. This is exactly the standard of a level 2 contractor, walking like the wind. Wang Ming burped comfortably. He was very satisfied with the system and his own progress. Looking across the country, he had not seen many 19-year-old level 2s. Lu Zihan felt the endless spiritual energy in his body and said in shock, when did you become level 2? Aren't you unable to absorb crystal spiritual energy? Wang Ming spat out the meat shreds between his teeth and said disdainfully, how could you possibly know that? Just be your school belle and don't ask about things you shouldn't. Lu Zihan had returned to her human form. She rolled her eyes. She was wearing a white JK uniform with a dark blue short skirt, white stockings on her legs, and small leather shoes on her feet. She stomped lightly on the ground and muttered. He eats like a pig. I'm afraid it's not the food that increases his cultivation. Wang Ming shouted, what are you mumbling about? Come over here and massage my shoulders. Lu Zihan said angrily, don't go too far. You are all like that, and you still treat me like a maid. I won't go. Then come over and massage my legs, hurry up, or I'll turn you into a cow next time and put you on my back. I haven't tried Nyojin before. You are shameless. Lu Zihan had no choice but to go over and massage his legs out of fear, muttering to himself the whole time. Wang Ming closed his eyes comfortably, and suddenly thought of Zhou Shui, and said, go check on the study committee member. She's also suffered a lot and has been badly hurt by you and your daughter. Lu Zihan nodded. Her mother had indeed hurt Zhou Shui at that time. Although she paid compensation afterwards, she still owed an apology. The two of them came to the hospital carrying a fruit basket. Zhou Shui's family was relatively well off, so she stayed in a double room. As soon as I entered, I saw Zhou Shui wrapped tightly, with only the upper half of her face exposed. She was being forced to watch TV, but her eyes looked bored. Commissioner, we're here to see you. Wang Ming shouted out his usual teasing words to her, and Zhou Shui turned around, her eyes suddenly filled with surprise. Why are you here? Hey, why is she here too? Zhou Shui couldn't help but feel angry when she saw Lu Zihan appear behind her. Lu Zihan said apologetically, I'm sorry, classmate Zhou Shui. I lost my mind at the time and caused you to get hurt. Zhou Shui was not happy and said coldly, your mother paid for it. If you are fine, just leave. I don't want to see you. Lu Zihan said sincerely, I am sincerely apologizing. If you are still not satisfied, I will let you beat me up when you get better. Wang Ming did not interrupt. To be honest, his fingers were also broken at that time. As the fingers were connected to the heart, it was very painful. But after the punishment, he felt much better. So at this moment he did not stop Zhou Shui from being angry. After all, Zhou Shui had not yet taken revenge. After hearing Lu Zihan's words, Zhou Shui was half believing and half doubting, and said, forget it, just go. You're the beast girl who can go to Union University, and I'm just an ordinary person. What right do I have to ask you to apologize? Lu Zihan was about to apologize when a woman walked in. It was Zhou Shui's sister Zhou Yanran. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, denim hot pants, flesh-colored pearlescent stockings on her legs and white sneakers, and she looked hot and sexy. Are you Xia Xue's classmates? Thank you for visiting her. Zhou Shui immediately retorted, no, I don't want to see them, sister, help me drive them out. Lu Zihan immediately took out a stack of money, half knelt and half squatted in front of Zhou Shui's bed, and said loudly, I'm sorry, these are my pocket money as compensation. Don't think it's too little, this is all I have saved. Zhou Shui looked at the thick stack of money and finally stammered without saying anything. She was not talented enough and would not be able to rely on national resources to become a beast girl in the future. With more money, her life would be much better. Zhou Yanran glanced at her sister and knew that she felt a little aggrieved. However, as she was already a junior in college, coupled with the pain of raising a family since childhood, she could not say no. She could only say coldly, my sister needs to rest. Please apologize and leave. Lu Zihan was young after all, and seeing the sisters saying this, she felt embarrassed to stay any longer, so she pulled Wang Ming out. Zhou Shui felt heartbroken and looked at Wang Mingdao with tears in her eyes. Can you stay and accompany me? Wang Ming naturally would not refuse. He asked Lu Zihan to wait outside the door while he stayed in the ward. You saved my life, too. What else can I do for you? Just tell me. Zhou Shui was delighted to see that Wang Ming had indeed stayed. However, she was unable to move, so she said to her sister. Sister, can you help me peel an apple for Wang Ming? Zhou Yanran obediently took the apple and started to peel it. Oh, no, I can do it myself. Wang Ming was not so shameless. He quickly snatched the apple from Zhou Yanran and took a bite of it. Zhou Yanran was stunned for a moment, looking at Wang Ming in disbelief. Seeing him finish an apple in 2 or 3 bites, she pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, "Are you already a level 2 contractor?" Zhou Shui opened her mouth, her eyes full of surprise. She probably guessed that Wang Ming had a contract with Lu Zihan, otherwise why would the school beauty listen to him so much? But she didn't expect that in just a few days, Wang Ming had reached level 2. How did you tell that? After all, the contractors 1T become shiny and golden or have any obvious signs when they upgrade. You were able to snatch the apple from my hand. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Zhou Yanran said confidently. My sister is a junior at Union University. She's an elite. She was a level 2 beast girl half a year ago and is about to reach level 3. Zhou Shui explained at the right moment, adding, she's also a speed type. So, you have level 2 strength and yet you hurt my sister like this? Zhou Yanran's eyes turned cold. She hated people who were capable but did nothing the most. Wang Ming opened his mouth to explain, but didn't know how. I wasn't a level 2 at the time. I wasn't even a contractor. Are you trying to tell me that you went from an ordinary person to a level 2 contractor in just 2 or 3 days? Do you think I'm a fool? Zhou Yanran looked at Wang Ming as if he were a fool, her muscles tensed, her long legs and flesh-colored stockings took half a step forward, as if she was thinking about how to take down Wang Ming. Sister, forget it. No matter what, I wanted to go there on my own. It has nothing to do with him. Zhou Shui didn't want to see her sister and Wang Ming fighting. No matter from her inner feelings or practical interests, it was unwise for her, an ordinary person, to make an enemy of a level 2 contractor. Wang Ming was about to speak when the system suddenly said, detected insufficient talent for the Beast Girl contractable. Do you want to consume your own talent to replenish the Beast Girl's talent before contracting? Consume my talent? How much talent do I have? System detection. No host talent detected. Please confirm whether to make up for the Beast Girl talent. Wang Ming was speechless by the system. No, if you don't have talent, why don't you make up for it? Are you seriously ill? Host, please confirm whether to use your own talents to make up for the Beast Mother's talents? Yes, anyway, there is none, so you can make it up. Wang Ming immediately gave up, while holding Zhou Shui's hand and saying, don't worry, no matter what, you saved my life. I will remember this favor. System prompt, Beast Girl's talent has been successfully compensated. It has been detected that the contract conditions are met. Do you want to start the contract? Wang Ming looked at himself holding Zhou Shui's hand. No, how did he make up for it successfully? Chapter 17 Alliance Assessment. Zhou Shui half leaned on the bed, and felt a warm current flowing through her hand held by Wang Ming. She thought it was just her surging heart, and she wanted to let go out of shyness, but unexpectedly Wang Ming held her hand tightly and would not let go. What are you doing? My sister is still here. Seeing the two of them so close, Zhou Yanran coughed lightly, warning Wang Ming to let go quickly. Wang Ming remembered the rules of the system contract Beast Girl and held Zhou Shui's hand tightly without letting go. Zhou Shui felt embarrassed and tried to break free, but Wang Ming held her even tighter. What are you doing? You're hurting me. Let go of my sister, you're not done yet. Even if you're level 2, I'll still beat you. As Zhou Yanran spoke, she came forward and tried to forcibly pull Wang Ming's hand away. Wang Ming's arm muscles bulged and he refused to move no matter how Zhou Yanran pulled. Zhou Yanran was furious, and suddenly wolf fangs appeared at the corners of her mouth, and her ears turned into wolf ears, obviously preparing for a fight. 3, 2, 1, the Beast Girl contract was successful. As the system voice fell, Wang Ming quickly let go of Zhou Shui's hand, and at the same time used both hands to block Zhou Yanran's powerful vertical palm strike. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat. If you dare to touch my sister again, I'll skin you alive. Zhou Yanran stared at Wang Ming with wolf-like cold eyes, as if she was going to tear him apart in the next second. Wang Ming was about to explain when Zhou Shui suddenly stepped in front of him and said, I won't allow you to bully my Xiaoming like this. Zhou Yanran? Are you delirious? He just took advantage of you. Zhou Shui didn't care. After the heat surged just now, she felt as if she had awakened something. After Wang Ming let go of her hand, she felt even more that she and Wang Ming had a strong bond. That was a contractual power far higher than that of ordinary contractors, which bound her from harming Wang Ming, but in return, she could become a beast girl. Despite her lack of talent, she was still able to transform into a beast girl on her own, and Wang Ming was her contractor. This seemed to be destined. Zhou Shui understood how Wang Ming contracted the school beauties, and also realized how terrible Wang Ming was, so when her sister wanted to hurt Wang Ming, she decisively stood in front of Wang Ming. Sister, you don't know him. He's a very good person. Zhou Yanran covered her chest with her hands, feeling heartbroken. The sister she had raised for a long time was actually abducted by Huang Mao. Although Wang Ming was handsome and not Huang Mao, he did the same thing as Huang Mao. Zhou Shui, are you crazy? Ha! Zhou Yanran was furious and then yelled at Wang Ming, get out. I want to talk to my sister. Zhou Shui said softly, give me some time. My sister is not sensible. I will try to persuade her. Wang Ming touched his nose and nodded with a wry smile. Although he had lost some of his talents and was forced to become a yellow-haired beast, Zhou Shui had indeed become his beast girl. It was too much for him to take advantage of her and act like a good girl. So Wang Ming nodded and slipped away. There would be plenty of opportunities to chat later anyway. Zhou Yanran glared at him as he left, wishing she could cut him into pieces for kidnapping her sister so easily. Zhou Shui, you'd better wake up, or I'll let you know what it means to be like a mother to your elder sister. Zhou Shui tore off the bandages on her body, which scared Zhou Yanran so much that she quickly stopped her. Hey, your wound hasn't healed yet. Don't move, don't hurt yourself. It's not worth it for a man. I promise you that. Zhou Shui was amused and said with a smile, Sister, look at me, am I feeling much better? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanran looked Zhou Shui up and down inside and out, and found that Zhou Shui's injuries had indeed improved a lot, and her complexion was much rosier. Is the power of love so magical? It's almost like a miracle drug. Zhou Shui was so happy that she covered her stomach with her hands and said, Oh, sister, why are you so funny? What's the power of love? Ha ha ha. Zhou Yanran was also stunned for a moment. Seeing her sister laughing so wildly, she gave her a slap on the head without hesitation. Ouch! Zhou Shui covered her head with her hands, and tears were about to come out because of the pain. This is the price you pay for laughing at me. Tell me, you've been smart since you were a child, what's the hidden secret behind this? I won't tell you. Zhou Shui covered her head and didn't want to say anything. Seeing Zhou Yanran raised her hand to hit her again, she said quickly, a hero never suffers a loss in front of him. I don't know exactly why, but it must have been brought to me by Wang Ming, right after he touched my hand. What kind of nonsense is this? Touching hands can heal injuries? If that doesn't explain it, then what about this? Zhou Shui's mind moved, and her hair and ears turned white, her pupils contracted, and her fangs extended. These were clear signs of transformation into a beast, and she was now a white wolf, just like her sister. This, beast girl, you are not lacking in talent, how could you transform into a beast girl on your own? This requires at least Class C talent and sufficient resources to achieve it. Zhou Yanran was stunned and didn't know what to say. Now you believe it, right? I've even signed a contract. I don't need to tell you who the contractor is. Wang Ming? So, he actually has 3 beast girls? In the nearly 100 years since the founding of Union University, I've never heard of anyone with 3 beast girls under a level 2 contract. I need to report this to my superiors. No, sister, if you don't want me to die, you'd better not say it. Zhou Shui looked dignified and spoke in a serious tone. I can sense that Wang Ming can forcibly break the contract if he pays a price. He doesn't even need my consent. If he unilaterally breaks the contract, my life will be over. Sister, I finally got the chance to become a beast girl. I can protect myself and my family just like you do. Please consider it as helping me. Zhou Shui's words were so heartfelt that she almost cried. Zhou Yanran could only nod helplessly, because she only had this one sister. Okay then, but next time I meet him, I'm going to beat him up and vent my anger. Ah. Then be gentle, sister. Zhou Yanran slapped her forehead, thinking that this sister was hopeless. After Wang Ming and Lu Zihan left the hospital, they came to the school for training. When they finished, the principal Mei Shuiyan said, Go to the Union University Assessment Office tomorrow. I've applied for an early assessment for you. Defeat the monsters and you'll become Union University's preparatory students. Wang Ming and Lu Zihan looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. The Alliance University was jointly established by hundreds of countries after the arrival of alien beasts, and it has campuses in various places. The school implements a 2+2 system. If you fail to meet the requirements within 2 years, You will be graduated and become part of the frontline combat sequence or the logistics support sequence. If you pass the assessment after 2 years, you can go to the headquarters of the Alliance University, the campuses of Tsinghua University, Peking University, Fudan University, and Jiaotong University, to receive in-depth training and learn various more advanced cultivation knowledge. It can be said that being able to enter a league university means you have already stepped half a foot into the upper middle class society, which is the dream of all high school students. Teacher, is tomorrow's test difficult? Is there anything I need to prepare? Wang Ming asked. He couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Mei Shuiyan let her tied hair down, and her long hair instantly fell to her waist, which combined with her height of more than 2 meters made her look very impactful. If it were you before, it would have been difficult, but you're already level 2, so this kind of assessment is a piece of cake. Ah, teacher, how did you figure that out? I was thinking of showing off tomorrow to surprise you. Humph. You're showing off your little tricks in front of me. Mei Shuiyan said disdainfully, then waved her hand and left. But he was secretly surprised in his heart. This kid has a big secret. In just a few days, he can actually reach level 2. I have to find a way to trick him into telling me. I wonder if the honey trap will work. Wang Ming couldn't hear what she was saying. He just frowned, covered his nose and said to Lu Zihan, "Can you put on your shoes? You just ran so many steps, and your white stockings are soaked with sweat." Ugh. Lu Zihan was embarrassed and angry. She deliberately raised her white silk-wrapped feet to Wang Ming's face and said, "It's not that smelly. Besides, sweat should be dried, right? Smell it, it really doesn't stink." Wang Ming couldn't hold his breath and took a deep breath like a gust of wind. Ugh. I don't believe you. Tomorrow you can just kill the monster with your smelly feet. You're still the school beauty. I'll bite you to death. Lu Zihan's defense was broken, and he pounced on Wang Ming with his teeth and claws bared. Amidst laughter and playfulness, Wang Ming finished his day's work, silently looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow's assessment. Once he becomes a member of the Union University, he will no longer have to live the life of an inferior and will be able to investigate the reasons for his parents' disappearance. He has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Chapter 18. Which will come first, the accident or tomorrow? Fang Zihao climbed up from the beautiful maid Linwei and whispered regretfully, "Why don't you push me away? My dad has prepared a beast mother for me." Linwei felt a pang of pain in her heart, and a miserable look appeared on her pretty face. She gently hugged Fang Zihao's arm and said, "Master, how dare I push you away? It's okay. If you don't want to contract me, just terminate the contract and sign a new one." Fang Zihao was young and full of vigor. He looked down at Linwei's well-behaved appearance and the whiteness of her chest, and could not help but said softly, "Forget it, I'll just contract you first. The others still need to get used to each other. I still have to go defeat that damn Wang Ming today. You're more familiar with the skills, so your chances of winning are better." Linwei was secretly delighted. She had been born in a poor family and finally found a way to get close to this rich family. Naturally, she had to seize the opportunity. Even if it was just a period of intimacy, she had to exchange it for enough benefits for herself. "Young master, you successfully signed the contract in one try, and your talent is above B. You can be said to be a genius among geniuses. Who the hell is that Wang Ming? He is not worthy of being compared with you." Fang Zihao lay down again, feeling very comfortable being praised. He hugged Linwei and said, "He's just an ant, lucky enough to have been contracted first. I think he's just lucky, huh?" Linwei noticed that Fang Zihao was a little afraid of Wang Ming, and she felt a little curious about Wang Ming in her heart, but her emotions were naturally expressed on the surface. "Young master is the most powerful. I almost died last night." She looked shy and hid in Fang Zihao's arms. Although she was a few years older than Fang Zihao, she acted like a little girl. Fang Zihao smiled an exaggerated arc, and seeing that it was still early, he turned over and said, "Then let you try out the young master's power again." "Ah, that's disgusting, master." Wang Ming helped his grandmother clean up the waste. The old lady couldn't sit still and would get anxious when she was idle. "Grandma, we have money now, so you can go and rest more. Why don't you sleep in? Sleep a little longer on Sunday. I'll take care of this. Otherwise, you'll have nothing to do." Wang Ming naturally helped, and after he finished, he packed up and went to the early examination location of Union University given by President Mei. Tianhai City Monster Exhibition Hall records the history of mankind's fight against monsters, with many monster specimens and heroic epics of heroes who shed blood and sacrificed their lives to protect their weak compatriots. Wang Ming had been here many times, but he didn't know that behind the exhibition hall was the early admission assessment point for Union University. He arrived early and there was only a young male teacher guarding a table, yawning. "Teacher, I'm here to take a test. What should I do?" Wang Ming went forward to greet the teacher, whose name was Li Wenxin. He looked up at him and saw that he was an honest child, so he said, "Here, fill out the form, go into the first room on the left and take the test. Once you pass, go to the second one, and so on. Got it? Clear." Wang Ming took the form and was filling it out when a figure blocked his light. "Ha! It's you, kid. You're in the early batch. My sister really didn't make a mistake about you." Wang Ming thought it sounded familiar and looked up. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long legs wrapped in flesh-colored horse-oil socks, followed by denim shorts and a short-sleeved shirt with a white wind chime pattern. Going up further, he saw the beautiful female college student he had met yesterday, Zhou Yanran, who was also Zhou Shui's sister. "Hey, why are you here too? Aren't you already a student at Union University?" Wang Ming said in surprise. "I'm Teacher Li's teaching assistant. I'm here to help with the review during my free time." "You're one of the students admitted early this year. What a coincidence. Let me test your abilities. Come with me. Etc." "What? Are you afraid that I might target you?" "Don't worry. I'm not such a petty person," Zhou Yanran said with a smile, but her eyes were full of excitement. She was not stingy, she just had a strong desire for revenge. Wang Ming shook his head and said, "No, I'm waiting for my beast girl to come and take the test together. It will save me the trouble of passing and her failing." Zhou Yanran's mind raced as she thought secretly, Xiaoshui is still in the hospital, and his beast girl is not Xiaoshui. This means that he can really contract more than 2 beast girls. Wow, it seems like I've found a treasure this time. Then I'll wait with you, but... Zhou Yanran suddenly leaned close to Wang Ming's ear and whispered, "I will help you keep your level 2 secret. Don't reveal it yourself." Wang Ming and she looked at each other, nodded in tacit understanding, and suddenly laughed. Seeing this, Li Wenxin coughed lightly and said, "Yanran, do you know each other?" Zhou Yanran nodded and briefly explained to Li Wenxin, confirming that she would not help Wang Ming cheat. Only then did Li Wenxin stop paying attention. Wang Ming and Zhou Yanran were chatting idly. This woman was always trying to get him to say something in some way or another, which was so boring. He looked towards the door, hoping that Lu Zihan would come earlier so that he could finish the assessment sooner. However, the first person to arrive was not Lu Zihan, but Fang Zihao, the fat squad leader wearing a pink suit and with his hair deliberately combed back. He was holding the tall and sexy Lin Wei in his arms. Probably to accommodate Fang Zihao's height, Lin Wei did not wear high heels, but only a pair of flat canvas shoes. She wore black stockings and black skirt pants on her legs. It looked like a skirt on the outside, but it was actually pants. There were 2 big bulges on her upper body, which were wrapped in a light-colored shirt. If you ignore the somewhat flattering smile on Lin Wei's face, she and Fang Zihao look extremely discordant standing together. Fang Zihao didn't think so. He said confidently, "Wang Ming, you can actually come to the real test. Do you really think that just because you're lucky enough to become a contractor, you can compete with me? I'm telling you, now that I'm a contracted beast girl, it's easy for me to trample you underfoot. You'd better be sensible. By the way, where's Zihan? He wouldn't be disgusted with you and terminate the contract and run away, would he? Ha ha ha. This is the Wang Ming you mentioned. He looks poor and shabby. You'd better not fight with him, or you might get your clothes dirty." The person who spoke was not Lin Wei, but another woman who came out from behind Fang Zihao. She is Fang Zihao's mother Zhang Fang, who came here today specifically to watch her son take the exam. At first glance, she looked like a wealthy lady, dressed exquisitely in gold and jade, with a string of snow-white pearl necklace around her neck, which made her fair skin look even whiter and smoother. She was wearing a green modified cheongsam with a heart-shaped hollow on the chest, revealing her proud cleavage. Even Lin Wei next to her was 3 points inferior to her. The lower body is split to the thigh, and is paired with skin-colored high-end transparent velvet stockings, and 5-centimeter high red-bottomed black high heels on the feet. This outfit symbolizes a successful start, a smooth journey, and all wishes come true. Zhang Fang carefully selected it for her son, praying that everything goes well for him in the exam. Facing Fang Zihao and his mother's inexplicable provocation, Wang Ming simply replied, "Have you found your father? I take it back. It's not me anyway. I can do it too." The two people were so angry after being scolded with just two simple words that they blushed. When Fang Zihao saw him mention this matter again, old sorrows and new hatreds surged in his heart, and he wanted to fight with Wang Ming on the spot to teach him a lesson. Zhang Fang was also angry. She felt humiliated by the rude words spoken to by such a poor and smelly boy, and she completely forgot that she was the one who looked down on others first. But she still stopped her son, not because she was afraid that her son could not fight back, but because she knew that in advance assessments like this, there would be experts on site. If her son took action first, there was a high probability that he would be taken away for disrupting the order in the examination room. So Zhang Fang stopped her son. She nodded slightly and whispered in Fang Zihao's ear, "After the assessment is over, Mom will have plenty of ways to kill him." "Not now." Fang Zihao calmed down a lot, and Lin Wei persuaded him, "Yes, master, madam is right." Zhang Fang glanced at Lin Wei, and her disdain was even more obvious. She despised women who worshipped money and material things without any bottom line. Zhang Fang was very angry about her son's insistence on Lin Wei becoming his beast mother, but since the assessment was approaching, she could only put up with it for the time being. Her husband has chosen Chen Xuanxuang, the eldest daughter of the Chen family in Tianhai City, as the first beast mother for his son. The two are well matched. She has a Class B qualification and is a perfect match for her son. It's just that she can't come over if something happens. Let her have her for a while. When the Chen family member comes back, I'll have my son take her away immediately. Zhang Fang thought secretly in her heart, and at the same time she held her son back, preventing him from taking the initiative. Wang Ming chuckled, and then he continued to speak to Fang Zihao, "I have a dirty word, but it's definitely not meant to curse you, you know?" Fang Zihao was about to speak when Zhang Fang stopped him. She looked at Wang Ming coldly and said, "This is what uneducated low-class people do. Young man, let me tell you something. You never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident." Chapter 19: The Name of Genius. Before Wang Ming could speak, Lu Zihan, who had just walked in from the door, shouted, "In that case, Auntie, you should worry about whether you have it tomorrow." She wore a pink JK today, paired with white stockings and leather shoes. She looked youthful, cute, and full of energy. Zhang Fang was no stranger to her, but she hadn't expected her to speak up for Wang Ming. She couldn't help but sneer. "You big-breasted, brainless idiot, actually helped such a lowly person. No wonder my son looked down on you and chose a maid over you. Today I understand him. Ha! He trembles 3 times with every step he takes, and he still looks down on me. I'm afraid only people who are attracted by your family's money would be willing to be with him. Auntie, if you're getting too old and confused, just go to a nursing home and retire." Lu Zihan was full of venomous words and even came over to stand with Wang Ming. Now she was Wang Ming's beastly mother, and humiliating Wang Ming was the same as humiliating herself. "You rude little girl, this is how your family taught you to talk to your elders. I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Zhang Fang was about to come over and hit Lu Zihan, but Fang Zihao stopped her with his hand and said to Wang Ming, "If you're a man, don't stand behind a woman. Let's have a fight. If I win, you give Zihan to me, kneel down and kowtow to me, admit your mistake, and say you're a loser." "What if you lose?" Wang Ming asked with interest. "I can't lose." Fang Zihao looked confident. He was already a contractor. Although he had exerted some effort in exercising this morning, he was confident that defeating Wang Ming would be no problem. "Idiot, you don't understand." Wang Ming turned around and left, not wanting to say another word to this guy who was obviously not worth playing with. "Teacher, I want to start the assessment." He walked straight inside, and Zhou Yanran shouted behind him, "The assessment will begin once you enter, so be careful." Lu Zihan looked at Zhou Yanran warily. Since that day, she had a very special feeling towards Wang Ming. On the one hand, she hated him, but on the other hand, she couldn't help but worry about him, fearing that he would be snatched away by someone else. Are you here to take the test too?" Lu Zihan asked Zhou Yanran tentatively. Zhou Yanran smiled softly and said, "I'm the examiner's assistant. You can just call me Sister Yanran." Lu Zihan also had a smile on his face and kept testing her every other sentence. Fang Zihao saw that Wang Ming ignored him, and Lu Zihan was only talking to Zhou Yanran and had no intention of talking to him at all. The cold violence made him shiver in the June weather. Damn it, all of you look down on me. I'm going to take the test too. Just wait. Come on, young master, you can do it. Lin Wei hurriedly offered her emotional value to deepen Fang Ziheo's impression of her. Zhang Fang also touched her son's head, shook her body wrapped in the hollow cheongsam and said, "Son, you will definitely win the first battle and all your dreams will come true." "Well, thank you, Mom and Wei Wei." Fang Ziheo's confidence soared, and he walked towards the room arrogantly. Lu Zihan said in a voice that was not loud but just loud enough for Fang Ziheo to hear. "Sister Yan Ran, look at how old he is and he still needs his mother to send him here. He is such a mama's boy. Will he need milk when he goes back home at night?" Fang Ziheo turned around and glared at her, his mind full of wild thoughts, until Zhang Fang shouted, "She just wants you to lose your mind, don't listen to her." Fang Ziheo then glared at Lu Zihan hatefully and went into the room. Zhou Yanran couldn't help laughing and said to Lu Zihan, "The beast mother's is in the 3 rooms at the back. You should go and take the test as well." "Okay." Lu Zihan felt that Zhou Yanran had no feelings for Wang Ming, so he went to the back happily. Many students who were taking early tests came to the hall one after another. The test teacher said the same thing and asked them to fill out forms and go to the room for the test. Seeing this, Zhang Fang couldn't help but ask Zhou Yanran, "Well, you're the teaching assistant, right? I remember the assessments needed to be conducted in separate locations and at separate times. They won't affect my son's assessment, right?" "Madam, don't worry. The assessment methods have long been changed. They don't affect each other. For confidentiality reasons, I can't tell you. When your son comes out, you can ask him directly." Wang Ming had no idea what was happening outside. When he entered the room, he saw nothing except a fish tank against the wall with a blue fish in it. "No one? What about the assessment?" Before he finished speaking, a huge white-browed tiger with hanging eyes suddenly jumped out of the empty room, stood in front of Wang Ming, and let out a tiger roar. Roar! It looked majestic, 2 meters long, with a body like an iron wall, a tail like steel bars, bulging muscles all over its body, and staring at Wang Ming with fierce tiger eyes, as if it was going to pounce on him at the next moment. Wang Ming could smell the blood coming from the tiger's mouth. Most people would have been scared silly by such a scene, but Wang Ming was different. He felt that since this was a test, he must defeat the tiger. It was useless to be afraid. He was determined to change his own destiny. Not to mention a tiger, even if a god came, he would beat you to show you. "Come here." Wang Ming shouted at the tiger, but he did not move because his legs were a little weak. The tiger was angry and pounced fiercely, leaping into the air and about to pounce on Wang Ming. Wang Ming's knees were sore, so he just knelt on the ground and slid to avoid the attack. "It's a pity I didn't bring a knife, otherwise I would have ripped it open." He complained in his heart, but his body moved even faster. When the tiger landed on the ground, he actually rode on the tiger's back and punched it again and again. I thought it would take some effort, but I never expected that the tiger was only level 1, while Wang Ming was already level 2. Relying solely on physical strength, Wang Ming made the tiger attack more and breathe less. "What? It's just like that." Just as the tiger was about to die, it disappeared with a bang, and a voice came from the room. "You have passed the first level assessment. Please proceed to the next level." Wang Ming was stunned, and his eyes suddenly looked at the fish tank beside him, where small blue fish were swimming. "Blue Rose, I forgot about this guy. He can create illusions to confuse his opponents. So this level is to test the ability of the candidates?" As expected, he is rich and powerful. The first level is a strange beast. He walked out of the room and went to the second room. Not far away from him, Fang Ziheo was also taking the test, but Wang Ming couldn't see him and he couldn't see Wang Ming either. How could there be only one small fish in this small room? It is standard that a strong person is in charge. Wang Ming entered the second room, where a robot was standing. His entire body is silver white, with bones of steel and blood vessels of wires, just like in a science fiction novel. The robot said, "The second test begins. Hit me with all your might. I will record your data." Wang Ming had never seen such an advanced robot before, so he asked curiously, "Is it a robot specifically designed to test strength? What if you can't measure it? Please attack as quickly as possible. Failure to attack within the time limit will be considered a failure." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming clenched his right fist and swung it out violently. I thought the next thing would be the robot reporting how strong he was. But unexpectedly, the robot actually dodged. Yes, he moved lightly to the left and easily avoided Wang Ming's fist. Please attack as quickly as possible. Failure to attack within the time limit will be considered a test. Before the robot could finish repeating itself, Wang Ming smashed his left fist into the robot's chest. Hey, I've been on guard against you. Using a robot to measure strength is obviously a scam, isn't it? The robot slowly stepped back and said, 500 kilograms of strength, comparable to a level 2 alien beast, the Skyhorn Bull. Past the test standard is greater than 200 kilograms. Please proceed to the next level. It's so simple. Wang Ming walked to the next room happily. The powerful figure in the dark, who was watching the surveillance cameras in the 2 rooms, murmured to himself, is this a genius? He passed the test with almost no effort. At such a young age, he has the strength of a level 2 alien beast. We have to find a way to bring him down. He looked at the surveillance camera and was shocked to find that Wang Ming had already quickly passed the 3rd level while he was talking. He quickly called up the replay. The 3rd level had a real strange beast. It wasn't dangerous, but it would arouse people's inner desires and make them show their unbearable side. This level tested one's character. He was curious how Wang Ming came out so quickly. In the replay, as soon as Wang Ming entered, he saw the exotic beast Panhu lying on the bed with the imperial concubine. She had a human face and a fox body, with 2 small horns on her head. Her eyes were charming, her body was delicate and soft, and she cried softly to Wang Ming, squeak. This sound is so captivating that it can arouse desires in people and make them difficult to control. Before, some candidates stripped off their clothes and ran naked, some violated human ethics and rushed forward to do it, and some made wild claims about becoming emperors and immortals. But after listening to this, Wang Ming was just thinking about whether he could get money by killing this strange beast and whether the Alliance University would hold him accountable. There was murderous intent in his eyes as he approached Panhu step by step. Panhu understood people's hearts best. Seeing him like this, he was so scared that he quickly signaled him to pass. Wang Ming hesitated for a moment, then walked out unwillingly. After watching the replay, the strong man was even more satisfied. It is indeed a genius. Courage, wisdom, and character, all 3 are top-notch. Let me see, Mei Lao who recommended it. That crazy woman really picked up a treasure. I have to think of a way to snatch it from him. He seems to be short of money. Chapter 20 Future Directions. Wang Ming walked out of the room and came to the hall, where there were many seats, and sitting on them were parents waiting for their children to take the test. Fang Ziheo's mother Zhang Fang was also sitting here, but the maid Lin Wei was standing next to her. After all, without Fang Ziheo's protection, she was just an ordinary maid in the Fang family. Seeing Wang Ming coming out, Zhang Fang immediately sneered, "You came out so early, I'm afraid you haven't even passed the 1st level. Low-class people are low-class people. Even if you are given a chance, you are useless." To please Zhang Fang, Lin Wei quickly said, "Exactly. Everyone else is still taking the test, but he came out first. He must not have passed the 1st round yet. Unlike the young master, he must have moved on to the next round." At this time, Zhou Yanran went to see the condition of the candidates, and Lu Zihan also went to take the test. There was no one speaking for Wang Ming at the scene, only some spectators who were watching the fun. Wang Ming was too lazy to argue with such a contemptuous woman, so he just found a seat and sat down, waiting for Lu Zihan to come out. Seeing this, Zhang Fang felt that she had guessed correctly and became even more proud. She didn't care about maintaining her image as a lady, and crossed her legs, swaying gently, and said to Lin Wei with a playful smile on her face, "Although you are a maid, since Ziheo has chosen you to be his beast mother, you will definitely enjoy wealth and glory in the future. You'd better be careful and don't learn from some inferior people who are rude and incompetent, and are as dejected as a mouse." Lin Wei was pleasantly surprised. This woman had looked down on her just now, but now with Wang Ming as a comparison, she actually had some recognition of her. She quickly lowered her head and responded. She was also wearing a cheongsam today, a pink modified high-slit cheongsam. Her figure was very nice, and the light pink gradient stockings on her legs made her look very sexy. However, in order to please Zhang Fang, Lin Wei didn't care about exposing herself and quickly squatted down to massage Zhang Fang's legs so that she would feel better in the future. She also kept slandering Wang Ming. How can someone like him compare to the young master? The young master has an extraordinary background and extraordinary talent. He will definitely be a top-notch expert in the future. How can this mere assessment be so difficult for him? Zhang Fang was satisfied with what she heard. She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes and dozed off, while also enjoying Lin Wei's massage. Seeing this, Lin Wei could only continue massaging, but she felt a little hatred in her heart. It turned out that she was anxious to please and gave Zhang Fong a massage in public without caring about her image. Although Zhang Fong was satisfied, there was obviously a bit more contempt in the eyes of the people around her. Some men would even look at places where she might be exposed from time to time, which made her feel uncomfortable. At this moment, she was actually looking forward to Wang Ming coming over and arguing with Zhang Fong to ease her embarrassment. He's also a coward. Without a woman to help him, he just hides in the back and dares not speak. No wonder he's a loser who can't even pass the first level of the assessment. Lin Wei cursed inwardly, but she was more careful with her hands, as she didn't dare to hurt Zhang Fong. Where are the candidates who just finished the test? Can you point them out to me? Li Wenxin, who was in charge of receiving the candidates, heard someone asking questions. When he looked up, he found that it was Wei Donghua, the director of the admissions office and one of the vice presidents of the alliance, who was also a level 5 contractor. Did any of the candidates come out just now? Li Wenxin was sleeping on his stomach just now and didn't notice someone coming out. After all, it was less than half an hour since the first person went in. Normally, it would be impossible for someone to come out so quickly. As for the illusion in the first level, many people with a bad mood need to adapt for an hour before they can accept it, and some are even scared to death. So Li Wenxin answered Wei Donghua's questions carefully, pretending to be watching very seriously. When Zhang Fong heard the noise, she thought that Wang Ming had made some mistake, which upset the teacher at Union University, or that he had broken something and needed to pay compensation. She put down her legs and coughed lightly to signal Lin Wei. Lin Wei was also smart and immediately understood. She stood up and pointed at Wang Mingdao. Teacher, is he the one you're looking for? He came out so early, there must be something wrong. Just now we were wondering if he was related to someone with connections. Wei Donghua looked in the direction she pointed and saw Wang Ming with a confused look on his face. He had gotten up early in the morning and was feeling sleepy again. He had just dozed off in the soft chair for a few minutes when he was woken up. Wang Ming looked at Wei Donghua and then at Lin Wei with a dazed look. Why were these people looking at him? Wei Donghua was encouraged. He was the one who had secretly watched Wang Ming's entire assessment. Of course, he had to get such a good seedling under his command. If he makes a contribution to fighting against strange beasts in the future, or becomes a strong man, a little support will be enough. Even if he cannot become a strong man, based on his wisdom and ability when passing the test, he is a rare and capable person, and he is exactly in need of such a person. However, saying it directly would be too embarrassing, so he coughed lightly and said, as the first person to come out of this assessment, your results are very good, and the overall evaluation is A+. I came out specifically to tell you this news, and also to give you parents and friends a little confidence. Wang Ming nodded. This result was within his expectations. Such a small thing was certainly not difficult for him who was already at level 2, but it would be difficult for other students who were not yet contractors. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Fong was so shocked when she heard the news that she stood up and subconsciously retorted, that's impossible. Fortunately, the sound was low and no one paid attention to her except Lin Wei. Lin Wei reminded quietly, Madam, he said it in public, please don't be impulsive. The implication is that you won't say it in public unless you are sure. Zhang Fong naturally understood, and her face suddenly turned gloomy. She sat down on the chair and didn't say anything for a long time. Seeing that Wang Ming was about to sit down and continue sleeping after he finished speaking, Wei Donghua became a little anxious. How could this child not understand the ways of the world? He could only use the previous topic as an excuse to ask with a smile, I wonder if you parents know anything about choosing a major in college. I can provide some general information so that students can determine their own majors. He glanced at Wang Ming and saw that Wang Ming was indeed interested and even walked to the front. He couldn't help but feel relieved. As everyone knows, our Alliance University was established to fight against alien beasts. It's divided into two categories, combat and support. Combat is roughly divided into exploration, confrontation, and strategy. Hey, classmate, as the first person out, which direction do you want to choose? He looked at Wang Ming, who asked curiously, I don't know much about this, teacher. Could you please explain it to me? Of course, no problem. Wei Donghua, a middle-aged man with glasses and a handsome figure, spoke incessantly. Then I will mainly talk about the combat type. First of all, the exploration type, the traces of strange beasts, their behavioral habits, and their locations are their main learning content. Simply put, it is about collecting intelligence. Then there is the confrontation type, which usually involves fighting against strange beasts head-on. They just rush forward to fight, and there is nothing much to say. The last one is the strategic type, which is really interesting. It involves planning and strategizing, and winning battles thousands of miles away, you know. How to select the right personnel based on information about strange beasts, and how to formulate the most effective combat plan based on the on-site environment are all things that only strategic people can do. And the strategic type learns more. Not only do you have to understand the information about the monsters, but you also have to understand the information about different contractors and their corresponding monster girls. Based on the information, you have to choose the right position for each person and formulate corresponding responsibilities. It can be said that the strategic type is the brain of the entire team against the monsters. Classmate, you should understand what I mean. Wang Ming nodded and said, I understand, teacher, you are a resourceful person. Yes, that's not right. I'm not asking you to understand this, but you understand which direction you should choose. Wei Dongbo was so proud of what he said that he almost let it slip, and quickly asked Wang Ming for his opinion. Seeing Wang Ming's ordinary clothes and his silence, he thought to himself and said quickly, and you don't have to worry about tuition fees. Our Jimo class offers excellent benefits. Tuition is free, there are double dormitories, generous scholarships, and free training time in the school's dedicated training room. Wang Ming didn't pay attention to what was said next. When he heard that tuition was waived, his eyes lit up. Teacher, is it true that if I choose the strategy type, I will get free tuition? Fang Dongwei was overjoyed and nodded quickly, saying, Of course. I can also apply for a school living allowance. 1,000 a month is not a problem. There are also other mission bonuses and so on. You just need to. Round watermelon, you stole someone and ended up on top of me? Mei Shuiyan walked in with great momentum, wearing 12 centimeters high heels, a white suit uniform skirt and off-white stockings. She was over 2 meters tall and full of energy. Her question shocked Fang Dongwa so much that he hunched over a little. Chapter 21 Part-Time Massage. Mei Shuiyan strode in and pulled Wang Ming, who was still thinking, into her arms. The two big watermelons hit Wang Ming so hard that he was dizzy. She pressed Wang Ming's shoulder and said, This is my disciple. Of course, he will follow my lead in the confrontational style. A man should face monsters head-on. Don't lead my student astray. Fang Dongwa's strength, height, and aura were all suppressed, and he knew the temper of this tigress, so he immediately said awkwardly, I'm just suggesting something, that's all. I have something else to do. If you have any ideas, please contact me. Here's my business card. He handed Wang Ming a business card and fled the scene. Wang Ming held the business card and was a little at a loss for a moment. Teacher, that. Don't worry, full tuition waiver is a benefit provided by Union University for outstanding students. Even if you choose the competitive type, you will still have the benefits he mentioned. Mei Shuiyan saw through his thoughts at once and said angrily, Didn't I just give you 100,000 yuan? Why are you worrying about money? This is your future. Have you spent the 100,000 yuan? When the people around heard this, they immediately showed gossipy expressions. Wow, a rich female principal is supporting a poor genius student. If this gets out, it will be a big deal. Wang Ming saw the strange looks from the people around him and quickly explained, Teacher, I lent you that 100,000 yuan. I didn't spend it carelessly. I just wanted to leave some money for my grandma's retirement. Mei Shuiyan also realized that she had said the wrong thing, but she was too lazy to explain. She just said lightly, Come with me. It happens that you have nothing to do after the assessment. I will explain to you the difference between these types. I want to wait for Lu Zihan, she. Don't worry, if she can't even pass this, she's not worthy of being my student. Let's go, your path will be her path. After Mei Shuiyan finished speaking, she twisted her long legs and walked out. Fortunately, she came to take a look today, otherwise the good student would have been abducted. Wang Ming could only keep up. Every time he looked at Mei Shuiyan's tall stature and battle tank-like curvy figure, he couldn't help but think that it would be a wonderful thing if he could give her a 1,000-year kill. After Mei Shuiyan left the hall, everyone started whispering to each other. That's Principal Mei, right? He looks quite serious. I didn't expect that. You don't know this. With her figure, I guess several people can't satisfy her in one day. She must choose a young one, hee hee. Listening to the unbearable words around her, Zhang Fong wanted to get up and leave, but she was afraid that her son would come out and not be able to see her immediately, so she could only snort coldly. Watch your mouth. You guys are the ones who can comment on such a powerful person. She was the wife of the famous wealthy Fong family. The jewelry she wore was obviously of great value. The person who spoke knew he couldn't afford to offend her, so he could only keep silent. Zhang Fong pondered in her heart, my son and Wang Ming don't get along, but Wang Ming has Mei Shuiyan protecting him. I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to attack him secretly. Humph, I'll just let you live a little longer. Lin Wei didn't know that Zhang Fong was thinking so much, she was just envious. Whether it was Mei Shuiyan's powerful strength that intimidated everyone, or Zhang Fong's status as a noble lady that made others dare not speak, they were all things she envied and could not obtain. She stood there, dreaming that there would be such a day for herself. Why are you daydreaming? Go on and give me a massage. I didn't relax after working out last night, and my legs are so sore. Zhang Fong's voice interrupted Lin Wei's fantasy. She was still the maid. Lin Wei bit her lip, squatted down silently and continued to massage Zhang Fong. About an hour later, Zhou Yanran suddenly ran out and said, Mother Fong, come here quickly. Your Zihao has fainted. Zhang Fong's face changed drastically. She quickly stood up and ran to the room, knocking Lin Wei, who was squatting on the ground, to stagger and fall to the ground. She didn't care about anything else. What happened to my son? Why did he faint? Everyone in the hall suddenly became worried about their own children and gathered around to ask, where is my Zimming? Where is my son? Where is my Xiaoru? Zhou Yanran immediately regretted her recklessness and quickly waved her hand to reassure everyone, saying, your child is fine, don't worry. Mother Fong, come with me. Zhang Fong followed Zhou Yanran to the temporary medical room, where there was a bed with Fong Zihao lying on it, his clothes in disarray. Lin Wei also followed in. When she saw the strawberry marks on Fong Zihao's chest, she was shocked and prayed in her heart that Zhang Fong would not notice. Next to Fong Zihao was a doctor, also a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He said to Zhang Fong, who had rushed anxiously onto Fong Zihao the moment she came in. You're a family member of a candidate, right? Don't worry, he's fine. He just overindulged himself and then exercised suddenly, so he fainted. He'll be fine after 2 days of rest. Overindulgence? Impossible, doctor. I have always been strict with my son, and he doesn't even have that. Having said that, Zhang Fong suddenly reacted and saw the obvious marks on Fong Zihao's chest. She immediately turned around and gave Lin Wei a loud slap in the face. Bang! The slap scared everyone. Bitch, stinky whore, it must be you who seduced my son. He doesn't know anything. It must be you. He has an exam today, and you're still pestering him. Lin Wei's mouth was bleeding from the beating. She lowered her head and softly defended herself, I told the young master, and he insisted on it. There was nothing I could do. Bang! Zhang Fong slapped him again. She became even angrier when she heard Lin Wei's excuses. In her eyes, her son was of course pure and innocent. If there was any problem, it must have been caused by others. Shameless slut, you still dare to quibble. My son was led astray by a vixen like you. I was wondering why he would leave the eldest daughter of the Chun family behind and choose a bitch like you as his bestie. So this is the reason. Are you a bitch? She raised her hand to hit him, but Zhou Yanran stopped her and said, Mrs. Fong, this is not the place for you to lecture people, and your son hasn't woken up yet. Zhang Fong was furious, but considering the consequences, she held back. She glared at Lin Wei and said, I'll settle the score with you when I get back. After she helped Fong Zihao get dressed, she thought about the test again and asked Zhou Yanran, how did my son do on the test? He should have passed, right? Zhou Yanran first shook her head, then nodded, looking a little confused to Zhang Fong. Is this a pass or not? According to the results of this assessment, Fong Zihao fainted in the second round due to exhaustion, so he has failed the assessment. Zhang Fong suddenly became nervous. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Zhou Yanran continue. However, the strength he demonstrated at the end showed that he was already a level 1 contractor. And from what you just said, he has already contracted a beast girl. According to the regulations of the Alliance University, he can still enter in this situation. However, the treatment will be the same as that of candidates taking the normal examination. Most of the students who take the early admission assessment are talented or have strong backgrounds, so they are naturally treated much better. However, most students will not become formal contractors before the assessment, let alone have beast girls, so the Alliance University will give special treatment to those beast girls who have already had the assessment, as long as they pass the first level. Zhang Fong breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. As long as she could get in, it would be fine. As for the salary, her family was not short of money. They were not like Wang Ming's poor family who could not even afford the tuition. Thank you. Zhang Fong sincerely thanked Zhou Yanran, but she didn't even look at Lin Wei. Even though her son was able to enter the Union University because of his contract with Lin Wei, she still felt that it was Lin Wei who harmed Fong Zihao, otherwise Fong Zihao could have been admitted with honor. Lin Wei's cheek was swollen from being beaten, but she lowered her head, hiding her hatred, for fear that Zhang Fong would notice. But where Zhang Fong couldn't see, Lin Wei's fingernails had already left marks on the palm of her hand. She remembered this humiliation today. Wang Ming was unaware of these unexpected events. Mei Shuiyan called him over and gave him a lecture on the virtues of confrontation, which made him drowsy. The main reason is that when Mei Shuiyan mentioned fighting with strange beasts, she became so excited that she didn't know what the world was, and kept shouting kill, 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 as if the meaning of her existence was to kill strange beasts. In the end, Wang Ming could only say goodbye to Mei Shuiyan temporarily on the grounds that he still had to work part-time to make money. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. You're a strong-willed person. Think it through. Get out of here. Mei Shuiyan waved her hands and lost her patience to preach any further. She thought to herself, if it doesn't work, she might as well use the beauty trap. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out. Just as he was about to go home to catch up on his sleep, he received a call from Sister Yang at his part-time job, Shuxintang Health Club. Xiao Ming, help me, come here quickly. Mrs. Chen specifically asked for your massage. This is our SVIP, you can't neglect her. Sister Yang, I've been admitted to Union University. I may not work part-time anymore. You? Oh, Xiao Ming, congratulations. I didn't expect that we would have such an amazing person. But you know this Mrs. Chen, she is one of our big clients. The annual membership fee is several million. Come on, I'll count it all as your commission. I'll give you 5,000, how about that? Just consider it a favor to me. Wang Ming was a little hesitant. Mrs. Chen was indeed a big customer of the store. She took good care of him and gave him a lot of tips, which made him very grateful. It would be nice to say goodbye to her in person. Xiao Ming, when you fainted from hunger on the side of the road, I carried you to the hospital under the scorching sun and even found you a part-time job. Now I'm begging you for help, and you refuse? Hey, Sister Yang, look at what you said. Can't I go over there now? But I really can't go later. Okay, I understand. You're a top student at Union University. There's no way I'll let you do this in the future. She was in a hurry today, so please come quickly. She also brought her daughter here, saying she wanted to relax. I heard she's also going to apply to Union University. You just happen to know her. What? Mother and daughter coming for a massage together? Mrs. Chen is really, I'll be right there. Wang Ming shook his head, not quite understanding what these rich people were thinking. Chapter 22 Ambiguity. Wang Ming came to Shuxintang Health Club, entered through the back door staff passage, and changed into his work clothes. It is said that a young boy who has eaten his father out of poverty and relies on his grandmother to pick up scraps cannot support a growing boy. So Wang Ming always looked for part-time jobs, but he was young before and no one wanted him. It was not until he fainted from hunger and accidentally met Sister Yang that he had the opportunity to have enough food to eat. Just as he was thinking about it, Sister Yang learned that he had arrived, and she rushed over to pull him aside and said, "Hurry up, Mrs. Chen is getting impatient." Sister Yang is a divorced young woman in her 30s. She has her hair in a neat bun and wears the club's required black cheongsam and skin-colored stockings and high heels. Because she doesn't exercise regularly, she has some fat on her belly, so wearing a cheongsam, which is particularly figure-conscious, actually doesn't look good on her. But she has a good body proportion, which makes up for this, and she still looks charming. Wang Ming was pulled by her and ran 2 steps quickly to Mrs. Chen's SVIP room. Knock, knock, knock a few times, and then Sister Yang pushed the door open and went in. "Mrs. Chen, Wang Ming is here. Do you need any help?" Wang Ming followed her in, bowed his head slightly and greeted her, then looked at the rich lady in the massage chair and said, "Mrs. Chen, it's a pleasure to serve you. It's been a long time since we last met. You look so beautiful now. The room is furnished with 2 massage beds and a table in the middle with fruits and tea. A curtain can separate or block the view. Mrs. Chen was lying on the massage bed on the left, wearing loose gray shorts, revealing her well-maintained, white, smooth thighs and slender calves. She still had a facial mask on her face. Upon hearing this, she said, "Wang Ming is here." "You're just talking nonsense. You can't even see my face, and you think I'm beautiful again? I see that the insteps of your feet are pink and tender, the soles of your feet are rosy, and there is no dead skin on your heels. It's obvious that your skin is better, and you must be more beautiful. You're becoming more and more interesting, judging a woman by her feet. Please massage my daughter first. She's very hot-tempered." Mrs. Chen couldn't help wanting to laugh, but because of the face mask, she held it back and pointed at her daughter next to her. "I don't want it. I thought it was something good, but it's just this. I don't have it anywhere else. Mom, can you please pay more attention to me?" The voice was clear and pleasant, revealing a sense of cleverness, but the contemptuous words made Wang Ming feel a little resentful. As soon as he came in, he saw the girl on the bed on the right. She was wearing a moon-white dress and leaning on the bed. Her calves exposed under the dress were wrapped in white stockings, and she was wearing black pig kidney shoes on her feet. Apparently, it was either her first time or she hadn't planned on getting a massage. Mrs. Chen smiled gently and said, "Oh, it's really good stuff. You'll know when you try it. This guy is about the same age as you, but he's amazing." Sister Yang took the opportunity to interrupt and said, "Mrs. Chen, Wang Ming has been admitted to Union University. He told me today that he will no longer do this. If you come tomorrow, I won't be able to call him." Of course, this is not said in vain. Different identities naturally have different prices. With this statement, it is no problem for the price to double later. Mrs. Chen was a little excited when she heard this. Taking the mask into consideration, she said happily, "Well, I made it today. My dear, did you hear that? I'm a student who was admitted to Union University. I'm giving you a massage, and you're not happy about it." Mrs. Chen's daughter is named Li Qingyan, which is taken from the phrase Qingyan spreads into the Wuhou family. Her husband is Li Suifeng, who was once the deputy director of the Tianhai City Education Bureau. He felt that there was serious corruption within the alliance, so he gave his daughter this name. Li Qingyan also inherited her father's aloofness and arrogance. She originally looked down on this kind of servant job in her heart, but after hearing that the person was admitted to the Union University, she became somewhat interested. She wore glasses, had a delicate appearance, a pointed chin, and a scholarly air. She frowned slightly as she looked at Wang Mingdao. "Are you taking the exam this year? Today should be the early admissions exam, right? Did you take it?" "Yes, you know a lot." Li Qingyan was a little unhappy. Her father didn't want to use his connections, so she was not qualified to participate in the early batch assessment. She didn't expect that the person who gave her a massage would have the opportunity to participate. Do you think anyone can get into Union University? What proof do you have that you were admitted to Union University?" Wang Ming shook his head. Whether it was true or not, he didn't want to show it to this young lady. She was looking down on him deep down. "Mrs. Chen, since your daughter doesn't want me to massage her, let me give you a massage." Mrs. Chen nodded. She was enjoying the massage anyway, so her status didn't matter. "Wait, who said I don't give massages? Come on, give me a massage." Li Qingyan leaned against the bed with her feet still outside. She shook her feet as if to vent her anger, motioning Wang Ming to take off her shoes. Mrs. Chen was confused and said with a smile, "You'll know if you try it. This young man's massage is better than those old masters." Wang Ming looked at Mrs. Chen's exposed feet, which were white, tender, and delicate. Thinking of the scene when he gave her a massage for the first time, he couldn't help but smile. "Well, let's just consider it as a token of my gratitude for choosing me first." Wang Ming walked towards Li Qingyan, held her ankle with one hand, and gently took off her shoes with the other hand. A slightly sour and leathery smell appeared in the room, mixed with the aroma of the room, blending into a not too unpleasant smell. Seeing this, Sister Yang quietly closed the door and went out. The water for washing feet had already been brought up. SVIP users like this sometimes have some strange requests, but Sister Yang is no longer surprised. Wang Ming professionally placed Li Qingyan's pair of small feet in white stockings on the bed and asked softly, "Do you want to wash and then massage, or just massage directly?" Li Qingyan probably smelled the odor of her own feet, her face flushed slightly as she said, "Just wash it." Hey, I can take off my socks myself. It turned out that Wang Ming wanted to help her take off her socks. Li Qingyan was shy and quickly said she would do it herself. She carefully rolled up her skirt a little, rolled it down from the base of her socks at the bend of her legs, quickly took off one sock, and did the same with the other, then put both socks aside. Wang Ming looked at her feet. The girl's feet were smaller than her mother's, and the lines were smooth and round. She was not as thin as her body. Her 10 toes were like 10 cute silkworms, moving restlessly. He reached out and grabbed the soles of Li Qingyan's feet, and Li Qingyan groaned unconsciously, Move forward, I'll help you wash. Li Qingyan nodded and moved forward a little afraid to look at Wang Ming. This was the first time in her life that someone of the opposite sex had grabbed her feet. She felt a little uncomfortable, and the atmosphere became ambiguous and awkward. It's just a massage, don't think too much about it. She secretly encouraged herself in her heart, glanced at her mother secretly, and then looked at Wang Ming, who was working hard, but her face couldn't help but turn red. He's quite handsome. Wang Ming tested the water temperature and put Li Qingyan's feet into the basin. The girl's skin was delicate and soft, like soft jade to the touch, making him reluctant to let go. He scooped up water and gently washed the instep of her feet, then stroked her with his palm, making Li Qingyan feel as if she had been electrocuted and goosebumps appeared all over her body. She tried hard not to scream out. Wang Ming, however, cleaned her feet carefully and meticulously, as if appreciating a work of art. He did not miss any corner. It took so long that Li Qingyan started to wonder if her feet were really dirty. She asked, Is it really that dirty? I see you've washed it 3 times. She pinched the hem of her skirt with her hands, trying not to make any strange noises. If she continued washing, she was afraid she would not be able to control herself. No, your feet are very clean and beautiful. It's just my professional habit. Let me massage you. Wang Ming's expression remained unchanged as he explained seriously, as if he was not the one who had just awakened the strange habit. Wang Ming wiped Li Qingyan's feet clean, washed his hands, and then gently massaged her. The soles of the feet have many important acupuncture points and a dense network of nerves, making them more sensitive to touch and pain than other places. Wang Ming taught himself Chinese medicine massage, but he is very talented in this area. His strokes are of just the right weight and the acupoints are stimulated just right, making people feel only comfortable. Li Qingyan did the same. She slowly lay down and enjoyed Wang Ming's professional massage techniques. Mom just said it feels good, few people can compare to him. After he is done with you, Mom wants to do it too. Mrs. Chen suddenly spoke, and her ambiguous words made Li Qingyan unable to help but have wild thoughts. Wang Ming suddenly had an idea. He stimulated the spiritual energy in his body and sent it to the Yongquan point on the sole of Li Qingyan's foot by pressing with his thumb. This acupuncture point is special and can relieve headaches and neuralgia. It also has certain effects on urinary problems and constipation. Because of this, some people believe that this acupoint has the effect of stimulating desire, and the desire for excretion is also an instinctive desire. Li Qingyan didn't know all this. She only felt her body floating lightly, and her whole body was like her name, turning into light smoke and flying away. At this moment, a warm current surged from the soles of her feet, from bottom to top, straight to her brain, making her feel an experience she had never had before. She suddenly grabbed her skirt and then let go, her toes curled inward and tensed, then quickly relaxed and straightened completely. No, don't press it, I can't stand it, go do it to my mother. Wang Ming looked at Li Qingyan's flushed face and rapid breathing, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly walked towards Mrs. Chen. Today was destined to be a day of hard work. Chapter 23 Undercurrent. When Fang Zihao woke up, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing the light above his head, he knew that he was back home. Son, you're awake. Are you okay? I scared you to death. Zhang Fang quickly picked up her son and touched him lovingly to see if there were any other problems. At the foot of the bed, Lin Wei stood biting her lip, a look of grievance on her swollen face. There was an obvious palm print on each side. She wanted to move forward, but didn't dare to take a step, looking pitiful. Fang Zihao saw this and felt a little distressed. He quickly said, Mom, did you hit her? It has nothing to do with her. I fainted on my own. Zhang Fang's expression changed, but she did not refute her son's words. She just comforted him. You should get some rest. Your father will be home tonight. If he asks you about your test scores, just tell him. Don't say anything else, okay? Fong Zihao was a little confused. He fainted and still survived. And why couldn't he say anything? He wanted to ask, but seeing that his mother had no intention of explaining, he had to give up and thought about asking Lin Wei later. Humph, after doing such a shameful thing, you still want to fool me? A man's angry voice came from the door, and then Fong Zihao saw his father Fong Dongwei appear, with a serious and angry look on his face that he had never seen before. Fong Dongwei is the Deputy Section Chief of the Crystal Management Section of the Alliance Logistics Department, a department that is extremely lucrative. But he is tall and thin, looking like a scholar. You overindulged yourself and fainted in public during the exam. You've completely disgraced me. You're such a grown-up, can't you tell the difference between the important and the trivial? I found the eldest daughter of the Chen family to be your beast mother, but you insisted on finding Lin Wei to be your beast mother. So be it, considering that you succeeded on your first try, you are considered a genius. But why can't you control your lower body? You are such a loser. How could I have such a loser son like you? He looked very angry and said a lot of things, which made Fong Zihao, who had come to his senses, lower his head again and again. In the end, he wished he could go back to his mother's womb and give birth again. Zhang Fong felt a little sorry for him and defended her son, saying, "Why are you being so harsh? My son passed the test anyway, so how can he be a waste? Besides, you were the one who found this vixen for him, so you can't blame him entirely." Just protect him. Fong Dongwei didn't want to argue with his wife, so he turned around and left angrily, then suddenly shouted, "Lin Wei, come to my study." Zhang Fong held her frightened son Fong Zihao in her arms, staring at Lin Wei's twisting waist, cursing in her heart countless times. After becoming a beast girl, even if she voluntarily terminates the contract, she will take away half of the contractor's cultivation. So at this moment, for the sake of her son's future, she couldn't do anything about Lin Wei, the slutty vixen. "Mom, Lin Wei, I hope she's okay." Fong Zihao asked in a low voice, but he didn't have the courage to ask his father. It's inevitable to teach her a lesson. She's just a servant girl, a maidservant, and she wants to become a phoenix. After hearing this, Fong Zihao remained silent, but he resented Wang Ming even more. If it weren't for Wang Ming, he wouldn't be so eager for success, nor would he let poor Lin Wei be treated like this. He saw the 2 slap marks on Lin Wei's face clearly. Lin Wei nervously followed Fong Dongwei into the study. Without waiting for Fong Dongwei to speak, she closed the door, knelt down in front of Fong Dongwei, and begged, "Leader, I was wrong. Please don't separate me and the young master. I really like him." Fong Dongwei pinched her chin, and tears welled up on her delicate little face, which made me feel pity for her. Her oval face and fox eyes made her a very standard beauty. After studying it for a moment, he said, "I underestimated you. Tell me, what are you trying to accomplish by doing this?" Lin Wei stopped pretending. Her white and slender fingers drew circles on Fong Dongwei's knees, but she still said with a crying voice, "Boss, what can I do? I'm just thinking about the young master's future. He was admitted to Union University. I can't say much, but I have contributed a lot. If I terminate his contract now, I'm afraid he won't have the chance to attend Union University this year. I remember there's still an entrance exam." Although she was kneeling, there was a smile in her eyes, and her words were 3 parts complaints, 3 parts threats, and a little bit of pride. Fong Dongwei moved his fingers down, pinched her neck, and slowly tightened his grip. Lin Wei looked at him in astonishment until she couldn't breathe. She instinctively reached out to stop Fong Dongwei, but was still pinched so hard that she rolled her eyes and couldn't breathe. Seeing that she was about to die, Fong Dongwei let go of her hand. Lin Wei collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes full of fear. Fong Dongwei's cold voice sounded. "You said you wanted to study, so you climbed into my bed and begged me to give you a job so you could survive. What I want to tell you now is that no matter what little thoughts you have, don't put them on my son. If anything happens to him, your whole family won't be enough to be buried with him. I will kill you, and it will be as easy as crushing an ant." Lin Wei was terrified. How could she possibly be a match for such a person in terms of mentality? The only thing she could rely on was her young and beautiful body. "Boss, I'm sorry. I was just possessed by a ghost for a moment. I swear, I will treat the young master well, even if it means dying for him." Lin Wei returned to her obedient self and lay on Fong Dongwei's knees like a pet, begging for his forgiveness, with all the softness of her body pressed against Fong Dongwei. "That Wang Ming, what's going on? Why would Zihao go against him?" Fang Dongguo remained unmoved, his face full of seriousness. Him? He's just a poor kid with some talent. But it seems that Principal Mei is his teacher, and he might even be supported by Principal Mei. That's impossible. She's not that kind of person. What other information do you have? Tell me everything you know and what Zihao told you. Lin Wei thought for a while, then recalled what Fang Zihao had said. She said, the young master said he suspected Wang Ming had contracted the school beauty in their class, as well as her mother. But how is that possible? How could a level 1 person contract 2 beast girls? Don't tell me what you think. Just paraphrase Zihao and ask him why he thinks that way. The young master said that the school beauty's mother suddenly rioted and injured people that day. Everyone was scared and ran away. Wang Ming was inside and didn't have time to run away. Everyone thought he was going to get hurt, but unexpectedly, the mother and daughter didn't hurt him, while other students and teachers were hurt. Finally, Principal Mei called all 3 of them to his office. The young master said he wanted to hear about the school beauty, but he ran into Wang Ming who had just come out. He and Wang Ming had a fight, but they didn't win. However, before that, he was much stronger than Wang Ming. Fang Dongwei nodded and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Lin Wei reached out to unzip her pants and apologized to her leader in the way she was most familiar with. Fang Dongwei nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, it seems that Wang Ming has a big secret. He has contracted 2 beast girls at the same time. If my Fang family can get them, it will be a meteoric rise to fame in no time. He glanced down at the hard-working Lin Wei, and thought unconsciously, this woman has a snake's heart and a human face. I can't keep her here. Once my son goes to Union University, I'll find a chance to get rid of her. These secrets can't be leaked. Lin Wei's nails dug into her palms unconsciously, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she tilted her head back and smiled sweetly, which made Fang Dongguo feel relieved. She had never told anyone about this, a hidden skill she had awakened as a beast girl. She could hear the thoughts of anyone she had slept with or had an intimate relationship with at close range. Although there were many restrictions, it was still very useful. It seems I have to contact Wang Ming as well. Neither the Fang family father nor their son is reliable. At Shuxintang Health Club, Wang Ming was much more familiar with the massage he gave Mrs. Chen. This car is in good condition. Although it has been driven for more than 30 years, its headlights are large and bright, and its body is smooth and delicate, making people love it. The engine oil is also in good condition, and the horn is louder than that of a new car. So much so that Li Qingyan, who was standing next to her, had to pull the curtain and cover her ears, which made her feel a little better. Otherwise, she felt that she would have a stepfather in the next second. Ah, Xiaoming, your massage is more comfortable than others. Mrs. Chen took off her mask, revealing a face that looked about 60% like Li Qingyan, only rounder. Years of wealthy life had allowed her to live a life of luxury, especially the headlights, which were so white, tender, and plump that people dared not look directly at them. Wang Ming massaged her shoulders and neck to relax them. If she wasn't careful, a white speck of snow would appear in her eyes. However, Mrs. Chen didn't care at all and said, "You young people are just so hot-tempered. My dear, why are you so angry about Chen Lingling not becoming the beastly wife of the young master of the Fang family? If your mother hadn't brought you here for a massage, you would still be angry." Li Qingyan sighed and said, "I'm not angry about this, I just feel sorry for Lingling. How can she not be as good as others? I heard that she is still a maid at home." Lingling was so angry that she ran away from home. TSK, Xiaoming, don't you think these kids are sensible? They run away from home for such a small thing. They really don't know how to appreciate the blessings they have. Oh. Mrs. Chen made a blushing sound with comfort, but she asked Wang Ming. The ancients said that a blessed woman would not enter the house of an unblessed one. I think the same is true for Chen Lingling. Wang Ming answered casually, vaguely guessing who the young master of the Fang family they were talking about was. It's different when you read a lot of books. Listen to me, it feels good. Li Qingyan also thought it made sense, but she was still a little unhappy. Although Lingling brought money, she has rarely gone out since she was a child. I don't know if she can adapt to being away from home for 2 days. She didn't contact me either. Wang Ming didn't know what was said. He finally finished his massage and was also feasting his eyes. Mrs. Chen's figure was really amazing, her legs were so thin, and her words were so profound. Would her broad mind have any impact? At a scrapyard on the outskirts of the city, Grandma Wang Ming held a girl's hand and said with a gentle smile, "There's food at home. Wait a moment, little girl. Grandma will make it for you." The girl's clothes were dirty and she was starving, but she still nodded politely and patiently. "Thank you, Grandma. I'm not in a hurry." "No hurry." Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach protested in dissatisfaction. Grandma Wang Ming smiled without saying anything and went into the kitchen to make her something to eat. Chapter 24, Favor. Wang Ming washed his hands and was about to leave when Mrs. Chen stopped him. "Hey, Xiaoming, wait a minute." The big breasts on her chest swayed. She stretched first, then took out a bank card from a small bag beside her and put it in Wang Ming's hand. "I've been receiving your massages for years, watching you grow from a simpleton to a responsible young man. It's fate. There are tens of thousands of yuan in this card. Take it, and consider it my thanks for your careful attention over the years." Wang Ming looked at her inexplicably, his heart full of mixed emotions, and subconsciously resisted. "Sister Chen, I have tuition fees, I can't take this money." Mrs. Chen smiled and said, "Don't laugh at being poor when you're young. Things change over time. Take this money today. You may need my help again someday." Wang Ming knew that these were words from Mrs. Chen to comfort him. His superb massage skills were learned from Mrs. Chen. But since others have said this, it would be impolite to refuse. Wang Ming held the bank card tightly and said solemnly, "Thank you, Sister Chen. If you have any questions in the future, please feel free to contact me." After a pause, Wang Ming added, "No matter what." Mrs. Chen was overjoyed, her breast swaying up and down. She held Wang Ming's hand and said, "Please give me a massage next time you have the chance. If I leave you, I really don't know who I can turn to." Li Qingyan got off the bed and said with a hint of disbelief, "Did you really get into Union University?" "I'll get in too. I'll go to school and see you then." "Of course." Wang Ming nodded naturally, his inner confidence making Li Qingyan believe it unconsciously. She took out her cell phone and said, "Add me as a friend so we can keep in touch later. My name is Li Qingyan, Musili, and the light smoke that spreads into the Wuho family. Just call me Qingyan, don't call me Miss Chun or Sister Li, it's really unpleasant." Wang Ming couldn't help laughing. He took out his phone and added the contact information, typing a note, "Wang Ming, the future is promising." Li Qingyan chuckled softly, "You are quite an interesting person." "Ha, then I won't disturb your rest. Sister Chen, Qingyan, see you again if we're lucky." Wang Ming said goodbye politely, without any pretense or unkindness. It seemed like he was saying an ordinary farewell. To him, a noble lady like Mrs. Chen was from a completely different world. After Wang Ming left, Mrs. Chen saw her daughter staring at the door and jokingly said, "Why, you're attracted to me already. You've graduated now, and I support you dating. We don't care about family background." Li Qingyan laughed uncontrollably, "What nonsense are you talking about? I just think he's quite principled. He doesn't pester you to curry favor with you and ask for more money, nor does he give off an air of poverty or pretense of being noble. He's quite interesting. You're still so poor, just learn these things from your dad. You don't know what you are like. Humph, go and have fun by yourself, don't disturb my beauty routine." Li Qingyan stuck out her tongue, returned to her bed, and picked up her phone to look through Wang Ming's circle of friends. Doesn't this person post on WeChat Moments? He just ate a pork knuckle. What's there to brag about? Wang Ming walked to the staff lounge and found Sister Yang waiting for him. It was a free time at this time in the afternoon and everyone except him was out shopping. In the huge lounge, Sister Yang was the only one sitting there playing with her cell phone. She was wearing a black cheongsam. When she sat down, the fat on her belly was not too noticeable. Only her long legs and flesh-colored stockings were attracting everyone's attention. Perhaps because she was tired of standing, Sister Yang put her feet outside her high heels, moved her toes freely, and felt the fresh air. "Oh, you're back. Mrs. Chen and her daughter are pretty, aren't they? They didn't do anything fancy, did they?" Sister Yang had a mischievous smile on her face, as if she was teasing the innocent little virgin. Wang Ming smiled and replied, "No one is as extravagant as you, Sister Yang, who whips and uses steel wool all the time. Bah, you are so young and don't learn good things, learning these weird words." Sister Yang took out a black plastic bag from her bag and slowly opened it in front of Wang Ming. Inside was a neat stack of 100 yuan bills. "Xiaoming, here are 10,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan is your salary, and 5,000 yuan is your bonus. You're going to Union University, so I don't have much else to give you, so I can only give you these. Wang Ming was touched. Although he came from a poor family, fortunately, many people were willing to help him along the way. How can this be so embarrassing? I won't be polite then, ha ha ha. Sister Yang handed the money to Wang Ming. He reached out to take it, but Sister Yang grabbed his hand. Why? Are you reluctant to give it to me? Sister Yang shook her head and leaned close to Wang Ming's ear and said, I've been craving you for a long time. If you want to leave today, just give me a try. I've sent everyone else away. Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, then he said with a mixture of laughter and tears, Sister Yang, you're still teasing me at this time. Why are you trying to take advantage of me for such a small sum of money? Sister Yang also laughed. She patted Wang Ming on the shoulder and said, You little bastard, am I so unattractive? Do I need to use unspoken rules? I want men, and there are plenty of them lining up outside. Wang Ming pinched the flesh on her belly and said, I believe it, I believe it. I love this little bit of flesh on your belly the most. It's soft and nice to touch. Sister Yang's face flushed slightly, and the temperature in the lounge had risen at some point. She looked at Wang Ming, who was half a head taller than her, and suddenly felt a little proud. You were as skinny as a bamboo pole back then, but I've nurtured you over the past 2 years. You're as strong as a calf now. Tell me how you thank me, sister. She thought about the first time she met Wang Ming. He was not so tall, not so strong, and he was so hungry that he fainted on the side of the road. It was she who gave Wang Ming a part-time job. The pay was not much, but food was provided. After all, there was not much work Wang Ming could do at that time. Later, she heard that Wang Ming's grandmother was sick and Wang Ming's money needed to buy medicine. During that time, Wang Ming didn't have enough to eat, and she was so anxious that she tried all kinds of ways to get Wang Ming to eat more meat. After all, she made up for it to him. This young man was raised by her. Wang Ming's hand slid down the soft flesh of Sister Yang's waist, drew circles around her from behind, and whispered gratitude, Thank you, Sister Yang. Without you, there would be no me. Sister Yang buried her head in his chest, unable to help but feel her heart beating faster. An inexplicable feeling surged in her heart, like family affection, love, and friendship. Subconsciously, she also hugged Wang Ming, and an unprecedented sense of security appeared in her mind. Xiao Ming, just repay me this time. She closed her eyes and unbuttoned a button on the collar of her cheongsam without her noticing. Wang Ming smelled the fragrance on her body, and his heart moved. He picked her up and walked to the bed. Sister Yang, next, let me give you a full body massage. Ah, be gentle, I'm not tired. On the other side, Lu Zihan finally came out after finishing the test, but she didn't see Wang Ming. She only saw her mother Lu Xini sitting in a seat in the hall waiting for her. Mom, I passed the exam. Where's Wang Ming? Lu Xini was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, and the parents around her looked at her enviously. As long as you pass the exam, that's good. Ha, Mom made delicious food for you. What about Wang Ming? I haven't seen him since I came here. Is he still not out? Impossible. I just asked Zhou Yanran, and she said Wang Ming came out very early. This scoundrel definitely didn't wait for me to leave. Lu Zihan was so angry that his mouth swelled up like a pufferfish. He might be in trouble. Let's go back first and call him later. Okay, Mom, what did you cook? Lu Zihan took his mother's arm and said with a smile on his face. Stir-fried tiger kidneys, grilled oysters, beef brisket stewed with leeks, ginseng, and wolfberry soup. If you want anything else, tell me. Lu Zihan said bitterly, this doesn't look like something you made for me. Can Wang Ming eat so much? It's okay, your father is busy tonight, Wang Ming can eat slowly. Lu Xini specially picked out a purple lace miniskirt today, paired with black-lined fishnet stockings and red-bottomed pointed high heels. She felt that Wang Ming could eat all of it, and if it wasn't enough, she could do more. After all, after her husband gave her the money for safekeeping last time, she now has a lot more money to control, and money doesn't belong to her if she doesn't spend it. With this thought in mind, Lu Xini dragged her daughter towards the car with a look of longing on her face. Tonight should be a happy night. Chapter 25 Two Invincible Moves. Ah, Lu Zihan, let's have dinner together tonight to celebrate your admission to university. Hiss, no problem, no problem, what is that sound? No sound. You heard wrong, just hang up like that. Wang Ming hung up the phone and slowly pushed Sister Yang away. Sister Yang had a playful look on her face. You've become so popular already, how heartless. Go ahead, I won't stop you. Wang Ming laughed, packed up and left the club. As he left, he looked back at the golden sign. From today on, his life would be very different. After he left, Sister Yang spat into the trash can and threw away the rotten flesh-colored stockings. She took out a new pair and cursed in a low voice, "You little bastard, you're quite good at playing." Wang Ming was walking on the road when he suddenly sneezed. Akiu, who missed me again? Seriously. But it turns out I can only rely on beast girls to level up. It's useless when I'm with people who aren't beast girls. Oh, it's so cool. Wang Ming, oh Wang Ming, you want to be a strong man, how can you be so depraved? He doesn't do it for the pleasure, but to upgrade his talents, that's it. Seeing that they were not far from Lu Zihan's house, Wang Ming thought about it and decided to buy some fruit as a symbolic gift. Gifts should not be wasted. Wang Ming was walking happily on the road with a fruit basket in his hand, but a man and a woman suddenly appeared and blocked his way. The man was wearing a yellow flowered shirt, with a tuft of bangs covering his left eye. He was about 1.7 meters tall and looked at him with an expression that said, "I'm the best in the world." The woman was wearing a red camisole with a miniskirt, and flesh-colored horse oil socks with flip-flops. She looked out of place. She looked at Wang Ming with a scrutinizing look and licked her lips. "Who are you? I don't even know your brother Yang, and you're still hanging around here. This is your Aunt Qin. Come with us. There's an important person who wants to see you." Wang Ming frowned and didn't move. Brother Yang thought he was just wondering whether to go or not, and said frivolously, "Don't even think about it. I'm a serious contractor, level 2. I can beat 10 of you, a cucumber who hasn't even graduated yet. This Miss Qin is my beast mother. With our combined strength, you should consider it for yourself. Do you want to follow us obediently, or do you want us to knock you out and drag you away like a dead dog?" Wang Ming stared at the two of them and finally said slowly, "You too. Is it because of the generation difference?" Wang Ming added. "You call her brother Yang, and she calls her Aunt Qin. Do you like being a grandson so much?" Brother Yang was stunned for a moment, muttering to himself, "My aunt is grandpa's sister, and my father's father is grandpa, which means he is 2 generations older than me. Hey, Qin Xiu, you are taking advantage of me." Qin Xiu looked at Zhao Yang in disbelief and cursed. "You're so paralyzed, have you donated your brain? He's clearly teasing you, and you're just trying to be his supporting actor." After Qin Xiu finished speaking, she raised her hand and slapped Wang Ming. "You idiot, I let you talk nonsense here, but today I am your aunt." Wang Ming dodged it easily, and then slapped back. It was a loud slap, and Qin Xiu's false eyelashes fell off. Half of her face was red as she roared, "Foreign dog, you won't let me transform, wait till I beat you to death." When Zhao Yang saw Wang Ming hitting her, the spiritual energy in his body had already been activated. He pressed Qin Xiu's shoulder with one hand and said loudly, "Go ahead, little werewolf, show him how powerful you are." Under the moonlight, Qin Xiu's body turned into a beast, claws appeared on his hands, canine teeth were intertwined in his mouth, and his relatively good-looking face instantly turned into a silly face. His body shape did not change much, and he suddenly pounced towards Wang Ming. Wang Ming ducked to avoid it. There weren't many people coming and going here, so he didn't have to worry much when fighting. He suddenly leaned sideways and thrust his shoulder forward, hitting Qin Xiuping's chest. I thought this would hurt her, but unexpectedly Qin Xiu acted as if nothing had happened. She swept her claws down and hit Wang Ming's back, leaving 3 claw marks. Wang Mingqiao rolled on the ground to avoid her follow-up attack. Although his back was bleeding, he still taunted, "Era has some skills, but it's a pity that a dog is a dog and can't turn into a wolf." The spiritual energy in his body flowed, helping to stop the bleeding on his back. He glanced at Zhao Yang hiding behind him, and he had no intention of joining the battle at all. Is this the Gale Wolf? Interesting. Wang Ming became alert and rushed towards Qin Xiu. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat a stupid husky. "Ha, you can't beat me, you little bastard. I have plenty of ways to torture you, like the wind claw." Qin Xiu crossed his hands and slashed down, and a stream of spiritual energy rushed towards Wang Ming. Wang Ming quickly crossed his arms to block it, and a few more blood marks appeared on his arms. Spiritual energy release, isn't this a level 3 move? How did you do it? Wang Ming was confused and worried. It would be a bit difficult for him to fight at level 3 alone. "Humph, it's good that you're scared. Just follow us obediently." Qin Shou stood in place, with her big toe and second toe wrapped in flesh-colored horse oil socks, tightly gripping the flip-flop straps to make herself more stable. Wang Ming rolled his eyes and shouted, "Look, a strange beast." "Ha, childish." Qin Shou stared at Wang Ming without turning her head. Wang Ming picked up the orange in his hand and threw it over, but Qin Shou easily dodged it by tilting her head. The accuracy is too poor. Ouch. Zhao Yang was hit unexpectedly and screamed in pain, covering his eyes. Qin Shou was distracted for a moment and couldn't help but look back. Bang, Wang Ming followed up with a punch, but it hit Qin Shou's arm. She realized it too early and the sneak attack was not successful. Wind Claw. Qin Shou quickly used his skill again, and Wang Ming was hit in the chest. His clothes were torn and his skin was covered with blood, but he smiled. "So you can't move when you're using a skill? Why didn't you tell me that earlier?" Qin Shou was a little panicked. She really couldn't move after releasing this skill, and this was the only drawback. "It's enough to beat you, a little brat." She simply didn't use any skills and just fought Wang Ming in close combat. Her long flesh-colored stockings and arms with tattoos of names attacked alternately, and she was on equal terms with Wang Ming for a while. There was only one thing that made Wang Ming very confused. "No, why don't your flip-flops fall off? Are your toes so strong? Stop talking nonsense. I can crush your head with my feet. Do you want to try?" Wang Ming grabbed the ankle of one of her long legs in horse oil stockings, and a sour, extremely sour smell hit him in the face. Ugh! Wang Ming shook it off and couldn't help vomiting without saying anything. Qin Shou saw it as a good opportunity, so she immediately took off her flip-flops and threw them towards Wang Ming from the left and right. While Wang Ming was dodging, she flew 180 degrees into the air and clamped Wang Ming's head with her legs wrapped in horse oil socks. "Look at me, I'm going to use my deadly scissor kick to crush your head." She exerted force with her legs and rolled her waist, knocking Wang Ming to the ground, pressing her thighs tightly against Wang Ming's head. The horse oil socks were very slippery and felt good on the face, but Wang Ming felt a little breathless and couldn't break free. Is that really the only way to do it? A figure flashed through Wang Ming's mind, and then, while he still had some strength left, he put his hands together and thrust his fingers forward like swords. The immortal shows the way. Qin Shou's face was ferocious and in great pain, and he roared angrily. "You! Trample! The horse!" Unfortunately, Wang Ming was still trapped, so he had to use the next move. The secret of physical skills, 1,000 years of killing. Oh, fuck. Qin Shou felt like he was torn apart. Zhao Yang hid behind, his mind in a state of chaos. A thought flashed through his mind unconsciously, it's over, it's over. As expected, no one could withstand these two moves. Wang Ming took the opportunity to stand up and looked at Qin Shou, who was curled up at his feet. He shook his head and said, "You're responsible for the consequences of your own actions." He stretched out his fingers and rubbed the tip of his nose, then he realized something and looked at the red and yellow spot between his fingers. Ugh! Ugh! I'll kill you both. Die! Wang Ming was furious and wanted to kill someone. Seeing this, Zhao Yan, although frightened, still ran out and shouted. Don't bully Xiuxiu. If you want to hit or scold me, come to me." Wang Ming kicked Qin Shou in the stomach, turning her back into human form. Giving up one's own abilities and comprehensively strengthening the beast girl, I didn't expect that there would actually be people who would take this path. No wonder they could learn skills like Wind Claw at a mere level 2. Look at what I scratched. Zhao Yang is just an ordinary person now. He lay down to protect Qin Shou and said with a flattering face, "Brother, uncle, please let us go. I will tell you who asked us to come, okay?" Wang Ming sneered and said, "You're so confused. Wouldn't it be the same if I hit you?" Chapter 26, Recovering. When Zhao Yang heard Wang Ming say this, he immediately replied, "No, I'll tell you everything. It's just that little money, it's not worth risking your life for. Brother, it takes a lot of effort for you to beat us." Wang Ming was amused. He stepped on Qin Shou tightly to prevent her from rioting, and said, "Then tell me, who are you taking me to see? What are you going to do if I don't go?" Zhao Yang smiled flatteringly and said, "Of course we're inviting you politely. A boss named Fong wants to see you and asked us to take you to a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Be polite, sir. Tell me nicely. What's the matter? Why did he want to see me? We really don't know. We're just two idlers strolling around. If someone asks us to do something, we just do it and never ask any questions. What's the warehouse's address? What's it called? Let me say something about the temporary grain storage warehouse number 3 in the south of the city. Big brother, you may look young, but you are very powerful. But that boss Fong should be even stronger than you. Wang Ming looked him up and down when he heard this. Oh? What? Why are you so kind to tell me this? Aren't you afraid that your employer will get into trouble if they find out? Zhao Yang patted Wang Ming's leg, signaling him to move away from Qin Xiu's belly first. Qin Xiu looked a little for. Wang Ming hesitated for a moment, then finally released his feet, but he was still on guard. Zhao Yang helped Qin Xiu stand up. Qin Xiu lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Wang Ming. She looked at her toes wrapped in flesh-colored stockings and gritted her teeth in hatred. Zhao Yang continued, that kind of big shot wouldn't bother with us. To put it bluntly, we're just here to bring you a message. He was the one who told us his last name, Fong. As for his strength, let's just say that even if he looked at me, I wouldn't have the courage to fight him. You're an interesting guy. Okay, go ahead and tell him. I'll naturally go find him, but not now. Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, I'll go to that warehouse. Wang Ming waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. You are generous. Zhao Yang helped Qin Xiu leave quickly. After walking for a while, Qin Xiu finally shook off his hand and said, You weakling, coward, why don't you dare to fight him? Zhao Yang quickly apologized with a smile, Auntie, I've given you all my spiritual power. My body is not as strong as an ordinary person. How can we go up and fight? Are we going to lie on the ground together? Qin Xiu also knew this, but she was so angry that she stamped her foot so hard that her big toe poked out of the stockings, and said angrily, Let's practice when we get back. Next time I see him, I'm going to make him pay. I'm going to crush his stinky mouth. Okay, let's practice when we get back. Hurry up and leave, or he'll catch up with us. Zhao Yang used both coaxing and intimidation, and finally took Qin Xiu away. Wang Ming watched them walk away and then leaned against the wall to rest. He was almost trapped in the act of seeing his grandmother. If those two moves hadn't been so powerful, he would have died here today. The wounds on his arms and back ached slightly. Wang Ming smiled bitterly and could only go to Lu Sini's house to have them bandaged first. He dragged his injured body to the bottom of Lu Sini's house and was about to go up. Mrs. Liang, who was out for a night run, passed by him. She was wearing a dark red sports vest, which showed her abs clearly. She wore white tights and white calf socks on her lower body, and a pair of conspicuous green brand name sneakers on her feet. Strange, it's all tattered. Did a beggar come in? I have to run faster. She was confused, but didn't dare to look at Wang Ming. She ran away in 2 steps and secretly looked back. She saw that Wang Ming didn't chase her, but went into the building instead and whispered, Isn't that Lu Sini's home? TSK, that bitch is so hungry now that she's willing to eat anything, even beggars. Out of jealousy, she slandered Lu Sini wantonly. Even though she exercised every day and kept a good figure, she still couldn't compare to Lu Sini's natural beauty and curvaceous figure. If I eavesdrop secretly, I might be able to catch her doing something wrong. Then I can even make her kneel down and lick my shoes. Seeing that there was no one around, Mrs. Liang turned around and ran towards Lu Sini's house. Here, Wang Ming had been welcomed into the house by Lu Sini. Seeing that he was covered in injuries, Lu Sini said with heartache, Hurry up and sit down. How did you get so injured? There was a guy named Fong who wanted to mess with me. He sent someone to bring me to him. I refused to go, so I had a fight with them. They went to get me some medicine first. Lu Sini hurried to find gauze and medicine to treat the external injuries. Lu Zihan had never seen such a scene before. She was so scared that she stood there motionless, her eyes full of fear. She held the hem of her white chiffon skirt tightly. Come and sit next to me, what are you doing? Wang Ming greeted her. As a girl from a rich family, she lacked combat experience and awareness. Unlike Wang Ming, she had been fighting since she was a child. Lu Zihan timidly sat next to Wang Ming and was hugged in his arms. She was so scared that she trembled, and her white skirt was instantly stained with Wang Ming's blood. Lu Zihan looked at the skirt that had turned blood red, her heart pounding, making her feel very anxious. Are you okay? Wang Ming deliberately placed his bloody hand on her black and white striped knee-high socks, adding a red tint to them, and said in a low voice, I probably won't live long. Remember to find a powerful contractor after I leave. Lu Zihan's tears fell on the back of Wang Ming's hand. The salty tears entered the wound, causing Wang Ming to grimace in pain. However, he could not help but hold the crying girl in his arms and said, all right, stop crying. It's just a small wound. It will heal by the time you cry. You're going to be a beast girl in the future, so this little injury is nothing. Lu Zihan couldn't stop crying, so Wang Ming used his hands to wipe her tears. When Lu Xini came out, Lu Zihan's face and body were also covered with blood, and her injuries looked even worse than Wang Ming's. You kid, if someone doesn't know you, they'll think you've been bullied. Hurry up and get up. I'm going to apply medicine to Xiaoming. Lu Xini called Lu Zihan aside and walked to Wang Ming. She first disinfected him with iodine, then applied medicine and wrapped him with gauze. Wang Ming felt like two thunders were thundering on his head. He couldn't help but feel distracted when he smelled the faint fragrance coming from her body. Seeing this, Lu Xini teased, even though you're injured like this, you still have the mind to think about these things. It's true that men are only honest when they are hung on the wall. She patted Wang Ming casually. Hiss, it hurts, be gentle. Wang Ming couldn't help but cry out, and Lu Xini replied, don't be afraid of the pain, it's just like this the first time, it will be much better later. It's too tight, this gauze. Wang Ming continued to shout, but Lu Xini calmly said, it will loosen up if you move it. Come, I'll tie it in the back to prevent you from getting stuck. At this time, Mrs. Liang, who was eavesdropping outside, happened to hear something like once, pain, tight, behind, and her face flushed. This bitch, usually pretending to be serious, I didn't expect him to be so perverted, a beggar. She kept her ear pressed against the door, not wanting to miss any details. But she didn't expect her cell phone to suddenly ring at this time, and she ran out in a panic. When the door opened, Lu Xini only saw a pair of green sneakers and ran out desperately. Green? So it's her. Her husband doesn't seem to be around. Let Xiaoming fix it first. Next time, I'll decide on this, Mrs. Liang. Chapter 27 Domineering Protection of the Calf. Wang Ming sat at the dining table, and Lu Zihan fed him vegetables and soup with chopsticks as Wang Ming requested, acting as a well-behaved wife. Seeing Lu Xini coming back, Wang Ming looked at her inquiringly. Lu Xini sat on the other side of Wang Ming and wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth before saying, it's Mrs. Liang from Building 3. Her husband is the deputy section chief in charge of clothing at the Alliance Quartermaster Department. Did you see her when you came in just now? Wang Ming recalled, there seemed to be a woman running, dressed in red and green, looking quite fancy, and her legs were quite white. That's all you care about. Lu Zihan put the food into her mouth dissatisfiedly, not wanting to feed Wang Ming anymore. Wang Ming came over, bit it out, and coaxed her back to health. Lu Xini smiled and said, that's her. This woman always competes with me. Her husband is half a level lower than mine, and she herself is not as pretty as me. But I know that she is actually better than me. How do you say that? She owns several garment factories, and her entire family is in the business. Her husband and she are partners. Unlike me, I don't have much on my own and have to ask my husband for everything. Lu Xini said with envy. You know her pretty well. Are you guys on good terms? Wang Ming put his arms around her waist, smelling the fragrance coming from both sides, and for a moment he was reluctant to leave. Are you interested in her? As far as I know, she's not under contract. I think we have a good relationship. If you want to contract her, I can help you. Wang Ming became interested, took a big sip of ginseng soup, and motioned her to continue. She often runs at night and dresses up in a flashy way, but she's actually just lonely and has nowhere to vent her energy. She's also incredibly superstitious. Last time, my mother and I transformed into beasts and ran into her. She was so scared that she even sought out a so-called master to exorcise her the next day. Wang Ming didn't quite understand what he was saying. He took a big bite of the turtle and then asked vaguely. What does it matter? She saw you enter my house today and must be curious. She will definitely come and ask me about it in a roundabout way tomorrow. I just need to tell her that you are a master who can exorcise evil spirits and your face never ages. She will be curious and will definitely want to meet you. Then it will be up to you. Wang Ming knew how powerful the system was. If he could really trick it like this, he would have one more beast girl. He had already tried it in the past few days. Having an intimate relationship with an existing beast girl had little effect on his level improvement. Only by constantly finding new beast girls and having an intimate relationship with them for the first time could his cultivation level increase significantly. What's more, Mrs. Liang seems to be able to provide him with food and clothing. But I still prefer a mutually agreeable relationship. You can arrange it first. Tomorrow I will ask the teacher to meet that Fong guy. I don't believe that even my teacher can't control him. Wang Ming said that he might not be able to beat him, but he had a teacher. Lu Xini immediately picked up some leeks for him with chopsticks and said with a smile. Mei Lao, whose name is well known far and wide. She is one of the most powerful level 6 experts in Tianhai City. With her around, there will naturally be no problem. Wang Ming chewed it clean in a few bites and said to Lu Xini, I'm full. You guys should eat quickly. It's better for cultivation after you're full. Lu Xini shyly lowered her head to look at the black vine-patterned fishnet stockings on her legs. They seemed to be tightly covered, but in fact, everything that should be seen could be seen. Lu Zihan looked at the blood-stained striped white socks on his legs with disdain and said, Then I'll go change my clothes first. It's all your fault. The blood is all over me. Wang Ming held her back and said with a meaningful smile, No, you want to transform into a beast, so there's no need to change. Lu Zihan suddenly said with a bitter face, No, it's so ugly, and it's so heavy on my back, I don't want to. Wang Ming leaned close to her ear and whispered something, and she immediately smiled, while Lu Xini showed a helpless and doting smile. The next day, Wang Ming got up from the bed and called his teacher Mei Shuai in. Her irritable voice came from the other end of the phone. What? You dare to touch my students? I think he is tired of living. Wait, I will go and see where he comes from. He is really a tiger that doesn't show its power. He treats me like a little karami. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ming called his grandmother again to say hello. Grandma, I'm at my classmate's house. Are you awake yet? I've already finished breakfast. Oh, and by the way, I found a beautiful baby girl. I forgot to tell you last night. Come back and see her. She's so cute and pretty. Wang Ming replied in confusion, You picked it up? Grandma, you pick up rags, but why do you pick up people? If not, just hand it over to the Public Security Bureau. Silly boy, I felt sorry for the little girl, she was hungry and cold, so I brought her back. She said she forgot where her home was. If that were true, you would have a wife, why would you send her to the police station? Wang Ming was at a loss for words and said, What do you mean by wife? We are not human traffickers. You can do whatever you want. I will be back at noon. He glanced at Lu Xini lying on his lap, and changed the subject, maybe he's gone home after lunch. You don't have to wait for me to eat. Just hang up like that. Lu Xini raised her head and said, Are you hungry? I'll go cook for you first. Wang Min pressed her head and whispered, I'm not hungry. I ate a lot last night. Eat more. Oh. Lu Xini lowered her head again. An hour later, Mei Shuai called. Hey, the person looking for you is Fong Ziheo's father, Fong Donghua. I need to go talk to him now. Do you want to come with me or something? Of course I have to go together to see the teacher's style. Okay, I'll send you the address. Be there at 11 o'clock sharp. Okay, oh. Wang Ming patted the mischievous Lu Xini and signaled her to stop making trouble. Mei Shuai frowned and looked at her phone. She was wearing a black lace miniskirt today, dark gray transparent stockings on her legs, and long sandals. She looked like a queen. This brat has done nothing good. I need to teach him a lesson today. On the other side, Wang Ming hung up the phone and got up with the help of Lu Xini. Lu Zihan also got up. She was exhausted from practicing last night. Wang Ming joked, You can sleep even harder than a pig. Your animal transformation is going in the wrong direction. It's not a cow, it should be a pig. Lu Zihan threw the striped white socks that were torn by the beast transformation at Wang Ming and said angrily, You lied to me, saying mommy could do it for me, but in the end I had to bear it all by myself. I'll bite you to death. Wang Ming laughed and joked with her, stuffing the white socks he had just caught into her mouth. Lu Zihan immediately rolled her eyes because of the smell. Okay, it's so dirty. I'm going to order a special meal, so go wash it up. Lu Xini smiled helplessly. After finishing their meal, Wang Ming took Lu Zihan to the address given by Mei Shuai. This is a bustling area, yet it is quiet in the midst of the hustle and bustle, with tall trees separating it from a large wealthy area. The Fong family owns a detached villa here. Fang Donghua sat in the living room, watching his son eating carefully and Lin Wei picking up food for him with a smile on her face. He couldn't help feeling annoyed. It seemed that both he and his son had been fooled by this woman. Suddenly, a palpitation came over him. Before he could think about it, he heard a loud shout from outside the door. "Mr. Fang, you dare to mess with my students? I think you are tired of living." Roar, a tiger roar, shook the villa into pieces. Fang Donghua tried his best to protect the people around him, so he was not injured, but they were all scared. He recognized it as Mei Shuiyan's voice, and was filled with shock and anger, not knowing how he had offended this tigress. When the dust cleared, Fang Donghua finally saw the figure floating in the air. He was wearing red clothes and long boots, looking majestic, a combination of sexiness and strength, with beauty and murderous intent intertwined. Crazy beauty. This thought unconsciously emerged in Fang Donghua's mind, and then his heart sank. Chapter 28 9 Whips. When a tiger roars in the mountains, all the beasts submit. Mei Shuiyan's roar not only shattered the villa, but also scared several beast girls of the Fang family so much that they couldn't control themselves and transformed into beasts. Fang Donghua's wife Zheng Fang was seen wearing a purple suspender nightgown. She looked like she had not woken up yet, but she had pointed horse ears on her head and a ponytail behind her. Her body shape also changed towards that of a centaur, with her lower and upper body connected at almost 90 degrees. "Ah, husband, block me." She was afraid of exposing herself, so Fang Donghua quickly took off his coat to cover her, but it still couldn't cover her pair of long, snow-white legs. Lin Wei was wearing a black and white made miniskirt, her legs were turned inwards, and were wrapped in tight and transparent black stockings. At this moment, due to the suppression of her level, her eyes turned into snake eyes with vertical pupils, and her lower body looked very slender. Fang Zihao sat down on the ground with a large wet spot on his crotch. He was frightened by the noise just now. Mei Shuiyan looked at it calmly, still standing in the air, and said condescendingly, "My student has 9 wounds on his body. If you can withstand my 9 whips, it will be your good fortune." Fang Donghua's face changed. He was only level 4, how could he possibly withstand the 9 whips of a level 6? Before he could think about it, a white tiger tail shadow appeared behind Mei Shuiyan and flew towards Fang Donghua from a distance. With just one whip, Fang Donghua fell to the ground, holding his back and crying out ouch. Snap, another whip hit him, leaving his skin torn and blood gushing out. The people around him were so scared that they all avoided him, and Fang Donghua couldn't even utter a word to beg for mercy. Snap, the third whip, Fang Donghua's face turned pale with pain, he exhaled more than he inhaled, this was the difference in strength, and it was also the lesson he deserved. Seeing the white tiger's tail rising high again, Fang Donghua closed his eyes and waited for death, but something unexpected happened. "Don't hit my dad, Principal Mei, don't hit my dad, it's my fault, it's all my fault, Dad, woo, I'm sorry." Fang Zihao, who had just been scared to the point of peeing his pants, actually lay on his father and used his body to protect Fang Donghua. At the same time, he wiped his tears and begged Mei Shuiyan for mercy. Fang Donghua looked at his son who had always been cowardly, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. With such a good son, what else could he ask for? If I had known earlier, I would not have raised an illegitimate child. I would have focused on raising this son. He might have become a great man. Fang Donghua felt extremely regretful. He was deeply moved when he saw his son's figure. However, his son was a little heavy and he almost fainted. Fang Zihao then continued. "Teacher Mei, I'm also a student at your school. Please let my father go. Wang Ming, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please help me plead. Please let my father go." Mei Shuiyan stopped what she was doing. Seeing the deep love between father and son, coupled with the word teacher, how could she bring herself to do it? Wang Ming didn't expect that Fang Zihao actually had such a filial side. He was a little moved for a moment. He couldn't help but look at Mei Shuiyan and found that Mei Shuiyan was also looking at him. Wang Ming immediately understood Mei Shuiyan's meaning. This was to let him vent his anger. If he refused to let her go, he would naturally have to beat her with the remaining 6 whips. Wang Ming thought for a moment and said, "We are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? Teacher, let them go for now. I believe that next time we meet, they will not be my match." Mei Shuiyan smiled and said, "You are ambitious. You are worthy of being my student." She turned to Fang Donghua and his son and said, "Well, for your words, teacher, I will let your father go. But you must remember that there must not be a next time, otherwise the Fang family will be exterminated." After saying that, she left with Wang Ming and Lu Zihan without caring about Fang Dongguo's reaction. Zhang Fang finally had the courage to go and see how her husband was doing, but she found that he had been knocked unconscious by his son Fang Zihao. She hugged her son distressfully and comforted him. "Why are you so silly? If something happens to you, how will your mother live?" Fang Zihao said, Mom, take my dad to the hospital first. He seems to be dying." "Okay, Lin Wei, where did he die? Don't you know how to call an ambulance?" Lin Wei quickly called an ambulance, and her vertical pupils gradually returned to normal, but there was some inexplicable meaning in her eyes. The Fang family members who were secretly high and mighty in her eyes were now lying on the ground like dead dogs. For the first time, she deeply realized the power of the strong. Wang Ming also felt the terror of a level 6 expert. The power of his roar was so great. Moreover, Mei Shuiyan was obviously holding back, and the surrounding villas and buildings were not damaged. Her control was also amazing. Mei Shuiyan noticed the shock in his eyes and said proudly, "How is it? Have you seen how powerful your teacher is? From now on, when you go out, just say that I'm protecting you." Wang Ming nodded in agreement, and in passing he flattered her, "Teacher is truly invincible." The head of the household was so frightened that he didn't dare to say a word. Mei Shuiyan's face was full of smiles as she warned him, "But you are not allowed to go out and bully men and women under my name, otherwise I will be the first one to know and tear you apart alive." Upon hearing this, Lu Zihan complained, "Teacher, he bullied me, please teach him a lesson." Mei Shuiyan sneered, "You two, stop flirting. The teacher is not in a good mood." Lu Zihan stuck out his tongue and said nothing more. He was really biased. Wang Mingzi said, "Teacher, I have to go back first, otherwise grandma will be worried." Mei Shuiyan nodded. She always felt that the pitiful-looking old lady was not simple. She is just the grandmother of her student, so she wouldn't harm him. "Go back and take a week's rest. I'll take you outside the city to find some exotic beasts to practice with." Lu Zihan asked excitedly, "Actual combat? Isn't it something you can only learn after you go to Union University? Can we do it now?" Wang Ming also asked, "Do we need to increase our current strength?" Mei Shuiyan waved her hand. "I'm informing you, not discussing with you. Wang Ming will recuperate for a week and leave after he recovers. This will prevent you from getting bored during the holiday and causing trouble everywhere, or even giving me a disciple." Lu Zihan blushed and whispered shyly, "No, it's all him and." Wang Ming hurriedly stopped her and said loudly, "I understand, teacher. I will come to school to see you in a week." Mei Shuiyan nodded and drove away in her luxury car. Flying was too conspicuous. When Lu Zihan saw her leave, he turned to Wang Mingdao and said, "The school will hold a graduation ceremony in 2 days. Are you going? Go ahead and say goodbye to them. You may never see them again." Wang Ming said that this world is clearly divided into levels. If he develops well in the future, he will naturally move to a safer and more advanced main city. He really wants to be able to see it. Lu Zihan nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly smiled and said, "That's right. See you in 2 days. Take good care of your injuries." Wang Ming waved his hand, turned around and left. Lu Zihan inexplicably wondered whether he and Wang Ming would ever see each other again one day. "I was melancholy for a while, but after all, I was still a teenager, so I didn't think too much about it and started my vacation excitedly." Wang Ming didn't have so many girlish thoughts. When he returned home, he saw a girl at the door helping his grandmother clean up the waste. Chen Lingling noticed someone looking at her, and when she looked up, she saw a young man with bandages all over his body and tattered clothes staring at her. She felt a little unhappy, but quickly realized that this was the grandson the old man was talking about. Fighting and causing trouble, it's obvious he's not someone you can worry about. She came to a conclusion in her heart, but since she was living under someone else's roof, she couldn't say anything. She just shouted into the house, "Grandma, is your grandson back?" Wang Ming's grandmother came out to see what was happening and immediately said distressfully, "Oh my, why are you covered in wounds? Where did you get them? Did you fall last night or did you get into a fight?" As she spoke, she led Wang Ming into the house. After Wang Ming sat down, he looked at Chen Lingling and said, "Grandma, she is the girl you were talking about. She doesn't look so hungry that she can't afford to eat." Chen Lingling wore a long white short-sleeved shirt, black shorts, and a pair of pink sneakers. Although not very good, it was clean and tidy. She had a fair face, pretty features, and a petite figure. She didn't look hungry at all. "Wait, why do the clothes you are wearing look like mine?" Hearing this, Chen Lingling said a little embarrassedly, "My clothes are dirty, Grandma asked me to wear yours first." Grandma smiled and said, "This is Lingling." Her luggage was stolen, her money was gone, and she was hungry all day. "I just saw her now. You must take good care of Lingling. If you bully her, I won't forgive you." Wang Ming smiled and suddenly asked, "Where are your family members? Why are you out alone?" Chen Lingling was a little flustered when she heard this. She didn't want to tell anyone that she had run away from home, so she just said casually, I don't have a home." "Well, I won't bother you." Wang Ming secretly paid attention. Seeing his grandmother's enthusiasm, he didn't say much. He just said, "Grandma, I'm hungry. Let's eat quickly." Grandma went to the kitchen to serve the meal. Chen Lingling breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had fooled him. But suddenly she saw Wang Ming staring at her. She was startled and subconsciously hugged herself tightly, saying nervously, What are you doing?" "I'm calling Grandma." Chapter 29. Come to me tonight. Chen Lingling was a little scared. Although she was from a wealthy family, she had now run away from home and was living under someone else's roof. Seeing that look, she couldn't help but worry. What's more, although she has a talent of lower B level, she has just awakened to become a beast girl. In terms of strength, this poor boy who fights every day is definitely stronger than her. So Chen Lingling could only pray that he still had a bit of humanity in front of her grandmother. But she was obviously overthinking it. Wang Ming stared at her and slowly said, "Your last name isn't Chen, is it?" Chen Lingling was startled and subconsciously asked, "How do you know? Grandma didn't say anything just now." Wang Ming smiled mysteriously. He remembered what the young lady Li Qingyan said during the massage. Her best friend Chen Lingling ran away from home. Unexpectedly, the world is so small that she was picked up by his grandmother. But of course he wouldn't tell Chen Lingling the truth. If someone was willing to play this game, he had to accompany her. "Because I can tell fortunes, and your face shows that you come from a wealthy and powerful family. And I see that you have something on your mind, probably something about marriage or something like that. Is that right?" Chen Lingling was stunned. If the surname was Chen and it was Meng, then the following sentences would undoubtedly touch her heart. Wasn't she just angry that her parents forced her to sign a contract with someone, and the man ended up contracting a maid as a beast mother? Doesn't this mean that she, the great Miss Chen, is not even as good as a maid? In a fit of anger, Chen Lingling ran away and told no one except her best friend Li Qingyan. It was obviously impossible for this poor boy who came from a ragpicker family to know her best friend, so there was only one possibility: what he said was true. When she thought of this, Chen Lingling's face immediately became respectful, and she smiled flatteringly. "Well, you're really good at fortune telling, huh? I'm sorry, but could you tell me again? I want to know if I can get into Union University?" Wang Ming was delighted to see that she believed him, but he remained calm and said, "There's a price to pay for prying into the secrets of heaven. Besides, for you, this kind of thing is just a matter of a few days, so why bother?" Chen Lingling bit her lip when she heard this. She had suffered a lot since she ran away this time. Her luggage was stolen, she was harassed, and even stray dogs on the roadside bullied her, even though she usually fed the stray dogs. She had wanted to go back for a long time, but going back in such a disgraceful manner would be too shameful, so she naturally had to go back with the news that she had been accepted by the Union University. This was called returning home in glory and returning home in glory. She moved closer to Wang Ming and sat next to him. Fortunately, Wang Ming's house had a long bench, so this was possible. "Just help me calculate it, okay, brother Wang Ming." Chen Lingling imitated what she saw on TV, hugged Wang Ming's arm and shook it gently, saying this while acting coquettishly. Wang Ming felt the touch with surprise, and only one sentence flashed through his mind: enjoy life to the fullest. He pondered for a moment, in fact, in order to feel it more. Seeing that Chen Lingling had stopped shaking, Wang Ming continued. "I can't tell just by looking at your face. I have to look at your palm." Chen Lingling has a petite figure and cute small hands. When Wang Ming held her in his hands, she couldn't help showing a hint of shyness on her face. "Look, are you sure?" Wang Ming played with it carefully. "Oh, no," looking at her little hands, although they were very small, her skin was white, her fingers were as slender as jade, and the proportions were very good, just like an exquisite figurine. "Well, your lifeline is very long, so you will live a long life. Your marriage line is intersecting with your career line, which means your future love life will depend on your career." "Huh? What does this mean?" Chen Lingling was very happy to hear that he had a long life, but she didn't understand what came after that. Oh, this is hard to explain. When you meet a noble person, you should build a career first. When you meet a good person, you should start a family first. You understand this, right? Ah. Chen Lingling opened her big innocent eyes and stared at Wang Ming, waiting for his next explanation. Well, come to my room tonight and I'll explain it to you slowly. It's not good to reveal the secret during the day. Wang Ming had a big bad wolf smile on his face. Chen Lingling suddenly came to her senses after hearing this and said angrily, "Okay, you lied to me, you're vulgar, you're greedy for my body, I'm going to tell Grandma." Grandma, Wang Ming bullied me. Grandma brought out the pickles and scolded Wang Mingdao, "Speak nicely and don't bully Lingling. Give her whatever she wants." After saying that, she went back to prepare other dishes. There was one more person at home today, and Wang Ming also had some money, so she decided to add a meat dish. Chen Lingling looked at Wang Ming proudly and said, "Humph, now you know how powerful I am, tell me everything you know." Wang Ming asked doubtfully, "No, that's my grandma. Why are you relying on her power? You are a dog, I am a rabbit, bah, you are not a human." Chen Lingling was so angry that she reached out to pinch Wang Ming. Wang Ming cried out in pain and grabbed both of her hands in his, saying angrily, "You're such a rebel. How dare you treat me like this in my own home?" Chen Lingling couldn't break free, and her little hands turned red in an instant. She was anxious and angry, and burst into tears. Ah, whoa, ah. Grandma came out when she heard the noise, and got angry when she saw the situation. She picked up the spatula and hit Wang Ming in the face. "I told you not to bully Lingling, but you're addicted, right? Let go, let me go." Wang Ming didn't dare to resist and quickly let go of Chen Lingling, explaining, "We were just joking, just joking." Chen Lingling leaned against her grandmother, feeling aggrieved. She cried and complained, "Grandma, look at my hands. They're all red. They're all from being pinched." When Wang Ming's grandmother took a look, she was surprised to see 2 circles of red marks on the white and tender little hands, a sharp contrast. "I didn't use any force," Wang Ming defended. "You little bastard. She's just a little girl, as tough as you are. I'm telling you, if you dare to bully Lingling again, get out of here and don't live here anymore." Grandma was so angry that she slapped Wang Ming to vent her anger on Chen Lingling. Chen Lingling secretly made a face at Wang Ming, which made Wang Ming very angry, but he still responded, "I know." Grandma comforted Chen Lingling, then smelled the food and said hurriedly, "Oh, the food is going to burn. You guys go play first. Lingling, if he dares to bully you, I'll beat him to death." Chen Lingling nodded, looking pitiful, causing her grandmother to glare at Wang Ming fiercely again before going to the kitchen. Wang Ming mocked, "Not even a tear. You really are a good actor. Humph, what do you care about me? Tell me if I can get into Union University?" Seeing that she hadn't given up yet, Wang Ming came up with an idea and shook his head. "How could it be so easy? I didn't lie to you just now. There's a price to pay for revealing the secret. You can't possibly shorten my life just to know this news earlier." "Is there no other way?" Chen Lingling asked unwillingly. She was not ignorant of the ways of the world. Usually, such words should be followed by a but. "Sure enough," Wang Ming continued, "but if you can make me happy, then it's not impossible for me to tell you. Even if you make me pay a price, you have to make me happy. Then how can I make you happy?" Chen Lingling looked at him with a confused face. This touched her blind spot. It was always others who tried to make her happy. Wang Ming smiled and said slowly, "I can only talk about it at night, not during the day, he." Chen Lingling didn't know what she was thinking about. Her face suddenly turned red and she cursed in a low voice, "Pervert." Grandma brought out the food. Today there was an extra dish of stir-fried pork with peppers, some shredded potatoes, and a plate of pickles. Although it was simple, they enjoyed the meal very much. Although Chen Lingling had just come to this house, she felt as familiar with it as if she were a family member and did not seem unfamiliar at all. She even felt like an old friend to Wang Ming. Perhaps, this is my benefactor. Chen Lingling thought to herself, and her eyes softened unconsciously as she looked at Wang Ming. Chapter 30: The Unexpected Person. The night was a little cool. Wang Ming and Chen Lingling were enjoying the cool air at the door, while Grandma was leaning against the door and taking a nap. Summer nights were always a little hot. "Hey, you said you would tell me at night, so you can tell me now." Chen Lingling waved the fan and fanned Wang Ming twice considerately. Wang Ming smiled and said, "It's still early. I can tell you after Grandma goes to bed." "Humph, if you just don't want to tell me, I'll know in a few days." "I won't need to ask you." Chen Lingling fanned herself again and ignored this guy who was keeping her in suspense. "Ha, although I can't tell you this, I can tell you about your future marriage." "Marriage? Really? Will you tell me?" "Of course, do you want to hear it?" "I want to, hee hee." Chen Lingling smiled like a flower and fanned Wang Ming like a dog. "Go get me an iced pear. I don't want anything cold." "Well, all right." Chen Lingling got up and went to get it for him. Wang Ming took a bite with satisfaction. It was sweet, delicious, and refreshing. He sighed with satisfaction. "Ah. You can tell me now. Marriage is destined by heaven. God has actually sent him to you. It depends on whether you can seize the opportunity." Wang Ming teased her deliberately, intending to amuse her. Chen Lingling chewed over these words carefully, and suddenly stared at Wang Ming. This was the one God had arranged for her. Wang Ming continued to talk nonsense, but if you want to find your Mr. Right, the road is still a bit bumpy. He may seem ordinary, but he is actually different from ordinary people. If you don't work hard, you will be left far behind by him. Chen Lingling pinched Wang Ming's strong muscles and nodded. "Can't you wait for me? I run slowly." "Ah, no one would wait for you here forever." Wang Ming had been joking and didn't notice that Chen Lingling suddenly became serious. Her face turned bitter when she heard that, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Wang Ming was startled and felt a bang on his head. "I told you not to bully Lingling, but you just wouldn't listen. You made her cry again." Grandma stood up and hit Wang Ming with the cane in her hand. Wang Ming quickly stood up and dodged, but Chen Lingling grabbed his grandmother and said, "It's none of his business. Grandma, I'm sleepy. Let's go back to the house." "Okay, don't be afraid, my daughter. Grandma will support you." "Yeah." Chen Lingling nodded gratefully. He turned around and snorted coldly at Wang Ming, venting his dissatisfaction. Wang Ming didn't understand what was going on. He just watched her and her grandmother go into the house, feeling that women were so fickle. The grandmother who loved him the most became someone else's in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a message came from his phone. It was from an unfamiliar number adding him. Wang Ming was also bored, so he agreed. The online name is Quiet and Blossoming Flowers. What a lame name. It looks old at first glance. He complained, but his hands were typing quickly on the second-hand phone picked up by his grandmother. "My butt is the reddest among all the monkeys on the mountain. Who are you?" "Quiet Blossoms, guess?" Wang Ming immediately got angry and said, "Fuck you, you use an unknown animal as your profile picture and your circle of friends is not open. God knows what kind of person you are. Quiet Flowers, how can you curse me?" "Well, let me be frank. I'm Lin Wei, Fong Ziheo's beast mother." Wang Ming slowly typed. Lin Wei asked, "Where are you now?" "I want to meet you." "Why should I see you?" "Can't I just tell you what's going on? I have something important to discuss. Can we meet in person? It's about the Fong family." Lin Wei made another pitiful expression, "Begging you." Wang Ming glanced inside the house and shouted, "Grandma, I'm going out for a walk. It's too hot to sleep. Come back soon, don't go too far, you're injured." "No." Wang Ming agreed and then typed on his phone, "Tell me the address." He was just curious about what the Fong family's maid, Fong Ziheo's beast mother, could say to him in the middle of the night. At the same time, he was on guard, fearing that it was some kind of honey trap. Lin Wei quickly replied, "Yuelan Hotel, I'll wait for you in the restaurant on the first floor." "It's a hotel." Wang Ming felt a little relieved. It's a public place, so there shouldn't be any problem. He checked the navigation and found that it was not far away. With his current walking speed, it would only take him 20 minutes to get there. The navigation prompt arrived, and Wang Ming looked up and saw 5 large gold-plated characters writing Yulan Hotel. The decoration is luxurious and grand, and there are security guards at the door to welcome guests and park their cars. He, a poor boy in cheap clothes, seems out of place. But he was not a stage-fearing person. He walked in with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The security guard did not try to stop him and did not even look at him. After passing the revolving door and entering the lobby on the first floor, Wang Ming looked around and quickly found Lin Wei. She tied her hair into a ponytail, which made her oval face look smaller and more delicate. She wore a pink off-shoulder short-sleeved top and denim shorts. Her long legs were bare, and she wore canvas shoes and white socks on her feet. She looked young and beautiful. At this moment, there were many snacks in front of Lin Wei, but she didn't notice Wang Ming and just kept stuffing the food into her mouth. "You eat so much at night, aren't you afraid of being full?" Wang Ming sat opposite her and teased. I thought Lin Wei would be more restrained, but unexpectedly, not only did she not stop, she also pushed a plate of prawns to Wang Ming and said vaguely, eat first, and talk after you finish eating. The food here is delicious." Wang Ming knew very well that one should be grateful for what one has done to one's friends. He didn't even glance at the food on the table. He just looked at Lin Wei and said, "Tell me, what did you ask me to do? You didn't come here just to let me admire your eating, did you?" To be honest, it turns out that beautiful women don't look very pretty when they eat. Lin Wei finished the food in front of her in a few bites, drank a sip of the light blue unknown drink, burped with satisfaction, and then spoke. "Burp, I'm so full. I came to you for no other reason than to think of a way to wipe out the Fong family and take the money." Wang Ming looked at her in confusion. There were many people around, but she just said it openly. "Isn't Fong Zihao your contractor? What's going on? Is there something else going on? I was his father's plaything. I was young then and didn't finish college before he tricked me. Now I'm his maid. And his fat son, I don't even want to say anything, he's like a fat pig. It's still more pleasing to the eye to have a handsome guy like you." Lin Wei nonchalantly told the shocking truth, which shocked Wang Ming. "Do rich people spend money like this? What's that expression on your face? Don't tell me you haven't seen anything like it. You've seen it in movies and TV shows, right?" Lin Wei frowned and said, she was so calm. Wang Ming seemed to be shocked. "Is it a strange thing?" Wang Ming laughed awkwardly and changed the subject. "I didn't expect that. Where are the Fong family members? Aren't they with you?" "Upstairs." "Upstairs? You're really brave. It's dark under the lamp, right?" "Yeah. We have food and air conditioning here, why would we go out? Aren't you afraid they'll come down and catch you to meet me?" They're video chatting with the head of the Fong family, Uncle Fong Zihao, a level 6 expert. They're probably thinking about how to get revenge. Principal May had his house demolished today. Lin Wei said casually, and then reached out to pull down her rubber band, letting her hair spread out, making her look a bit like a queen. Wang Ming was not worried. The teacher's decision to overturn the classroom was definitely not without purpose, and he would not be afraid of retaliation from his peers. On the contrary, Lin Wei was so straightforward and bold that he looked at her with a new respect. He didn't expect that the woman who looked like a delicate flower was actually a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity to strike. "Why are you staring at me? I'd like to take this opportunity to exchange experiences in cultivation. The rooms upstairs are expensive, why don't you go next door?" Lin Wei said softly, with a half smile on her lips and a teasing look in her eyes. Chapter 31. I've seen you. Wang Ming remained silent. He didn't like this kind of femme fatale, but after changing his mind, he grabbed Lin Wei's hand and teased her. "If you're willing, I know a place that's cheaper." TSK, isn't a beauty like this worth your money?" Lin Wei didn't pull her hand away, but spoke in a coquettish manner. Wang Ming didn't mean to take advantage. He silently recited the system in his mind and contracted the beast girl. "This beast girl has been contracted. Please change the contract partner." The system replied. Wang Ming let go of Lin Wei's hand. It seemed that the rules the system had set at the beginning were rigid. If he encountered a beast girl who had already been contracted, he could not contract with her again. He immediately lost interest. Without a contract, loyalty could not be guaranteed. He was not at ease with a woman like Lin Wei. Whether there's money or not is a minor issue. The main thing is that there's an abandoned, unfinished building over there. It's drafty on all sides, which makes it more exciting. Wang Ming deliberately said some outrageous words to provoke Lin Wei so that Lin Wei would give up. Lin Wei's expression changed, and she forced a smile. "I can't believe you like this kind of tune." "Ha, if you don't want to, forget it. I agree to what you said. If there is a suitable opportunity, I will help you destroy the Fong family." After Wang Ming finished speaking, he stood up and was about to leave. When he passed by Lin Wei, she grabbed his arm. Well, I'm going to change my clothes. I'm afraid it's too stimulating and I can't handle it. Wang Ming stared at her in astonishment. Lin Wei smiled sweetly and said, haha, I'm just kidding. How could I possibly change clothes? I said, you're having so much fun. I don't even wear. In the end, Wang Ming didn't go. After all, Lin Wei was really bold in saying that, and he was still a little worried. But they reached an agreement that when the time was right, Wang Ming would help Lin Wei destroy the Fong family. While the two were talking, Fong Dongwei was also talking to his elder brother. Fong Dongwei said while using the video that Mei Lao was so abominable. He clearly doesn't take you seriously, big brother. Yes, uncle, she beat dad unconscious and his body was covered with bruises. Fong Zihao also added. Fong Shiping looked at his brother and nephew and said in a heavy tone, your injuries are obviously superficial. She has already shown mercy. As far as I know, she has never accepted any students before. This Wang Ming must be special. Don't mess with him. Brother, this is what I want to tell you. Wang Ming is suspected of being able to contract 2 beast girls. This may be the reason why Mei Lao who values him so much. Suspected? Possible? I don't want to hear that again. Find out the truth. Unclear information is a taboo on the battlefield. If it's true, I will come back. Brother, it's great that you can come back from the front line. With your return, Mei Lao will definitely not dare to act presumptuously. Fong Dongwei forced a smile, but accidentally moved the wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Fong Shiping felt a little reluctant and comforted her, go and confirm the news first, and take good care of your own injuries. I'll be there for you no matter how big the problem. Thank you, big brother. By the way, Zihao was very good today. He saw that I was in trouble and stood in front of me. Big brother, our Fong family has also produced a good seedling. Fong Shiping heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, then he smiled and said, good boy, uncle gave you something, you will need it when you go to college, don't humiliate the reputation of the Fong family. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. Fong Zihao knew that his uncle was a level 6 expert, but this was the first time he received a gift from his uncle, so he was a little excited. Fong Dongwei also said secretly in his heart, big brother also values Zihao, so I have to concentrate on training him in the future. Zhang Fong sat aside, watching the 3-person video, and suddenly said, brother, please come back no matter what. I have several people waiting to introduce you to someone. It's not a good thing to be single all the time. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Fong Shiping's face, and then he said seriously, with the strange beast in front of me, I don't have the mood to think about these things. So, let me know when you confirm the news. Ding, the video was disconnected, and Fong Dongwei said with a smile, big brother is still like this, talking about finding him a wife is like his life. Why didn't you look for it, uncle? When your uncle was young, he was very proud and looked down on ordinary women. Later, he went to the alien beast battlefield and met a suitable one, but she didn't like him, so he was delayed like this. Zhang Fong explained to her son, her eyes full of regret. Okay, stop talking about that useless stuff, Zihao. Isn't your school's graduation ceremony in a couple of days? After it's over, you can invite your class to a dinner party and find out more about Wang Ming's situation. You know what to do, right? Fong Dongwei was wrapped in bandages, but his words were unquestionable. Fong Zihao lowered his head and said, I know. I'll have everyone drink together to celebrate, and then pretend to mend our relationship and trick him into talking. It's not enough. Never mind. I'll make the arrangements. You just do as you say. Fong Dongwei was about to get angry, but after thinking about it, he didn't say much and just decided to do more himself. Fong Zihao nodded and suddenly said, Dad, I remembered someone. Zhou Shui is the study committee member in our class. She was also there when the beast lady went berserk that day. She might know something. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Go get in touch with her tomorrow. Don't be reluctant to spend money. A child her age must feel the benefits of money. It's Dad. Her family isn't very well off. It seems both her parents are dead. She only has one older sister, who is a student at Union University. On the day of the advance exam, her sister was a teaching assistant. Zhang Fong nodded and said, Yes, I've met her sister. She's very impetuous and must be a straightforward person. Okay, tell me if you have any news tomorrow. Fong Dongwei ended the family meeting. After all, he was injured and felt a little tired. Fan Zihao was itching to go and was about to go find Lin Wei when Lin Wei knocked on the door carrying a bunch of food. "Madam and master, you must be hungry. I brought some food." Zhang Fan looked at her with some disgust, but she had to admit that this person was very considerate. Lin Wei said in her heart, eat it, my saliva and foot washing water are delicious." Wang Ming returned home and found Chen Lingling sitting at the door waiting for him. He was touched and asked, "Why are you sitting here? Don't catch a cold." Chen Lingling was only wearing a white long-sleeved shirt, revealing a pair of thin, white legs. She wore a pair of little yellow duck slippers. She held her chin up to wait for him. Upon hearing this, she rolled her eyes and said, "It's too hot in there. I can't sleep. Besides, look at the temperature. Do you think you'll catch a cold? Aren't you afraid that Grandma will worry if you're out for so long in the middle of the night?" Wang Ming sat next to her and smelled a fragrance coming from her. He didn't know what it was, but it smelled nice. "You smell so good, I don't have any shower gel at home." Chen Lingling blushed, but it was invisible in the dark. She twisted a strand of hair with her fingers and held it in front of Wang Ming's nose and said, "It smells nice, right? I was born with that smell. My mom said my dad wanted to name me Chen Faxian because of this, but she rejected it because it sounded too unpleasant." "Ha ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, uncle, is this funny? Wait, your nickname is Xiangxiang, right? Ha, you are really good at fortune telling. You guessed it right." Chen Lingling looked at him in surprise. "Wang Mingdao, I saw you when I was a child." Chapter 32 The Fourth Beast Girl. Chen Lingling was stunned for a moment and looked at Wang Ming carefully, but she didn't feel that he looked familiar. She just thought that Wang Ming was trying to get close to her. "Well, you fooled so many little girls with this line, but I'm not buying it." Wang Ming said word by word, "Kite, on the tree, chicken legs, Xiangxiang, do you remember? For some reason, I went to bed." Chen Lingling obviously forgot and stood up to leave. Wang Ming grabbed her and was about to explain when he heard the system voice. "Detected a contractable beast girl not awakened. Would you like to contract note? Contracts are awakened by default?" "Yes." System, ding, the beast girl has awakened, contract in progress, 5958. Seeing him holding her and not saying anything, Chen Lingling said angrily, "Don't take advantage of me. I called you grandma, humph. No, listen to me, I really saw you when I was little. Your kite fell on a tree, and I climbed up to get it down for you. You gave me a chicken drumstick to eat. That was the first time I had eaten it." Wang Ming explained to her that he remembered the little girl very clearly. She had the same scent and said the same words. Chen Lingling had long forgotten it. To her, such things were not worth remembering at all. "Even if that's what you said, so what? Don't forget what you told me today. You're just a poor boy, what do you want to do? You don't really think you can tell fortunes, do you?" "What do you mean?" Wang Ming held her tightly and kept the contract going. Seeing she couldn't break free, Chen Lingling angrily said, "Then I'll tell you the truth. Xin Yan and I talked on the phone, and she told me everything. You just overheard it and guessed my identity, and you even pretended to be a fortune teller to take advantage of me. Humph, I thought I met an honest and simple-minded man, but I didn't expect him to be just a deceitful and lecherous man. I didn't want to expose you for Grandma's sake, but you insisted on asking. Go away, let me go." Wang Ming was stunned. He quickly explained, "I didn't. I was just teasing you. I didn't do that. I'm so sorry. I've always been grateful to you. If I had known it was you, I would have told you the truth right away. Humph, it's too late. If I really believed you, I don't know what I would have become. What a hypocritical and disgusting guy. I really hate him." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Ming heard the system voice say, 2-1, the contract is successful. Chen Lingling was also stunned. She clearly felt that she was contracted by the person in front of her, but she had not yet become a beast girl, so how could she be contracted suddenly? "Yes, you did it? Despicable guy, I really didn't misjudge you." Chen Lingling's eyes were wide open with rage, and she almost strangled Wang Ming to death, but the thought made her extremely painful. "Ah, my head hurts. What did you do to me?" Wang Ming knew all this early on, and quickly said, "Don't think about hurting me, and it won't hurt." After a long while, Chen Lingling finally calmed down. She still looked at Wang Ming with disgust and said coldly, You're amazing. I was so blind. After saying that, she pushed Wang Ming away and walked straight into the room. Wang Ming opened his mouth but nothing came out. After a few seconds of silence, he finally said, "Don't tell anyone. This is my secret." Chen Lingling stopped and said with a hint of sarcasm on her lips, "Do I have a choice? Risking my life to reveal your secret, this is really unnecessary." Wang Ming felt a little guilty, so he said nothing more and watched her go in. The memory of that afternoon many years ago when he first met Chen Lingling emerged in his mind. At that time, her name was Xiang Xiang. She was wearing a pink skirt, white stockings and leather shoes, and had cute twin ponytails. She was sitting under a tree and crying non-stop. It was not until he took down the kite that he finally became happy and gave Wang Ming his lunch, an uneaten chicken leg. It was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life. However, this childhood goddess now keeps calling herself disgusting, and it is obvious that she hates herself very much. Wang Ming said self-deprecatingly, "This is probably the legendary most precious thing that cannot be obtained." Nothing happened that night. The next day, Wang Ming received news from Lu Xini and set off for her house. At home, Chen Lingling worked with her grandmother, chatting and laughing, but ignored Wang Ming, or only said a few words to him. Grandma asked curiously, "They were talking and laughing yesterday, what happened today?" Chen Lingling said, "It's nothing, Grandma, I'll take it to the recycling station for you." Good boy, Xiao Ming is a good guy too. Sometimes he just means well but does the wrong thing. Don't blame him. Grandma will apologize on his behalf, okay? Grandma, this has nothing to do with you, don't worry about it. Hey, okay, take a rest and don't get tired. It's okay, Grandma. I feel like I have endless energy. Chen Lingling awakened as a beast girl, and her body became much stronger. After she finished speaking, she realized something terrifying. Wang Ming can actually make people awaken and become beast girls early. If others knew about this, he would be finished. Then Chen Lingling realized how much trust Wang Ming had in her, which made her feel much better. Wang Ming was not idle either. He was called home by Lu Xini. It turned out that she had asked Mrs. Liang to come and help Wang Ming. Mrs. Liang wore a black translucent gauze dress with a dark red vest inside, a black pleated skirt on the bottom, but wore a pair of white hollow pattern stockings, and painted pink nail polish on her feet. She sat upright on the sofa, looking at Wang Ming quietly, muttering in her heart, "He is quite handsome, no wonder he was left behind by Mrs. Lu that day, I thought he was a beggar." Lu Xini, wearing a light-colored dress and skin-colored stockings, smiled and said, "This is the master I told you about. Don't look at his young age, he's quite skilled in divination." Mrs. Liang laughed and said, "I don't believe it." Then calculate how old I am this year? Wang Ming saw this and replied, "A beautiful young woman with a body as soft as butter, carrying a sword at her waist to kill foolish men." Lu Xini said somewhat embarrassedly, "Master, did you calculate it wrong?" "Calculate it again." "That's right." Wang Ming looked at Mrs. Liang and said firmly. Mrs. Liang smiled and said, "Indeed, there is something. I have been feeling uneasy lately. Master, please help me calculate whether there is something evil that is haunting me." It turns out that she is 28 years old this year, but she never wants others to say that she is almost 30. Although the word Erba originally means 16 years old, in her opinion, it is both a reminder and a compliment, so she naturally does not want to reveal it. Wang Ming sat opposite her and said thoughtfully, "Madam, please write a word. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get the truth by just guessing." Mrs. Liang thought for a moment and wrote the word "nyo" with a pen. She thought of her daughter, who had nightmares at night and was always woken up by fear, so she wrote this word. Girl, a woman is ugly. As the saying goes, the zodiac signs are rat, ox, tiger, and rabbit. My wife is scared. I'm afraid it's related to the ox. I'm afraid this ox is a female. Lu Xini blushed and remained silent, but Mrs. Liang was shocked and said, "Master, you are really a genius. Please help me see how I can hide. I keep dreaming about this." Wang Ming smiled easily and said, "That's simple. As the saying goes, yin and yang are in harmony, and all things coexist. Madam is a typical case of excessive yin and insufficient yang. She just needs to replenish her yang energy. So how can I replenish it? Come with me into the house. The secret cannot be revealed. We cannot talk about it here." Wang Ming said this and walked into the room. Mrs. Liang hesitated slightly and followed him in. Chapter 33, Eat and Take. Mrs. Liang's name is Liang Yu. She is beautiful and has a well-proportioned figure. Years of fitness have made her skin tight and elastic, and every move she makes is full of power. When she reached the door, she looked back at Lu Xini, who was sitting there, and suddenly said to Wang Ming, "Oh, master, why don't you go to my house? It's a bit inconvenient here." Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "There's nothing to hide, Mrs. Liang, don't worry." Liang Yu's face showed a look of struggle, and she kept looking at Lu Xini. Seeing this, Lu Xini stood up and said, "Master, you can go with her. I need to go out for a beauty treatment." Wang Ming nodded. Lu Xini was his first beast girl. Under the suppression of the system, she would not have any thoughts of harming him. Liang Yu also took the opportunity to say, "Yes, there is no one else in my house except a few maids. I will not let them disturb us when the time comes. Master, please follow me. I will be right next to you. Let's go." Wang Ming didn't say anything else. Liang Yu was secretly delighted. It turned out that she thought that Lu Xini had a good relationship with this master, and she would not know if he would harm her behind her back in the future. So she had to take the initiative and establish a good relationship with Master Wang Ming, and let Wang Ming find a way to destroy Lu Xini's beauty. Then she would be the most beautiful girl in this wealthy area. By the way, last year a group of idle rich ladies held a beauty contest among themselves, evaluating many aspects including appearance, skin, figure, temperament, knowledge, etc. Lu Xini won first place, and Liang Yu came in second. Lu Xini watched Liang Yu take Wang Ming out of the door with a smile on her face. Poor Mrs. Liang, she probably didn't even know who her prey was. Walking to the next building, Liang Yu took the initiative to introduce, "The first floor of this villa is the reception area and dining room, the second floor is the gym and study, and the third floor is my bedroom. Master, we can go to the gym later. There are many tools there." "Well, it's okay." Wang Ming pretended to be an otherworldly expert, looking straight ahead and very serious. After entering the door, a maid in a black silk-made outfit came to greet them. Liang Yu changed her shoes and put her bag away as usual, and said to Wang Mingdao, who was a little uneasy, "Master, just treat it like your own home. There aren't so many rules here. Sister Hong, please bring some water to the gym on the second floor. And don't disturb me. Master and I have something important to discuss." Sister Hong was a woman in her 30s. She smiled and said, "Yes, ma'am." Wang Ming looked at the crystal diamond chandelier in the middle of the room and the surrounding decorations that he couldn't name but looked very expensive. He couldn't help but marvel at it, but he didn't show it like a country bumpkin. "Master, please." "Thank you, let's go." The two came to the gym, which was fully equipped with treadmills, yoga balls, dumbbells, horizontal bars and other equipment, more than ordinary gyms. Liang Yu looked down at her short skirt and stockings and asked hesitantly, "Master, is there anything else we need to prepare? Do I need to change clothes?" "No need, ma'am, just lie on the massage bed." Wang Ming pointed to the massage bed on the side, probably for her to use to relax her muscles. Liang Yu obediently went over and lay flat on the bed, laughing in her heart, really straightforward, young guys are always impatient. Although she is usually superstitious, she has some ability to distinguish because so many people have deceived her. In her opinion, Wang Ming has some ability, otherwise he would not be able to see the thing he is afraid of at a glance. But he is young after all, and I am afraid that his abilities are not strong enough. In addition, his blood is vigorous, so when he sees a beauty like her, he will definitely take advantage of her. She made up her mind that after Wang Ming got a taste of her own success, she would turn against him and threaten him to serve her in the future. "Master, we can begin now." Liang Yu looked at Wang Ming with some anticipation, and the white silk stockings on her feet rubbed against each other unconsciously, making a rustling sound. Wang Ming learned from Lu Xini that Mrs. Liang was a beast girl who had not yet been contracted, and that her family was rich and she did not need to rely on her husband. She had long thought of contracting her, so there was no way he would lose the big picture for the sake of a small gain. "Then I'll start with the hand massage, ma'am, and relax your body." Wang Ming gently held her hand and silently recited the system contract in his mind. The system countdown sounded, contract countdown begins, 60, 59. In order to distract Liang Yu, Wang Ming casually said, "Madam, your hands are a little cold. Are you afraid of the cold on a normal day? You don't dare to turn the air conditioner too low. This is a sign of insufficient qi in blood. This is what happens when yin is strong and yang is weak." Liang Yu thought he was just warming up and said softly, "Yes, master, please quickly replenish my yang energy." Wang Ming held her hand tightly with his left hand, and gently tapped the acupuncture points on her arm with his right hand, saying, These are all important acupuncture points. Regular massage helps blood circulation. Madam, you can find someone to massage you regularly. Ha, I'm a level 2 beast girl. Master, please quickly replenish my yang qi. Although I haven't persisted in my training, I'm much stronger than Mrs. Liu. Wang Ming heard the system prompt sound, 2-1, contract completed. Ha, it's done. From now on, you will have an endless supply of yang energy. Wang Ming laughed happily. Liang Yueza was confused for a moment, then reacted and said, am I contracted by you? How is this possible? But this feeling is clearly the connection between the contractor and the beast girl. How did you do it? Wang Ming did not answer the question. Instead, he walked over and held her white silk feet, chuckled softly and said, cold starts from the feet. To replenish yang qi, you should naturally start from the feet. A flash of shyness crossed Liang Yu's face, but surprisingly she did not resist. She just whispered, at least wash it. At this time, Sister Hong came in with water, but she turned a blind eye to all this and just lowered her head and said, Madam, please call me if you need anything. Well, I didn't call you, so don't disturb me. Liang Yu said in a suppressed voice. Harmony between yin and yang is the key to health preservation. Mrs. Liang's body is deficient in qi and blood, with yin being strong and yang being weak. Even if she exercises every day, it is only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Fortunately, she met Wang Ming, who helped her replenish her yang energy and activate her blood, starting with her pair of beautiful feet. After Liang Yu's qi and blood were sufficient, a blush appeared on her face and her body was covered with sweat. Wang Mingdao said, Madam, it seems you haven't exercised enough. Here's a yoga ball. You can exercise on it. Liang Yu nodded and whispered, there are quite a lot of tricks. Sister Hong was guarding outside the gym, ignoring the noises inside. A monthly salary of 50,000 was enough for her to keep her mouth shut, but the constant rubbing of her legs showed that she was not as calm as she appeared on the outside. A few hours later, Liang Yu called out, Sister Hong, bring some more water and my pink yoga clothes. Sister Hong, yes, madam. Her legs felt weak, and she stumbled every time she walked, almost falling. She came to Liang Yu's bedroom. Sister Hong took out her yoga clothes, thought for a moment, and then took out 2 pairs of ultra-thin skin-colored horse oil socks. She murmured, Madam usually wears this when she exercises. I'll bring it to her. She brought clothes and stockings to the gym. Liang Yu reached out to take them. Seeing the stockings, she smiled bitterly and said, Sister Hong, you really hurt me. Sister Hong was confused, but then she saw Wang Ming's eyes light up behind her and he praised her repeatedly, You're very capable. Let your wife give you a raise. Liang Yu rolled her eyes at him, but still smiled and said, Okay, Sister Hong, your salary will be doubled this month. Go and help me prepare meals. I need to replenish them. The master consumes a lot of energy. Sister Hong nodded in agreement. After the door closed, she realized, why is Madam only showing her head? Forget it, I'll go tell the kitchen to cook. I don't know where this master came from, and he's so young. Oh, Madam, you're really. At the same time, Fang Zihao brought various expensive supplements to the hospital to visit Zhou Shui, of course, in fact, to find out the news about Wang Ming. Zhou Shui looked at the uninvited guest with a wary heart. She always kept her distance from such people who acted like bootlickers. What are you doing here? Chapter 34 Graduation Ceremony. Fang Zihao received an order from his father and came to Zhou Shui to inquire about Wang Ming's news. Not to mention all kinds of valuable gifts, he himself was smiling and polite. I heard that you were injured, Zhou Shui. I came to see you. How are you recovering? As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles. Zhou Shui didn't give him a cold shoulder anymore, but simply responded, I'm almost well. Thank you for your concern, squad leader. Fang Zihao said, Of course I should. Fang Zihao fell silent for a moment because he didn't know how to start. Zhou Shui naturally had nothing to say either. She realized that Fang Zihao was probably up to no good. But her sister Zhou Yanran was right next to her, so she was not afraid of what Fang Zihao might do. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Fang Zihao said, Then you want to come to tomorrow's graduation ceremony? Here I am. That's good. Well, the school graduation ceremony is over, and I've organized a class dinner. You can come too. I won't go. Zhou Shui comes from an average family and doesn't really like these dinner parties. Fang Zihao's heart moved, and he said tentatively, Go ahead, go ahead. Lu Zihan, Zhang Deshang, Wang Ming, and the others are going there. Don't you get along well with them? Are they going too? Yes, the whole class has to go. Don't worry, all expenses will be covered by me. No need to split the bill. This is what I, as the class monitor, should do. Zhou Shui nodded and said, then I'll go too, so that people won't say I'm not sociable. Fang Zihao took the opportunity to say, that's right, we all have to fit in. Look at that Wang Ming. I don't know what kind of luck he had, but he suddenly became a contractor and even passed the alliance assessment. What should we do when we study hard every day? He's too unsociable. Zhou Shui looked at Zhou Yanran and asked, has Wang Ming passed the alliance university assessment? Zhou Yanran nodded. It might not be a good thing that her sister could become such a talented beast girl. Zhou Shui couldn't help but smile and said, I knew he could do it. Fang Zihao asked, you know? He doesn't usually study or practice. He almost died when Lu Zihan's mother went berserk that day. How do you know he can do it? Zhou Shui realized that she had said something wrong and shut up. Fang Zihao asked again, do you think he has any background? Ha, it's not like he has a system like in the novels. Zhou Shui laughed and said, how is that possible? Don't make wild guesses. I don't know either. I was so scared that day that I fainted. When I woke up, Principal Mei came over. I have no idea either. Fang Zihao observed her expression and saw that she looked calm, so he said angrily, then he's really lucky. You should take care of yourself first and attend the meeting on time tomorrow. Okay, thank you for coming to see me. It's okay, we're all classmates. After Fang Zihao left, Zhou Shui's toes, which had been stirring constantly in the quilt, also stopped. Her palms and soles were sweaty, and she was obviously not as calm as she appeared. For someone like her who had never lied, this was a bit difficult. He finally left, asking all sorts of questions. Zhou Shui let out a long sigh and relaxed completely. Zhou Yanran said, if you don't want to see him next time, I'll just send him away. Sister, I'll be discharged tomorrow morning. There won't be a next time. Even though the school pays for it, hospital meals are too expensive. Don't worry about the money, just keep it for a few more days. I'm fine now. If you hadn't told me to rest for 2 more days, I would have been discharged from the hospital long ago. Zhou Shui argued, her face rosy, and without glasses she had a quiet and lovely feeling. Zhou Yanran touched her sister's head and said, okay, then you'll be discharged tomorrow. I think you're almost well now and can even talk back. This is not just saving money, hee. The two sisters smiled at each other. Ever since Zhou Shui also became a beast girl, they didn't have many worries and the future was promising. Here, Wang Ming came out of Mrs. Liang's room and felt that his cultivation had improved a lot, which could be considered as level 2.3. I'm already 2.3 before I even get into the league. If I get in, they'll definitely call me a genius, no, a wizard, ha. His system can only improve his cultivation by practicing closely with his own beast girl. Conventional methods will not work at all. Fortunately, he has a lot of beast girls, so this method is not unacceptable. The only drawback is that it is a bit tiring, and it is a bit difficult to keep up with the replenishment every day. There are also Lingling and Zhou Shui, but they're a little hard to deal with. Forget it, we'll talk about it when there's a chance. When he returned home, his grandmother and Chen Lingling were waiting for him. Wang Ming simply told his grandmother that he would bring his parents to the graduation ceremony. Grandma said awkwardly, then I won't go. I'm just a rag picker, and I'll embarrass you if I go. Without heaven, there would be no earth. Without you, there would be no me. What's there to be ashamed of? I'm a little tired. I'm going to sleep first. Grandma, please clean up and call me tomorrow. Wang Ming didn't care at all. He waved his hand and was about to go into the house. After thinking for a moment, he said to Chen Lingling, you should come with me tomorrow. I'm worried about you being the only one at home. I don't. Lingling, please go with Grandma. It's not convenient for Grandma to go alone. Grandma said this with a smile, and she was also giving Chen Lingling a way out, as it really made her bored being alone in the house. Chen Lingling nodded and said, then I'll go with Grandma. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Wang Ming went back to his room humming a song and went to sleep. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Grandma found the cleanest clothes to change into. Chen Lingling was also wearing a clean white long dress. Wang Ming joked, Grandma is really energetic today, she looks like she's 18 years old. Grandma raised her hand to hit him, but he dodged it. The three of them came to school laughing. The school had already been decorated, with flowers, ribbons, and balloons all available. After everyone stood in line according to their classes, the graduation ceremony began. Principal May was wearing a gray and white suit and short skirt today. She looked serious and solemn, and also made an official speech. The next step was to confirm that students who were admitted to universities through the alliance could bring their parents on stage to express their gratitude. Fang Zihao, Lu Zihan, and other outstanding people naturally brought their mothers with them, which made Zhang Fong and Lu Xini so happy that they looked several years younger. Zhang Fong was wearing a burgundy cheongsam with skin-colored stockings today. Her eyes were slightly raised, giving her a sense of superiority that only rich people have. Lu Xini also wore a cheongsam, but it was a light yellow cheongsam with a heart-shaped neckline. She wore moon-white transparent stockings and nude flat shoes. She had the temperament of a wealthy lady and the tranquility of a virtuous wife. The two parents were so bright and attractive that they even outshone the others. The other male parents were all itching to meet their daughters before they got married. When it was Wang Ming's turn, he was also the last one. Because the steps were high, Wang Ming simply carried his grandmother on his back and stood on the stage. Although Grandma was dressed neatly, she could not compare with the two rich ladies. She looked like an ordinary old lady in her 70s or 80s. She tried hard to straighten her slightly hunched back so as not to embarrass her grandson. Wang Ming took the microphone and handed it to his grandmother, saying, "Grandma, I want you to say a few words of thanks." Grandma was a little nervous being watched by so many people. She trembled and couldn't speak for a long time. Some people in the audience booed. Principal May snorted softly, shocking the entire audience. He said, "Be quiet. Learning to respect others is the first step in being a good person." Wang Ming also encouraged Grandma, and Grandma finally mustered up the courage to say, "This kid lost his parents when he was young. I, an old woman, had to pick up scraps to support him. He was short of food and clothing. To save money for me, he skipped breakfast and secretly worked after school. He was so tired that he looked like a human being and was very skinny. If I have to say thank you, I should thank God for giving me such a good grandson. It is my fault that I did not take good care of him and delayed his development. If he had more time to study hard, I think the teacher would not have to worry so much. Thank you, school, thank you, teachers, thank you for not giving up on Xiaoming. I don't know how to say it. An old lady, thank you all." Grandma cried like rain. Wang Ming couldn't help but kneel on the ground and cried, "Grandma, you didn't let me down. You took good care of me. It's my fault. Good boy, get up. Grandma has kept you here. You have been smart since you were young. If you hadn't been hungry and cold, and had made your classmates smile, I believe you would have a wall of awards." Principal May came to the stage, helped Wang Ming up, and thanked Wang Ming's grandmother for her trust in them. Taking advantage of this topic, she said, "If respect is the foundation, then responsibility is the core. Fellow students, whether you will be on the front lines fighting against alien beasts, working silently behind the scenes, or just ordinary people struggling to make ends meet, you must be respectful. I hope you can be like this grandmother, like Wang Ming, and take on your responsibilities. Don't blame others or shirk your responsibilities. Okay, these are my 2 pieces of advice for you graduates." This concludes the graduation ceremony. The thunderous applause was a thank you to Principal May and a farewell to their youth. From today on, they are part of this society. After the ceremony, Fang Zihao specifically approached Wang Mingdao and said, "Let's go to the class dinner later. The whole class will be there. We'll have a special car to pick you up and drop you off, and all the food and drinks will be included." Wang Ming looked at his grandmother, and she said, "I'm old, so I won't go. You take Lingling with you." Chen Lingling didn't say anything, which was considered as her agreement. Fang Zihao didn't recognize her. They had only met when they were very young, but he had never seen her in person when he grew up. If Chen Lingling's father hadn't been transferred here for work, the two families wouldn't have talked about getting married. He was simply jealous of the constant stream of beautiful girls around Wang Ming. "I'll go to both. I've booked a lot of seats, and there's plenty of space. I can eat and play." "Okay then, I'll go after I send Grandma back. Give me the address." Wang Mingdao. "No need. I'll send a car to take you and Grandma back. You two can just follow the car directly to the destination." Fang Zihao said enthusiastically that he must pick up Wang Ming personally today. Wang Ming looked at him deeply, feeling that this man had bad intentions. He wondered if he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take him and others to another place. Chapter 35, The Strange Beast Qin Yuan. Fortunately, Grandma said, it's such a short distance. I can walk back and collect the trash along the way. It's not just a stroll. You can go with your classmates and don't worry about me. Grandma is very familiar with the streets and alleys in this area, so there is no problem for her to get lost. As she said this, she waved her hand and left without giving Wang Ming a chance to see her off. Lu Zihan saw this and came over to ask, what's wrong? Why did Grandma leave alone? It's okay. By the way, are you going to the class party? Let's go together. Hey, who is this? Lu Zihan always likes to stand in the crowd. She would be very happy to receive praise from everyone, but when she saw other girls standing next to Wang Ming, she became a little unhappy. She is my grandmother's goddaughter, yes, that's right. Chen Lingling glanced at him, but didn't refute. She nodded and said, just call me Chen Ling. Zhang Deshang also came over and said, who abducted this beautiful girl? She looks so young, could she be a junior high school student? Chen Lingling looked at him with disdain and was too lazy to answer. Fang Zihao was left aside and felt a little uncomfortable. After thinking about it, he decided not to cause trouble and left quietly. When Li Linlin saw him leave, she immediately came over to fill his position, took Wang Ming's arm and said, you've been admitted to Union University, that's amazing. You said you could help me, but it still counts. She is also a petite and cute girl, but she has amazing advantages in some aspects. Chen Lingling keeps looking at her and can't imagine how tired she would be if she looked like this. When Wang Ming heard this, he thought of Zhou Shui's situation and didn't know whether to agree or not. He had no talent, but the system could give his talent to others to the level that was just enough to awaken a beast girl. It was very strange. He was not sure that it was harmless to him. Besides, he did not need so many beast girls at the moment. He was a little too busy. Just as I was hesitating, Zhou Shui came over and said, why didn't you call me when it's so lively? Let's sit at the same table later. Okay. Li Linlin said happily. She wanted to sit next to Wang Ming. Wang Ming didn't explicitly refuse just now, which made her feel that Wang Ming must have a way. This was her intuition, which was super accurate. Soon a bus came over and Fang Zihao organized his classmates to get on the bus. When he saw the girls surrounding Wang Ming, he felt jealous and angry. Stop chatting, hurry up and get in the car, or the food will get cold. Everyone got in the car, including the class teacher Yu Xioli. The relationship between teachers and students and classmates seemed harmonious, and the group went to dinner happily. Fang Zihao booked a mountain view villa with a mountain on one side and a river on the other. He could eat, play, and enjoy the scenery there. Although it was expensive, it was obviously not a problem for him. As soon as everyone got off the bus, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. There were beautiful mountains, beautiful waters, and great houses. Most of the students came from ordinary families, so they naturally praised the class monitor for choosing such a good place, and they didn't even need to pay for it. Squad leader, it has to be you, so awesome. Xian Shankai boasted out of habit, even though he knew it was useless, he said it subconsciously. Fang Zihao smiled and said, it's just okay. Everyone, go in. It goes without saying that the villa is magnificent and the food and wine are plentiful and delicious. Even the waiters who serve the food and clear the dishes are all pretty beauties in black short skirts. This makes many young boys who are just beginning to fall in love and have strong hormones eager to try. Their eyes are wide open and they think that the beauty is so delicious that even the food doesn't taste as good. Li Linlin had just rushed to sit on Wang Ming's right. Seeing that he didn't look away, she praised him, you're the best. Unlike them, they're a bunch of perverts, huh? She glanced at the empty seat next to her. It belonged to Zhang Deshang, who had just followed the beautiful waitress to the kitchen to serve dishes in order to show off. Wang Ming smiled slightly and said confidently, of course, they can't compare to me. The main reason is that the Lucini, Mrs. Liang, Lu Zihan, and Lin Wei that Wang Ming has come into contact with recently are all beauties with a score of more than 9. He doesn't like those who only have a 6 or 7 point beauty due to makeup. In his eyes, Li Linlin was only about 8.5 points, so he was not very willing to use the system's capabilities for her. But Li Linlin didn't know all this, she just thought Wang Ming was a serious person. On Wang Ming's left was Chen Lingling, who snorted disdainfully, obviously not believing it. Next to Chen Lingling was Lu Zihan. She couldn't hear clearly, so she poked her head out and asked, What are you talking about? Ha ha ha, he said he was a serious person. Chen Lingling responded with a low laugh. Lu Zihan also laughed. She knew very well whether Wang Ming was serious or not. Fang Zihao was at the same table with them. He couldn't stand seeing so many people surrounding Wang Ming, so he picked up his glass and said, Stop talking, let's drink and celebrate our admission to university. Let's do it, don't raise fish. Except for Chen Lingling, who didn't like to hold up the drink, the others raised their glasses and drank together without so many taboos. Afterwards, Fang Zihao kept looking for opportunities to drink with Wang Ming, and even pretended to be generous and said, We had some misunderstandings before, but now we can forget the grudges and laugh it off. It's all in the wine. I'll drink it. Wang Ming was naturally not stage frightened. He worked part-time in a club, and many rich women wanted to get him drunk and take him down, but he was born with a high alcohol tolerance, and in the end, what he took away were the rich women's wallets. Come on, we are all classmates, so let's not talk too much. If you do it, I can't do it. Wang Ming raised his head and drank. Fang Zihao was delighted. He felt that he was big and could drink more than Wang Ming, so he thought of ways to drink with him. He rolled dice and played drinking games, and even mobilized his own group of lackeys, especially Chen Shankai. He said that if anyone could get Wang Ming to drink a glass of wine, he would give him 100 yuan, with no upper limit. His eyes immediately turned red, and he picked up the bottle of white wine and was about to drink it with Wang Ming. Unfortunately, he was too bold and fell down after drinking 2 taels. In order to encourage others, Fang Zihao immediately transferred 2,000 to him. When the others saw this, they all rushed towards Wang Ming. Fang Zihao was afraid that Wang Ming would not drink, so he deliberately provoked him. A real man can't be a coward. You have taken the class beauty away. It's not too much for the brothers to toast you a glass of wine. Wang Ming said nonchalantly, It's a small problem, but I have a condition. I can drink, but you have to accompany me. I can't drink that much. If you drink 3 glasses, I can only drink 1. Okay, you said it, a real man doesn't regret it. Wang Ming agreed immediately. Squad leader, promise him that you will drink only after 3 cups. Don't be afraid of anything. Seeing this, Fang Zihao, with the encouragement of his classmates, immediately said, Okay, let's do it this way. So just 20 minutes later, Fang Zihao was sent to the upstairs room to rest because he felt dizzy after drinking a pound of white wine. The classmates around Wang Ming were also a little drunk, but they all surrounded Wang Ming, waiting to see who would be able to get Wang Ming drunk. A group of maids in black stockings also surrounded them. In a corner where no one paid attention, a small bee-like insect flew up and staggered towards Wang Ming in the crowd. It is covered with a pitch-black exoskeleton and has 3 pairs of orange-red transparent membranous wings. It looks like a wasp and flaps its wings silently. There is a poisonous stinger on the top of the head and the tail, each of which emits a faint black light. If a top student saw it, he would recognize it as the level 3 alien beast Qin Yuan, which was extremely poisonous. An ordinary person would die within half a minute after being stung. Even if it is a contractor or a beast girl, as long as they are below level 3, they will not be able to survive for long after being stabbed. At this time, Qin Yuan was less than 30 centimeters away from the back of Wang Ming's neck. It adjusted its body shape and rushed towards Wang Ming with the poisonous needle in its tail. Chapter 36: Risking One's Life to Save. Wu Ying stood at the corner of the 2nd floor. She was one of the black silk maids and also the secret weapon of the Feng family. Her ability as a beast girl is copying, and the beast Qin Yuan is her killer move, which is the highest level beast ability she accidentally obtained. With her strength as a level 2 beast girl, although she cannot fully exert the toxicity of a level 3 beast, she is confident that it is enough to poison a trash who has just become a contractor. Under her control, Qin Yuan stabbed Wang Ming. The flapping of wings is silent, secretive, and dangerous, but there are many beauties around Wang Ming, and Li Linlin and Chen Lingling have been paying attention to Wang Ming. Be careful, the 2 men said at the same time and stepped forward towards Wang Ming. Li Linlin was closer and subconsciously reached out to slap Qin Yuan. However, she was just an ordinary person, so how could she hit the replica controlled by a level 2 beast girl? Qin Yuan nimbly dodged Li Linlin's palm and fiercely stabbed Wang Ming in the back of the neck. The anesthesia from the alcohol and the toxicity spread instantly, and Wang Ming's face turned black and blue, and his body was unable to move. Seeing this, Li Linlin slapped Qin Yuan on Wang Ming's neck. At this time, the poisonous stinger on Qin Yuan's tail was still on Wang Ming's neck. He had no time to dodge and was hit immediately. However, Qin Yuan also had a poisonous needle on his head. Although Li Linlin hit Qin Yuan, her own palm was also stabbed. In just a few breaths, Li Linlin's originally white and tender palms turned dark blue, and she felt dizzy and disoriented. Within a few minutes, Li Linlin and Wang Ming both fell to the ground and could not get up. Wang Ming. Chen Lingling and Lu Zihan quickly helped them to their seats and called out to them anxiously. The head teacher, Yu Xiuli, had been quietly watching the students playing, but upon seeing this change, she stumbled over. "Get out of the way, everyone, let me see." She pushed through the crowd and saw Qin Yuan and Li Linlin's hand at a glance. The two poisonous stingers were left in Wang Ming's neck and Li Linlin's palm respectively. It's the strange beast Qin Yuan. It's over. It's extremely poisonous. Hurry up and save him. Call Wang Ming. He's the contractor. Maybe he can still be saved. Although she was extremely nervous, she had a few more decades to live after all, so she managed to calm down and directed a group of students to make phone calls and find stretchers. Everyone was in a panic and sobered up a bit. At this time, Chen Lingling, who had been guarding Wang Ming, suddenly said, You're awake? Are you okay?" Wang Ming opened his sleepy eyes and said in confusion, "It's so noisy." "I'm just drunk. Are you not letting me sleep? You are not poisoned?" Chen Lingling was shocked. She had heard of Qin Yuan's poison, so how could he be fine? Wang Ming? What kind of poison? He staggered to his feet and found Li Linlin lying next to him. He was surprised and said, "Is she drunk too? This is a fake bar. Why is her face blue?" Seeing that his face was rosy and he didn't look like he was poisoned, Lu Zihan was secretly surprised. Maybe it was because of his special physique, and the contract between two people should have an extra bonus. "Linlin was saving you just now, and was stabbed by Qin Yuan? Qin Yuan? What is that?" Wang Ming didn't know much about this level 3 monster, and his basic knowledge in this area was very poor. "Well, you know it's poisonous, and Linlin took the poison in her body to save you." Lu Zihan spoke concisely. As expected of a top student, she explained everything clearly in just a few sentences, and she also changed the rhythm so that people subconsciously ignored the fact that Wang Ming was also poisoned. Wang Ming looked at Li Linlin. The lovely girl was leaning on the chair with a bruised face, not looking like a beauty at all. "Is there nothing we can do about this? Teacher Yu, is there nothing you can do? Hey, she's not a beast girl, she's just an ordinary person. If she gets poisoned, she'll die in half an hour at most." If what? If she were a beast girl, that would be fine. Maybe she could still be saved. What do you mean? Why can the beast mother be saved? If it's a beast girl, they can share some of the contractor's cultivation and vitality. Of course, both parties need to be willing. This is all basic knowledge taught in class. Teacher Yu was very disappointed with his son, and although he knew it was a critical moment, he still couldn't help but preach. Wang Ming looked at Li Linlin and said that if she became a beast girl, she could be saved, but if she were an ordinary person, she would die within half an hour. He stared at me for a long time, and finally sighed inwardly, "Never mind. Considering your advantages in certain aspects and for saving me, I'll break the rules. 8.5 points is rounded up to 9 points, so it's not really a break." He said this to himself, then picked up Li Linlin and said to the homeroom teacher, "Yu Xiuli, teacher, wait a few minutes. Li Linlin is actually a beast girl. She told me so." "What? How come I don't know?" Yu Xiuli was a little confused. She saw with her own eyes that Li Linlin's talent test was only 50%, not even a ding. How could she be a beast girl? She wants to play the pig and eat the tiger to give you a surprise. Okay, help me find a room. Wang Ming carried her into a private room, drove out the others who wanted to come in, and asked Lu Zihan, Zhou Shui, and Chen Lingling to guard the door. "Don't let anyone in until I get out." Then he closed the door. These three were his beast girls and he could trust them. In the distance, Wu Ying looked at Wang Ming, who stood up, her mouth wide open. How was it possible that after being poisoned by her Qin Yuan, he could still stand up as if nothing had happened and even hug someone? Didn't he just graduate? Is he naturally immune to toxins? No, I have to tell the head of the family first. She took out her cell phone and called Fang Donghua, briefly explaining the situation. "Fang Donghua, I'm already on my way with the antidote, and you're telling me he's not poisoned?" "It was some other classmate who was poisoned, damn it, you're such a loser." "Master, I really stabbed him, but I don't know why he's fine." Is his strength more than level 1, and is he also resistant to poison? So? Shut up and pretend you know nothing. Delete the call logs. I know nothing either. Fong Donghua hung up the phone. He originally wanted to pretend to celebrate for his son and accidentally save the poisoned Wang Ming, so as to take the opportunity to get Wang Ming's secret. However, he never expected that Wu Ying, this waste, could not even do such a thing. Look, I can only look for another opportunity. This kid is really lucky. Could he be the chosen one? Fong Donghua murmured, and then told the driver to turn the car around and go back. An ordinary classmate was certainly not worth him going all the way to deliver the antidote. That tigress is not to be trifled with. Fong Ying must be eliminated. There is no need for such a waste to exist. Let those useless people go. They can't even bring anyone back. It's okay for anyone to die with this useless person. Fong Donghua made up his mind, closed his eyes and continued to think calmly. In the private room, Wang Ming held Li Linlin's hand, and the system prompt sounded. Detected that the Beast Girl lacks talent contractable. Do you want to consume your own talent to replenish the Beast Girl's talent before contracting? Yes. Talents being supplemented, supplementation completed. Please confirm whether to contract with the Beast Girl? Yes. Since Wang Ming had decided to do it, he did not hesitate any longer and did not let go of Li Linlin's hand. He tried hard to restrain himself from looking at certain parts of the body, otherwise he would feel dizzy and dazed, as if he were poisoned. Contract begins, 60, 59, 2, 1, contract complete. Wang Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he saw the bruises on Li Linlin's face gradually fading. It seemed like she could hold on a little longer. However, the door of the box was suddenly kicked open with such force that it broke into several pieces. The dust cleared away, and a beautiful woman shouted sternly. How dare you let go of my daughter? Chapter 37 Popular Science of Exotic Beasts. Wang Ming subconsciously protected Li Linlin behind him, and then realized what the woman said, and asked in confusion. Your daughter? It's not that he doesn't believe it. Li Linlin has always dressed simply, either in a long skirt and coat, or in loose long sleeves. Although she always manages to show off her great advantages inadvertently, overall, she doesn't look like she comes from a particularly wealthy family. The woman in front of him wore a diamond hairpin, had delicate features, a long-incised pearl necklace around her neck, and a light green jumpsuit. Her figure is similar to her daughter's, with some outstanding advantages. She is not tall and is a cute woman. Her legs were paired with ultra-thin black stockings that were highly transparent and a pair of 10 cm green high heels. This makes her cute face sexy and domineering. Of course it's my daughter. This hotel villa is also mine. Move aside and let me see my daughter first. Where are the people outside? Wang Ming stared at her with vigilance. Although he was eager to save people, if this woman hurt his beast mother, he would also avenge her. Go and see for yourself. Li Ruyue pushed Wang Ming away and picked up her daughter. Seeing that her face was indeed dark blue, she quickly opened the pearl necklace, took out a brown pill from one of the pearls, and put it into her daughter's mouth. Li Linlin's face became visibly rosy, and all the dark spots disappeared. Wang Ming was amazed. This woman was not only powerful, but also had amazing medicine effects. In addition to what she had just said, he was afraid that Li Linlin's family background was not simple. Seeing that Li Linlin was fine, Wang Ming went outside. Sure enough, Lu Zihan, Chen Lingling, and Zhou Shui were all slumped in their chairs, surrounded by people taking care of them. Wang Ming's face darkened, and he approached Lu Zihan and asked, "Is it that woman?" Lu Zihan nodded and said, "We were afraid that she would disturb you, so we wanted her to wait for you to come out, but she pushed us away." Chen Lingling snorted coldly, and Wang Ming quickly moved closer to her and said, "Are you okay, Lingling? Don't tell Grandma when you get home." Chen Lingling turned her head away in a huff and ignored him. Wang Ming felt a little embarrassed, so he asked Zhou Shui, "Are you okay? Don't try so hard next time. It's not easy for anyone." Zhou Shui shook her head. She had long hair draped over her shoulders and wore black-framed glasses. She looked quiet and pretty, completely different from the pale and pitiful look she had in the hospital. She had long bangs on her forehead and her glasses, which concealed most of her appearance, so Wang Ming didn't immediately confuse her with the one in the hospital. In my memory, she always seemed like this, hiding all her thoughts, but often helping him silently. "I'm fine. Is Lin okay?" Zhou Shui felt a little shy when she was looked at, and a blush appeared on her face. She tilted her head and whispered, "You said you would stop it." "I'm sorry, I didn't stop it." "It's okay. Don't risk yourself saving others. You'll look better with your bangs combed up." The people around him booed immediately. Zhou Shui couldn't help but lower her head and whispered, "What are you talking about?" "Ahem." Chen Lingling coughed twice, which finally drew Wang Ming's attention back. Yu Shioli also spoke up, "That's Li Linlin's mother. I've seen her. Don't worry. I just told you not to stop her. By the way, Wang Ming, is Li Linlin okay?" "Yeah, it's okay." Wang Ming nodded, then asked, "Where's that corpse of the strange beast?" "I'll take it back to show the teacher." In the corner, Wu Ying smiled coldly. Of course, she had taken this kind of thing away long ago during the chaos, and she couldn't wait for Wang Ming to come looking for it. Sure enough, the teacher and classmates looked everywhere but couldn't find it. Never mind, maybe it was just an accident. Wang Ming pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered his first encounter with a strange beast and asked, "Teacher, I don't quite understand. Can strange beasts enter human cities at will? I always thought they were kept out." Epsilon equals Omicron. Alas, I told you to study hard but you didn't listen. Zhou Shui, you should explain it to him. Yu Shioli sighed and didn't want to say more. Zhou Shui, cough, okay, cough. Okay, let me tell you what I am saying. Yu Shioli quickly stopped him, forgetting that this was an injured person. The alien beasts and humans have been fighting for a long time. Most of the alien beasts' landing points have been discovered, and human cities have been built in distant places. But there are always exceptions. Some strange beasts will occasionally appear in human cities, but they will soon be eliminated by the city guards. There is also a situation where some contractors, due to their special abilities, can captive or transform some exotic beasts for human use. Then what is this origin? Level 3 exotic beast Qin Yuan. Okay, Qin Yuan, is it a strange beast that has been transformed or domesticated by humans? Wang Ming continued to ask. Not that I know of. So an accident is the most likely scenario? Then why did it only attack me? Is there something about me that attracted it? Yu Shioli shook her head and said, although the Qin Yuan is highly venomous, it is relatively mild among the exotic beasts. As long as you don't provoke them or invade their territory, you generally won't be attacked. She thought for a moment and tried to explain, perhaps, it was accidentally brought to a human city. This happens occasionally. Some powerful monsters can cause great disasters to human cities, and even destroy cities. Wang Ming nodded in understanding. Perhaps because he was away from the classroom, he suddenly became particularly interested in this knowledge. The teacher knows so much. I learned a lot today. Wang Ming expressed his gratitude, but then he was confused. I was also stabbed, so how come I wasn't poisoned? What's wrong with your body? Just now. Yu Shioli asked what was in Wang Ming's mind, but Wang Ming didn't want to answer. Firstly, he didn't know, and secondly, this was his trump card, and he didn't want to tell anyone else. Hey, Linlin is out. Zhou Shui spoke up in time to help Wang Ming out of trouble. Although she was not strong and had just become a beast girl, she was smart and could always help Wang Ming out of trouble. As she spoke, everyone looked towards the door of the box. Li Linlin walked out slowly, her face rosy, not looking poisoned at all. She was wearing a blue suspender skirt, which just reached her knees, hiding both her strengths and weaknesses. Thank you, Wang Ming. A sincere smile appeared on her face. Although she was poisoned, she woke up as a beast girl and made a contract with Wang Ming. This was the best thing for her. Behind her was her mother, Li Ruyue. She looked at Wang Ming with a cold expression, but forced a smile and said, "Thank you for saving my daughter. I was a bit rough with you just now. As compensation, you can have fun here for 3 days. You don't have to worry about the expenses. Then you should get their forgiveness first. If you had gone in 2 minutes earlier, Li Linlin would have been dead." Li Ruyue remained silent, but Li Linlin spoke up, "I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of my mother. She's worried about me, too." The 3 women didn't know what to say, so they just nodded. Li Ruyue walked away in her high heels, with an inexplicable smile on her lips. She looked at Wang Ming deeply, patted him on the shoulder twice and said, "Young man, you are good." After she left, Lu Zihan couldn't help but ask Li Linlin, "What's going on in your family? Your mother looks so powerful, like a strong woman." My family is just ordinary people. Hey, which ordinary person has such a big villa and yard, nestled in the mountains and beside the water? Ah, isn't it always like this? Li Linlin looked at everyone with a silly face. Chapter 38, Mutual Support. Li Linlin's Versailles words left everyone speechless. Wang Ming smiled and said, "Since everything is fine, let's continue playing the music and dancing. Don't let it affect our graduation mood." Yu Shioli looked at him maturely and said, "You and Linlin should go to the hospital for a checkup." "It's okay, my mom said I'm fine, Wang Ming." Li Linlin replied, looking at Wang Ming. "I'm fine. I'm strong as a bull." Wang Ming showed off his biceps, which made the female classmates look at him in amazement. Yu Shioli didn't say anything else. After all, she had already reminded him. At this time, everyone was full of food and drink, and had no appetite. Instead, they went out to have fun. The villa had game consoles, cards, billiards, and many other entertainment facilities. There are mountains, water and grassland outside the villa, so you can enjoy the scenery if you want. Wang Ming's good friend Zhang Deshang pulled a maid wearing black stockings and quietly went into the woods outside. Lu Zihan and Chen Lingling were playing video games with great enthusiasm and had no interest in caring about Wang Ming. Zhou Shui looked at Wang Ming, wanting to know what he was doing. Unexpectedly, Li Linlin grabbed Wang Ming's arm and said, "Let's go over there and talk." Wang Ming had no choice but to go with her. Seeing this, Zhou Shui thought for a moment and went to the monitoring room to ask the security guard if she could check the surveillance. The security guard apologized, "The surveillance has been broken since yesterday, and the person who was supposed to fix it hasn't arrived yet." Zhou Shui nodded thoughtfully. Judging from the current situation, it seems that it is more likely to be man-made. If all the coincidences come together, it is no longer a coincidence. She decided to ask the maid again if there were any new people coming in the past 2 days. That would make sense. Zhou Shui was excited. She felt like she was solving a mystery, and also like she was clearing obstacles and eliminating hidden dangers for Wang Ming. She felt that as a beast girl, her fighting ability was not high and she was not as pretty as Lu Zihan. The reason why she always followed Wang Ming was her brain. On the other side, Wang Ming was pulled by Li Linlin to a room on the second floor. This room was a viewing room with a 6-meter-long unsealed balcony. Looking to the left, you can see the beautiful green mountains. Looking to the right, you can see the gurgling green water of the stream. Looking down, you can see the villa garden with lush vegetation and blooming flowers. Just standing here makes people feel relaxed and happy, not to mention that there is a shy, timid, delicate beauty next to you, looking at you eagerly. Wang Ming smiled and said, "There's no one else here, just say whatever you want to say." "Well, I want to ask, am I your beast mother? Because I had a feeling when I woke up, but I'm not sure." As Li Linlin spoke, she lowered her head, stirring with her little fingers, and stared at her own strengths. "Yes, if you don't want to, you can separate later, but you can't give me half of your cultivation. I did that to save you." "Ah, no, why would I want to separate? So, I really am your beast girl now." Li Linlin suddenly became happy, looked up and said with a smile, "Hee, that's great. You are a young lady from a wealthy family, and you think it's great to be contracted by a poor boy like me. What's so great about it?" Wang Ming shook his head in confusion, somewhat confused. Although the system could form a contract, it would not force the beast girl to have a favorable impression of the host. It could only guarantee the beast girl's loyalty. Li Linlin stared into Wang Ming's eyes and said solemnly, "You promised me that you would let me become a beast mother, so I will do what I promised you and only be your beast mother. This has nothing to do with my family background. Besides, I'm not a young lady." Li Linlin's expression darkened, and Wang Ming did not ask any more questions. Such wealthy families often have some secrets that are difficult to tell. Li Linlin saw that they were silent, so she said to herself, "Forget it, I'll just tell you directly, so that you won't find out and look down on me in the future. If you want to talk, I'll listen, but there's no such thing as looking down on me." Li Linlin brought 2 recliners and lay on them, enjoying the afternoon with the cool breeze from the air conditioner, while also telling Wang Ming her story. "I'm not really a young lady. My mother, don't be fooled by her superficial appearance. In fact, her status is not up to par. I'm not afraid to say that my mother is the third party." "Ah? Auntie, she doesn't look like that. Actually, I'm not the third party. Dad's ex-wife has passed away, but Dad's family doesn't recognize Mom. But I was already born, but I actually, you know." "Oh, I see. Having a child out of wedlock." Wang Ming thought that kind of woman had to rely on being a mistress to get to the top. Well, almost, but the situation is more complicated. Dad's family thinks it was because of Mom's existence that he was so cruel and ignored his ex-wife, which led to her death, especially her son. I understand. Xia Shui hates Lu Xing, but you are that Lu Xing. This is nothing. I don't know what you're talking about, but you really won't look down on me for this? This world only looks down on the weak. Lin Lin, you need to grow up before you can face this cruel world. Wang Ming teased with a smile and pinched Li Linlin's fair and tender face. It was smooth, worthy of the skin of an 18-year-old girl, full of collagen. Li Linlin's face was as red as an apple, making people want to take a bite. Hate it, stop making fun of me. Lin Lin, have you ever told me that you are cute like this? Wang Ming was stunned for a moment. No love words in the world could surpass the blushing of a girl. Li Linlin didn't react and looked at Wang Ming with her big eyes. The little feet wearing black princess shoes and white socks touch each other, showing the owner's inner tension. Wang Ming slowly approached her, and Li Linlin's breathing became rapid, but she did not dodge. Instead, she closed her eyes, as if expecting something. Zhou Shui was strolling bored by the river. She just asked the maid with black silk stockings, but found out that the latest one had been here for 3 months. It was unlikely that they had been lurking for 3 months just to ambush Wang Ming. After all, Wang Ming was nothing special 3 months ago. She sat on a piece of grass under the shade of a tree, and when she thought of Wang Ming, she unconsciously thought more. I'm also his beast mother, Lu Zihan is also his beast mother, and Lin Lin is probably also his beast mother today. What secrets does Wang Ming have? She looked into the water and saw 2 fish playing and tumbling up and down, entwining with each other and then separating, and she seemed to be enjoying it. The fish are carefree and happy. Zhou Shui put her head on her knees and thought unconsciously in her mind, will he and I be like this someday? So shy, Zhou Shui, you've really had enough. In the water, the 2 fish played for a while, but then separated, as if they were strangers, and did not even look back. Zhou Shui watched, thoughtful. Is it better to support each other or to forget each other? Chapter 39, Trial of the Strange Beast. Happy times are always short. After having fun for a whole day, Wang Ming and his classmates still set off on their journey home. Wang Ming felt the spiritual power in his body. After practicing closely with Li Linlin, his strength increased again. Roughly estimated, it was at least half. In other words, with 2 more of these, he would reach level 3. This speed is not an exaggeration to call him a genius among geniuses. However, he also clearly felt that his increase was not as great as Mrs. Liang's. Although he was not sure whether it was related to his personal cultivation or something else, this path was indeed feasible. I went back home and consolidated my cultivation, which was actually just a lot of hard work to get myself used to the sudden increase in strength. Chen Lingling was watching from the side in amazement. She had always thought that Wang Ming was only a level 1 contractor, but she didn't expect that he had already reached level 2. This punch and kick were definitely not a level 1 force. You have more strength than technique. Isn't your teacher Principal Mei? Why doesn't he teach you some strength techniques, fighting tips, etc.? The teacher should have her own considerations. Wang Ming wiped the sweat off his face. His upper body was naked, revealing his solid muscles. Sweat was dripping down his 8 abdominal muscles. Chen Lingling's eyes widened when she saw it. Then she reacted and quickly turned her head to look the other way, but she couldn't help but secretly look at him. Well, you're going to the alien beast battlefield tomorrow. I heard it's very dangerous there, so you have to be careful. It's okay, the teacher is a level 6 expert and will protect me. The 2 fell silent. Wang Ming sat next to her and suddenly said, if something happens to me, can you take care of my grandma? Quick, grandma wants you to take care of yourself, don't say such depressing words. Chen Lingling shook Wang Ming's arm and told him to spit out the words to counter what he had just said. Wang Ming laughed and said, okay, you're not angry anymore? It's done. Getting angry won't help. Besides, you don't look bad. It's just not bad, right? I'm only level 2 at my age, is that a lot? Seeing that he was a little proud and complacent, Chen Lingling said seriously, geniuses are as numerous as crushing carp crossing the river. Maybe you are not bad in this small city, but outside of here, people like you are just the threshold to meet those geniuses. So what? My future will be above everyone else. Wang Ming was rebellious and started to speak wildly. Well said, this is my Mei Lao Wu student. Are you ready? Let's go today. Mei Shuayan was wearing a black outfit and changed from high heels to sneakers, making her look less sexy and more sporty. Teacher, now you're here, I've packed everything. Don't be in a hurry, put on your clothes first, otherwise I'm afraid your girlfriend will drool. Chen Lingling quickly wiped the corners of her mouth and found it dry and clean. Then she realized that Mei Shuayan was teasing her. Her face turned red and she went into the room. Wang Ming said goodbye to his grandmother, put on his clothes, picked up his things, and went out to follow Mei Shuayan. Hey, be careful! Chen Lingling shouted behind him. Don't worry, we'll see each other again when school starts. I know you'll be able to get into Union University. As soon as he finished speaking, he got into Mei Shuayan's luxury car. Mei Shuayan was not a pretentious person, so she stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Grandma then came out of the room, touched Chen Lingling's head and said, "Good girl, don't look anymore. He will come back. This is his home, but it's time for you to go back to yours too." Chen Lingling looked at her and said, "Grandma." But he couldn't say anything more, and tears flowed from his eyes. Although it was only a few days, she liked the atmosphere here very much. Compared to her home where she was always asked to do this and that, her grandmother and Wang Ming always gave in to her and tolerated her. Wang Ming even let her become a beast girl, which was the biggest help to her. A young bird can only grow wings if it leaves the nest, and a 1,000-mile horse cannot be raised in a small house. You are all eagles that need to spread your wings and soar high, and good horses that need to gallop 1,000 miles. Don't be trapped here. Chen Lingling was stunned. She didn't expect that the old scavenger could say such philosophical words. She nodded heavily and said, "I understand." Chen Lingling looked into the distance and said slowly, "I will catch up with you. Just wait." At the gate of Tianhai City, Mei Shuayan parked the car by the wall and took Wang Ming to the registration office, which was a house large enough to accommodate 10 people. 2 armed sheriffs stood at the door, looking around vigilantly. Mei Shuayan stepped forward and showed her badge, and the 2 men let her pass immediately. Wang Ming felt impressed and followed the teacher inside. I found that this place was just like a ticket office for a tourist attraction. A woman was sitting behind the desk with precautions written on both sides. "Xiaolan, I'm going to take a student out for a trip that might last 2 or 3 weeks or a month. Please help me with the registration." Xiaolan, with her hair tied in a ponytail and a light blue tracksuit, looked at Wang Ming curiously and pushed a notebook towards him, saying, "Register your identity information, emergency contacts, etc." Wang Ming filled out the forms one by one, and Mei Shuayan explained beside him, "Outside is a world roaming with strange beasts. You need to apply to leave the city, and those below level 4 are not allowed to leave the city. Unless there is a level 6 expert to take you out." Xiaolan added with a smile. "I really envy you for having a good teacher." Wang Ming smiled reservedly, then said, "Next time you'll envy her for having such a good student." Mei Shuayan slapped him on the back of the head. "You've gone too far." Wang Ming didn't care. He filled out the information and handed it to Xiaolan. Xiaolan took a look and said, "Principal Mei, it's okay. You can take him out. Be careful and keep the monsters away from you." "That won't do. I'm just looking for strange beasts for him to practice with." Mei Shuayan patted Wang Ming's head and said with a smile. Then the 2 of them went in through the side door, a white light flashed, and they disappeared. When Wang Ming opened his eyes, he found himself in a primeval forest and was surprised. Is this the battlefield of strange beasts? It doesn't look anything special. Oh, you are so naive. This is just the back garden of the human race, a trial ground for the younger generation. If I send you directly to the battlefield of alien beasts, I will be sending you to your death. Wang Ming finally understood and said eagerly, "Then what should I do? I don't see any strange beasts. How about making some noise to attract them over?" "You can try it?" Mei Shuayan said with a half smile on her face. "What will be the consequences?" "There's no consequence. Hundreds of level 3 and above monsters are just coming together. With your great talent like Wang, it won't take them down in a matter of minutes. Hundreds of them. Teacher, you will save me, right?" "No, I won't take any action this time. Only if you survive this, will you be qualified to become my student? I will teach you everything I know without reservation." "What if I die?" Wang Ming swallowed and said, "That means death. Teacher, you have to tell me what's going on here. There are nearly 5,000 exotic beasts here, and most common species are included. Of course, the highest one does not exceed level 4. Besides you, there are many people taking the trial here. You may even meet students from the Union University. Anything else? Wang Ming asked when he saw that she didn't speak for a long time. No, your mission is to survive here for 1 month, or kill at least 10 level 2 alien beasts and 1 level 3 alien beast. So you were on this mission back then? I have 10 level 3 monsters, so forget it. Mei Shuiyan boasted calmly that she was the same age as Wang Ming and was only a level 1 peak beast girl. She had only killed a level 2 alien beast, but this made her teacher amazed and thought she was a genius. So, come on, young man, try your best to survive. After Mei Shuiyan finished speaking, she kicked Wang Ming in the butt, causing him to fly into the forest, startling a flock of birds. Strange beasts from all directions heard the sound and moved towards Wang Ming. Chapter 40 I Dare Not See You. The Fong family's new house is a large 280 square meter flat. Since it will take some time to buy a villa, they live here temporarily. Fong Dongwa sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at the garden scenery outside the 8-meter floor-to-ceiling window, and suddenly sighed. That tigress has been secretly investigating our family. Although this incident didn't leave much evidence, it is still a hidden danger. Opposite him were his wife Zhang Fong and son Fong Zihao. Lin Wei stood beside the sofa, carefully serving Fong Zihao. Zihao, how's your progress in cultivation? A month has passed, so you should have made quite a bit of progress. Dad, I took the elixir you gave me, and with Wei Wei's help in my training, I feel much stronger now. In a month at most, I'll be able to reach the level 2 threshold. Fong Zihao's eyes were full of Lin Wei, and he didn't care much about what his father said. Fong Dongwa didn't care. As long as his son was excellent, it was fine. In just 2 months, he was able to reach level 2. He was indeed a talent above level B. As for Lin Wei, since she is still useful, let her live a little longer. Seeing that no one paid any attention to her, Zhang Fong coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention, and then she spoke. My dad and the others didn't want to provoke that tigress, so they asked us to handle it ourselves. Lao Fong, you still have to handle it cleanly. Fong Dongwa looked at his wife. She had on light makeup today, a gold and jade necklace around her neck, a white sweater with a light green inner layer, a heart-shaped brooch on her chest, a green pleated skirt, and black matte transparent stockings on her legs. Her legs were pressed together and leaning to one side, acting like a lady, as if she was giving him orders. You go for it when there's benefit, and hide when there's no benefit. Your Zhang family has always been like this. Okay, I get it. You should supervise your son's cultivation well. Fong Dongwa said impatiently. He couldn't help at all, but he was still giving orders. What do you mean? Zhang Fong felt that she had lost face, and angrily pointed at Fong Dongwa and started cursing. You were the one who begged me to marry you back then, but you didn't ask for any influence from my family. Now you're saying this again, useless rubbish. Are you still counting on my dad to kill that tigress for you? Oh, how dare I? I can't afford you. Fong Dongwa said that, got up and went out. Zhang Fong chased after him and cursed, I broke up with my family for you. We finally eased things a bit in the past few years, and you just let them do things for you. You have lost your conscience. Bang, she was greeted by the sound of Fong Dongwa slamming the door shut. You are such a heartless thing, you will be punished by God. Zhang Fong no longer had the elegance of a lady. After a long and swearing without any image, she went back to her room in a sullen state, considering that her son was still in the living room. Seeing that Fong Zihao didn't make any move and was groping her with his dirty hands, Lin Wei couldn't help but ask. Aren't you going to go see the lady? She doesn't seem very happy. Fong Zihao waved his hand and said, don't bother with them. They've been quarreling since they were little. Lin Wei complained in her heart, it's a waste that your mother loves you so much, you are such an ungrateful person, you are really unreliable. Fong Dongwa went out and went straight to a small house on the outskirts of the city. Wu Ying was waiting there. She seemed to be in a good mood. Her hair was tied up and combed meticulously. She was wearing a black jumpsuit, black stockings on her legs, and shiny high heels on her feet. You're having a good time. There's food and drink here, and you even have a free duck to keep you company. Fong Dongwa said as he sat on a chair. Wu Ying sat opposite him and said with a flattering smile, thank you, boss, for sparing my life and allowing me to have the opportunity to serve you again. As she spoke, she was about to step forward, but Fong Dongwa waved his hand and said, Never mind. I'm not in the mood. Do you know why I let you go? Please explain it to me, boss. Wu Ying looked up and carefully observed his face. Fang Dongwu said, your free duck is called Zhang Deshang, right? You can hook up with men while running for your life. You are quite capable. Boss, you are joking, haha. Wu Ying smiled awkwardly. I'm not kidding. I've checked Zhang Deshang and he's a good friend of Wang Ming. I want you to find an opportunity to kill Wang Ming through Zhang Deshang so that the case can't be traced back to you. Wu Ying was startled, but immediately smiled and said, the boss is really amazing. I didn't expect that. Yes, he can do it without anyone noticing. Wang Ming won't be on guard. If they find out later, it's just him who did it. What does it have to do with us? Well, it's good that you know. If you do this, I will officially let you be my concubine. The children you give birth to in the future can marry into my Fang family. If there is a chance in the future, it is not impossible to make her your legal wife. Fang Dongwu made a bargaining chip that he thought was very tempting. Wu Ying sneered in her heart, but said with a look of longing, thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard. Well, I have something else to do. You figure out what to do yourself and tell me if you need anything. Fang Dongwu stood up and said, very satisfied with Wu Ying's performance. Not long after he left, Zhang Deshang came to Wu Ying with a bunch of snacks and beer. Sister Ying, I bought your favorite little cakes and some braised dishes. Come and see. Wu Ying came out and took the things from his hand and put them on the table. Then she took his hand and said solemnly, Deshang, tell me honestly, do you really like Sister Ying? I like it. What's wrong with you, Sister Ying? It turned out that after Wu Ying failed to assassinate Wang Ming last time, in order to leave there smoothly, she pretended to be with Zhang Deshang who was courting her. Who knew that this little boy was so interesting, and after a few interactions, she actually fell in love with him. Later, Fang Dongwu wanted to kill him, but this little boy actually stood in front of him and let him survive. However, in return for her kindness, the little boy was loyal and righteous, and she didn't want him to be involved in this trouble, let alone trick him into killing his good friend. After explaining, Wu Ying said to Zhang Deshang, this is the situation. It depends on your choice. I won't force you. If it doesn't work out, we can just run away. I have some savings here. Zhang Deshang's mind was in a mess, and he suddenly kissed Wu Ying. Wu Ying pushed him away and looked into his eyes. Zhang Deshang was breathing heavily and pressed Wu Ying, saying, let me calm down. Wu Ying then carried him back. After leaving, Fang Dongwu came to his own food processing factory, where the main customer was the Alliance Logistics Department. Factory director Fang Yuyu knew he was coming and hurried to greet him at the door, bowing and nodding all the way until he entered the office. Seeing that no one was around, he carefully called out. Second uncle, we were caught using expired materials, but we took care of that fat guy in the logistics department. It cost us this much. He held up 5 fingers, and Fang Dongwu nodded and said, don't worry about the money. These are trivial matters. As long as we can keep this iron rice bowl, we won't have to worry about getting rich in the future. Yes, I know my second uncle. Fang Yuyu is about 30 years old, but his hair has turned white early. He looks older than Fang Dongwu, but his eyes are bright and shining. Is my cousin okay? She took care of us brothers and we grew up. If anything happens, you must tell me first. Fang Dongwu asked. My mother is doing very well, but she often misses you and uncle. You haven't visited her for a long time. Let's go again when we have the chance. I've been too busy lately. Fang Dongwu was silent for a while and finally did not agree. Some people don't want to see each other because they don't want to see each other, and some people don't want to see each other because they don't dare to see each other. Chapter 41 Horse Taming. The Crown Bar is located in a remote area, but it is very lively. It is a place where people can enjoy the fun in a quiet environment. The reason why it attracts people is naturally that there are many activities here, allowing those who are looking for beauty to do their best. Late at night, Zhang Fang sat alone in this bar getting drunk. She cried in the house for a long time but no one paid attention to her. Feeling disappointed, she went out to the Crown Bar to get drunk and feel better. She just drank alone, and the more she drank, the more depressed she became, and she got drunk very easily. Zhang Fang was still dressed the same as she did during the day, with the hem of her green pleated skirt rolled up. She didn't care about being drunk, but the 3 yellow-haired men around her were staring at this noble lady who had no one to protect her. Beauty, why don't you drink alone? Why don't you have some brothers accompany you? Zhang Fong looked up and saw 3 men with wretched, skinny, and unpleasant appearances. She waved her hand and said in annoyance, "Get lost. Leave me alone. These 3 are, trash." The 3 yellow-haired guys were not discouraged. The leader put his hand on Zhang Fong's shoulder with a playful smile and said jokingly, "Is it that the one at home is not good enough? When you go out to have fun, you can't judge by appearances. We brothers are all top-notch. My nickname is Big Turtle. I'm Optimus Prime. I am the Golden Dragon King." The other 2 echoed this, surrounding him from the left and right. Although Zhang Fong was a little drunk, she didn't want to be taken advantage of by these random people. She picked up the wine bottle and hit the big turtle, then kicked it away. "Let me see how tough your dog head is." The other 2 became anxious and tried to twist her arms, but Zhang Fong slapped them one by one and they fell to the ground. "You are so blind. You really think I am a little girl?" The big turtle said in horror, "Beast girl, at least a level 3 beast girl, my god, why is this kind of person here?" Zhang Fong was originally a level 3 beast girl and could have been upgraded to level 4. However, because of love, she chose to take care of Fong Donghua and gave up the upgrade, which also broke off with her family. Although he hasn't practiced much in recent years, his strength is still far beyond the reach of a few street thugs. "You bastard, you still have some knowledge. Why don't you just get out of here right away?" Zhang Fong sat back in her chair, holding a glass of wine in her hand. She seemed to be looking at the 3 people, but in fact she was trying to calm down her drunkenness. She became even more drunk after the fight just now. The big turtle and his 2 little brothers crawled away, and no one around dared to go up when they saw this. Zhang Fong sat there, feeling more and more bored. Her life shouldn't be like this. A man thought blankly for a while, and suddenly there was a glass of wine in front of him. Zhang Fong looked up and saw that it was the same big yellow-haired turtle. She said disdainfully, "Why, you want another beating? Wasn't the bottle of wine I gave you just now enough?" The big turtle quickly waved his hands and said, "No, sister, how dare I? We are here to apologize to you. We haven't seen a person like you in this place for years. We are so blind that we didn't recognize you." "Humph, who asked you to apologize? Go away and don't bother me." Zhang Fong changed her position to make herself more comfortable. The big turtle said, "Sister, the 3 of us just want to hang out with you. If you have anything to say, just tell us brothers. As long as we can do it, we will never frown." "Ha, what's the point of telling you something I can't do myself?" Zhang Fong said disdainfully, looking down on the 3 of them from the bottom of her heart. The big turtle pushed his wineglass forward and said with a smile, "I'm sure we can't do big things, but when it comes to serving tea, tracking down and catching people cheating, and flattering others, we 3 brothers are experts." "Ha? Catching an adulterer? Ha, you guys are really good at judging people. Unfortunately, I don't need it anymore." Zhang Fong laughed at herself, but she couldn't help but pick up the wineglass handed to her by the big turtle and drank it all. Then she said, "Look at how clever you are. Find something serious to do next time. Forget about apologizing. Don't bother me. I want to go back." "Hey, sister, don't worry. We are very useful. Apart from these things, we are also good at taking advantage of others' power, stealing, and seducing good women." "Bah, shameless thing, do I need to do those things?" Zhang Fong spat, but she was not really angry. She just felt dizzy and uncomfortable all over. She took off her sweater and put it on her arms. She only had a light green vest on her upper body. Her impressive figure made the 3 yellow-haired guys feel very satisfied. The 3 of them looked at each other and said, one on the left and one on the right, "Sister, we will help you go back." "Yes, sister, we will follow you from now on." Zhang Fong felt that she had no strength and followed him out of the bar in a daze. The cold winds sobered her up a little. She pushed away the 2 people who were supporting her and stumbled away. There was a tall figure in front of her. She couldn't see what it looked like, but it looked familiar. She rushed towards the figure and shouted, I'm so hot, ah." Wang Ming held Zhang Fong tightly, frowned, and said sarcastically, "Isn't this Fong Ziheo's mother? I finally made it through a month and can finally go home, and I still run into her." The 3 yellow-haired men looked down on him because he was a young man. The big turtle came up and said in a social manner, "Hey, student, let our girl go. Is she the one you can touch? That's right, take out the money you have, or I'll break your hand today." Wang Ming looked down at Zhang Fong and saw that her face was flushed and she kept saying she was hot, but her body was cool. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "What karma? I was so high and mighty, but I was drugged by a few hooligans. I've been through so many storms, but now I'm in trouble. Ha ha ha. Fuck, what are you talking about, you little brat? Who is the gangster? I am your turtle grandpa." The big turtle slapped him in the face and cursed. Wang Ming slapped him in the face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. He sneered, "It's okay if you want this woman, but you're such a jerk. I'll have to spank you." He was about to leave Zhang Fong behind and teach the 3 people a lesson, but Zhang Fong's body changed. She shouted that it was so hot, 2 white horse ears grew on her head, a white horsetail grew behind her, the muscles in her arms and legs bulged, and then she got on all 4s and rushed towards the big turtle. The big turtle was caught off guard and was knocked back more than 10 meters. The other 2 cursed, "Fuck. That woman lied to us." He turned around and ran, but no one could outrun Zhang Fong, who had transformed into a beast. Her beast form was a snow-white Pegasus, and her speed was astonishing. She kicked them one by one, pushing them next to the big turtle. The 3 of them were breathing less and less. The onlookers quickly hid back in the bar, fearing that they would be implicated. Zhang Fong suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Wang Ming. Wang Ming took a defensive posture. He was only level 3. It was not like he had never killed before. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Fong rushed to Wang Ming, she suddenly jumped, but fainted in the air. When she came down, she was held in Wang Ming's arms. He looked at Zhang Fong, the centaur in his arms, and said with a wry smile, "What kind of thing is this?" Now that the person was in his hands, he couldn't just ignore her. He found a small hotel nearby, dropped Zhang Fong off and planned to leave. Although Zhang Fong was also a beauty, he didn't want to have anything to do with the Fong family. Who knew that as soon as he closed the door, Zhang Fong started to make a noise inside. Afraid of attracting attention, Wang Ming quickly opened the door to see, and saw a big white horse running around inside. The horse's ears, tail, and hooves were all gone, and the body was covered with snow-white horse skin. Nothing around was intact. Wang Ming hurried over to stop it, but it went crazy, kicking and slamming around, almost hurting Wang Ming. Wang Ming didn't care about anything else. He turned over and rode on the horse's back. He tied his hair into a bunch and held it tightly in his hand. No matter how it tossed and turned, rolled, and jumped, he just wouldn't let go. It also got angry and, with the idea of destroying itself along with Wang Ming, carried Wang Ming and rammed him against the wall. Wang Ming gritted his teeth, pressed on its back, and prayed in his heart that she had not been contracted yet. Detected a contractable beast girl, would you like to contract? Fortunately, Zhang Fong later took the initiative to cancel the contract in order to allow her husband Fong Dongwei to contract a better beast girl, otherwise Wang Ming might have been injured tonight. Great, yes, contract. Contract, 60:59. Wang Ming was happy for just 2 seconds when he was knocked against the wall. He felt his shoulder was dislocated, but he still held on to its back tightly to keep the contract going. 3, 2, 1, the contract is successful. As the system voice sounded, it finally quieted down. Wang Ming lay on its back. This white wild horse would be difficult to tame without the system. The road to horse training is long and arduous. Wang Ming activated his spiritual power to restore it to human form, and Zhang Fong fell asleep on the bed, feeling drunk and tired, snoring so loudly that he was oblivious to the world around him. Wang Ming was angry. "You have been tormenting me for so long, but you are sleeping so soundly." He reached out and pinched Zhang Fong's nose to wake her up. He must teach this wild horse a lesson tonight and let her know who is the master. Chapter 42 I'm going to kill you. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 3. The reward for the King's Contempt skill is upgraded to Eye of Deterrence. Skill effect: when you gaze at a target, you will cause 20% mental suppression to that target. Wang Ming was awakened by the system voice and found that he had reached level 3 and the system had upgraded his skills. Wang used the word contempt many times last night, probably for this reason. Zhang Fong beside him said respectfully, "Master, you're awake." Her hair was tied in a ponytail and she was kneeling in a white dress. Under the suppression of the Beast Girl contract with her skill shock last night, she had become extremely submissive, at least on the surface. Wang Ming used the Eye of Intimidation directly at her. Zhang Fong felt that her life and death were controlled by her, as if she was not facing a level 3 contractor, but a top-level expert who could decide other people's life and death with just a word. She was shaking all over, too frightened to speak. The memories of last night kept coming back to her mind, leaving deep impressions over and over again. Well done. Wang Ming retracted his skill. The effect was much better than he expected. I have to report to Union University tomorrow. You can do whatever you want today. You should know what to do. Understood, master. The two of them went to the front desk to check out. The proprietress was about 10 years old, heavily made up, wearing a red suspender skirt and black suspender stockings. She smiled and touched Wang Ming and said, "My handsome boy, the room fee is 100, and the damaged items are 1785, totaling 1885. I'll round off and give you 1880. Wang Ming pulled his hand back and glanced at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at the proprietress with disdain, handed her 2,000, and whispered, "I'll give you an extra 100. Use it to buy a mirror." After saying that, he dragged Wang Ming away. The proprietress was stunned for a moment before she realized that Zhang Feng was scolding her for being shameless and unaware of her ugliness. She was so angry that her teeth itched and she cursed loudly, "You stinky bitch, why are you pretending to be a chaste woman? You've been raped to the point where you have no clothes left. The clothes you're wearing were bought by me. You're so unlucky that you met an old cow eating young grass and you still feel noble. Your man is really unlucky for 8 lifetimes." Wang Ming was very sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. He listened from a distance and laughed so hard that he couldn't stop. However, he didn't tell Zhang Feng about it. He just asked her to go back and handle the matter herself. After Zhang Feng left, Wang Ming returned to his home. To his surprise, in addition to his grandmother, Zhou Shui was also at home. "Grandma, I'm back, ha ha ha, did you miss me?" Wang Ming rushed over, picked up his grandmother and spun her around. Grandma angrily slapped him on the head and said, I'm dizzy, put me down quickly, oh my, silly child." Wang Ming put his grandmother down and turned to Zhou Shui, "Why are you here?" Grandma answered for her, "She came to visit me. She comes every day." "You are so lucky, boy." Zhou Shui whispered, "I was just thinking about helping take care of Grandma. Now that you're here, I'll be leaving first. Bye." "Hey, don't go. Deshang said we should have dinner together tonight and have a small gathering. After all, we will be separating soon." Wang Ming hurriedly invited her. He probably guessed what Zhou Shui was thinking, and it would be a shame to let her down. As beast girls, Lu Zihan would not do these things. Their personalities would not change just because they became beast girls. Zhou Shui was happy when she heard that, and she said politely, "No, I haven't changed my clothes yet." She wore a simple white short-sleeved shirt and jeans to make it easier for her to work. Wang Ming could tell she wanted to go, so he smiled and said, "Then go back and change your clothes. I'll come to your house to find you when the time comes." "Yeah, sure." Zhou Shui nodded in agreement, then waved to her grandmother and said, "Grandma, bye. See you next time." "Bye, Xiao Xue." Grandma responded with a smile. After Zhou Shui left, Grandma praised Wang Mingdao, "What a great grandson. The girls around him are all more beautiful than the other. It's a pity that Lingling is gone. Otherwise, with 2 girls on his left and 1 on his right, he would probably have a great grandson in 2 years." Wang Ming laughed out loud. His grandmother was quite open-minded. Wang Ming knew that Chen Lingling had left. His teacher had told him that the Chen family was quite powerful and they would naturally not leave their daughter, who had become a beast girl, out in the open. A few days after Wang Ming left, he was taken away by his family. Zhou Shui also came around the same time, but the teacher didn't tell him about this. Although Wang Ming knew this, he couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. His grandmother could see that he was in a bad mood and comforted him. Lingling left her phone number. "If you want, just give her a call. Grandma, I won't fight. She left it for you." Wang Ming said this, but he still left Chen Lingling's phone number. Grandma patted his head and went into the house to take a nap without saying anything. Wang Ming sat on the chair, his mind full of chaotic thoughts. After a while, he actually fell asleep leaning against the chair, and had a beautiful dream of being surrounded by beautiful women. He was just feeling happy when Chen Lingling suddenly slapped him and scolded him, "Wake up, you stinky loser. What are you dreaming about?" Wang Ming was startled and woke up instantly. He looked out the window and saw the sky was red and the sunset was beautiful. "Fuck, I overslept. Why didn't you call me?" He grabbed the phone and looked at it, his scalp tingling instantly. Zhang Deshang, Zhou Shui, and the strange phone number, adding up to 99 plus. He called Zhou Shui back first, asking her to wait a moment and he would be there soon. He then called Zhang Deshang and put the phone away to avoid Zhang Deshang's shit polluting his ears. Sure enough, as soon as the call was connected, the other end started yelling and screaming. Are you knocking on a widow's door in the middle of the night, or having a wild party on a grave? I'll call you hundreds of times, damn. After waiting for a while and not hearing Wang Ming's reply, Zhang Deshang calmed down and said calmly, come to my place in half an hour, otherwise I will go pour water into the waste that grandma collected. Wang Ming then smiled and said, okay, but grandma is an honest person and can't do things like pouring water. With a click, Zhang Deshang hung up the phone. Wang Ming rushed to Zhou Shue's house, and Zhou Shue was already waiting for him downstairs. Hey, this way, I thought you went there alone. Haha, how is that possible? It's just that the sunset was so beautiful that I couldn't help but stare at it for a while longer. He looked at Zhou Shue. The girl had a high ponytail, light makeup, and faint anger in her eyes. She was not wearing glasses. She looked more beautiful and less bookish than usual. She was wearing a sky blue chiffon jumpsuit with a gauze ruffle at the hem, revealing a section of her white calves. She was wearing nude princess shoes, which made her skin look even whiter, more delicate, and smoother like jade. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Shue pretended to hit him. Wang Ming grabbed her hand and said, but I find that you are more beautiful than the sunset. Zhou Shue blushed at the sudden earthy love talk. She broke free from Wang Ming's hand and whispered shyly, what are you talking about? Let's go. Wang Ming was in a good mood and kept teasing Zhou Shue along the way, feeling that there was no greater joy in life than this. It was not until he arrived at the small house that Zhang Deshang mentioned that he calmed down a little. Zhang Deshang is quite tall, and he and Wu Ying look quite compatible when standing together. He introduced her to Wang Ming, this is Sister Ying, my girlfriend. Wang Ming was about to greet her with a smile when he heard Wu Ying say, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 43, Dark Moon Murder Night. Wang Ming was stunned, thinking Wu Ying was joking with him, and then he looked at Zhang Deshang and asked, what's this, sister-in-law? Poochie. Wu Ying was immediately amused. Whose brother-in-law is that, you two little brats? Zhang Deshang also smiled and said, don't take advantage of me, come in and talk, Zhou Shue happens to be here too. Wang Ming and Zhou Shue followed them in and saw the table was already full of food. After Wang Ming sat down, Zhang Deshang said straight to the point, I didn't mean to laugh just now. Sister Ying really wants to kill you. Huh? Wang Ming looked at him puzzledly. Sister Ying, please start from the beginning. Zhang Deshang was a little embarrassed to speak for a moment. Wu Ying nodded. She felt a little guilty and briefly recounted how she had used Qin Yuan to kill Wang Ming, and how Fang Donghua had sent people to hunt her down, but she was finally let go. Then he added, thanks to meeting Deshang, otherwise I would have died long ago. But Fang Donghua also let me go for a reason. He asked me to use Deshang to kill you, and then let Deshang take the blame to deal with Principal Mei's attack. Wang Ming's expression became serious. Knowing that the two of them had more to say, he waited quietly. As expected, Zhang Deshang put his arm around Wu Ying's shoulders and said affectionately, it was Sister Ying who risked her life to protect me, but Fang Donghua is really a piece of shit, and I don't intend to risk my life for him. So Xiao Ming, let's think of a way to deal with this old guy so that he won't dare to mess with us. Wang Ming looked at the two of them and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha, it seems you already have a plan. Tell me about it. Hey, don't you suspect that we're lying to you and actually want to kill you to win credit for Fang Donghua? Wu Ying couldn't help but ask. At first, she actually wanted to kill Wang Ming. After all, Wang Ming was much easier to kill than Fang Donghua. However, Zhang Deshang sternly rejected her, saying that he would rather die than betray his friend, let alone kill his friend. Wu Ying has been lonely and helpless since childhood, and doesn't quite understand this kind of brotherly love. They are not blood brothers, but they are better than blood brothers. Zhang Deshang was bullied in junior high school. It was Wang Ming who passed by and took a drink bottle in one hand and a dog stick in the other to create a future for him. Of course, Zhang Deshang himself realized it later. With a mop covered in shit on one hand, he was invincible throughout the entire campus and even gave himself the nickname Deshang Shitbody. Wang Ming understood this kind of friendship, so he didn't ask why Zhang Deshang chose not to harm him. Zhang Deshang also understood, so he didn't ask Wang Ming whether he believed in himself. The two smiled in tacit understanding and answered at the same time, because I am his adoptive father. The others returned to the topic, and Zhang Deshang explained, Sister Ying said that Fang Donghua is level 4, and it's not easy to kill him. We plan to poison the food, and the excuse to lure him here is you. We said you've been killed by us. Where do you get the medicine that can kill a level 4? And what if he doesn't take it? Or doesn't come? Wu Ying smiled slightly, took out a bottle of light red liquid from her bag, and said, "This is the blood of a level 4 alien beast, the gray turtle. If the contractor drinks it, they will lose all their spiritual power within 2 hours. It works every time. I got it by accident. Even Fong Donghua didn't know about it." Wang Ming looked at the bottle that looked like the size of oral liquid, and was slightly curious, but didn't say anything. Zhang Deshang continued, "I've inquired. Fong Donghua doesn't come from a high-class family. He loves sugar-mixed tomatoes and shredded ear mushrooms with red oil. He explicitly stated in interviews with the media that he loves these two dishes the most. Sister Ring also said she'd heard about them." Wang Ming looked at the table and saw a dish of tomatoes with sugar and shredded ear mushrooms with red oil. The two of them had indeed made sufficient preparations. "So, can you die now?" Zhang Deshang asked with a smile. In his opinion, his plan was foolproof. Zhou Shui, who had been silent the whole time, stared at the food on the table and suddenly asked, "What if he doesn't come in person? What if he comes after eating? What if he hasn't lost his spiritual power? Can we defeat him?" Zhou Shui asked 3 questions in a row, which made Zhang Deshang smile bitterly. He hesitated for a long time but still couldn't say anything. Wu Ying's expression remained unchanged as she spoke directly, "He will come. The last resort is me, the honey trap." Wang Ming and Zhou Shui's expressions changed. Zhang Deshang obviously knew it long ago and just smiled bitterly again. "I'll tell him I know your secret. If he wants to know, he must come in person. Then I'll pretend to want to be his wife and force him to promise to marry me. Then I'll feed him the food. Even if he doesn't eat it, I'll have poisoned other parts of the food." Zhou Shui was puzzled, but Wang Ming couldn't help but praise her, "You are truly a heroine. For this reason, I will let you off the hook for now." Wu Ying raised her glass to apologize, her expression calm, without any embarrassment about using the beauty trap. "Then how do I need to die?" Wang Ming asked without much hesitation. Even without the beast girl around, he could kill the level 3 monster alone. Now that there is a beast girl next to me, I may be able to fight against a level 4 beast. What's more, Fong Donghua had taken medicine and had no spiritual energy left. Why should he fight with me? So I can only trouble you to lie down and put on a very miserable makeup for you. Sister Ring knows how to do this, and I guarantee it will be very miserable." Zhang Deshang couldn't stop smiling. It was not easy to take advantage of such a big advantage. Wu Ying was wearing a black silk shirt and a black stocking. Upon hearing this, she stood up, her long legs straight. She smiled and said, "Come with me. There's no time to lose. I'll draw you now." Zhou Shui asked curiously, "Do I need to draw?" "No, just hide in the room and come out when we call you." Wu Ying waved her hand and called Wang Ming to her dressing room. Then she said to Zhang Deshang, "You guys eat first. I'll call you when I'm done." Zhang Deshang nodded, as if he was used to it. After entering the house, Wu Ying asked Wang Ming to lie down so that she could put on makeup for him. Wang Ming felt like he was in the morgue. It felt very unlucky and he thought of it as soon as he opened his eyes. But in front of him was Wu Ying's white and tender neck, and a burst of fragrance rushed into his nostrils. Wang Ming hesitated for a while, but in the end he didn't dare to move and let Wu Ying paint him. About half an hour later, Wu Ying woke Wang Ming up by saying, "It's done." Zhang Deshang and Zhou Shui were also called in. They saw that Wang Ming's face was pale, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. The blood was half wet and half dry, which looked particularly real. If Wang Ming hadn't kept blinking, she would have done it long ago. Wang Ming wanted to take a look, but was held down and told not to move. Next, it depends on how Fong Donghua accepts the sanctions. The corners of Wu Ying's mouth curled up slightly, as if she had already seen the scene of Fong Donghua's death. Chapter 44, Bitter Heart. Wu Ying and Zhang Deshang took a photo of Wang Ming's death and then sent it to Fong Donghua. Fong Donghua was puzzled when he saw this. Is it so simple? Did he say anything before he died? Wu Ying calmly replied, he had no doubts. He drank the alcohol and was poisoned. He's still breathing and seems to be saying he's unwilling to accept it. Wait, I'll be right there. Fong Donghua was overjoyed. His unwillingness meant that Wang Ming might still have a trump card that he hadn't used, and this trump card might be the basis for the Fong family to become stronger. Wu Ying and Zhang Deshang smiled at each other. They didn't expect it to be so easy. The two waited quietly for Fong Donghua to arrive, while Zhou Shui stayed in the house with Wang Ming. She couldn't help but ask, Wang Ming, have you noticed? They seem very confident. Do you think they will really, that? Wang Ming didn't move, but just said with a slight smile, Deshang won't harm me, haven't you heard it yet? What? Zhou Shui was stunned. Hey, that's Sister Ring, I'm afraid she has that relationship with Fang Donghua. What? That Zhang Deshang? I guess he knows. Even Deshang said that Wu Ying saved him. I'm afraid it has something to do with this. I also know Fang Donghua. He likes to bully those honest people in person. Deshang, No wonder Zhang Deshang wanted to kill him so badly, out of hatred for having his wife taken away from him. Sure, just know these things in your heart, don't say too much in front of him. Of course. I just didn't expect that he had been through so much. Zhou Shui couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It had only been a month since graduation, but some people were already more mature than their peers. The two chatted for a while, and Wu Ying came in and said, Classmate Zhou Shui, Fang Donghua is almost here. Go to the back of the house first. If you hear any big noise here, come over and act accordingly. Oh, okay. Zhou Shui glanced at Wang Ming and finally chose to believe him and hid not far behind the house. After a while, Fang Donghua arrived here. In order to hide from others, he took a taxi to the nearby area and did not let anyone in. Knock, knock. Fang Donghua knocked on the door. Wu Ying quickly opened it for him. Seeing that there was no one around, she welcomed him in and quickly closed the door. You are quite cautious. Fang Donghua praised, and glanced at Zhang Deshang who was sitting blankly on the sofa. Wu Ying explained, he feels a little guilty and is blaming me. He'll be fine in a moment. Well, where's Wang Mingren? Fang Donghua didn't care. It wasn't strange for a young boy to behave like this. Instead, it made him believe it even more. It's in the back room. There's blood all around. I'll take you to see it. Fang Donghua followed Wu Ying and saw Wang Ming lying in a pool of blood at first glance. He has always been a bit of a germaphobe, so seeing this, he was unwilling to get close and just asked. Did he say anything important before he died? Like his contract or something? I didn't hear anything. He just said he was unwilling to accept it, especially unwilling to accept it. Wu Ying answered carefully, thinking about how to make him eat the poisonous food. Alas, what a pity. Fang Donghua said with regret that he could only study later to see if there was anything left on the body. He returned to the living room and saw Zhang Deshang still staring blankly at the table full of food and wine, but he became thoughtful. You're the one who killed people, and you're the one who pretended. You killed your brother for a woman. You've done it. Who are you showing your sorrow to? Zhang Deshang's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at him and roared, You asked me to kill you. You killed Xiao Ming. Fang Donghua was in a good mood after getting rid of the trouble. Hearing this, he sat across from him and sneered, I want you to kill me? Ha, I put the poison there? I called the people here? You irresponsible loser will never be able to become anything. You. Zhang Deshang gritted his teeth at him but was speechless. At this moment, he was possessed by all kinds of movie stars. Sit on my lap and feed me. Fang Donghua said to Wu Ying, and Wu Ying glanced at Zhang Deshang, afraid that he might have some ideas. Zhang Deshang was afraid that his plan would fail, so he kept silent and endured it. Fang Donghua laughed and said, Why? With me here, why are you still afraid of that loser? Don't you want me to make you your legitimate wife? Upon hearing this, Wu Ying sat on his lap, her black silk thighs pressed tightly together. Fang Donghua laughed and held her in his arms, then opened his mouth and said, Give me a bite of tomato. Is it not in the dish? No, no. Wu Ying suppressed her nausea and gave him a spoonful of tomato, which was mixed with the blood of the gray beast and could make a person's spiritual power disappear for 2 hours. The food was at his mouth, but Fang Donghua didn't eat it. He used his dirty hands to forcibly separate Wu Ying's legs and looked at Zhang Deshang and said, Waste, look at how your beloved woman serves me. Seeing his hands groping around, Zhang Deshang became furious and rushed forward with a roar. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person. When he rushed to Fang Donghua, he was easily kicked down by him. Fang Donghua stepped on Zhang Deshang's face and taunted him, with this little ability, you still want to imitate others to chase women. Are you worthy? Zhang Deshang was furious. Humiliation, grief and indignation surged into his heart, but he was suppressed so tightly that he could only rage helplessly. Wu Ying's nails dug deep into her palms, feeling sorry for the man she loved. However, now that her plan had failed, she could only force a smile and say, "Why are you arguing with a fool? Here, I mixed tomatoes specially for you. Please eat more. These vegetables are all clean." Fang Donghua opened his mouth, bit half of the tomato, and signaled Wu Ying to bite the other half with his eyes. Wu Ying was angry in her heart, but she didn't dare show it on her face. She slowly moved her lips closer and bit the other half. Fang Donghua ate up most of the plate of tomatoes like a wild boar. The double pleasure of mind and body made him want to go further. Zhang Dishang suddenly laughed. "Ha, beast, you will get your comeuppance." Fang Donghua kicked him over, stepped on his face, and said with a smile, "You won't be able to see my retribution, but you, a loser, will soon be completely gone." Zhang Dishang just laughed. Fang Donghua thought he was crazy and ignored him. He hugged Wu Ying, swept the food on the table to the ground, and then put Wu Ying on the table. Wu Ying suddenly stopped him and said, "Mr. Fang, you promised me that you would marry me." Fang Donghua was so lustful that he kept saying, "Of course, of course. You have done such a great thing for me, I will definitely marry you. Don't worry, as long as you serve me well, I won't want a yellow-faced woman at home." Wu Ying panted and said, "Mr. Fang, please write me a note, otherwise I'm scared." Fang Donghua said, "Don't be shameless. Today I will use force." "What can you do?" Wu Ying whispered. Wang Ming actually said something else before he died. Fang Donghua's expression changed as he realized that she was asking for a higher price. But the secret of Wang Ming being able to contract 2 or even 3 beast girls was more important. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Donghua coaxed Wu Ying. "Then I'll sign a note, and you'll tell me. Actually, even without the note, I'd still be planning to marry you." He made up his mind that as soon as Wu Ying said so, he would kill her immediately. As long as he was careful and didn't get discovered by Mei Laohu, no one else could do anything to him. Wu Ying said, "I'll go get you some paper and pen." She adjusted her skirt, glanced at Zhang Dishang casually, and gave him a reassuring look. Fang Donghua then wrote a note stating that he truly loved Wu Ying and would marry her within 6 months. After some struggle, Fang Donghua was about to continue, but was pushed away by Wu Ying. He was a little surprised and asked, "What does this mean?" Wu Ying helped Zhang Dishang up from the ground and said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, don't you feel something is wrong?" Fang Donghua was shocked and subconsciously circulated his spiritual power, only to find that his body was empty and there was no spiritual power at all. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 45 Offense and Defense Change. Fang Donghua tried to escape, but was kicked back by Wu Ying. Without his spiritual power, he was like meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Fang Donghua lay on the ground, still maintaining the dignity of a superior. He tried to smile and said, "Xiao Ying, what's wrong with you? Isn't it better to be a rich wife with me than with this little brat? He has nothing. But he really wants to marry me." Wu Ying said with a smile, her high heels rolling over Fang Donghua's back, her eyes full of smiles. Zhang Dishang also imitated Fang Donghua's behavior and stepped on Fang Donghua's face with his foot. Fang Donghua glared at him and said, "Asshole, you dare to do this to me? When my spiritual power recovers, I will make sure you wish you were dead. You still dare to be stubborn." Zhang Dishang kicked Fang Donghua hard in the mouth, and kicked out all his teeth in 2 kicks, which were scattered all over the ground mixed with blood. Fang Donghua seemed unable to resist and fainted. Zhang Dishang bent down and said with a smile, "I thought you were so tough." Suddenly, Fang Donghua grabbed Zhang Dishang's neck and threw him to the ground. No matter how Wu Ying kicked and hit him, he refused to let go. "Go away, can't you just die peacefully?" "Damn it." Wu Ying discovered that she was only at level 2 and couldn't do anything to Fang Donghua. Seeing Zhang Dishang rolling his eyes, he was about to faint. At the critical moment, Wang Ming took action and broke Fang Donghua's arm with 1 foot, then bent it behind his back and did the same with his other hand. Fang Donghua was in so much pain that he screamed, "Wang Ming, Wang Ming, why didn't you die? You 2 dogs and bitches, you lied to me, hiss." Wang Ming's body and face were still stained with blood. He smiled grimly upon hearing this and said, "I didn't expect it to be so easy. I can only say that lust blinds one's mind. Someone like you, to actually lose your mind just because of someone else's boyfriend, is truly a beast." Zhou Shui also came in from outside. Looking at Fang Donghua lying on the ground, she felt a little scared, but still said in a trembling voice, "The noise is too loud. I'm afraid others might hear it." Wang Ming nodded, found a rotten rag and stuffed it into Fong Dongguo's mouth. Seeing that Wu Wing was busy taking care of Zhang Deshang, he tied Fong Dongguo up and then called the wild horse. In order to prevent Fong Dongguo's spiritual power from recovering, Wang Ming simply broke his legs and then tied them up. About half an hour later, Zhang Fong came in shyly wearing a white silk jumpsuit, flesh-colored suspender stockings, and a pair of silver high heels. She first saw Zhang Deshang, who had woken up, and Wu Wing, who was taking care of him. She was startled, thinking she had come to the wrong place. Then she saw Wang Ming beside her and said, "This is?" It turned out that she thought Wang Ming called her because he wanted to relive the affectionate interaction between the knight and the horse last night, but she never expected to see other people. Wang Ming pointed at Fong Dongguo, who had fainted at his feet. Zhang Fong was startled and asked, "What's wrong with him?" But he didn't make much movement, nor did he rush over to check on Fong Dongguo's situation, as if he were a stranger. Wang Ming said softly, "I beat him. I want you to help me deal with him. Of course, you can also choose to report me to the police." He looked at Zhang Fong quietly, his eyes were deep and unfathomable, as if containing an abyss. Zhang Fong had seen many big scenes, but she still didn't dare to look into such eyes. She felt a stir in her heart and a feeling of panic surged up. "If I refuse, or arrest you, will I be able to leave here today? You are a level 3 beast girl. If you want to leave, we 2 level 2s can't stop you." Wang Ming lied. Putting aside the power of the system, although he is level 2, it is not too difficult for him to deal with level 3. He can kill strange beasts, let alone beast girls. But here he actually wanted to see what choice this woman would make. Since it did not involve harming Wang Ming, the system actually had little impact on her. Zhang Fong glanced at Wu Wing next to her, knowing that she was her husband's mistress. She then glanced at Zhou Shui, who had stood behind Wang Ming at some point, and smiled bitterly. She actually had no choice at all. "How do you want me to help you? Killing him would be too risky. The tail is hard to clean up." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming knew that Zhang Fong had chosen to help him. He went over, pinched Zhang Fong's chin, looked at her clothes, and became more determined in his decision. Zhang Fong looked up and looked at him. Besides confusion, there was also a bit of desire that unconsciously permeated her eyes. "It's up to you to decide how to handle it. I just want the results. You have the final say in the Fong family from now on, and you also need to give me the resources I want." Wang Ming stared at her increasingly rosy face and whispered in her ear, "In return, everything you want now can come true." Zhang Fong's body went limp and she was held in Wang Ming's arms so that she wouldn't fall. She nodded as hard as she could, then suddenly thought of something and made a phone call. Wang Ming heard her give a few instructions, and it seemed that she wanted someone to get something. Then Zhang Fong looked at Fong Dongguo on the ground. Her eyes seemed to be a little bit reluctant, and she murmured, "Don't blame me, I gave up everything for you, but you kept so many women outside, this is also a tit for tat." Wang Ming couldn't help but laugh and said, "If you regret saying these things, it's not too late now." He sat on the sofa, certain that Zhang Fong would not change her mind. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Fong's face. She quickly sat down next to Wang Ming, took his hand and placed it on her thigh, expressing her loyalty. "Why do you have to say these things to insult me? Since I have decided to follow you, I am definitely not the kind of person who would be fickle." Zhang Deshang and Wu Wing looked at Zhang Fong expressing her loyalty and felt a chill in their hearts. This woman had such a cruel heart. After a while, there was a knock on the door by a woman in her 30s. Zhang Fong took a small bottle from her hand and then asked the man to leave. Wang Ming saw that she was acting mysteriously and asked, "What is that?" Zhang Fong said nothing, opened the bottle, and poured it on Fong Dongguo. "Ah, you woman, you are so vicious. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go." Fong Dongguo screamed in pain. It turned out that he had woken up a long time ago, but he just endured it for a chance to survive. Even if Zhang Fong was an unfaithful woman, he endured it. This is the temperament of a hero. Unfortunately, he didn't expect Zhang Fong to be so cruel that she actually took the corpse-dissolving water. You know, the corpse-dissolving water can make the corpse disappear without a trace, and no trace can be found. When Zhang Fong heard him shouting, she became even more furious and poured the liquid on him without hesitation, not even afraid of splashing on herself. It was obvious that she had an extremely strong desire to kill him. With this powerful weapon, Fong Dongguo was killed completely, leaving only a puddle of water on the floor. Wang Ming couldn't help but feel a little wary. This woman could never be completely trusted. If it weren't for the system, today would be the day this woman would die. On the battlefield of the alien beasts, Fong Dongguo's eldest brother Fong Shiping was suddenly startled and overwhelmed with grief. He said sadly, "Our Fong family has lost another member." At this level, he could already feel some connection with his loved ones. At this moment, filled with grief and anger, he swore, "Whoever harms my brother, I will grind you to dust. I will not be a human being if I don't kill you." Chapter 46 I Am the Prey. Zhang Fong looked at the puddle of water left by Fong Dongguo and felt inexplicably sad. After all, they had been married for decades. "I feel a little unwell, so I'll leave first," she said to Wang Ming, but her eyes showed that she expected Wang Ming to leave with her. Wang Ming said to Zhou Shui, "You go back first. I'll take her back." "Good." Zhou Shui nodded obediently, but she felt a little disappointed. Wang Ming was going to college tomorrow, but she didn't get into Union University. Although she has become a beast girl, it is a fact that she lacks talent. The assessment of the Alliance University is to select the best from the best. It is difficult for her, who just passed the passing line, to be selected. So in the end she could only try to apply to a university that was closer. But it is foreseeable that there will be fewer opportunities to see Wang Ming in the future, so she wants to spend more time with Wang Ming. However, since Wang Ming had already spoken and had no intention of sending her back, she naturally would not make things difficult for herself. After Wang Ming finished speaking, he turned to Zhang Desheng and said, "We're leaving. Don't live here anymore. It's unlucky." Zhang Desheng replied, "Ahem, it was originally a temporary house. After what happened, I will definitely bring Sister Ring home to live with me. Xiao Ming, you will also be a student of Union University in the future. I am just an ordinary person. I wish you a bright future and a smooth journey." He felt bitter in his heart. From now on, they were people from two different worlds. Wang Ming laughed and scolded, "How cheesy. I'm just going to school, it's not like I won't be back." Wu Ying said, "I will take good care of Desheng, don't worry." Zhang Desheng immediately pouted and said, "Sister is still the best. Come and give me a kiss." Mua Wu Ying hugged him and kissed him lovingly. Wang Ming immediately said to Zhang Fong and Zhou Shui, "Hurry up and leave. These two are too annoying." After the three of them left, Wu Ying touched the tears on Zhang Desheng's face and said, "He's different from us, don't be sad." Zhang Desheng said stubbornly, "No, it's because you smell so good that I'm crying with excitement." Wu Ying understood the psychology of these older boys too well, so she didn't expose him, but simply pinched his collar and said, "Really? Then let me see how excited you are, huh?" Zhang Desheng breathed heavily, and this time he was really excited. Wang Ming called a taxi for Zhou Shui, watched her go back, and then he and Zhang Fong strolled up the hill in the nearby park. This is a small hill called Chushan, and a park was built around Chushan. It was already 10 o'clock and there were not many people in the park. Zhang Fong walked step by step on the stone path leading to the mountain in high heels, silent and not saying a word. Wang Ming stood behind her, watching her white silk jumpsuit swaying in the wind, and her shiny suspender stockings reflecting the light under the streetlights. She seemed to be in a low mood, but she also exuded a sense of pity. The mountain is not high, and the two of them reached the top of the mountain after walking for about 10 minutes. There is a viewing pavilion here, from which you can barely see the scenery of the entire park. But it was dark at night, and even though there were a few streetlights, not much could be seen. "Do you think I'm a bad woman who killed my husband with my own hands and cheated on you first?" Zhang Fong looked at the scenery below and spoke leisurely. She actually wanted to restore her image in Wang Ming's heart. She knew that human nature was such that if you didn't betray him, he would think you were not sincere with him. If you betrayed him, he would think you were not loyal enough. If he could betray you once, he would betray you twice. So she wanted to use this method to prove that although she killed her husband with her own hands, she was essentially a loyal and good woman, and she only did this out of her love for Wang Ming. Unfortunately, Wang Ming, who was only 19 years old, had no such idea at all. He only noticed the lady's swaying figure and the faint scent of high-end perfume on her body. He hugged Zhang Fong from behind and whispered in her ear, "Under the moonlight, with a beautiful woman in your arms, why are you saying those nonsense? I want you to be even worse, so that I can see you being even worse." Zhang Fong was slightly stunned, and before she could turn around, a strong hand pushed her down. Zhang Fong couldn't help but smile bitterly, and cursed herself in her heart. How can I talk about feelings with this man who I wish I could grow up with? I'm so stupid. The breeze and the bright moon could not bear to see such a scene, so one circled and flew away, and the other hid behind the clouds, as if shy. Only the chirping of cicadas in the mountains and forests responded to their voices. Joshua sat in the car and said to the driver, "I want to change my destination." "Excuse me, master." She gave the address of Wang Ming's grandmother's house. She was afraid that if she missed some people, she would never meet them again, and if she didn't do some things this time, she would not have the courage to do them again. The driver naturally changed the destination and took her to the door of Wang Ming's grandmother's house. Zhou Shui didn't go in either. She just stood at a nearby intersection, waiting quietly for Wang Ming to come back. No matter how late it is today, she wants to wait for Wang Ming to come back, talk to him clearly, and give herself an explanation. As for Wang Ming, he naturally sent her home after training the horse. Lin Wei opened the door and saw that it was him who brought Zhang Feng back. A strange look appeared on her face. "Madam, what are you doing? What's wrong? Is my mom back?" Feng Zihao also came over. He was going to report to Union University tomorrow and was waiting for his mother to pack his things. "Fuck, Wang Ming, why is it you?" He immediately saw Wang Ming standing behind Zhang Feng. After all, Wang Ming was tall. "How do you talk to your uncle Wang? This is how I usually teach you." Zhang Feng scolded her son angrily, looking very disappointed in him. "Hey, it's okay, it's okay." Wang Ming just felt that his body and mind were clear and refreshed, and he felt extremely refreshed. Feng Zihao was stunned and said in disbelief, "Wang? Uncle?" Lin Wei's eyes also flashed with doubt. She had clearly agreed with Wang Ming to bring down the Feng family, so how come Wang Ming became Feng Zihao's uncle and seemed to have such a good relationship with his wife? Could it be that the two of them? She secretly looked at Zhang Feng and Wang Ming and found that Zhang Feng was dressed sexy, but her makeup was a little messy, her long legs were bare, and she seemed a little cold. Wait, when she went out, were her legs bare? Before she could think too much, Feng Zihao roared, "Mom, are you crazy? How can he be my uncle?" "Shut up. What I say is what I mean. If you don't listen to me, don't ask me for money in the future. Don't call me mom. You can ask whoever you want." Zhang Feng scolded him again and turned back to apologize to Wang Ming. "I'm so sorry for making you laugh. It's all my fault for not raising him properly. Please help me teach him better in the future. It's just a small matter. I'll be leaving now." Wang Mingxiao narrowed his eyes and said hello to his eldest nephew. "Uncle is leaving. If you have any problems in the future, tell me. I will protect you." Feng Zihao was about to take action on the spot, but his mother glared back at him. He felt as aggrieved as a 200-pound fat man. Oh, he was a 200-pound fat man. Feng Zihao didn't understand what was going on, but Lin Wei had already seen the clues and admired in her heart. He is really capable. The Feng family is finished. I just don't know what happened to Feng Donghua. Oh, it would be great if he was dead. Wang Ming hummed a little tune, shook his head and strolled home. When he got close, he found that it was already past 1 o'clock. Fortunately, he had informed his grandmother in advance, so he was not in a hurry. "Hey, why are there still people here at this hour?" Wang Ming saw Zhou Shui squatting by the wall, but he didn't recognize her. Zhou Shui had already woken up, her hands and feet were cold and her limbs were sore, so she squatted down. Hearing Wang Ming's voice, she stood up, leaning against the wall, and shouted, "Wang Ming! Ha? Zhou Shui? Why are you here? Wait for you." Zhou Shui's face flushed, and her legs felt a little sore. She was so anxious to get up that her vision went dark and she was about to fall down again. Wang Ming was quick to support her, and Zhou Shui lay in his arms and pretended to faint. No matter how Wang Ming called her, she refused to wake up. After Wang Ming checked and found nothing wrong, he sent her to the small hotel where Zhang Feng stayed last night. Coincidentally, it was the same coquettish and sharp-tongued proprietress from last time. "Oh, you changed people so soon. I think you should change them. Last time, that old bitch acted so high and mighty, thinking she had bought the store." The proprietress was wearing a white low-cut tight skirt, with red clearly visible underneath. She was impressed by Wang Ming. Last time, he damaged things in her store and she had to pay him a lot of money in compensation. Well, it's not what you think. There is still room. Wang Ming was too lazy to say more, nor did he want to see the proprietress showing off her big breasts. "Yes, there happens to be only one room left." The proprietress giggled, took the ID from him, and took advantage of him. After bringing Wang Ming and the other man into the house, the proprietress pointed to a small box on the table and said with a mysterious smile, "Everything you want is in there. Take it easy and don't break anything." Wang Ming smiled awkwardly and sent her out. He then put Zhou Shui on the bed. Seeing that she was wearing shoes, he whispered, "Hey, we're classmates, I won't take advantage of you. I'll help you take off your shoes and then I'll leave." For convenience, he grabbed Zhou Shui's cold little feet with one hand and used the other hand to take off her shoes. Zhou Shui lifted her heels slightly and the shoes came off. Ha! Wang Ming found that Zhou Shui seemed to be cooperating with him. "TSK, your feet are so small, but they're sore." He looked at his shoe size, it was only 32. He raised his hand to take off the other shoe, but Zhou Shui simply kicked it off with the foot that was taking off the shoe. "Oh no, I'm the prey." Wang Ming suddenly realized it and turned around to leave. Zhou Shui jumped up from the bed and hugged his neck. Her face flushed, but her eyes were firm as she said, "If you run away, I'll eat shit for the rest of my life." Chapter 47 Opening Ceremony. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 glasses are out of place, and the other one is well fitted. Zhou Shui usually wears glasses and has thick, long bangs. She looks quiet and pretty, with a scholarly air. But once he took off his glasses and released his true nature, he became a completely different person. If Wang Ming hadn't been so strong, he wouldn't have been able to withstand him last night. Looking at the 2 round light gray ears on Zhou Shui's head, Wang Ming couldn't help but laugh and said, "I didn't expect that you, a little mouse, like to eat lamp oil so much." Zhou Shui looked at herself in the mirror. Her 2 cute ears stood upright on top of her head, her body became petite and delicate, and she seemed to be more sensitive to spiritual energy. Hearing Wang Ming's teasing, she smiled nonchalantly and said, "It seems that I am a spirit-seeking rat, so I have to find the most spiritual things, right?" She looked at Wang Ming eagerly. Although she was weak, it did not stop her from talking nonsense. "Go back and take good care of your body, and wait for this fairy to favor you next time." Wang Ming laughed heartily and said casually, come on now, let me see how capable you are." Zhou Shui quickly begged for mercy, "I was wrong. If I don't rest now, I'm going to die." Wang Ming then put on his clothes and said, "I'll go report first. You take a good rest." Zhou Shui's eyes were filled with reluctance. Seeing that he was about to leave, she couldn't help but ask, "Can I still come to see you next time?" "Of course, you are my beast mother." Wang Ming touched her ears lovingly, then left gracefully. Zhou Shui smiled foolishly for a while, then fell asleep due to fatigue. Wang Ming first returned to his home, said goodbye to his grandmother, and then picked up his suitcase and headed to Union University. Tianhai City Alliance University is a branch of Alliance University. After studying here for 2 years, depending on personal circumstances, you will go to the site to continue your studies or become a civilian. Although Tianhai City Alliance University belongs to Tianhai City, it is not located in Tianhai City. Principal Mei had already told him that all of them who were admitted needed to go to the city gate, assemble according to their respective schools, and then go through the teleportation array. There were already many people standing densely at the city gate, not only the admitted students, but also their parents. Because the teleportation array consumes energy, parents of new students cannot travel to Union University. Many parents hugged their daughters and cried heartbrokenly. Lu Xini was no exception. She hugged Lu Zihan's shoulders and cried while carefully instructing him, "If you have any problems, go find Wang Ming. Don't force yourself. You don't have to compromise. Just be good. Mom, I'm just going to school. I'm not coming back. Don't cry." Lu Zihan comforted her mother while looking for Wang Ming. Before Lu Xini could say anything, Lu Zihan shouted happily, "Wang Ming, come here, come here." Wang Ming heard her cry and walked over. Lu Xini hurriedly said, "You have to take care of Zihan. Let her drink more water, exercise more, and stop looking at her phone all the time." Okay. Wang Ming looked at Lu Zihan with amusement and said, "Good boy, listen to your mother. If you have any questions, come to me, your uncle." Lu Zihan said angrily, "Get lost." Fang Zihao hid aside, watching the 2 of them laughing and playing, and couldn't help feeling jealous. Lin Wei comforted him beside him, "Young master, if you can study hard after you get in, defeat him as soon as possible and let him call you uncle too." "Don't mention it, you're still talking about this." It was rare for Fang Zihao to get angry at Lin Wei. Lin Wei kept silent, but secretly laughed in her heart. She did it on purpose, but she also felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she should have taken Wang Ming down by force that night. Now it was too late. Mei Shuiyan walked in front of her school's team, counted the number of people, 121, nodded slightly, not a single one missing. "Everyone line up and enter the teleportation array later." Don't panic. Someone will lead you in. Wang Ming, you solved the problem. After a brief explanation, Mei Shuiyan named Wang Ming to be in charge temporarily, because he was her disciple and the strongest among this batch of freshmen. No problem, teacher, don't worry. Wang Ming naturally would not refuse. After practicing with Zhou Shui last night, he felt that he had taken another step forward on the road to level 3, and it would not be a problem to subdue the new students. As they were talking, it was Wang Ming's turn to enter the school. With Mei Shuiyan's reminder, no one was afraid. In just a few breaths, the 121 people from Wang Ming's school were in a large square. The large square was paved with bluestone slabs and had a 1 meter high and 5 meter wide platform on which 3 people stood. Lei Wanjun, president of Tianhai Alliance University; Li Mingju, vice president; Lai Changming, vice president. Dozens of teachers stood on both sides of the stage, looking at the freshmen with great interest. After waiting for a while, Lei Wanjun saw that most of the freshmen had arrived. He coughed lightly, and the sound shook the whole place, silenced all the freshmen. Dear students, welcome to Union University. This is a new starting point in your life and a turning point in your destiny. Here we will not teach you how to get promoted or make money, nor will we teach you to pursue fame and fortune. We will only teach you to become a strong person and then fight for all mankind until one day we can completely eliminate the alien beasts. You have 1 week to choose the department you want to join. During this period, the school will arrange special teachers to provide you with comprehensive training. In order for everyone to better integrate into the new environment, we will reassign everyone. Finally, I hope everyone can become the pillars of our nation and fight for the future of humanity. Thank you. I am your principal, Lei Wanjun. As soon as he finished speaking, there was thunderous applause at the scene. Lei Wanjun left immediately. He had finished his work and was going to continue practicing. The rest naturally depends on the 2 vice presidents to coordinate and arrange the arrangements. Wang Ming felt quite emotional as he watched his classmates being called one by one and leaving the team. I thought he would have a long speech, but I didn't expect the principal to only say a few words, and there was a lot of key information. Fight for the future of mankind. The threat posed by alien beasts to humans has reached such a level. As for which department to choose, Wang Ming's teacher Mei Shuiyan asked him to choose the Department of Combat and Confrontation, but Wang Ming wanted to choose the Department of Intelligence and Strategy, which would allow him to control the overall situation and make strategic plans. It sounded much more impressive. Wei Dongguo walked up to Wang Ming and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Wang Ming. I will be your temporary mentor for the next week. Feel free to ask me any questions." Wang Ming was stunned. This person was the one who came to explain things to him after the assessment. He was quite impressed because he had the same name as Feng Donghua. Temporary tutor? Are there so many teachers? Of course, I am still very grateful to you. Wang Ming said politely. Of course, not that many, but genius is another matter. You are my special request. Wei Donghua smiled. He paid a heavy price for this. You're dreaming. Wang Ming is the student Mei Lao who left for me. I'm 2 minutes late, and you actually want to snatch him away. Wang Ming looked in the direction of the voice and his eyes suddenly lit up. The person who came was about 27 or 28 years old, with a plump and well-proportioned figure, long hair, and was wearing a dark green modified cheongsam with thigh slits on both sides. When she walked, her legs were exposed in light green gradient stockings, and she was wearing a pair of black high heels with red soles. Shinming Jie looked at the handsome Wang Ming and thought of what her best friend Mei Shuiyan had said about his level 3 strength. Her eyes suddenly became hot. Such a good student must not be snatched away by others. Wang Ming, just call me Teacher Shin. Your teacher and I are good friends. She specifically told me to take good care of you. Let me take care of you this week. Hey, Mr. Shin, this is against the rules. I was the one who applied to take him with me first. Wei Dongwei glared at him angrily. Shin Mingjie didn't care at all. She looked at Wang Ming and said, "Of course we still have to respect the students' opinions. Wang Ming, are you willing to stay with me, a charming, graceful, fair-skinned, slightly plump beautiful teacher, for a week? Or should I stay with this old, ugly, unfighting, boring, and still single mentor for a week? Oh, so what if you're pretty? No one wants you. Who can stand your beastly appearance? Wang Ming, don't be fooled by beauty and ruin your future. What are you talking about? Do you want to fight me? Come on, there's a wild lake behind the school. Let's see what happens." Oh, barbaric, Let Wang Ming tell you who he wants to follow. Okay, Wang Ming, you decide. Feeling the gazes of the two masters looking at him at the same time, Wang Ming suddenly felt as if he was being thorned. What kind of Shura field is this? Chapter 48 The Boss's Battle. Wang Ming looked at the beautiful, plump and sexy Shen Mingjie on his left, and at Wei Donghua, with whom he had a long-standing relationship and who was also a wise man, on his right. It was a little difficult to speak for a moment, but after thinking it over, he said with difficulty. Teacher Shen, Hey, Wang Ming, I have to go to the dormitory first. My name has been called. Let's go eat tonight. Lu Zihan suddenly shouted that she had been assigned to a dormitory and a class, and was about to leave with her leader, so she specifically told Wang Ming about it. Oh, okay, you go first. Wang Ming's mind had a chance to rest and he was about to speak to Shen Mingjie. Okay, no need to say more. It's your own fault for not seizing the opportunity. Don't beg me for help in the future, Shen Mingjie left proudly. She was always the one who rejected others, never anyone else rejected her. Wei Donghua narrowed his eyes and smiled again, then said, This is a very correct choice. You'll understand it later. By the way, there's nothing to do on the first day of school, so go get to know your roommates. Although you may choose a different direction later, your accommodation will remain the same, which will also allow you to learn more about other types of abilities. What about my dorm and roommates? Oh, look at me, I completely forgot that you live in 405, and there are 4 of us living there. Along the way, Wei Donghua explained to Wang Ming the layout of the school, the location and layout of the library, cafeteria, teaching building, training ground, simulated battlefield, etc. He also reminded Wang Mingdao, you can't go out casually in our school. You have to write an application and get the instructor's approval. Why is that? The locations of Union universities are quite special, usually near the landing points of alien beasts. This is to provide early warning and also serve as a basis for training and actual combat exercises. Aren't you afraid that the monsters will destroy the school? Wang Ming couldn't help but say that doing so was a bit dangerous. If this is dangerous, what about the Alliance universities that are on the front lines against the alien beasts? Tianhai City's strength is average, and the corresponding Alliance University's strength is also average. The highest we are guarding is only a level 6 alien beast landing point. Our principal is a half-step level 7 existence, so you don't have to worry too much. Wei Donghua first taught seriously, and then explained patiently. Of course I won't let you fight the monsters right away. At least not until next semester. I've killed strange beasts before, why does it have to wait until next semester? Wang Ming couldn't help but feel proud when he thought about the exotic beast trial field he participated in during the holiday. You mean those low-level exotic beasts that are kept in captivity and are no higher than level 4? I advise you to put that thought aside. Killing a few of those exotic beasts is nothing to be proud of. Once you go through the trials arranged by the school, you will understand. Yes, teacher, I'm grateful for your advice. Wang Ming nodded. You are a teachable boy. By the way, how many exotic beasts did Mei Lao ask you to kill? Wei Donghua nodded and couldn't help asking. Without waiting for Wang Ming's answer, he muttered to himself, as for level 1 alien beasts, with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to catch 10 or so. No, 1. Only 1? Wei Donghua was a little disappointed. It's just level 3. Wang Ming added. What? Level 3? How can you kill a level 3? Aren't you only level 1? Wei Donghua was so excited that he reached out to grab Wang Ming, and a stream of spiritual energy was about to penetrate into his body. Bang, a huge recoil force came from Wang Ming's body, which actually bounced the level 5 Wei Donghua to the ground. Pfft, that tigress actually set up restrictions on you to prevent others from prying into your cultivation. Wei Donghua spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked surprised. He had just entered university and was already at level 3. This time he really found a treasure. Good boy, never tell anyone about your cultivation or your level again. Do you understand? Did the teacher set any restrictions? She didn't tell me not to talk about my cultivation level. Wang Ming looked confused, but he thought it was a good idea to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Seeing Wei Donghua's serious expression, he nodded and agreed. Okay. Hey, we're just here. You can go up by yourself. I have something else to do. I'll give you tomorrow's class schedule later. Be on time for class. Okay, thank you, teacher. Wang Ming politely watched Wei Dongwu walk away. Wei Dongwu tried hard to suppress the ecstasy on his face. Level 3, that's level 3. He didn't doubt that Wang Ming lied to him. Since he could get out of the clutches of that tigress, his character was still guaranteed. I have to explain to Principal Li that such talent is truly wonderful. Wang Ming pushed open the door of dormitory 405. There were 4 tables with beds above and desks below. The other 3 people had arrived. Oh, the last one has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Which school are you from? Zhang Yiming spoke. He looked a little thin, wore glasses, and had a friendly look. He sat on the left side of the door. I'm Zhang Yiming from number 2 middle school. Across from me is Lu Shan, who's from North Middle School. Behind Lu Shan is Qin Lang, also from number 2 middle school. Lu Shan was fat and greeted him with a smile, still playing games in his hands. Qin Lang nodded and said him as a greeting. He was fair-skinned, with clear features, and was a typical handsome guy. I'm Wang Ming from number 1 middle school. It seems my seat is next to yours. Wang Ming greeted them and went in to make his own bed without caring about the position. Zhang Yiming also helped him enthusiastically. After he finished packing, Zhang Yiming pushed up his glasses and said excitedly, "Our dormitory is now complete. Let's sort out the rankings. The main thing is to find a dormitory head. This is a school requirement." Okay, how do you tell me how to do it? Lu Shan agreed. Qin Lang also opened his eyes and looked at him, and Wang Ming also became interested. Zhang Yiming was clearly confident and said with a smile, "As for strength, we are all contractors, so of course strength speaks for itself. But fighting isn't good, so how about we arm wrestle?" "I'm fine." Lu Shan answered confidently. Qin Lang nodded slightly, and so did Wang Ming. He was at level 3, and the enhancement of his body was not comparable to that of level 1. Zhang Yiming then brought some stools and put them together to use as a competition platform. "Come on, Lu Shan, let's go first. You better be careful not to break my hand." Zhang Yiming directly challenged Lu Shan, who was the fattest and strongest. Don't worry." Lu Shan got into position and the 2 men clasped their hands together. At the beginning, Lu Shan had the upper hand, but as Zhang Yiming used his spiritual energy, Lu Shan fell into a disadvantage. "Okay, you can still use your cultivation, right?" Lu Shan also used his spiritual energy, and then he was pressed down on the stool by Zhang Yiming. "Here, I lose." Lu Shan was open-minded and didn't say much. Next was Qin Lang, who used his spiritual energy right from the start, obviously thinking that Lu Shan would lose because he used it later. Unfortunately, he didn't even last 3 seconds and lost. "Awesome. Did you contract a bear and a tiger, a type of powerful beast girl?" Qin Lang said. "You have good vision, Kaishan Bear. I can share 20% of her power." Hee, thank you," Zhang Yiming admitted with a smile. When it was Wang Ming's turn, he chuckled and said, "I'll be the boss. How about you be the dormitory leader?" "That won't do. The dorm head is of course the boss." "Come on then." The 2 men got into position. Zhang Yiming began to exert force, but Wang Ming did not move at all. "Use both hands." Zhang Yiming tried his best, but he just couldn't move. He had no choice but to use both hands as Wang Ming said. Unfortunately, he was still unable to resist and lost cleanly. "You're the dorm leader, and I'm the boss. That's okay, right?" "Wait, 2 out of 3, you're strong, but school isn't about fighting, it's about social etiquette. Let's have another match." "TSK, what are you comparing?" Let's see who has the best compatibility with the Beast Girls. Let's call our respective Beast Girls and ask them to do something, and see who can accept it the most." Chapter 49 Battle Ranking and Beast Girl Ranking. What does this mean? Lu Shan was a little confused. "For example, if I ask my Beast Girl to bring me a cup of milk tea, can your Beast Girl do it?" Zhang Yiming asked provocatively. He came from a wealthy family, and his Beast Girl was arranged by his parents with money, similar to Lin Wei, so he was very confident. "It's boring, you guys go play." Qin Lang left. My Beast Girl, forget about buying milk tea, it's good enough that she doesn't have to do her laundry or cooking for her." Lu Shan smiled bitterly. He was lucky to have contracted with that Beast Girl, so he naturally didn't dare to do that. "Then tell me, what is the most you can ask your Beast Mother to do?" Wang Mingdao said. Frankly speaking, he felt it was a bit childish, but at this moment his competitive spirit came up. I can get her to walk across the campus in her beast form. Zhang Yiming thought for a moment, staring into Wang Ming's eyes and said. This world is very strange. Although beast girls are needed to fight, they usually show malice towards those beast girls who appear in half-beast form. Although they won't do anything, few people can stand that kind of look. Firstly, beast transformation means loss of control, and a beast girl riot can be very destructive, so seeing a half-beast girl will make people think she is about to riot. Secondly, according to the inherent cognition of society, how can humans have equal status with animals? If the beast girl is in human form, she is human, and if she is half-beast, she is somewhat not of our race. It's strange, but that's how the world is. After a moment of silence, Wang Ming said, You win. The dormitory leader is yours. If he asked Lu Zihan to do it, Lu Zihan could do it, but there was no need to do so. Wang Ming could not torture his fighting partner and make her endure shame and humiliation for the sake of false reputation. Zhang Yiming, however, didn't think so. He was the kind of person who looked down on beast girls in his heart. He smiled and said, Then I will be the dormitory leader. I will inform everyone of the school tasks in a timely manner. No one paid any attention to him, so Lu Shan changed the subject and said, Do you know the Alliance University battle rankings and the Beast Girl rankings? Zhang Yiming didn't feel embarrassed and immediately responded, Everyone knows this. The top 10 on the battle list are all the best and most powerful students in the school. It is said that the top 3 are all level 3 experts. This is the school's ranking. As for the Beast Girl rankings, it's said that they were compiled by the student council themselves, and they say they're a combination of beauty and strength. Haha, a bunch of old perverts, not worth mentioning. Hey, that's not right. I heard that the number 1 on the Beast Girl ranking is the principal's daughter, Lei Huoyun. Not only is she incredibly beautiful, she's also already a level 3 expert. Lu Shan had a look of longing on his face, and then he mentioned the petite, cute, gentle and amiable second-place Zhou Xiaoming, and the sexy, charming and alluring third-place Huang Xinrui as if they were his treasures. Stop, stop, stop. Wipe the saliva from the corner of your mouth first. Wang Ming joked with a smile. Lu Shan looked at them as if to say, Don't disbelieve me. He immediately created a group and sent a link. Wang Ming clicked on it and saw the Beast Girls list. Sure enough, the ones on the list were all pretty good looking, with the top 5 all scoring above 9 points. However, everyone else has photos, but Lei Huoyun only showed half of her face upright, with the other half blocked by thick bangs, and that I looked particularly sharp. Wang Ming was admiring them when Lu Shan said, Beautiful, aren't they? These are all my goddesses. Several people smiled but did not answer. Wang Ming saw Qin Lang also clicked in and stayed on the page of third-place Huang Xinrui for a long time. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart, she is a repressed and shy person. At this time, Lu Zihan sent him a message. I heard the food in the school cafeteria is very good, and you can also order it a la carte. I'll bring my roommates, and you bring yours, so we can socialize a little bit. Well, is there a social gathering right after school starts? If you want to eat alone with me, that's not impossible, shy.jpg. Wang Ming couldn't help laughing and asked the 3 of them. Lu Shan was immediately excited and agreed. Qin Lang was still a little hesitant, but couldn't resist Lu Shan's constant persuasion and agreed. Zhang Yiming saw that he couldn't be sociable since he had just arrived, so he also agreed. Wang Ming replied to Lu Zihan, At 6 p.m., all 4 of us in the dormitory can go. Okay, I'll book a private room. I heard we can go out and play on the 2nd floor. College life is so great. Wang Ming didn't understand. They had all just arrived at the school, so how could some of them be so well informed while he knew nothing? Time flies and it was soon 6 o'clock. Wang Ming and his friends were not the kind of people who would waste time, so they left as soon as they said they would. Wang Ming saw Lu Zihan waving at him from a distance. Wang Ming walked closer and saw that the girls in Lu Zihan's dormitory were all pretty, at least 7 or 8 points in appearance. However, Lu Zihan was the most beautiful, with a sexy figure and fair skin, especially in a JK outfit with long, thin, and white legs, which made her turn heads. Lu Shan was stunned, but although he shouted fiercely, he didn't dare to say a word when they really met. Qin Lang was cold and didn't say anything. Zhang Yiming simply looked down on the beast girl. He greeted her politely and didn't say anything else. Huang Keqing, one of Lu Zihan's roommates, was wearing a black low-cut suspender skirt with fishnet stockings and short boots. She was tall and had legs longer than Lu Shan's life, but she was a socialite. She smiled and said, "Wow, I didn't expect them to be all handsome guys. This cool guy, can I add you as a friend?" She was talking to Qin Lang. This boy was fair-skinned, with handsome features, and he fit the definition of a worldly handsome guy. Qin Lang seemed to be accustomed to it. He glanced at Wang Ming, hesitated for a moment, and then took out his phone to add him. The other two were Zhang Lu and Su Jingjing, who did not have Huang Keqing's courage and social skills. Led by Wang Ming and Lu Zihan, they walked towards the cafeteria, chatting and laughing. When he reached the door of the box, Wang Ming also saw Feng Zihao and Lin Wei. He greeted them warmly. "Nephew, come and eat with us." Feng Zihao spat out the rice in his mouth in anger, then pulled Lin Wei and ran away. Lin Wei greeted Wang Ming while running. Huang Keqing asked curiously, "Huh? Your nephew is still here? He doesn't seem to be very close to you." "Ah, it's okay, it's okay. The child is grown up and can't be controlled by others. His mother and I are very close now. I'm so envious. I just can't get along with the elders. I always feel like we can't have the same topics to talk about." Huang Keqing laughed as she spoke, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. The way Lu Shan looked at her changed. As expected, he had another goddess. Although it is a school cafeteria, dishes are ordered individually, the prices are fair and the portions are ample. The 8 of them ate in harmony, but Wang Ming noticed that Huang Keqing was obviously more concerned about Qin Lang, while Lu Shan was more concerned about Huang Keqing. Lu Zihan felt a little regretful. Her two roommates, Zhang Lu and Su Jingjing, always looked at Wang Ming intentionally or unintentionally. There was a handsome guy Qin Lang next to them, so why did they always stare at the food in their bowls? I hope these two are not trying to poach my girls. No, I have to assert my sovereignty. Lu Zihan thought secretly. She immediately picked up a piece of food for Wang Ming with her chopsticks, and then said, "Try it and see if it's as good as what my mom cooks." "You eat it so fast then. This is definitely not as good as what Auntie made." Wang Ming had no doubts and answered immediately. Huang Keqing teased, "Oh, you've already met their parents, so it looks like you two are already married." Wang Ming laughed and did not refute, sticking to the principle of not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not explaining. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lu Zihan smiled and explained, "No, we are classmates, and he is a contractor. Don't talk nonsense." But his eyes looked at Zhang Lu and Su Jingjing intentionally or unintentionally. Su Jingjing looked a little gloomy and drank some water silently, but Zhang Lu seemed to have come to life and was even more excited than before. It was even more unusual for him to take the initiative and say, "Hey, we're almost done eating. Let's go upstairs and play for a while. I heard there's billiards, a KTV, an arcade, and even an ice skating room upstairs." TSK, it sounds like a small commercial street. Is it really opened by a school? Zhang Yiming was a little disdainful. He basically didn't touch these things. They were only for poor people. Because there are more children from poor families, we naturally have to take into account the opinions of the majority. I also heard that cultivation is very hard, so there must be a place to relax. Since we are not allowed to go out of this school, there must be everything. I also heard that the school has private rooms built in a hotel style, and the school encourages beast girls and contractors to communicate more. Lu Shan's serious explanation was met with contemptuous looks from everyone. Huang Keqing said, "Don't say such things in front of a lady, it's okay to go to the second floor and play." The 8 of them went out to the second floor. Because Zhang Lu shouted that she wanted to learn how to play billiards, they went to the billiard room first. "Hey, Keqing, why are you here? What a coincidence. Hey, what's up? Want to play a few games? I'll teach you." Zhou Cheng had more than a dozen earrings pierced in his ears and his hair shaved into a crew cut, but he stood in front of everyone so casually. His eyes swept over Huang Keqing's exposed skin without restraint. When he saw the other 3 women, especially Lu Zihan, his eyes lit up and he said, "This little sister is so pretty. Is she your friend? Come on, I'll teach you how to fight." Chapter 53 Questions. Huang Keqing heard this and frowned. He said in a cold voice, "These are my roommates. Even if you're a sophomore, you should show some respect. Oh, strength is everything, you know? Besides, I didn't do anything wrong. What's wrong with teaching her how to play billiards? How can it be disrespectful? Besides, she didn't say anything." Zhou Cheng didn't care. He whistled at Lu Zihan and shouted, "Are you right, sister? Lu Zihan curled his lips and whispered, "How can there be such people in the university? They are just like street thugs." Zhou Chang was immediately displeased and retorted, "Hey, hey, hey, you think I can't hear you, you little rascal? Look here, I'm Zhou Chang from the sophomore confrontation department. Maybe I'm your senior." Huang Keqing said, "You better stay away. No one wants you to teach. Seniors act like seniors." Zhou Chang whistled, and 5 or 6 boys gathered around him. He slowly said, "What if I say no?" Seeing this, Wang Ming walked up to the front of the group and said softly, "Senior Bearing, I'd like to ask first, how does the school manage campus fights?" Zhou Chang felt that his pronunciation was not right, but he still sneered and said, "I said strength is respected. You freshmen don't know your place. There is no place for you in this game hall. So, if we defeat you, we can use this place, right?" Zhou Chang's idea moved. Of course, the school prohibits private fighting, but he certainly cannot lose face at this moment. He said that the school does not allow fighting, so let's shake hands and make peace. He originally wanted to scare Wang Ming and others, but it seemed that Wang Ming seemed to have some strength and actually challenged him. According to the novels he read, he would most likely become the villain. With this thought, Zhou Chang suddenly said, "Of course not. As a senior, I'm just here to have fun. The person who can represent the sophomore class isn't here. Once you can beat that person, you can use this place. So you are a security guard? Are you here specifically to stop freshmen from entering?" Wang Ming asked in confusion. "Bullshit. How dare you say Brother Chang is a security guard," said a fat man next to Zhou Chang. "That's right, Brother Chang, let him see how powerful you are. Call Sister Luan over too, so that the new student can learn something new." The other yellow-haired man echoed. As he was talking, a girl came up from behind. Huang Mao immediately shouted, "Sister Luan, someone is insulting Brother Chang here, come here quickly." Wang Ming looked back and saw that the person was wearing a black sportswear and had a high ponytail. She was pretty, but had some freckles. Shi Luan originally wanted to talk to Zhou Chang about how long it would take to find the materials for his upgrade, but he didn't expect to run into trouble as soon as he arrived. "What's going on? There are so many people around." Zhou Chang replied, "It's nothing. The new students don't know the rules, so I wanted to demonstrate it to them. I'd like to ask Sister Luan for help." "What rules? Didn't Brother Zhao tell you to be quiet for the next 2 days? There are a lot of tough guys among the freshmen, so don't mess with them." Shi Luan nonchalantly pointed it out, then said, "I have something serious to discuss with you. I don't have enough materials for upgrading, and I'm missing a tricolor grass. How soon can you come with me to look for one?" Zhou Chang felt a little embarrassed, especially since everyone was watching him. If he just let Wang Ming and the others go, his prestige would be gone. But what Shi Luan said was indeed a serious matter, and he couldn't just ignore it. "Well, can we talk about it later? I'll send them away first." Zhou Chang coughed lightly and said to Wang Ming, "I have something to do today, so I'll let you guys play for a while." You're not allowed to come here anymore." Wang Ming scoffed, "What if I say no?" This is a response to what Zhou Chang said just now. Zhou Chang couldn't keep his face serious, so he took the initiative and slapped Wang Ming in the face to let him know how powerful he was. Wang Ming did not move his body, but activated the eye of deterrence. With a glance, he made Zhou Chang's hand stop in mid-air. The strong pressure made Zhou Chang tremble, his heart beat faster, and in the blink of an eye he was sweating profusely. "How is this possible? My hands, I can't move." He screamed in his heart, and tried to resist by summoning all his strength. Unfortunately, Wang Ming was at level 3 and he was at level 2, so the absolute suppression made him unable to resist. Under Wang Ming's gaze, Zhou Chang's knees softened and he fell to the ground with a thud. Wang Ming smiled and said, "As long as Senior Bearing knows he's wrong, there's no need to be so polite." Shi Luan was shocked, not knowing what Zhou Chang was crazy about. He quickly helped him up and asked, "I told you to go to bed early tonight and stop playing with women. You are so weak." Zhou Chang was filled with shame, guilt, and anger, and he whispered in defense, "No, this kid is evil. When I look into his eyes, my legs tremble." Shi Luan knew that he had run into a tough opponent, so he immediately said to Wang Ming Dao, all right, he was wrong about what happened today. Go have fun, I'll help him go first, and you can all go yourselves." The last sentence was said to the people around him. The yellow-haired and fat man looked at each other and dispersed immediately. After all, Zhou Chang was the most powerful among them, and he was kneeled down with just one look. Why should they stay? When Wang Ming heard her say this, considering that he had just arrived, he did not pursue the matter any further. There was clearly something wrong with the look Huang Keqing gave Wang Ming. This woman was not only obsessed with looks, but also admired strong men. "You're so amazing, Zihan. Your contractor is so good. You can scare him to his knees with just one look." Lu Zihan was proud of it and said with a smug smile, "Of course, he has long been." "Well, let's go play billiard first and stop talking about these unhappy things." Wang Ming interrupted her. "Oh, I'm just average at it. Lulu, please teach me." Zhang Lu's eyes lit up and she said, okay. Jingjing, you don't know how to do it either, so let him teach you." She was referring to Wang Ming, but Wang Ming didn't say anything. Lu Zihan glanced at Su Jingjing and saw that she was dressed simply in long-sleeved shirt and jeans, and posed no threat to him. Unlike Zhang Lu, although she has a 6-point appearance, her legs are the longest and straightest in their dormitory, so she is worried. Although Huang Keqing knew how to do it, she still said to Qin Lang, "Then this cold-blooded brother Qin Lang, please teach me." "I can't," Qin Lang said. Lu Shan immediately said, "I know how to do it. I'll teach you." Huang Keqing pretended not to hear and said to Qin Lang with a smile, "Then I will teach you, come on. Lu Shan was dejected. Zhang Yiming whispered a few words in his ear, and Lu Shan became happy again. He started fighting with Zhang Yiming. Wang Ming moved closer to Su Jingjing and found that she had a very pleasant fragrance on her body. He couldn't tell what the smell was, but it was very fragrant. Su Jingjing glanced at Lu Zihan and whispered to Wang Mingdao, "Are you and Zihan already boyfriend and girlfriend?" Wang Ming smiled but did not answer, thinking she was just gossiping and casually taught her some playing techniques. Seeing this, Su Jingjing said, "Let's play around. If you lose, I will ask you 3 questions, and you must answer them truthfully." "Ha? What if you lost?" Wang Mingdao. "You also asked me 3 questions. I don't have anything to ask you. Then I promise you one thing. As long as it's not excessive, anything is fine." "Ha?" Wang Ming laughed. If the standards are not clear, it is equivalent to having no standards. The definition of not excessive is up to you. "I won't do it." Su Jingjing bit her lip and whispered, "Except for that, I promise you everything else, okay?" "No, I'm not interested in you." Wang Ming looked at Su Jingjing, who scored a maximum of 7.5 points, and didn't care too much. "Then what do you want me to do in exchange for your agreement?" Su Jingjing asked unwillingly, as if she would not give up until she achieved her goal. Wang Ming asked curiously, "What exactly do you want to ask? Why are you willing to pay such a high price?" "Don't worry about that. Do you want money? If I lose, I'll give you 100,000. The market price of the tricolor grass I mentioned is only 10,000 per plant. It can save you a lot of effort." Wang Ming was surprised. This girl looked ordinary, but she actually spent 100,000 yuan just to ask him 3 questions. "Come on then." He became curious. Su Jingjing was delighted, but then she realized that this person would rather take money than ask her to do anything. How hateful. "Humph, I started playing billiards when I was 3 years old. I don't believe you can beat me." 3 years old? Can you see the table?" Wang Ming laughed. "Don't worry about it, just watch how I beat you." Bang, Su Jingjing hits a beautiful kick-off. Chapter 51, Entering the House. To be honest, Wang Ming is quite confident in his club skills. The club where he works has this thing, so he is quite proficient in it. But I didn't expect Su Jingjing to clear the table with one shot. This is impossible to play at all. Great. I admit defeat and tell me your problem." Su Jingjing put her hands on her hips, feeling very proud. Seeing Lu Zihan and the others looking at her, she said modestly, "We played around when we were kids. You guys go on playing and don't bother me." Lu Zihan smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a master. Wang Ming, you should study hard and teach me when you have learned it." Wang Ming nodded, and Su Jingjing moved closer to him and whispered. "First question, is Zihan your girlfriend?" "No, it's my beast mother." "Second question, did you two have sex?" Wang Ming was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes." TSK, scumbag, but it seems you are honest after all, not bad." Su Jingjing looked at him with disdain, and then continued. "If I want to pursue Zihan, will you help me?" Wang Ming didn't react immediately. No, she is this. Wang Ming stretched out 4 fingers and held them straight up. Su Jingjing nodded, but reached out and grabbed Wang Ming's 4 fingers and bent them. The meaning was self-evident, and Wang Ming was stunned for a few seconds. Su Jingjing looked at him and said, "Just tell me if you can help me?" "No, I'm not helping you with this." "Isn't that just crazy?" Su Jingjing was not angry, but asked, "What if I come to join you?" "Ah? Join?" Wang Ming felt that his 3 views were wildly challenged. Aren't city people really that straightforward in their speech? Su Jingjing glanced at Lu Zihan and Zhang Lu. Seeing that Wang Ming didn't say anything, she nodded and said, "I know what you mean." She patted Wang Ming's arm with an expression that said, "Brother, I understand you," which confused Wang Ming. "No, what do you know?" "Nothing, come on, play ball." Su Jingjing hummed a little tune and played with the ball happily, but did not talk about what happened before. "I can't possibly help you. To be honest, Zihan can't possibly, like you either." Seeing how decisive he was, Su Jingjing suddenly asked tentatively, "What if I introduce my cousin to you?" "Your cousin? What does it have to do with me?" "Number 1 on the Beast Girls list is Lei Huayun." Wang Ming looked at her in disbelief. She didn't look like Lei Huayun's cousin at all. Su Jingjing took out her mobile phone and showed him the chat history between herself and Lei Huayun, and also accidentally let him see several selfies of Lei Huayun and her. Wang Ming coughed lightly and said, "Then again, helping others is the source of happiness. I'll try my best to help you." TSK, man. The 2 of them smiled knowingly and tacitly didn't mention the matter again. After playing for a while, everyone went their separate ways. Su Jingjing also added Wang Ming's contact information, and Zhang Lu added him as well. Huang Keqing smiled and said, "If I don't join, I'll be out of touch. Do you mind having me?" Wang Ming had no objection and found that Huang Keqing's avatar was a cute kitten avatar. Lu Zihan felt a little jealous, but didn't know what to say. He just secretly sent a message to Wang Ming, asking him to ignore Huang Keqing. Lu Shan wanted to add Huang Keqing. Huang Keqing thought about it and agreed with a smile. He also added Zhang Yiming. Even so, Lu Shan was still excited until half the night, and only after the other 3 said they were sleepy did he finally shut up and go to sleep. The next morning, the 4 of them went to the designated classroom together. The classroom was very large and there were more than 100 people sitting there. Lu Zihan reserved a seat for Wang Ming and others next to them, and Wang Ming and Lu Zihan sat next to each other. As soon as the bell rang, a young male teacher walked in. "Hello everyone, I'm your teacher this week. My name is Zhang Weixin. This morning I'll explain the differences between the various departments. In the afternoon, you'll participate in intensive training. Dormitory heads, please come to me later to pick up your training uniforms." Lu Zihan muttered softly, "She looks so young." "She looks pretty good." Huang Keqing agreed. Wang Ming's eyes were unconsciously attracted to the girl in front of him. The girl's profile looked very familiar, with fair and smooth skin. She wore a white off-shoulder crossbody top, through which her black bra could be seen. She had her hair in a ladylike bun and looked quiet and polite. Because the class had already started, Wang Ming didn't feel comfortable calling her. In addition, what Zhang Weixin was talking about was something he had never heard before, so he immediately immersed himself in listening carefully. When the get out of class was over and he was about to say hello, Wei Donghua called him. "Wang Ming, come out for a moment." Wang Ming had no choice but to go out first. He looked inside and asked, "What's the matter, teacher?" Wei Donghua said, "I have told the principal about you. The principal has specially approved that you can participate in the sophomore special training, so you don't have to do these basic training with the freshmen." "Ah, now?" "Yes, the sophomore special training has already begun. If you don't have anything important to do, I'll take you there now." Wang Ming took a look and could only follow him and send a message to Lu Zihan on his mobile phone. "Sophomore year is for special combat training. Considering that you have killed strange beasts before, but lack systematic training, we have found a student with rich theoretical knowledge to act as your temporary beast girl and help you complete the training," Wei Donghua said as he walked. "What about Lu Zihan? If she doesn't grow with me, we won't have enough tacit understanding in the battle later." "That's exactly the second thing I want to tell you. Cancel the contract and find another beast girl. I know she's your classmate and very beautiful, and we have a close relationship, but she can't keep up with your growth." Wei Donghua spoke very firmly. After all, Wang Ming was already level 3. If he stopped to wait for Lu Zihan, who was level 1, it would undoubtedly be a waste of talent. If he didn't wait, his strength would not be able to be maximized through a level 1 beast girl. In the battles between humans and alien beasts, a contractor paired with a beast girl of the same level, facing the same number of alien beasts, is almost undefeated. Some with good coordination can even defeat multiple alien beasts. On the contrary, those who have a level gap and cannot catch up in a short period of time cannot compete with monsters of the same level at all. You might not feel it at lower levels, but the higher you go, the more you'll appreciate the benefits of the synergy between the two. Wang Ming remained non-committal. He had the system, so even if he didn't terminate the contract, it wouldn't affect his ability to sign another one. But this wasn't something he could tell outsiders. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Wei Donghua assumed that he had heard it, so he didn't say anything more. He brought Wang Ming to the sophomore training ground. There was an open space in the middle, with countless small rooms distributed around it. Some of the doors were open, revealing various equipment, while some had people fighting inside. "Jingxue, come here," Wei Donghua called. Wang Ming saw a girl in pink yoga clothes running towards him. She had a sharp and cold face and looked like someone who was not someone to be messed with. "Teacher Wei, you called me?" "Yes, let me introduce you. This is Wang Ming, the special talent I told you about." "Wang Ming, this is Zhao Qingxue, your senior. She's also your temporary beast girl this week. Of course, if you think it through, maybe we can make it official." He winked at Wang Ming. "Ha, that may not be the case. You are a special talent, right? I will train you well." Zhao Qingxue did not give Wei Donghua any face and spoke directly. "Hello, Senior Zhao, thank you for your help." Wang Ming didn't care. He could see that Zhao Qingxue was only level 2. Then the teacher will leave first. You two should get familiar with each other. Qingxue knows the training plan, so tell Wang Ming more about it. Wei Donghua left after saying this, leaving the space for the young people. When Zhao Qingxue saw him leave, she looked Wang Ming up and down, and said with a smile on her face, "Come on, follow me into the house." Wang Ming always felt that these words were strange, as if he was being teased, but looking at Zhao Qingxue's cold and beautiful face, he felt that she was not that kind of person. "I hope I'm overthinking it." He followed Zhao Qingxue into a room where there were 2 yoga mats on the floor, yoga balls next to them, as well as horizontal bars, dumbbells, and other things. It seemed to be just an ordinary gym. Zhao Qingxue took off her sneakers at the door, revealing a pair of jade feet wrapped in transparent flesh-colored stockings. Wang Ming's eyes lit up, and he followed him into the room and closed the door. Chapter 52, Beast Girl's Path to Advancement. "Why are you closing the door?" Zhao Qingxue sat on the yoga mat with her legs straight. Conveniently, shall I open the door?" "Forget it, come here and I'll tell you about today's training." Zhao Qingxue didn't think much about it. She was only level 2, a mere freshman. Even if she was a special talent, she couldn't be that strong. She was not worried at all about what might happen. Wang Ming sat cross-legged next to her. The room was only about 10 square meters, and the two of them were close to each other. The smell of Zhao Qingxue's perfume went straight into his nose. Beast girls, like contractors, are divided into levels 1-9. However, unlike contractors who can absorb the spiritual energy from crystals to level up directly, beast girls, starting from level 2, need to use a specific medium to level up. A medium? Does every beast girl need one? What is it? Wang Ming had never heard of this before and immediately became interested. Take me as an example. After reaching level 2, I knew that I needed 3 media, Tianxia Bai, Danqing Sand, and Realgar Stone to advance to level 3. You'll know it as soon as you level up? No one told you you'll know it as soon as you level up? Yes. Zhao Qingxue nodded. Seeing Wang Ming's confusion, she explained. The origins of the beast girls are full of secrets, and so are their upgrades. To some extent, they can no longer be considered human. It seems like it was set up by someone. Hiss, it's really scary when you think about it. Don't say those useless things, just listen to what I have to say. Zhao Qingxue changed her posture, spread her legs, and stretched her body. Her good figure wrapped in tight yoga clothes was presented in front of Wang Ming. Having a medium isn't enough. I also need enough physical strength to absorb the medium's power. That's why my special training is to strengthen my body. I can feel that level 3 is already beckoning me. This can only train your flexibility. It probably won't increase your physical strength much. Wang Ming said as he admired it. Somehow, I sensed that the next skill would be related to flexibility, so I started practicing ahead of time. Don't underestimate yoga. I'm much more flexible now, you see. She was already doing a split, and suddenly she turned her head down to her toes, then used her waist strength to rotate 180 degrees, then stood up and said, "Isn't that great?" she said proudly. Wang Ming smacked his lips, resting his chin in his hand as he pondered, "Isn't it smelly?" "What?" Zhao Qingxue was stunned and didn't understand. "I say, doesn't your head stink when it's next to your feet? You've been practicing all day." "Ha!" Zhao Qingxue laughed angrily, stretched out her small feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings and leaned towards Wang Ming's face. "Smell it, does it stink?" "Damn it." Wang Ming held it in his hand. It was cold and smooth, and his 5 fingers were round. It had a slightly sour taste. He wanted to take the opportunity to activate the system contract, but found that the stockings were blocking the way and he couldn't make the contract. Wang Ming held her ankle and moved it slightly upwards. He found that it was not a disposable sock and exclaimed, "Pantyhose. Bah, pervert, let me go." Zhao Qingxue was furious. She broke free from Wang Ming's hand, crossed her legs and kicked Wang Ming in the head. Wang Ming stretched out his hand to block it and apologized decisively, "I'm sorry, senior sister, you are too beautiful. I won't do it again next time." Seeing this, Zhao Qingxue didn't care about it anymore because he was a handsome guy. She just snorted coldly, "That's just because I have a good temper. If it were my friend, I would have twisted his head off by now." "Humph, sit down and continue your special training. Follow my example and do the moves." Zhao Qingxue got into position, still sitting on the yoga mat with her legs straight, and bent over to slowly reach for her flesh-colored toes, while pushing her toes back with force. Wang Ming noticed that her toe stockings were reinforced, but he really didn't understand why he did that. "Senior, I'm not learning any skills, so it's useless to practice this. Level 2 Beast Girl means ability sharing. You can use my abilities as well. In other words, if you want to contract me as a Beast Girl, you have to practice. Otherwise, when my abilities backfire, you won't be able to move and will end up paralyzed in bed." Wang Ming thought about it and decided to sit down and reach out like her. Unfortunately, he was a straight man and couldn't bend his waist. Seeing this, Zhao Qingxue suddenly became interested. She stood up and walked behind Wang Ming, grabbed Wang Ming's arms with both hands, stepped on Wang Ming's back with her flesh-colored feet, and stomped hard. "Ah! It's broken." Wang Mingjun felt like his waist was broken. This posture was no different from being tortured. "Don't scream, I'm helping you." There was a strange light in Zhao Qingxue's eyes, but she stepped harder. Wang Ming cried out in pain, but he noticed in his heart that Zhao Qingxue's hand was in direct contact with his arm. He resolutely activated the system contract. In the contract, 60, 59, 58. Seeing Wang Ming screaming loudly, Zhao Qingxue felt much better and was about to let go. Wang Ming quickly shouted, "You didn't eat. You don't even have the strength to do this. You can't feel anything at all." Zhao Qingxue said nothing, but stepped harder, and her hands seemed to want to tear Wang Ming's arm off. Wang Ming fought back carefully, not letting her feel bullied, but also not letting her let go. Go down quickly, don't let go, don't let go." Wang Ming deliberately shouted loudly to attract Zhao Qingxue's attention, and at the same time asked her to hold her arm tightly to facilitate the system contract. "Phew, now you know how powerful I am. You're quite strong." Zhao Qingxue was a little exhausted, and the strength in her hands had obviously loosened. Fortunately, Wang Ming saw that the system contract had entered the last few seconds of the countdown. 3, 2, 1, the contract is successful. Zhao Qingxue unconsciously loosened her hand, feeling the connection between her body and Wang Ming, and said in disbelief, "You contracted me. How is that possible? Isn't the contract ceremony voluntary on both sides? You also need to communicate with heaven and earth to confirm whether the contract is possible? How could it be so simple?" Wang Ming smiled knowingly and said, "There are many things you don't understand. Since you are already my beast mother, why don't you show me what kind of animal you are when you transform into a beast?" Zhao Qingxue didn't want to transform into a beast, but unfortunately her body was out of her control. In the blink of an eye, a row of fiery red hair grew on her head, like a rooster's comb, her mouth was pointed, and her chin was like a hen's. Wow, it's so ugly, please don't let me turn into a beast, please." Wang Ming looked at it and laughed. The mouth is a bit ugly, but this strand of red hair is quite beautiful. What's your name? The red-haired soaring chicken can fly for short periods of time, has strong melee abilities, and is immune to many toxins. Zhao Qingxue originally had a cool and beautiful face, but now it had become weird. How could she accept this? She immediately begged Wang Ming to change it back to normal. Wang Ming thought about it, and Zhao Qingxue's beautiful face returned to its original state, but the red hair on her head remained there. Zhao Qingxue knew how powerful he was, and said with a sad face, "If I had known you were level 3, I wouldn't have taught you, and I would have become your beast mother for no reason." It's okay. I won't use you in battle. During these few days of special training, just teach me the basics and we'll delve deeper into the training. Wang Ming smiled slightly. He had already seen level 4 waving at him. Damn it! I don't want to train you, but you can actually control my beast transformation. I have no choice but to obey you. Yeah, you just have to listen to me. After Wang Ming finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong. It seemed as if this woman was saying this on purpose for him to hear. There's nothing I can do. No matter what you say, I'll just listen to you. Zhao Qingxue licked her lips, and her eyes seemed to be filled with flames. Wang Ming saw clearly that it was the flame of desire, and the woman was deliberately saying it to him. To verify his idea, Wang Ming pointed at the yoga ball. Go and train with that. Let me see your strength. Zhao Qingxue immediately sat on it and gently bounced twice. Wang Ming's eyes widened immediately. Zhao Qingxue placed both hands on the yoga ball, blinking her innocent eyes. In a sweet voice that was different from her cold face, she said, "Is that so? Or do you want me to move a few more times?" Wang Ming swallowed and muttered, "I'm here for special training." Yeah, I'm here to give you a special training. Look, it's hard for me to keep my balance on this. Can you help me? Wang Ming walked over and supported her, still mumbling, "I really am here for special training, I just want to practice." Ah, you're so cute. Let me help you practice well then. Chapter 53: A Girl's Beauty. Wang Ming did not return all night, but Zhang Yiming and the others were not too worried. After all, they were told that it was special training, and they just regarded it as a training need. In addition, the three of them had been undergoing military training, exposed to the sun all day, standing at attention, and practicing formations, so they were too tired to have the energy to do it. We're all working so hard, Wang Ming must be working even harder during his special training. Lu Shan collapsed on the bed. Due to his body shape, he felt the hottest today and was sweating profusely. That's right. I didn't expect him to have any special talents. Could it be that he's just very strong? If I had known, I would have practiced more during the summer vacation. Zhang Yiming's eyes flashed with envy, and his tone was sour. Xin Lang didn't say anything. He was a cold person and rarely participated in dormitory conversations. Hey, today I took advantage of my break to bring water to the goddess. I didn't expect that even her sweat smelled good. Lu Shan said happily. Which goddess? Huang Keqing, it smells delicious. TSK, you lick dog, even her shit smells good, go smell it too. Zhang Yiming said disdainfully, it's just a beast girl, in his opinion it's not worth licking at all. How can I compare to you? Your beastly mother ran over to bring you water, and it was iced. Xin Lang, you're right, neither of us has any water to drink. Lu Shan said sarcastically. Xin Lang was silent for a few seconds, then said, I got some water. Ha? Impossible. I've never seen you drink water. When you went to the bathroom, Huang Keqing gave me a bottle of water. I didn't know it was you who gave it to me. Xin Lang said truthfully, and added at the end, I'm not interested in her, it's just that I was too thirsty at that time, and I can't stand the sun. After saying that, he didn't say anything else, and Lu Shan fell into deep self-doubt. It's probably like a dog watching the goddess he licking others, and others don't care, which makes him feel both broken and distressed. But all this has nothing to do with Wang Ming. He was in the training room, having a lot of fun practicing with Zhao Qingxue, who had inexplicably awakened her true nature. By the next morning, Zhao Qingxue didn't even have the strength to move a finger, and just begged Wang Ming Dao. Good man, take a break. I've only been applying for this room until today. We have to go out. Wang Ming felt the increase in his cultivation level. He took another big step forward on the road to level 3 and felt that he was already halfway there. Young people nowadays really don't know how to be diligent and hardworking. They can't hold on after just one night. There's still a day left. Besides, look at me, is there any room to move? Zhao Qingxue said helplessly that she wanted to go back to rest and treat her injuries. This beast was not a human being. He wanted to bite her in the nostrils and ears. Alright, I'll let you go today. But what about my special training? You can rest, but don't delay my training. Don't worry, I've already told my bestie that she'll be here to take my place. She's a bit stronger than me, and she has plenty of combat experience, so she's a better match for you. Her physical strength is also better than mine. Zhao Qingxue thought of her best friend's appearance and couldn't help but add. She's a good girl, unlike me. Don't do this again, or she'll get angry and really kill you. Wang Ming held her face and said gently, Senior sister, you are also a good girl in my eyes. Zhao Qingxue's blush, which had faded, reappeared, and she smiled shyly. Now you know how to say sweet words. You knew to ask me to lift it up before. The two of them tidied up and opened the door, and someone was already waiting outside. Zhao Qingxue said happily, Yan Ran, I'm glad you're here. I need to go back and rest. My waist is about to break. Hey, Wang Ming, why are you here? Is it you? Zhou Yanran and Wang Ming both exclaimed at the same time, which scared Zhao Qingxue, who spoke first. Do you know each other? Well, he is my sister's classmate. Zhou Yanran said. That's perfect. Then you should train him well. He has plenty of strength. Zhao Qingxue said happily, and then whispered in Zhou Yanran's ear, Don't let him take advantage of you, this kid is very cunning. Ah, then you won't. Zhou Yanran looked up and down at her best friend and saw that she was wearing her yoga pants backwards. Her eyes then caught sight of her holding a ball of stockings in her hand. Zhao Qingxue hurriedly waved her hands and said, No, I just accidentally snagged my socks and tore them. You know, these stockings are easy to tear. Okay, then be careful when you go back. Zhou Yanran had doubts in her heart, but she didn't point them out. Everyone has their own secrets. After Zhao Qingxue left, Zhou Yanran glanced at Wang Ming, took off her shoes first and walked into the room. As soon as she entered, she frowned and said, What's that smell? Wang Ming followed her and saw that she was wearing an ordinary white short-sleeved top, a pink pleated skirt, and skin-colored shiny stockings on her legs. In order to prevent slipping, she also wore a layer of white socks on her feet. Hearing her question, Wang Ming casually said, Who knows? Maybe your feet smell. Wearing 2 layers of socks in this weather will make you sweat. Zhou Yanran looked back at him, and suddenly smiled evilly and said, And you want to take this opportunity to smell my feet and satisfy your own perverted hobby, right? TSK, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I didn't, don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Wang Ming decisively refused the 3rd time. Really? As my sister's contractor, you're here practicing with another woman. Are you being worthy of my sister? No, there's nothing wrong with practicing this. Zhou Yanran sneered, Are you sure you only practice? My sister didn't go home the night before last. What did she do? It's so hard to guess. She even told you that? Wang Ming was surprised and asked, Zhou Shui is such an honest girl. We sisters can talk about anything. Then what did she say about me? Wang Ming asked curiously. Zhou Yanran thought of Zhou Shui's lewd words, such as a pillar of heaven, a spear stained with shit, noodles, and paste. She blushed when she heard them. She didn't expect her sister to say them so nonchalantly. She was too frank. Seeing Zhou Yanran blushing, Wang Ming became more and more curious. He was treated as a prey that night, and Zhou Shui had a great time having sex with people. Although he ended up rising up and singing like a serf, Zhou Shui undoubtedly left a deep impression on him. As Zhou Shui's sister, Wang Ming was curious about how Zhou Yanran, who was always serious and dignified, would react. Tell me, what do you think of me? Seeing Wang Ming's face full of praise, Zhou Yanran couldn't help but say something sarcastic. She said you're not doing your job properly, not striving for progress, and that you have high expectations but low skills. She must be blind to follow you. If you have a little ambition, you should train hard and give her a good life in the future. Wang Ming was speechless and waved his hand. Train? What do you want to train? It's simple. No need for cultivation. Just a physical fight. Whoever admits defeat is a grandson. Okay, don't cry. I usually don't hit women, but if you ask for a fight, I won't hesitate. Zhou Yanran took up her stance and chuckled, Come on if you're capable. Chapter 54 Faster, Stronger. 2 pointed ears appeared on Zhou Yanran's head, and her arm muscles bulged, but a smile appeared on her face. She said, "Out of respect for my opponent, I'll give it my all." She came up in beast mode and punched hard. The punch was so powerful that Wang Ming retreated step by step, unwilling to confront her head-on. He had a strong feeling that although he was only level 3, it would be painful if he faced her. "Don't run! You dared to fight me at level 1, but now you don't dare to do it anymore." Zhou Yanran jumped high and threw a punch from above, leaving Wang Ming with nowhere to hide. Wang Ming roared like a tiger and threw a punch as well, wanting everyone to feel the pain together. Lightning fist. Zhou Yanran suddenly shouted, and the trajectory of her fist changed, hitting Wang Ming's left shoulder, causing him to suffer a loss. Ha! Wang Ming took half a step forward, bumped Zhou Yanran with his right shoulder, and even hugged her with his hands to block her movements. Zhou Yanran raised her foot and kicked Wang Ming in the chest, then used the momentum to roll in the air and create distance between them. "What do you think, big fool?" Zhou Yanran smiled proudly, like 100 flowers blooming. Wang Ming patted the non-existent dust on his chest and said with admiration, "There is something here. Come again." He took the initiative to move closer and punched down from above, imitating Zhou Yanran's previous move. Too slow, too slow. Zhou Yanran dodged sideways and kicked out, hitting Wang Ming's thigh. Before Wang Ming could dodge, he asked Zhou Yanran to step on his thigh to gain leverage again, locked his arms with her legs, and quickly dropped her fists. Meteor fist, hey ha! Wang Ming roared, grabbed her legs and swung them sideways, making her unable to keep her balance. Zhou Yanran wanted to jump down, but Wang Ming fell backwards and they both landed on the ground at the same time. Zhou Yanran was not as strong as Wang Ming. She felt dizzy the moment she landed and could not move. She cried out in her heart, "It's over, this big guy is going to fight back." After a long time, Wang Ming didn't fight back. She stood up slightly to look, and saw that Wang Ming was also looking up. "Ah!" A scream shocked Wang Ming so much that he quickly stood up and said seriously, "I don't see anything." Zhou Yanran stood up and covered her skirt, but then felt that it was unnecessary. She had already been seen, so she simply said angrily with a cold face, "You really didn't see anything?" After thinking seriously for 2 seconds, Wang Ming replied, "There's nothing." "What can I see? How come there's nothing? I'm clearly wearing strawberries, damn it." Zhou Yanran touched it with a trembling voice, then covered her face and said, "It's over, it's over. Xing Shuai was not here last night, so I wanted to stay cool, and then I forgot about it this morning. Now I'm so embarrassed." Wang Ming asked curiously, "Didn't you feel a surge of energy in your crotch as you walked along, as if you were being helped by a god?" "I just felt cool. I thought it was cooling down, but I didn't expect it." "Hey, shut up," Zhou Yanran said angrily, and she lost the mood for training for a moment. She said, "Swing your punch 1,000 times to improve your punching speed." He left in a hurry, apparently heading towards the dormitory to put on the clothes he had forgotten to wear last night. Wang Ming reminded her from behind, "Remember this time." After saying that, he began to practice punching seriously. His speed was indeed not fast enough, and he didn't seem to have awakened any special abilities. "My body is just stronger and more durable, which makes me feel different from other people." At the beginning, Wang Ming was still thinking about other things, but later on, all that was in Wang Ming's eyes and mind was punching, and he entered into a magical rhythm. Every punch he throws seems to be mobilizing all his strength, fast and hard, but there is still some energy left after the punch. Wang Ming was tireless, becoming more and more excited as the fight went on, and his punches became faster and faster. Zhou Yanran changed her clothes at some point and came over. She stood at the door and watched Wang Ming punch silently. At the beginning she could barely see clearly, but later she could only see the afterimage. She knew that Wang Ming had started to get started. "I'm so envious. You can get started so early in the morning, and you still have so much strength." Zhou Yanran did not intend to wake Wang Ming up and ruin his chance. This state is hard to come by, and some books also call it enlightenment. Wang Ming's punches were getting faster and faster, and the sound of the wind was getting louder and louder. Zhou Yanran subconsciously wanted to close the door, but found that many people had gathered around. "What a powerful man, his punches are powerful. I can hear it from outside. What kind of beast girl did this? You're such a pretentious person. Can't you practice outside? Why do you have to come here?" Among the onlookers there were those who praised him and those who disparaged him. Zhou Yanran changed her mind and opened the door instead, allowing everyone to see clearly. Wang Ming's momentum grew stronger and stronger, and his punches became faster and faster, but at a certain moment he just couldn't move forward at all, as if he had reached a bottleneck. Wang Ming's face flushed red, and he used more and more strength, but he couldn't break through the bottleneck. He was at the top of the pole, but it was difficult to go any further. Zhou Yanran vaguely realized that this seemed to be an opportunity for Wang Ming, but she didn't know how to help Wang Ming and make a breakthrough. Get out of the way, I'll go help him. Shen Mengjie pushed aside the crowd and flashed in front of Wang Ming. She easily caught Wang Ming's fist and said, I'll help you. She also swung her fist to collide with Wang Ming, and her punch was slightly faster than Wang Ming's, pressing Wang Ming down. Under pressure from Shen Mengjie, Wang Ming's spiritual power gradually increased, and he vowed to defeat Shen Mengjie. The fists of the two men stirred up paper scraps flying everywhere, and Shen Mengjie's long hair flew backwards, which increased the pressure on Wang Ming. Finally, at a certain moment, Wang Ming shouted, "Break it for me." It was an unprecedentedly swift punch, as fast as the wind and as powerful as fire, faster than any previous punch. This punch actually made the level 5 expert Shen Mengjie retreat half a step, and the duel between the two stopped. Shen Mengjie was not angry but happy. She combed her hair, checked that her red skirt was not damaged, and the black matte stockings on her legs were smooth as new, and then smiled. The newcomers are getting stronger with each generation. Even an ordinary level 4 can't withstand this punch. Wang Ming withdrew his spiritual power and bowed his head in thanks. Thank you, Teacher Shen, for helping me break through. It's a small matter. Although you are ruthless, I cannot be unrighteous. Does this punch have a name? Or I'll call it Xia Mengquan, thanking the teacher for helping me practice. Get lost, that's unpleasant, start over. Then let's use the Pegasus Meteor Fist. The punch will fly as fast as a meteor and its momentum will be as strong as a galloping Pegasus. Wang Ming said casually. Well, this is okay, whatever you want. I was just walking around today and didn't expect to meet you. After Shen Mengjie finished speaking, she left in a leisurely manner, but she actually lied. She heard that Wang Ming was here, so she came here specially to see if she could fight for it. After all, Wang Ming has not been officially selected yet, so there is still hope. After the punch just now, she is more eager for Wang Ming to come to her department. He has just enrolled, and one punch can hurt someone at level 4. Beat, absolutely beat, I must take him down. After Shen Mengjie walked away, she took out a small mirror, looked at her beautiful self, and smiled confidently. Wang Ming remained there for a long time, pondering the situation until Zhou Yanran came in and woke him up, and then he recovered from the punch. Didn't Principal Mei teach you combat skills? You seem quite simple and honest to me. Wang Ming shook his head and said, the teacher told me to learn and understand on my own among the strange beasts, and said that he would teach me when I got to university. No wonder. Most exotic beasts possess special abilities, but rarely engage in close combat. Even if they do, most rely on their size to win. That's why you have incredible strength, but lack agility. Oh, that's not the case. The teacher said that strength can defeat skill, so he told me to focus on increasing my strength. Speed and other things are trivial matters. Zhou Yanran choked, thinking of the rumors about Principal Mei in the school, and praised, Principal Mei really has unique insights. It's almost time, let's go eat, there's a place with delicious food, I'd like you to try it. Compared to that, I want to fight with you again. Wang Ming looked at Zhou Yanran with burning eyes. Chapter 55, Punching the Four Sides. Before Zhou Yanran could answer, someone next to her called out, let me play with you. Wang Ming looked carefully and saw that the person coming was a boy with dyed blonde hair, a strong build, and about 1.7 meters tall. Who are you? You don't even know him. This is our brother Yun. He's unbeatable against all the sophomores and has the potential to compete in the top 10 of the battle list. Someone next to him immediately said this. Zhou Yanran also said, he is very powerful, already level 3, you should be careful. Huang Changyun spoke up himself, don't be afraid, brothers. I'm Huang Changyun. Brothers, please call me Brother Yun for your respect. The main reason is that Teacher Shen said that even a level 4 player couldn't withstand a punch from you, so I wanted to give it a try. Wang Ming was not afraid and nodded directly, then you come, I'll practice with you too. How arrogant. Brother Yun is our sophomore leader. How dare you say we're practicing? Bering popped out from nowhere and looked at Wang Mingdao arrogantly. Wang Ming looked over and was so scared that he quickly hid behind Huang Changyun, not daring to look him in the eye. Ha, coward. Wang Ming lost interest in him. Huang Changyun felt puzzled, for he knew Zhou Cheng's character, that he always bullied the weak and feared the strong, but he was not so afraid as to hide behind him. It seems this new student is even stronger than I thought. Huang Changyun thought so in his heart, but his hands were not slow. He took up his stance and said politely, "I'm coming." Wang Ming hooked his hand to signal him to come over, and Huang Changyun did not dare to be arrogant. He attacked fiercely with both speed and strength, which was not comparable to that of Zhou Yanran, a level 2 player. Fortunately, Wang Ming also realized the situation and his fighting power increased dramatically compared to before, so he could handle it with ease. Moreover, as the two fought against each other, Wang Ming's mastery of the Pegasus Meteor Fist became more and more proficient, and it became easier for him to deal with Huang Changyun. Huang Changyun became more and more frightened as the fight went on, knowing that if the fight dragged on, he would surely die. He roared angrily and poured all his spiritual power into his right fist. Star-crushing fist. The name was invented by him, but his boxing skills were the result of years of practice, and the power is real. Wang Ming saw the fierceness of the punch and immediately shouted, "Pegasus Meteor Fist." Bang! The two fists collided with each other, bringing out an invisible airflow that shocked the people around them and made them retreat continuously. Huang Changyun also took 3 steps back and looked at Wang Ming and said, "Thank you for showing mercy." Wang Ming thought to himself, "If I really beat you to death, I won't be able to continue my university studies anymore." But he said politely, "Senior, I'm willing to be your sparring partner." Brothers, he actually dared to hurt Brother Yun, let's fight him. Zhou Cheng instigated the people around him to attack Wang Ming. Huang Qingyun's face darkened. He had already asked the other party to show mercy, but Zhou Cheng was deliberately trying to sabotage him. What's more, I just lost a little strength, so how could I get injured? Wouldn't it make me look much weaker than the opponent? Huang Qingyun slapped Zhou Cheng with a slap, and said with a slightly parted lip, "When is it your turn to speak on my affairs?" Zhou Cheng was startled and looked at him timidly, and the others didn't dare to speak. "Brother Yun, I'm helping you get revenge. He actually dared to hit you. You don't know your own limitations. I'm not even as good as you. What can you do? Even with so many of us, he may not be able to kill all of us before his spiritual power is exhausted." Zhou Cheng said the most cowardly words with a fierce look on his face, leaving Huang Changyun speechless. "I said, is your place broken?" Huang Changyun pointed to his head, then said to Wang Ming, "I've benefited a lot today. I'm leaving now. You can do whatever you want." Seeing this, Zhou Cheng wanted to follow, but Wang Ming said, "Stop. Are you allowed to leave? What do you want? The school doesn't allow beating people to death." Zhou Cheng said weakly. Wang Ming smiled and said, "Come together, or I'm afraid others will say I'm bullying you." "You said it." Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up, and he said to the people behind him, "He's asking for death himself. It's not my fault. Let's go together." The 8 or 9 men and women behind him were all excited when they heard what he said. If they could defeat Wang Ming, they would become famous. "Ha ha ha, why are you hesitating? Come and fight me, so that you won't regret it later." Wang Ming sneered and didn't care. "Damn, that's crazy, let's go." Finally, someone couldn't help it and called out to his beast mother, and the two of them took the lead and rushed forward. This beast girl was an unknown bird. Her arms turned into wings. She rolled in the air and kicked towards Wang Ming. Wang Ming grabbed her legs and swung her at the boy as a jinchuriki. As soon as the boy approached, he rolled out with his beast girl. "Everyone, stand shoulder to shoulder and don't give away your lives." Zhou Cheng shouted loudly, but he never dared to look Wang Ming in the eye. He just hid behind the crowd and attacked secretly. The two boys attacked Wang Ming from the left and right. The fist on the left brought with it a whistling hot breeze, while the fist on the right brought with it a hint of coldness, as if they were in two different worlds, ice and fire. Wang Ming grabbed them with his left and right hands and pulled them towards the middle. The two of them collided with each other and were knocked unconscious. Zhou Cheng secretly kicked Wang Ming from behind, but unfortunately Wang Ming's leg was faster and he kicked him in the stomach before he could. "There's a flaw." A thin girl's eyes lit up, and she rolled on the ground, her hands turning into a pair of large pliers that cut towards Wang Ming's only empty leg. Court death. Wang Ming used his hands to gain leverage on the shoulders of the boy in front of him and kicked the thin girl in the air. Ah! The girl was kicked in the arm and flew backwards immediately. Hey, Pegasus Meteor Fist. Wang Ming's spiritual power was fully unleashed, and his fists as big as sandbags flew rapidly. No matter whether it was beautiful or ugly, male or female, or near or far, any dog passing by would be hit twice. This is what it feels like to be blinded by rage. Under the stimulation of adrenaline, the spiritual energy in the body surges like a spring. Wang Ming punches tirelessly, and anyone standing in front of him will be hit by his punches. Half an hour later, Wang Ming looked at the empty room and finally came to his senses. I said I didn't do it just now, do you believe me? I don't trust your grandma's legs, I'm just here to watch the fun, come up and give me 2 punches. Yeah, I was just praising you and making fun of you, and then you kicked me. Well, I feel quite comfortable. Exactly. I was putting on my makeup and was waiting for you to finish calling me to ask for your WeChat, but then you just fell to the ground. Ha! Someone seemed to have said something incredible just now. There was a burst of cursing and complaining around, and Wang Ming felt very embarrassed. He turned around and saw Zhou Yanran also lying on the ground, with a black eye on her left eye, as if she had not slept well. Well, let me help you up. I'm a little hungry. Let's go eat. Before Zhou Yanran could finish her complaint, Wang Ming half-supported and half-hugged Zhou Yanran and fled the training room like a flash. Those people didn't pay attention just now and were knocked to the ground by his punches. When they reacted and joined forces to beat him up, he was afraid that he would be severely beaten, so of course he ran away quickly. Finally I can't see them anymore. I say, how are you going to return this punch? Zhou Yanran looked at Wang Ming with murderous eyes. This guy really didn't know good from bad and treated everyone equally. It was a waste of her kindness to teach him. Chapter 56 Encounter. Wang Ming was also a little embarrassed. Others had indeed taught him a lot, and the punch he threw was purely out of ignorance. He smiled wryly and said, I'll treat you to dinner. Order whatever you want. Really, just order it casually? Don't regret it. Of course not. Wang Ming controlled many resources of the Fong family, and money was no longer a problem for him. The gold card Zhang Fong gave him alone contained millions of pocket money, and he was too lazy to take a closer look. Zhou Yanran thought for a moment and said, then let's go to Yuluxuan. Yuluxuan is the nickname of the 3rd floor of the school cafeteria. It is also the place where the school uses to entertain powerful people, important guests, or the rich 2nd generation of the school. Most of the dishes here contain some spiritual energy, so they taste great, and of course the prices are great too. Let's go. Wang Ming didn't care. Zhou Yanran's eyes lit up and she giggled, you look quite handsome when you're so bold. The two came to Yulu Pavilion. There was no so-called hall on this floor. It was divided into rooms of different sizes. There were colorful lights decorated with gems on both sides of the aisle. The floor was covered with carpets made of high-quality exotic animal hair. The air was mixed with food and an inexplicable fragrance. It's such a luxury, it doesn't feel like school at all. Wang Ming complained casually, but Zhou Yanran didn't care and took him to the front desk. Hello, both of you, do you have a suitable box? She had been brought here twice by her roommate and knew the rules here. Hello, guest, 3081, please scan the QR code to order at the table. You can ring the bell if you need anything. The receptionist was a cute girl with a ponytail. She answered politely and pointed in the direction of 3081. Thanks. Zhou Yanran brought Wang Ming to room 3081. The room was not very big. There was a 1-meter square table in the middle and 4 shelves around it, which were filled with various doll decorations. Zhou Yanran excitedly picked a pink pig and held it in her arms. I haven't touched this for a long time. I didn't expect to be so lucky this time. Wang Ming laughed and said, come if you want to. It's just a doll. If you really like it, just buy it. Zhou Yanran curled her lips, looking somewhat unhappy. She said in a cold and sarcastic voice, it's only been a few days since you hooked up with a rich woman, and you've already forgotten your original intention. It's just a doll. Buy it. Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, then realized that after becoming rich, he had become the person he hated, so he immediately nodded and agreed. I was wrong. If you like me, touch me more. Let me see what I want to eat. Looking through the menu, Wang Ming saw dishes he had never eaten before. He looked at Zhou Yanran and said, which one do you want to eat? Steamed ghost fish, that's the best. I heard it's a hybrid of a ghost fish and a fish. Okay, is there any more? Wang Ming took a look at the price. $388 was the monthly food money for him and his grandmother. Give me another stir-fried phoenix bloodgrass, and I'll be almost done. It depends on what you want to eat. Zhou Yanran was not polite either. This phoenix bloodgrass was quite eye-catching and was considered the treasure of the store. It was said that it would only grow in places contaminated with the blood of a phoenix bird above level 7. Wang Ming took a look at the menu, the signature dish, 588. The cost of these two dishes was almost the same as the dinner for the 8 of them 2 days ago. This made him a little shocked. Although he was rich, it was not easy to change his living habits. Of course, he would not refuse. I'll add some dragon turtle egg fried rice. Wang Ming ordered something good for himself and then waited for the food to be served. Isn't the price quite expensive? Do you regret it? Zhou Yanran asked teasingly. It's expensive, but I can afford it. Wang Ming thought of the 100,000 yuan he gave to his grandmother before leaving, and wondered if his grandmother would be willing to buy him food. He looks a bit rich, but his eyes look a bit sad. He doesn't pretend to be fine, but he's actually so distressed that he's about to cry. Ha! How is that possible? Don't worry, this meal is for you, it's enough that you have this intention. Zhou Yanran was very angry. A level 3 freshman was actually related to her and was even the contractor of her sister. If he becomes rich in the future, even a little bit of it will be enough for my sister and I to enjoy. Back then, Zhou Yanran was also a top student in school, with a talent of Class B and a fast cultivation speed. At the beginning of her sophomore year, she had already reached the late stage of level 2. Although she is not as good as those super geniuses, she is far better than others. Otherwise, how could a daughter of a wealthy family like Zhao Qingxue become friends with her? To put it bluntly, Zhao Qingxue was attracted by her abilities and talents from the very beginning. Wang Ming shook his head. How can I ask you to pay? I said it's my treat, so it's mine. Zhou Yanran didn't say anything more, just tightened her clothes and waited for the food to come. The food is served very quickly here and it didn't take long for the food to arrive. Wang Ming picked up the chopsticks, but accidentally dropped the spoon on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and saw Zhou Yanran took off her shoes, wearing flesh-colored stockings and white socks on her feet. Her 5 toes moved nimbly. She must have been too tired and came out to stretch. Her feet were of standard shape and plump, which was very pleasing to the eye. Wang Ming couldn't get up for a while. What are you doing under the table? Zhou Yanran asked curiously, and suddenly thought of something. She put her legs together and said, Get up, I'm angry. Wang Ming realized it belatedly and cursed himself for picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Don't think too much about it. I was just trying to pick up a spoon, but the floor was too slippery and I didn't pick it up. Zhou Yanran snorted lightly and didn't pursue the matter with him. Wang Ming broke the awkwardness and said, I see you're wearing 2 layers of socks. It's too stuffy, isn't it? Zhou Yanran's eyes flickered, and she pursed her red lips and said, So this is what you're looking at. Of course, the oily stockings are too slippery. Wear cotton socks to prevent slipping. I've learned a lot. This dish is delicious. Wang Ming changed the subject, but was suddenly stunned and looked at Zhou Yanran in confusion. Zhou Yanran's face flushed slightly, and she leaned back, but she didn't say anything. She just ate much slower. The only sound in the small room was the sound of 2 people chewing food, but if you listen carefully, you could hear some rustling sounds, like the sound of hands rubbing against cotton fabrics. After a long time, the meal was finally finished. Wang Ming hummed softly and looked relaxed. He reached out and pulled out 2 pieces of toilet paper and said, I never thought you 2 sisters are so different. Bah, stop talking nonsense. Zhou Yanran's cheeks became redder, perhaps due to the heat. One of her eyes was still black and blue, but she said to Wang Ming with a pleasant expression, Well, I'll go back and rest at noon, and we'll continue training in the afternoon. I won't go to the training room. Wang Ming was afraid that those people would block him in the training room. He had a great time fighting in the morning, but was afraid of being beaten in the afternoon. Yeah, that makes sense. There's a small hill north of the school that's used to test some extremely powerful skills and moves. Let's go there. It's not too hot in the woods. As Zhou Yanran spoke, she took off her cotton socks and threw them into the trash can. After she was done, she unconsciously put them to her nose and smelled them. Is it very sour? Wang Ming asked with a smile. Go away, you're more fishy and smellier than a fish that's been dead for 7 days. Zhou Yanran glared at Wang Ming. The 2 of them got up and left while chatting and laughing. Wang Ming naturally took the initiative to pay. Zhou Yanran smiled softly and did not stop him. They turned around and took 2 steps when Wang Ming saw Lu Zihan and her roommate Su Jingjing walking towards them. Lu Zihan immediately greeted excitedly, Wang Ming, what a coincidence, you're here too. Hey, isn't this the teaching assistant from the assessment? How are you guys doing? She looked at Zhou Yanran warily, almost asking her if the two of them were having an affair. Zhou Yanran lowered her head as if she had done something bad. The guilt in her heart made her afraid to speak, and she felt nervous as if she had been caught by the main wife. Chapter 57 Fong Shiping Speculation. After seeing that the battlefield of strange beasts was temporarily stable, Fong Shiping immediately asked for leave and returned to Tianhai City. As soon as he passed through the portal, he went straight to the address Zhang Fong told him. It was still the same large flat. Fong Shiping felt a little sad, but he still rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Zhang Fong opened the door. She knew that her husband's elder brother would arrive today. Brother, you are here, come in quickly. There are also photos and spirit tablets of Feng Dongwei in the living room. In front of the spirit tablet is an incense burner with a stick of incense that is almost burned out. Fong Shiping felt a pain in his heart. The two brothers had depended on each other since childhood. If it weren't for a cousin taking care of them, neither of them would have survived. Later, they grew up and achieved success in their own ways. He didn't expect that they were fine in the last video, but in the blink of an eye, they were separated. Let me light some incense. Fong Shiping took 3 sticks of incense, bowed, and inserted them into the incense burner with grief, and then asked in a deep voice. Who did it? Why did he die out of nowhere? His tone was calm, but Zhang Fong could hear how angry he was hiding. After he disappeared, I sent people to look for him. We found his belt on a mountain with only a puddle of water next to it. He. Zhang Fong's face was filled with grief as she carefully spoke the words she had prepared long ago. She was wearing a black gauze dress and black opaque stockings, and her figure was exquisite, making her look like a widow. Where is the belt? Fong Shiping had no time to care about her sadness, but just tried to find evidence as much as possible. Zhang Fong took the belt wrapped in a plastic bag from the table and sobbed, we checked the fingerprints, and it's only his. Fong Shiping looked at the belt and couldn't help but burst into tears. He didn't behave like a level 6 warrior at all. Zhang Fong quickly persuaded him, brother, take care of yourself. Fong Shiping cried for a while before finally stopping. He opened the plastic bag and pressed a button on the side of his belt buckle. With a click, the surface of the buckle opened, revealing a small pearl inside. Brother, this. Fong Shiping explained slowly, this is the gift I gave to Dongwei to advance to level 2. He liked it very much and never told anyone. He even said he wanted to keep something in it to save his life. I didn't expect it. In fact, Zhang Fong knew it a long time ago. After being together for 20 years, how could she not know this little secret? She just wanted her eldest brother to think that she didn't know it. Then is the pearl inside the life-saving thing you gave me, big brother? No matter how he uses it, it's useless. Is the murderer really that powerful? Xiang Shiping shook his head, reached out and pinched the pearl between his fingertips, looked at it carefully and said, I know who it is? Who? Brother, how did you know? Zhang Fong asked anxiously. Don't worry, sister-in-law. The life-saving thing I gave Dongwei is a special medicine that can increase one's spiritual power by half a level after taking it. It is definitely not this pearl. But Dongwei put it here, there must be a reason for it. Think about it, which company produced the pearl? Pearl, could it be the Shui family, the aristocratic family of that aquatic product tycoon? But the Shui family has no grudges against our Fong family, so why would they have murderous intentions? Why would they go to this extent? Zhang Fong acted so well that I felt pity for her when she cried. Fong Shiping frantically pieced together the information he knew in his mind. After a while, he said, I have to investigate and confirm. There are some things you don't understand. Zhang Fong seemed to have lost her strength. She slowly sat down on the sofa and said, brother, you can handle it. I'm a woman, I don't know what to do. Where is Zihao? Fong Shiping didn't want to mention this anymore and asked instead. He won't even hold a wake for his father? Union University has started, how can I hinder his future? The dead cannot be resurrected. Letting Zihao go to school will prevent him from being too sad. You don't know that the illegitimate child from the East Country has come to me several times in the past 2 days. What? Illegitimate child? Dongwa, hey, sister-in-law. Fang Shiping was not interested in women and was devoted to cultivation. He could not help but resent his brother for not only being a philanderer but also having an illegitimate child. Brother, I haven't told Zihao yet, so don't tell him either. Let him concentrate on his training. Okay, don't worry. I only recognize you as my sister-in-law, and I only recognize Zihao as my nephew. The Fang family still depends on you to support it in the future. Sister-in-law, you have to be strong. I have to deal with this matter and return to the alien beast battlefield. Brother, don't you handle those businesses? I'm a woman, I'm afraid I can't handle it. Brother believes in you. You are better off following Dongwa and learning from him than me. If things really don't work out, sell what you can and leave some profitable ones for Zihao. Zhang Fang nodded. This was her original plan, and it was great that Xiang Shiping brought it up. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll go out and investigate first. Don't be too sad, and you don't have to send me off. Zhang Fang nodded silently and watched Fang Shiping leave. After making sure he was far away, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, finally, we managed to fool them. Now things will be easy. You can make a guess, right? Let's follow your guess and see if you have the ability to bring down the Shui family. Fang Shiping did not go anywhere else, but went straight to the villa estate on the outskirts of the city. He remembered that his brother had told him that he should find an opportunity to poison Wang Ming here, and then rescue him, creating an opportunity to do him a favor, so as to get closer to pleasing Mei Xueyan. They said they didn't hurt Wang Ming, but accidentally injured an ordinary person. But please don't let it be the illegitimate daughter that the Shui family put here. Fang Shiping knew some things about the upper-class circles. Li Ruyue, the youngest daughter of the Li family, known as the Treasure Beast Mother, got pregnant before marriage with Shui Wuzai, the heir of the Shui family. Shui Wuzai never expected that he would marry someone else because of family reasons. The Treasure Beast girl ran away with the ball in anger. Later, I heard that the relationship between the two had eased, and Li Ruyue was placed here. Li Ruyue is most famous for two things. One is her treasure necklace, which was a token of love given to her by Shui Wuzai. There is a treasure hidden in each pearl of the necklace. Another reason is her pettiness. This woman is known for her vengeance. If her daughter was hurt, it would make sense for the Shui family to retaliate against her brother. But there was no way to discuss all of this openly. He could only take a look at it himself and then infer the result. However, Fang Shiping felt that what he thought was the truth was almost certain. How could he know that Fang Dongguo would lose his life because of beauty, something that seemed insignificant to him? In a blink of an eye, Fang Shiping arrived at the door of the villa. He was very powerful and hid his body, avoided the camera, and went straight into the manor. There are many maids with black stockings here, and when there are many people, they will chat. Fang Shiping heard a lot of gossip that shocked his worldview, such as cheating, having 3 children with one man, father-in-law having an affair, and mother-in-law taking daughter-in-law to dance in 3 rows at a nightclub. Although it was exciting, it was useless to him. Just when he was about to change his approach, a maid said, "Hey, the young lady has become a completely different person since she was poisoned. She's been practicing hard and has become very quiet. She's completely different from her lively and lovely self before." Another replied, "I heard that the madam has helped improve the young lady's talent. Now she's a beast girl." The madam also promised the young lady that she would find a way to send her to the Alliance University, provided she could reach the late stage of level 1 within 3 months. Oh, no wonder. It's great to be rich. You can even get into a university like Union University. What followed was some anti-rich rhetoric. Fang Shiping had heard what he wanted, so he stopped listening. The eldest lady was poisoned, her talent improved, and she went to the Alliance University. There is no doubt that it was the one from the Shui family who made the effort. Now that things have come to this, the enemy has been identified, so there is no need to stay any longer. Fang Shiping disdained to attack the mother and daughter. He believed that every grievance would be punished by their own authority, and they could not kill his brother with their strength. But the Shui family is not easy to deal with. Not only is Shui Wuzhai himself at level 6, but there is also an old man in his family who is at level 7. In addition, the Shui family's influence is spread across many industries. I can only take it step by step. Dongwa, I will definitely avenge you and cut the person who killed you into pieces. I swear. Wang Ming looked at Lu Zihan and Zhou Yanran in front of him and suddenly sneezed. He felt that he must have been cursed by someone. How could he have such bad luck to run into such a curse? Seeing that Lu Zihan's eyes were getting more and more wrong, it seemed that he would roar in the next second, "You little three." Wang Ming's heart moved, and he looked at Su Jingjing next to him and winked at her frantically. Chapter 58: The Road to Becoming Stronger. Su Jingjing saw Wang Ming's eyes, but pretended not to see it. To her, it would be best if Lu Zihan could separate from Wang Ming. Seeing that they were silent, Lu Zihan suddenly became jealous and pointed at Zhou Yanran and cursed. "Are you shameless enough to seduce him? Look at how slutty you are wearing. You can't wait to take off all your clothes in front of men. Are you a slut? You grab other people's men, but can't you find one for yourself?" Zhou Yanran immediately looked up, looking at Lu Zihan in surprise and anger. The guilt she had just felt disappeared without a trace under such insults. She retorted sarcastically, "If you don't have the ability, then don't say these jealous words. If you have the ability, tie him to your belt. You little brat, you speak so dirty, people who don't know you would think you ate shit so early in the morning. Bah, you, a mistress, dare to scold the original wife. What's wrong with being one level higher than us, old woman?" Su Jingjing helped Lu Zihan to curse, and every word she said was heartbreaking. Zhou Yanran didn't know how far Wang Ming and Lu Zihan's relationship had progressed, and she presumed they were a couple, so she avoided the topic and said, "What we do is none of your business. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you're already catching someone committing adultery. Humph, I'm not afraid to tell you that we still have training this afternoon and we have to go to the grove. If you have the guts, ask him to take you with you." The shame and humiliation were so great that Lu Zihan was so angry that his teeth itched, his fists clenched tightly, and he started to spew. You two dogs, are you worthy of me? Are you worthy of my mother? Wang Ming, was it this bitch who seduced you? I know you are not that kind of person." She wiped her tears and looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming's face darkened as soon as she uttered the first insulting words. He is not a girl slave who spoils women, nor will he be bound by a woman. His dream is to become a superior person and not be bullied. Contracting a beast girl is just a process, not a result. He does not want to live on a woman's belly for the rest of his life. If Lu Zihan himself couldn't figure it out and insisted on controlling him like a boyfriend and girlfriend, making him a good boyfriend and husband in the traditional sense, then he could only say that people with different ideals could not work together. That's enough. Since when can a beast mother interfere with the private life of the contractor? Lu Zihan, it's your business whether you like me or not. I never promised you that you would be my girlfriend. The senior sister has been very helpful to me. You didn't even ask clearly when you came up here, and you insulted others like that. Is this the manners your mother taught you? I think you have forgotten your identity, you stupid cow. What? You're talking about me, big stupid bull. It turns out, it's been my wishful thinking all along. I'm just a beast girl, just a beast girl. Lu Zihan broke down emotionally, tears streaming down her face. She covered her face with her hands, but her sobs and tears came through her fingers. Su Jingjing knew that her chance had come, and she immediately supported Lu Zihan and cursed at Wang Ming. You scumbag, Zihan likes you so much, and you treat her like this. Get out, take this bitch away with you. It's incomprehensible. After all, they didn't do anything, and I haven't investigated anything clearly, yet you're still insulting them. You should reflect on yourself. Wang Ming took Zhou Yanran's hand and walked straight out, not paying any attention to Lu Zihan, who was crying on the ground. He is usually gentle towards beast girls, but that doesn't mean he needs someone to control him. No one can stop him from becoming stronger. He has no talent and cannot practice on his own. He finally has a system, but can only rely on contracted beast girls and practice with them to improve his cultivation. If any beast girl wanted to take him for herself, it would be tantamount to cutting off his path of cultivation. He had expected this day to come, but he didn't expect it to come so early and so suddenly. Zhou Yanran felt a little secretly happy. In her opinion, Wang Ming was clearly helping her. She didn't know why, but it made her feel much better after being scolded. When someone gives you a bad name, you'd better actually do it. Zhou Yanran felt that she should take the opportunity to take down Wang Ming. Although her sister Zhou Shui also valued this person, she thought Zhou Shui would not mind. While thinking this in her heart, Zhou Yanran said, I'm sorry for causing you to quarrel with her. Wang Ming shook his head and said, it's my fault that you got scolded. You said she is your beast mother, and my sister is also your beast mother. So, you can indeed contract 2 beast mothers. Zhou Yanran suddenly thought of this matter and remembered what her sister had said. Her heart beat faster and faster. She seemed to have discovered something incredible. As far as she knew, humans had never been able to contract 2 beast girls at level 3. Those at higher levels might be able to do it, but she had never heard of a level 3. Wang Ming held her hand and watched the system countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the contract is completed. Wang Ming had already started the contract when he held her hand just now. By the time they chatted for a few minutes, Zhou Yanran had become his new beast girl. Zhou Yanran was waiting for Wang Ming's reply when she felt a force surging from the bottom of her heart. This force enhanced her own spiritual power, but also added restrictions to her, preventing her from hurting Wang Ming. I see. Is this how you make a contract? It's amazing. No ceremony or preparation required. Just a few minutes of being together and you can form a contract. Wang Ming nodded, looked at Zhou Yanran, and said coldly, "This is my secret. If you tell anyone, you will completely turn into a beast and become a rat crossing the street that everyone will shout and beat." Zhou Yanran smiled as brightly as a flower, and the dark circles on her eyes were no longer so noticeable. She obviously had her own judgment. I am your beast girl, and you are my contractor. To me, the stronger you are, the better. How could I take the initiative to reveal the secret? However, you, a beast girl, can contract multiple people, so I'm afraid it's hard to hide it. Why do you say that? Just tell others that you haven't been contracted. That's not the case. We have a baseline test at the beginning of each semester to see how our strength has changed. If we have contractors, we must bring them along to assess their strength. Otherwise, there will be intelligence errors, leading to misjudgment from the strategy department. Does everyone show off their strength? No one is hiding anything? Why hide it? Just like when we were kids taking exams, didn't most people try their best to get the highest score? If you hide your abilities, you won't get any more resources from the school. If you pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, you'll easily become the pig yourself. Wang Ming nodded thoughtfully, but his situation was different. Even if he revealed that he could contract multiple beast girls, he could not reveal his system. After all, the system was the source of his strength. I'll make a few more trips then. You won't be taking the test at the same time. I'll ask the teacher to handle it at school. Zhou Yanran knew that his teacher was Mei Xueyan, so she naturally had some connections there. Upon hearing this, she said nothing more. She looked at the big boy in front of her who was 1 year younger than her contractor, and suddenly she felt a little dazed. She had made a contract with someone like this, and from then on her future and destiny were tied to this big boy in front of her. They would prosper and suffer together. If this person fails to achieve anything in the future, she will be dragged down to the bottom of society, but if he succeeds, she will soar to the sky. Thinking of how Wang Ming easily defeated the level 3 Huang Chengyun and his special qualities, Zhou Yanran's face suddenly flushed, and an idea formed in her mind: I must tie him up tightly and not let him leave me. Wang Ming, I'm going to go back and rest. See you this afternoon. I'll give you a little surprise then. Zhou Yanran held her throat, glanced meaningfully at Wang Ming's special features, then waved goodbye and left. Chapter 59 Duo. Wang Ming glanced upstairs. Lu Zihan was probably still crying. He had made up his mind and naturally would not go up to comfort her. Moreover, he had practiced all night last night and punched non-stop this morning, which consumed his energy. He was a little tired, so he simply walked towards the dormitory to rest for an hour. As for Lu Zihan, let her be. With the system's beast girl contract in place, she can't do anything. On the 3rd floor, Su Jingjing leaned against the window, watching Wang Ming walk away. She quickly said to Lu Zihan, he didn't come up. Judging from his direction, he must have gone back to the dormitory. Zihan, he doesn't have you in his heart at all. Lu Zihan had originally pricked up her ears and listened to her expectantly, saying that if Wang Ming came back, she would make a fuss for a while longer. However, she didn't expect to hear such words. She immediately fell on the dining table and cried again, gasping for breath. Su Jingjing suppressed her excitement, as she had been planning on Lu Zihan for a long time. From the first moment she saw Lu Zihan, she was captivated by the girl's beautiful appearance and wanted to kneel down at her feet. However, she didn't expect that the opportunity would come so quickly and so suddenly. In just a day or two, she had the chance to take advantage of it. Of course she had to seize this opportunity, otherwise when Lu Zihan came out or Wang Ming had a change of heart and turned back, she would have no hope. Seeing Lu Zihan crying sadly, Su Jingjing patted her back gently. The white silk shirt felt smooth and a little cool, and the girl's body temperature also came out, making Su Jingjing feel itchy. Lu Zihan wore a white silk shirt on the upper body, a blue pleated skirt on the lower body, and black striped stockings and canvas shoes on her legs. She looked young and energetic, but after crying like this, she looked like a withered flower in dry grass, losing most of her charm. Su Jingjing felt a little uncomfortable watching this and said from the bottom of her heart, "Zihan, it's not worth being sad for a man like this. From now on, just treat him as an ordinary contractor. When the time comes, kick him out directly. He won't even let him be a contractor. You're so beautiful, the people chasing you will line up from here to the alien beast's den." Su Jingjing moved closer to Lu Zihan, and waves of body fragrance emanated from Lu Zihan's skin and hair. She couldn't help but take a few more breaths. She had never been so close to Lu Zihan before. Lu Zihan didn't doubt him, he leaned his head on Su Jingjing's shoulder, put his arms around her, and sobbed. I know, but I'm sad, I just can't bear it, I want to go back, Jingjing, let's not eat and go back. Okay, let's go and not eat anymore. Su Jingjing was secretly happy. She hugged Lu Zihan and comforted her softly. Lu Zihan leaned on Su Jingjing, but Su Jingjing was not tall enough, so Lu Zihan felt uncomfortable after leaning on her for a while, so he walked back silently. Su Jingjing also noticed it, and she hated herself for missing the opportunity because of her short height. When they arrived at the dormitory, Huang Keqing and Zhang Lu were there. Seeing that her eyes were red, they hurried over to ask her what was wrong. Lu Zihan didn't want to talk. He took off his canvas shoes, curled up on the bed, and tears started to flow again without him noticing. Zhang Lu felt so distressed when she saw this that she whispered to Su Jingjing, who had returned with her, what happened? Su Jingjing pointed at her cell phone and looked at Lu Zihan again, meaning that they were chatting on the phone and not to disturb Lu Zihan. After a while of private chat, the three of them scolded Wang Ming and Zhou Yanran so badly that they almost chopped them into and made dumplings for Lu Zihan to eat. There was training in the afternoon, and Huang Keqing and Zhang Lu wanted to wake Lu Zihan up, but were stopped by Su Jingjing. She signaled them to go by themselves and asked for leave for herself and Lu Zihan. Seeing that Lu Zihan was not in good condition and that it would be good to have someone to take care of him, the two of them immediately changed into training clothes and went to train by themselves, leaving Su Jingjing and Lu Zihan alone. Zhang Lu glanced at them, hesitated, and finally did not speak. Su Jingjing's bed was next to hers, and they slept feet to feet. Lu Zihan was not used to sleeping head to head. Zihan, are you awake? Su Jingjing called her softly twice, but seeing that her eyes were closed and there was no response, she guessed that she was still sleeping. Looking at Lu Zihan, her body unconsciously stretched out in her sleep because of the heat, the striped black stockings on her legs had slipped to her knees, and her big toe could be vaguely seen through her toes wrapped in black stockings, as well as the blue nail polish painted on it. Su Jingjing swallowed and comforted herself in her heart. I was worried that she would be too hot, so I moved her to a different position. She slowly and gently approached Lu Zihan, only an inch away from the tip of her black silk toes. A faint sour smell mixed with the fragrance of laundry detergent rushed into Su Jingjing's nose. A stimulating feeling also surged into Su Jingjing's mind, making her brain seem to explode. This is Zihan's taste, it's her taste. As she spoke, she tiptoed upwards, revealing Lu Zihan's straight and slender legs and her slender waist. As a former school belle, Lu Zihan's sexiness and beauty were unquestionable. Su Jingjing only felt her mouth dry. Seeing Lu Zihan's beautiful face right in front of her, she was so nervous that she even forgot to breathe. In front of such top beauties, many people will even become nervous unconsciously. If this beauty is someone you like, you won't even have the nerve to speak. That is an emotion called inferiority, and it is also an instinctive cautiousness towards beautiful things. While admiring Lu Zihan's almost perfect figure, Su Jingjing slowly approached, wanting to secretly kiss her. But at this moment, Lu Zihan opened her eyes. She looked at Su Jingjing, who was standing close to her with a worried look on her face. She was not very panicked, as if it was supposed to be so. She didn't even have any doubts or questions. She gently reached out and embraced Su Jingjing, pressing her down to lie face to face with her, then looked at Su Jingjing and said, "Am I beautiful?" "Beautiful." Su Jingjing swallowed. They were so close that she could even feel Lu Zihan's breath and the fragrance from her mouth. "Then that woman? You are definitely beautiful, but she is far inferior to you." From the bottom of her heart, Su Jingjing definitely prefers Lu Zihan, but if you look at the facts, they both have their merits. Zhou Yanran is tall and looks like a model, and she is also a top beauty. Lu Zihan didn't hesitate, but closed his eyes and said painfully, "Then why doesn't he want me?" She tightly grasped Su Jingjing's short sleeves with her hands, and 2 lines of tears silently fell on her face. The beauty was heartbroken, and I felt pity for her. Su Jingjing's tears began to flow. She patted Lu Zihan's back gently and said, "We can live well without those stinky men. What else has he given you besides bringing you pain?" Lu Zihan looked at Su Jingjing helplessly and confusedly. She didn't know what Su Jingjing wanted to express. Su Jingjing took out the new energy, suppressed her pounding heart and rapid breathing, and whispered in her ear, "I can make you happy too." Seeing that Lu Zihan did not object, Su Jingjing gently held Lu Zihan's earlobe in her mouth. The crystal clear, soft, white and smooth earlobe turned red instantly. Shock and confusion appeared in Lu Zihan's eyes, but he did not resist it the first time. He just slowly closed his eyes. Su Jingjing then took advantage of the situation and slept sweetly with Lu Zihan, and the small dormitory was suddenly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Wang Ming woke up from his sleep, with a strange feeling in his heart, as if he had lost something, but also as if he had not lost anything. He shook his head and said to himself, "I probably fell into a trance after sleeping. I have some important work to do this afternoon. Whether I can break through to level 4 depends on Zhou Yanran. I haven't really tried it in the small forest. Chapter 60 Level 4 is difficult to break." When Wang Ming arrived at the foot of the hill, Zhou Yanran was already waiting. She had her long hair loose and wore light makeup. Her face was fair and delicate, her eyes were big and bright, and her red lips were painted with bean paste-colored lipstick. She wore a dark green low-cut camisole top with a matching gauze coat, a black ruffled miniskirt, and black heart-shaped socks instead of the flesh-colored tights she wore in the morning. She also wore a pair of white low-top boots on her feet. There was also a black backpack on his back, which was bulging and I didn't know what was inside. Zhou Yanran is tall, and her diligent and hard training has made her figure tight and energetic. This outfit makes her look more gentle and feminine. You must have been waiting for a long time. It took some time to ask for directions on the way. You look really nice in this outfit. Wang Ming exclaimed with admiration in his eyes. Zhou Yanran was delighted. A woman dresses up to please herself, and she was very happy to receive Wang Ming's sincere praise. On the other hand, the reason was that she wanted to overshadow Lu Zihan in the morning and let Wang Ming know that his choice was not wrong. "I was inconsiderate and didn't tell you where it is. Let's go. I know where on this place is suitable for training." Zhou Yanran naturally held Wang Ming's arm, and her 2 soft breasts pressed against Wang Ming's arm. They both knew what today's training was actually for. After walking along the mountain road for a while and reaching a platform, Zhou Yanran did not continue along the road. Instead, she pulled Wang Ming into the woods on the side. After walking for another 5 or 6 minutes, the view suddenly opened up. There is a circle of bushes used as a fence here, and behind it are patches of densely leafed trees, with a 3-meter square open space in the middle. What a great place, it's practically a natural habitat. The front overlooks the school, and the back blocks the view. How did you find this place? Wang Ming felt puzzled. This place seemed to be tailor-made for what they were going to do. Zhou Yanran explained, "Xingxue failed the exam last time, so she brought me to the back mountain to relax, and we wandered around and ended up here. But this place wasn't formed naturally. We cleared it out last time. We dug up trees, filled the soil, and weeded. It was exhausting. You guys really have plenty of free time." When Xingxue is in a bad mood, she likes to do some hard work. She says that when her body is exhausted, her mind will be relaxed. That makes some sense. Wang Ming looked at the school. It covered a very large area. The place he usually went to was less than 1/10 of the school's area. It's really big, worthy of being a union university. Yes, it's very beautiful. Look at the lake over there. It's said that fresh water is brought in from outside. The largest piece in the middle is for the beast girls in the water to practice. Wang Ming looked into the distance and indeed could vaguely see people moving around in that area of water, like little ants. What a beautiful school. Then am I not beautiful? Zhou Yanran looked up and asked, with a teasing look in her eyes as if to ask why you haven't done your work yet. Wang Ming smiled and said, "Beautiful, of course you are beautiful. Why then should we abandon the near and seek the far, ignoring the beauty before us and looking into the distance? This is what the wise do not do." Zhou Yanran imitated the tone of the ancients with a mischievous smile on her face. Wang Ming immediately held her face in his hands and responded, "It's indeed unwise. The distant view, though beautiful, is not as good as the person in front of you. Zhou Yanran blushed slightly, giggled and broke away from him, turned around to take off her backpack, took out a folded bedsheet from it, shook it, and spread it out on the ground. Just practice here. Xingxue said she taught you all the yoga body flexing techniques, so let me try. Zhou Yanran sat cross-legged on the bedsheet, looking at Wang Ming with burning eyes. Wang Ming's eyes were burning with anger. This woman was indeed very similar to her sister. Once she decided to do something, she would do it as soon as possible and do it to the best of her ability, without any hesitation or dragging her feet. Although it was in stark contrast to his previous image, Wang Ming had to admit that he really fell for it. A gentle breeze blows, cicadas chirp, and in the distance there is a bustling crowd. The freshmen are in training, and a beautiful woman nearby lowers her eyes, her delicate body about to be beaten. Wang Ming was so absorbed in his cultivation that he ignored everything else. When he got excited, he would just stand up and cultivate while watching the scenery. This scene was what it meant to enjoy life to the fullest. It's so refreshing. Today's training was really enjoyable. As the sky was getting dark, Zhou Yanran quietly folded up the bedsheet and put it into her backpack. Then she rolled her eyes at Wang Mingdao. You have practiced well, but I am in trouble. Wang Ming smiled without saying anything, knowing that she was just acting coquettishly so that Wang Ming would feel more sorry for her. Zhou Yanran felt the spiritual power in her body and said in surprise, I seem to be about to break through to level 3. I just need the last bit. I think I'll be there in a week or two. Don't you need some special medium to upgrade? I had collected all of them a long time ago, but I just needed some time to polish them. I never thought I would make up for it today. Wang Ming nodded and said, You have really polished it today. It seems that you will have to polish it after all. Zhou Yanran was stunned for a moment, then reacted and spat at him lightly, but did not refute. Wang Ming also felt his own cultivation level, but found that there was not much change. If he could reach level 3.6 after practicing with Zhao Qingxue, then now it was at most 3.7. How can there be such a big difference? Wang Ming remembered that before he practiced with Zhao Qingxue, he was only about level 3.3. Zhao Qingxue could increase by 0.3, so why could Zhou Yanran only increase by 0.1? Does this mean that the higher the level of the Beast Girl? If the Beast Girl's level is not high enough, then the only way to win is to use quantity. He felt a little depressed, as level 3 Beast Girls were rare here. After passing level 3 and taking the test, they would have to go to a higher level campus of the Alliance University. For example, Huang Chengyun, who fought with Wang Ming in the morning, will leave the campus after completing the sophomore assessment. Hey, are you guys going to leave after the sophomore exam? How long will it take? Oh, right. I'll be leaving here when I reach level 3. There should be a centralized assessment in a month. But you're only a freshman, and you haven't finished learning the systematic knowledge yet. I probably won't let you go. Then I won't be able to see you anymore. Wang Ming pondered in silence. He only had 1 month. He had to find those level 3 Beast Girls who were about to leave, contract them, and practice closely with them before he could level up. After all, the theoretical knowledge that he needs to learn in his freshman year is exactly what he lacks, so he can't not learn it. As expected, in the path of cultivation, there is competition everywhere. Zhou Yanran leaned her head against Wang Ming's chest, thinking that Wang Ming was reluctant to leave her, and said sadly, Why didn't you come earlier? Wang Ming laughed in silence. It turned out that after satisfying a woman's desire, she would obey you and do whatever you want. I'm here right after school started. How early can I be? You know those level 3 seniors, so take me to meet them. Zhou Yanran said jealously, It's just the beginning, and you're already looking for a new love? It's just training. They are just tools. You and Zhou Shui are different. You are both my true love. Zhou Yanran's anger turned into joy after hearing this. Just as she was about to speak, a loud noise came from the top of the mountain, followed by a loud female voice. You useless thing. With your limited strength, how can you compete with others for the ranking on the battle list? Chapter 61, third on the Beast Girl ranking. Wang Ming and Zhou Yanran were curious, so they returned to the mountain road, climbed up the steps, and soon reached the top of the mountain. It was a wide platform with a pavilion and stone tables and chairs. A man and a woman stood facing each other. The man covered his chest and coughed lightly. His white short-sleeved shirt was stained with blood and his jeans were covered with dust. The woman has a curvaceous figure, long wavy black hair, skin as white as snow, deep dark brown eyes that are slightly upturned, and a sharp aura. Her beauty is aggressive, like a black rose with thorns, which makes people yearn for her but dare not approach her easily. She wore a slim black suit jacket with a deep V lining, a hip-hugging miniskirt and high heels, black striped stockings on her legs, and simple but valuable diamond earrings in her ears, which sparkled in the sun. Huang Xinrui. Zhou Yanran called out softly, and Wang Ming seemed to have heard of this name before, so he quickly asked her how she knew her. Third on the Beast Girl rankings. Didn't you just ask about a level 3 Beast Girl? She is. Wang Ming's heart moved, and he looked at Huang Xinrui again. She was definitely a beautiful woman with a score of 9 or above, but her temperament was too cold and she looked arrogant. When the man saw someone coming, he said, "Please give me some face, Xinrui. I won't practice today." Lu Ergu, will anyone give you face in the arena? You're a hopeless case, and you're afraid of losing face with just 2 of you. What will you do when there are thousands of people watching? Huang Xinrui didn't give him any face at all, but instead scolded him harshly. Lu Ergu's real name is Lu Quan. He and Huang Xinrui have known each other since childhood. Ergu is a nickname for him. Lu Quan was also a little angry when he heard this. He said softly, "Then continue. I was just afraid of tiring you out." His spiritual power surged into his fist and smashed towards Huang Xinrui. The image of a grinning big dog vaguely appeared on his fist. Huang Xinrui raised his hand to block, but the shadow of the big dog kept chasing him. Finally, it's starting to look something like this. Her body shape changed, and she also turned into a big dog, with canine teeth and animal ears, and she crawled on all fours and fiercely bit towards Lu Quan. Lu Quan moved quickly and attacked Huang Xinrui's waist, but Huang Xinrui jumped up and hit him in the chest. With a bang, Lu Quan fell down and reached out to grab Huang Xinrui's tail, but she dodged him with a leap. Lu Quan rolled over on the ground, a faint yellow light emanating from his body, and he muttered, "A pack of wolves is seeking my life." In the blink of an eye, several black-backed wolfhound shadows appeared around, but they looked more like dogs. Huang Xinrui fought with several wolfhounds, almost biting one to pieces with one bite. When she became more ferocious, she even bit towards Lu Quan's neck. Lu Quan lacked spiritual power and could not push it away. He could only try his best to protect his neck and shouted, "Big Huang dog, you are crazy. You are biting me to death." Huang Xinrui then stopped and returned to human form in the blink of an eye. Her clothes were intact, but the heel of one of her high-heeled shoes was still on Lu Quan's neck. "That's it? Don't waste my time." Lu Quan sighed helplessly and said nothing more. Huang Xinrui let go of his neck, threw her hair back, and walked down the mountain on her own. Before leaving, she glanced at Wang Ming and Zhou Yanran, but said nothing. Lu Quan got up from the ground and shouted at Wang Ming and Huang Yanran, "What are you looking at? Have you ever seen a handsome guy fall to the ground? You are freshmen, right? You are not training well and are here to slack off, right? Which department are you from? I will tell your teacher." Wang Ming saw that he was showing off and replied with a smile, "If it hurts, just shout it out, buddy. There are no outsiders here." Lu Quan, "Ouch, how do you know I'm in pain? That bitch was so cruel and almost bit my neck off." "That's your beast girl, right? You're so lucky, buddy. She's so pretty and willing to help you train." Wang Ming asked tentatively. His system was unable to contract a beast girl that had already been contracted. "Well, how could I dare to contract her? She's been our bully since she was a child, the yellow sister among dogs, the invincible among people." "I was kidding you. It's just bad luck. Our 2 families are neighbors, so she's just helping me practice." Lu Quan rubbed his neck and brushed off the dust on his body. Wang Ming felt relieved, as it seemed that he had hope of breaking through to level 4 again. "Brother, if you don't sign the contract, I will do it. I think you are quite interesting to talk to. Don't blame me for stealing your love when the time comes." "What?" Lu Quan widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. "You want to contract her? What about the one next to you? I'm just his friend." Zhou Yanran replied without saying anything else. "Okay, I thought you guys, well, brother, you're so stupid that you want to contract Huang to go. Don't look at her beauty. People who have the same idea as you were beaten so badly that they don't even recognize her. Anyone who wants to sign a contract with her must first fight her and win before she will consider it. She also requires that the person cannot be older than her. Do you understand what I mean? Is she very good? Didn't you see it just now? She almost bit me to death. It's all thanks to our childhood friendship. I'm not afraid to tell you, she's only of Class A caliber. In 3 months, she might even be able to reach Class 4. Wang Ming's eyes lit up and he asked if he could have a contact number. Lu Quan sighed, feeling that what he had just said was in vain. Brother, if you can capture her and make her your beast mother, I will kowtow to you, but I can't cheat you. She has already crippled 8 people. She is really merciless. It's okay, I'll take care of any problems myself, thank you for your help, buddy. Wang Ming didn't care. He watched Huang Xinrui's fight just now and felt that he could beat her. Okay, then you're on your own. I'm going back to lie down. He gave his contact information to Wang Ming, said hello and walked down the mountain. Wang Ming and Zhou Yanran had nothing else to do, so they simply went down the mountain with him. After chatting on the way, they learned that Lu Quan was from the reconnaissance department and had an extremely keen sense of smell. His beast mother was also a dog, but he didn't go into details. The 3 of them got along quite well, and since it was dinner time, they ate together. Lu Quan drank 2 bottles of wine and couldn't help but persuade Wang Ming again. Xiao Ming, I'm not saying you should forget your life for the sake of beauty. That Huang Degu is really not someone you can contract. As a friend, there's nothing to say. But if she's a beast mother, don't even think about her cooperating with you. You have to kneel down and listen to her. Wang Ming did not comment, but only asked if he could invite Huang Xinrui out for dinner as well. Lu Quan shook his head and said, you have to do it yourself. She is annoying and has long warned me not to disturb her practice. If she knew I was helping you, I would be screwed. Wang Ming did not force it. He already had the contact information and the training location, so he did not waste any time, so he invited Lu Quan to continue eating and drinking. Lu Quan looked behind Wang Ming and saw 2 young women staring at him. He shuddered and asked, Xiao Ming, have you gotten into trouble for having affairs? Wang Ming followed his gaze and looked back. 3 or 4 meters away, Lu Zihan and Su Jingjing were staring at him. Chapter 62, Freshman Assessment. Thanks to the efforts of Su Jingjing and New Energy, Lu Zihan temporarily forgot about Wang Ming, but then he was filled with a deep sense of emptiness. She pushed Su Jingjing away and burst into tears on the pillow. Su Jingjing was at a loss, as humble as a man. She didn't know what to say, and she didn't know why Lu Zihan, who was happy just a moment ago, suddenly started crying. Lu Zihan cried for a while, sobbing and saying, he is still the best, he is still the best, I can't do it, I can't live without him. Su Jingjing said sadly, didn't I make you happy? It's different. You can't compare to him. It's different. Jingjing, do you like me very much? Then can you help me? Lu Zihan grabbed Su Jingjing's hands, his face full of pleading. Su Jingjing closed her eyes in pain. After a struggle between her conscience and her conscience, she slowly opened her eyes and said, okay. Thank you, Jingjing. You have a better figure than me. If you are willing to help me, Wang Ming will definitely be willing to keep me. Lu Zihan muttered to himself, completely unaware that Su Jingjing looked as pale as death. It turns out that not only does she not love me, she also wants to use me to please the man she likes. Su Jingjing laughed at herself in her heart, but did not refute Lu Zihan, who was extremely emotionally unstable. The 2 came to the cafeteria to eat and happened to see Wang Ming, Zhou Yanran, and Lu Quan eating together. Lu Zihan stared at Wang Ming's back. He wanted to go up to him and admit his mistake, but he felt that Zhou Yanran was next to him and he couldn't bring himself to do it. While hesitating, Wang Ming turned around and looked over. He saw that the 2 of them didn't say anything, but turned around as if nothing had happened and said to Lu Quan, it's okay, we're almost done eating, let's go home now and meet up next time. Lu Quan saw that Lu Zihan had come with bad intentions and was interested in eating melons. When he saw Wang Ming driving him away, he pretended not to hear and just watched. Wang Ming came to the opposite side of Lu Zihan, and Zhou Yanran was standing next to him, with a hint of pride and provocation in her eyes. What do you want from me? Wang Ming looked at Lu Zihan and saw that her eyes were red, probably because she had been crying. She was wearing a gray and white skirt casually, with bare legs and a pair of slippers. I think you shouldn't leave. Forget it, let's talk about it next time. I'm leaving first. Oops. Lu Zihan looked at Zhou Yanran, who was dressed beautifully and sexy, then looked down at her own clothes. She couldn't say anything and turned away. In this situation, she had lost all her momentum. Even if she wanted to beg Wang Ming to keep her, she couldn't make herself look like a clown in contrast to Zhou Yanran, who was so glamorous. Su Jingjing glared at Wang Ming fiercely and ran away. Lu Quan was stunned and said, "No, buddy, those two are yours too? Teach me a few tricks. Talent cannot be learned." "No, brother, if I can't, I'll kowtow to you. I'm in urgent need of a military advisor." He bent his finger to represent himself knocking one ball. Wang Ming laughed heartily, boasted to him, and talked nonsense, and then the three of them dispersed. When Wang Ming returned to the dormitory, he saw that the other three had also returned and were sitting at the table playing with their cell phones. Wang Ming was silent for a moment, wanting to say hello, but he couldn't think of anyone's name for a moment, so he had to walk to his seat silently. Zhang Yiming took the initiative to say, "Wang Ming, I haven't seen you these past 2 days. The special training must have been very tiring." "Not bad, the senior is quite gentle and knows a lot. She's broadened my horizons a lot. TSK, that overhead kick. Ha? What's with the bicycle kick? Do you play football?" "Ah, no, cough, it's just a fighting technique, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." "How's your training going?" "It's a bit dark." Wang Ming asked after taking a sip of water. Lu Shan replied with a wry smile, "I'm almost dying of heat. It's so hot, there's no point in standing here. I have a basic assessment at the end of this week, and I heard that the classes will be divided based on both willingness and grades." Zhang Yiming continued, "Wang Ming, you definitely don't have to worry. With your grades, you can definitely compete for the top 10 freshmen." "Only in the top 10? Wang Ming was puzzled, and suddenly remembered that his roommates didn't know he was level 3. He couldn't help but want to show off, but he didn't say it out loud. Zhang Yiming said, "There are several powerful ones this year. I heard they are all level 2 and have contracted beast girls. Their combat power is amazing. There is also one who has a high level of tacit understanding with the beast girl and can even use her skills." Wang Ming nodded thoughtfully, as if he could use Lu Zihan's skills before, but he didn't know if the wild charge could be considered a skill. Qin Lang suddenly interrupted and said, "Wang Ming should be able to enter the top 3. Level 1-2 mainly depends on physical fitness. He is too strong." Zhang Yiming wanted to refute, but he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Wang Ming asked Qin Lang, "What about you? Can you make it into the top 3? Qin Lang shook his head, "It's difficult. I'm only level 1. I've heard of 5 level 2s in the past few days. There are already 5 level 2s, how can Wang Ming still be in the top 3? "Wait, Wang Ming, are you also a level 2? Zhang Yiming said in disbelief. "Guess." Wang Ming did not comment. Lu Shan doesn't like to talk about these things. He is not very strong and he doesn't feel involved in talking about these things at all. "I heard there are quite a few level 2 girls on the girls' side, and they're pretty good looking too. I wonder if they'd be a good match." "Why do you care if we can match up? Isn't your goddess Huang Keqing?" Zhang Yiming joked. "Well, I'm the Wolf King. I don't just lick one goddess. I lick a group of them. I lick whoever I like every day. I was wondering why Qin Lang was always thirsty recently. It turns out he can't drink the water your goddess gave him. I'm surprised you didn't send it at all, ha ha. Go, go, go. I really don't know when I'll be able to meet someone I really like." Lu Shan looked melancholy, looking at the row of messages on his phone waiting for the goddess reply, feeling like a clown. Wang Ming was also replying to messages, so he was a little busy. Li Linlin, Zhou Shui, Lu Zihan, Zhou Yanran, and even Lu Sini, Zheng Feng, and Mrs. Liang were all sending him messages. Wang Minghui's hands were a little sore, so he could only end with "I'm going to sleep" to avoid endless chatting. Only Lu Zihan was still persevering and asked him if he wanted to come to class tomorrow, as there was also a baseline test, and if he wanted to be in the same team with him. Wang Ming thought for a moment and replied, "We can form a team, but we have to go to class." "You're so cold to me." "Then think about why yourself." After Wang Ming finished typing, he didn't reply to her. Lu Zihan put down her phone, tears streaming down her face. Su Jingjing said, "Okay, Zihan, don't think about it. I'll wash your socks for you. Go to bed early." Zhan Lu replied, "Then let me help you clean your shoes." Huang Keqing looked at the two of them in confusion. They were so attentive to Lu Zihan. Was there something he didn't know? As soon as Su Jingjing went out, she had an epic lung flush and her face instantly turned red. Zhang Lu said angrily, "You always come first. Tomorrow it's my turn to comfort Zihan." "No, Lulu, she's different. I can't give it to you this time. What? You want to keep it all for yourself? Wang Ming never worried about things like basic assessments, but since he wanted to level up, he inevitably had to find a higher level beast girl. The ranking in the baseline assessment will make him a little famous, so he should strive for it. Especially Huang Xinrui, at first glance, she is the kind of girl who admires the strong and has clear goals. She definitely likes famous and strong men. Thinking of this, Wang Ming glanced at the add friend column, and Huang Xinrui still did not approve. He didn't bother and started chatting with Zhao Qingxue. This senior student sent 2 photos, one of her wearing flesh-colored yoga pants with black stockings, and the other of her wearing white yoga pants with gray stockings. She asked Wang Ming which one looked better. Do I have to wear yoga pants? Yes, flexibility training. You won't forget it just now, will you? I'm going to attend a theoretical class tomorrow morning and then train in the afternoon. The clothes all look nice to me, you can choose for yourself. Then I'll bring them all, and I'll wear whichever one you like. Good. Zhao Qingxue was only wearing shorts and was happily kicking her legs on the bed. Zhou Yanran saw this and said with a smile, "Don't make the bed collapse." In their sophomore year, they shared a double room, with only the 2 of them in the dormitory. Hey, I'm happy. Let me tell you about Wang Ming. Wow, that's really, really great. Okay, I get it. I repeat it several times a day. Happy, by the way, Yanran, why are your knees bruised and there are leaves in your hair? Ah. Zhou Yanran suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She had been practicing so frantically in the afternoon that she didn't pay attention to these things. Zhao Qingxue was so perceptive that she immediately reacted and said, "Okay, you look innocent, but I didn't expect you to be such a greedy girl. Tell me, how many times have you come?" "Oh, go away and go to sleep." "Humph, don't tell me. Next time I want to go with you. I'll see if you will tell me." Chapter 63 Doubt and Temptation. Wang Ming attended classes in the morning and practiced with Zhao Qingxue and Zhou Yanran in the afternoon. At first, they were a little embarrassed, but later they began to enjoy it. Time flies, and soon a week has passed and it is the day of the baseline assessment. Wang Ming arrived at the assessment site. This baseline assessment was divided into 2 parts. One was the theoretical part, where he answered the questions normally. Wang Ming had also studied hard for a few days, so there was no big problem. The other is actual combat training, which is also the highlight of this assessment. Each person must go through at least 3 games, which will end after the judges give their judgment. Wang Ming made a rough calculation and found that there were nearly 2,000 freshmen in their class. Using this comparison method, it might take a long time to get the result. Zhang Yiming sneered when he heard his words and explained, "Your vision is still too narrow. Our school has a special formation that is specifically designed to deal with this situation. Everyone will be automatically matched with an opponent after entering. It seems that there are a lot of games, but the actual fighting only takes 3 to 5 minutes. Moreover, many people are fighting at the same time, and the teachers will monitor in real time through the formation, with each person having a small area to see clearly. If you are judged to be seriously injured or disabled, you will be declared the loser immediately and the next match will begin." Lu Shan asked curiously, "I've never seen something so magical before." "Hee hee, you country bumpkin. I heard there's something more advanced. They'll send you directly to a special space where your every move can be seen." Zhang Yiming said disdainfully. After all, they are a wealthy family and know a lot. "Are the opponents matched randomly?" Lu Shan asked. "I heard that they'll make a simple match based on your entrance exam results. They won't let the weakest go directly against the strongest. Of course, if you're hiding your weaknesses, that's another matter, but that's the maximum you'll get. Advanced." Wang Ming praised. As he spoke, the teacher on the stage finished explaining the rules, and everyone entered the formation. A white light emerged, covering everyone. Wang Ming saw that the surroundings were shrouded in white fog, separating a flat area of 10 meters square. Lu Zihan was also sent to his side at some point, looking at him with watery eyes. "They actually teleported here directly?" "Yes, because of the entrance examination, I filled in your beast girl, so..." Lu Zihan said timidly that her relationship with Wang Ming had eased in the past few days, but Wang Ming had never taken the initiative to talk to her. "I see, why didn't the opponent come?" As he was speaking, a man and a woman appeared on the opposite side. Wang Ming didn't recognize him, so he just activated his spiritual power and turned Lu Zihan into a beast. Lu Zihan's 2 horns appeared on his head and he quickly adjusted his mentality. Then Wang Ming rushed over quickly and knocked down the man and woman opposite with one punch each. Teacher, I'm level 3 now. Please change my opponent. Wang Ming decided not to hide it anymore, as only the best people could get the best resources. If you pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, you may end up becoming a pig. Wang Ming wins. We will be rematched in 1 minute. A female voice came, and it sounded familiar to Wang Ming. Outside the formation, Xin Mingjie and Mei Shuiyan were looking at Wang Ming in the formation and talking. My student is growing so fast. He's already at level 3. I'm afraid there's no one among the freshmen who can match him. After hearing what her best friend said, Xin Mingjie asked inquiringly, are you really going to accept him? He kidnapped 2 sophomores right after he arrived, and he even brought another one with him. I remember you hated men like that the most, didn't you? Mei Shuiyan said, he seems to be able to level up through beast mothers. The more contracts he has, the faster he levels up. That's why I asked you to help me watch him. If he is truly loyal to the human race and is just a bit lustful, that is not unacceptable. However, if he has any other intentions, we must nip them in the bud. Shen Mingjie was shocked. You suspect he's a spy planted by the alien beast? Then why don't you just kill him? If he really is, leaving a known risk is better than leaving an unknown one. And he passed my first test. Before, when I asked him to kill the alien beast, he didn't hesitate at all. This is also one of the reasons why I kept him. But, just because he can contract many beast girls, you doubt him? Isn't that too arbitrary? Xin Mingjie didn't understand, so Mei Shuiyan was silent for a moment before explaining, there are some things I can't tell you. If you have time, you can look up the origins of Beast Girl, and you'll understand why I suspect him. And this situation is incredibly unusual, isn't it? I've checked him out. He was just an ordinary student before, barely able to afford food. How could he suddenly possess such strength and talent? Maybe he's handsome. Xin Mingjie had no intention of exploring the matter. Wang Ming left a pretty good impression on her. Nympho, keep an eye on him and don't get yourself involved. Mei Shuiyan said helplessly that she had no way to deal with this best friend. Inside the formation, Wang Ming looked at the person who appeared before him and couldn't help but smile. You really are hiding your strength. The people who came were none other than his roommate Qin Lang, and the woman was named Sun Ping, Qin Lang's beast mother, and she was also very beautiful. Qin Lang whispered, I wanted to show off, but I didn't expect you to have the same idea. Ha ha ha, let's have a fight then. I hate people who are more handsome than me the most. Wang Ming joked. Sun Ping said with a smile, Qin Lang is not as handsome as you, he is just a pretty boy. I like strong guys like you. Lu Zihan's expression immediately changed and he said, just fight, why are you talking so much nonsense? She rushed out first, charging violently and heading straight for Sun Ping. Sun Ping smiled and said, the little sister is not very strong, but she has a very bad temper. She dodged Lu Zihan's attacks easily and teased her playfully. Wang Ming also rushed towards Qin Lang and used the Pegasus Meteor Fist. Qin Lang's situation was not so easy. He had just reached level 3 and thought he would definitely take first place. However, he still underestimated the heroes of the world. After exchanging dozens of punches, Qin Lang knew he was no match for his opponent, so he leaped into the air with a whoosh and then kicked down from the air. After blocking a few times, Wang Ming found that he didn't need to land. If the attack missed, he would immediately return to the air. He took the time to look at Sun Ping. Sun Ping had wings on her back and was also attacking downwards from the air, teasing Lu Zihan. Flying-type beast girl, I'm so envious. Wang Ming praised it with his mouth, but suddenly a smile appeared on his face. It's a pity that this isn't open air, otherwise you would have one. Qin Lang suddenly felt something was wrong and tried to increase his altitude, but it was too late. Wang Ming suddenly leaped up and came directly to Qin Lang, using his strongest punch, which was praised by Xin Mingjie as being able to counter a level 4 punch. Qin Lang blocked with his hands crossed, and was knocked to the ground with a bang. He spit out blood and couldn't get up for a long time. Wang Ming rushed towards Sun Ping as soon as he landed. At that moment, Sun Ping had just kicked Lu Zihan to the ground and was mocking him triumphantly. Wang Ming seized the opportunity and punched her to Qin Lang. Puff! Sun Ping spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of disbelief. How can you be so strong? Qin Lang sighed and said, well, I underestimated you. Ping Ping, are you okay? It's okay, don't tell me, it's pretty cool. There was a strange light in Sun Ping's eyes, but she spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that she was being tough and just liked to show off. Wang Ming wins. We will be rematched in 1 minute. Qin Lang and the other person were teleported away. Wang Ming helped Lu Zihan up and brushed the dust off her body. She was wearing a pink and white sportswear today, and now she looked very dusty. I'm a burden to you, I'm sorry. Lu Zihan lowered his head, knowing that his strength was too poor and he could no longer keep up with Wang Ming. It's okay, I will help you find materials to upgrade, just practice hard and don't lose heart. Wang Ming comforted her softly without blaming her. Wang Ming, I will. Lu Zihan couldn't help but hug Wang Ming, without any grudges in his heart. TSK, how touching. What a shame, what a shame. The new opponent was only one man with dyed red hair and a scar running through his face. He was not tall, but his muscles were amazing. What a pity. You ugly thing. Lu Zihan said angrily, interrupting her warm moment. It's a pity that I'll beat you up so badly that you won't recognize each other. Let me introduce myself, I am the contractor Lu Wushang, the beastless girl. Lu Wushang put on an arrogant attitude and looked at Wang Ming and the other man with disdain, as if he didn't take them seriously. Chapter 64, Emerging. Wang Ming asked Lu Zihan to hide aside to recuperate and he stood in front. You're quite boastful, so let's try it. He hooked his finger at Lu Wushang, and a threatening look flashed in his eyes. A mental pressure swept towards Lu Wushang. Lu Wushang's expression instantly turned serious, and he even felt a bit of fear in his heart, as if he was facing an invincible opponent. Interesting, a rare ability. He withstood the pressure and rushed towards Wang Ming at such a fast speed that even an afterimage appeared on the spot. Bang! Wang Ming almost couldn't see his movements, but he instinctively blocked his kick. Then countless punches and kicks attacked, as if there were enemies from all directions. Wang Ming was able to keep up at first, but soon he found that he could not keep up with the speed. He swung his hands too slowly, and even if he used the Pegasus Meteor Fist, he could not hit Lu Wushang. After Wang Ming realized this, he simply gave up defending his whole body and only defended the key parts. Although Lu Wushang threw many punches and kicks, they had little killing power. He even had time to taunt, with that little strength, you can't even hit me even if I'm standing there. Lu Wushang stopped and his eyes became more serious. It's not that his punches were not powerful, but Wang Ming's body was like cast iron. He couldn't hit his heart, abdomen, back or kidneys at all. You are indeed a powerful character, but you can't beat me. I don't get the name Lu Wushang for nothing. He pointed at himself proudly. Just now, Wang Ming could only be beaten and had no chance to fight back. Wang Ming nodded and said, that's right. So what are you going to do? Keep tickling me? While Lu Wushang was thinking, his body suddenly moved, but not towards Wang Ming, but towards Lu Zihan who was hiding in the corner. Bang, bang. There were two consecutive sounds. The first was the sound of Wang Ming kicking Lu Wushang down, and the second was the sound of Lu Wushang hitting the white mist. I guessed you would do this. How are you? Are you hurt? Wang Ming stood in front of Lu Zihan and said calmly. Lu Zihan only felt that Wang Ming was extremely tall and seemed to have light on him. Lu Wushang had a fragile body and although he was fast, he couldn't withstand the blow and fell to the ground and couldn't get up. After all, this is a punch that Wang Ming can directly compare to a level 4 punch. How can a mere level 3 possibly withstand it? Wang Ming wins. The baseline assessment is over. Accompanied by a pleasant voice, Wang Ming and Lu Zihan were sent out of the formation. Shen Mengjie and Wei Donghua were waiting outside. Wei Donghua said happily. You were born to be in my strategic department. You hit the target with one blow and anticipate the enemy's moves. Well done. Wang Ming said modestly, he's just too inexperienced. If someone else were to do it, they wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. Shen Mengjie also praised, this time, I have the style of fighting against the department. It's a pity that you don't want to come. Are you really not considering it anymore? Teacher can agree to one condition for you. Shen Mengjie's implication was obvious. Wang Ming looked at her when he heard that. She was wearing a goose yellow cheongsam with slits on both sides reaching the top of her thighs. She was wearing skin-colored pantyhose on her legs. They were high-end products and looked transparent and smooth at first glance. She was wearing a pair of light yellow fishmouth high heels, and her exposed toes were painted with red nail polish, which made her look particularly sexy. Teacher, are any conditions acceptable? Wei Dongwei got anxious when he heard this and quickly said, Teacher Shin, this isn't the norm in our serious school. Wang Ming, if you don't have a girlfriend, I have a few pretty and capable girls under my command who I can introduce to you. Shin Mingjie said quietly, no matter how you think about it, I have more female students under me. Wei Dongbo was choked up and could only say to Wang Mingdao, your future is more important than anything else. Don't let women lead you astray. Shin Mingjie smiled gently, like 100 flowers blooming, is it not possible for a beauty like me? Wei Dongbo smiled and changed the subject. After a brief conversation with Wang Ming, the assessments for other students were also declared over. The teachers in charge of the assessment exchanged ideas with each other, and one of them came over to report to Wei Donghua. Director Wei, the results are in. The first place among the new contractors is Wang Ming, the second is Qin Lang, and the third is Lu Wushang. The first place among the beast mothers is Zhang Yao, the second is Sun Ping, and the third is Lin Lily. Wei Donghua said with a smile, let's ask them all to come up. From now on, this will be the lineup for our class. So the teacher used the assessment formation to loudly announce the results of this assessment. What? Wang Ming, that kid is actually number 1. If he hadn't reported his student number together, I wouldn't believe it. Zhang Yiming complained to Lu Shan. Lu Shan was envious and replied casually, believe it or not, they are all number 1, but why is Qin Lang second? Isn't he not as strong as you? Zhang Yiming shook his head and said, he didn't use his beast mother ability that day. Besides, he doesn't look like someone who likes to show off. When Lu Zihan heard the news about Wang Ming, he was extremely excited, but at the same time, he felt inferior, and the gap between them began to widen gradually. Zhao Qingshui and Zhou Yanran, who had skipped training to watch Wang Ming's assessment, were also very happy and searched everywhere for Wang Ming. On the other side, Lu Quan pulled Huang Xinrui to appreciate Wang Ming's fight. After Huang Xinrui learned that Wang Ming was the person who watched them that day, she finally nodded and said, I knew he was no ordinary fish, but I never expected him to take first place today. Lu Quan smiled and said, I told you that this guy wants to pursue you and asked me to give him his contact information. Don't regret it later. Huang Xinrui said, I think you are tired of living. Who asked you to give it? Then I'll ask him to give it back. Okay, keep it. Maybe it will come in handy later. As he was speaking, the sound of the formation spread throughout the entire campus, and Wang Ming's name and fighting style were watched by tens of thousands of people. This time, he really stood out and became a leader among the freshmen. Chapter 65 Mission in Training Beast Girl. Zhang Yao, the daughter of the head teacher Zhang Chang, wore delicate light makeup, light green eyeshadow, pink blush, and pomelo-colored lipstick. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and she looked fresh and capable. She was wearing a blue and white JK uniform. Although she was already a college student, her figure and temperament had not changed, and she still retained the charming style of a JK girl. A pair of muscular long legs wrapped in black over the knee socks are revealed from under the black miniskirt, and the white thigh flesh exposed between the stockings and the skirt is very dazzling. Wang Ming shifted his gaze away from her. This beauty was also above 9 points, and she was already level 3. She had not been contracted yet, so she was also one of his possible targets. Standing next to her was Sun Ping, who was contracted by Qin Lang. She was only 60% or 70% pretty at best. Wang Ming was not interested in her and just passed by her. Next to Sun Ping is Lin Weiwei, who is wearing an oversized printed sweatshirt and 3/4 denim shorts. Her smooth thighs are exposed, looking white and translucent. Wearing black fishnet over the knee socks on the calves and retro running shoes injects a touch of boldness and rebellion into the casual sports style, which is playful and sexy. It is worth mentioning that Lin Weiwei was wearing a hat and a mask, looking a little mysterious. But Wang Ming still recognized her at a glance. Lin Weiwei was Fang Ziheo's maid Lin Wei. I just don't know what happened. She actually has the strength to enter the top 3, and her contractor Fang Ziheo doesn't even dare to appear in front of Wang Ming. Seeing that everyone was present, Wei Donggui encouraged a few of them as usual, and then asked the freshmen to follow their examples and practice well. This baseline assessment was declared over and several people stepped down. Wang Ming was just about to go find Lin Wei to ask something when another person appeared in front of him. Zhang Yao looked Wang Ming up and down, and saw that he was tall and handsome, with bright eyes. He was not the kind of vulgar and obscene person, so she felt a little more favorable towards him. Hello, you are both number 1. Let's get to know each other, classmate. Maybe we can have a chance to cooperate in the future. The implication is that Wang Ming may become her contractor in the future. Wang Ming was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that before he went to find the target would find him first. Hello, cooperation is no problem. Can you add my contact information first? Wang Ming naturally had no problem with the contract as it could be concluded smoothly. Zhang Yao raised her head proudly and said, "You're not good enough right now. You have a beast girl named Lu Zihan who wants to cooperate with me. You have to reach level 4 first, and then kick Lu Zihan out. This is the idea for normal contractors, and there is no big problem with it." However, Zhang Yao's next words made Wang Ming a little angry. Also, I'm a germaphobe. If you want to make a contract with me, the original beast girl will never appear again. Also, you can't have other women around you, including girlfriends, ambiguous partners, sex partners, and so on. You want to be my girlfriend? No other women around me. You're dreaming. I can't just pick a boyfriend casually. I have to be very selective and choose someone who's a good match. Look at what you're wearing. It's obvious you're poor. I just want you to be clean and not dirty my eyes. Huh, so what you're saying is that you should find a boyfriend normally, but I can't have any other woman around me? Wang Ming laughed out of anger. This woman must be crazy. Where does she get such a strong sense of superiority? Yes, you know who my dad is, right? If I find out there are other girls around you, I will make sure you can't stay there. Zhang Yao said this as a matter of course, with a threatening tone, as if she had already determined that Wang Ming was in her pocket and treated him like a slave. You're crazy. Wang Ming turned around and left, only to find that Lin Weiwei had disappeared, and Lu Zihan was still waiting for him not far away. Zhang Yao heard Wang Ming scolding him from behind, and said in a sinister tone, "This is your own choice. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel on the ground and beg me." Wang Mingli ignored her and walked straight towards Lu Zihan. For a self-righteous woman like Zhang Yao, he would find an opportunity to contract her and make her into a puff to make her obedient. There was no need to waste energy on her. Zhang Yao stared at Wang Ming's back with resentment. They had just met, but they seemed like mortal enemies. Wang Ming didn't care. He came to Lu Zihan and said to her, "I see you're almost at level 2. See if you need a mediator. If you can't find one, tell me. Can we have lunch together at noon?" Lu Zihan said cautiously that after seeing Wang Ming's strength, she felt more and more that she was not worthy of him. "Hey, Xiaoming, I need your help with something." Zhao Qingxue and Zhou Yanran came together, like a pair of sisters. Zhao Qingxue even patted Wang Ming on the shoulder and said, "What's the matter? Let's go and talk while we eat." Wang Ming agreed and walked towards the cafeteria. The three women followed him without arguing. Zhang Yao saw Wang Ming surrounded by beautiful women in the blink of an eye from behind, and she couldn't help but get angrier. But then she sneered and said to herself, "He's really popular. It's fun to conquer people like him. Just thinking about making a man like him kneel at my feet makes me want to." Wang Ming and others arrived at the restaurant. After Zhao Qingxue explained the situation, Wang Ming finally understood what was going on. "So you're going to Yunding Mountain to look for orpiment stone, but there are strange beasts lurking there, so you want my help, right?" "Yes, with the orpiment stone I can reach level 3, so you will agree, right?" Zhao Qingxue was wearing pink yoga pants and white socks, and she was hugging Wang Ming's arm and acting coquettishly. Wang Ming deliberately teased, "What good would it do if I agreed to something this dangerous and laborious?" Zhao Qingxue was obviously confident, and she whispered a few words in Wang Ming's ear. "Hanging upside down? Damn, that's even possible. Hey, be quiet." Zhao Qingxue patted Wang Ming lightly, and Lu Zihan opposite him blushed immediately, cursing him in his heart that he was shameless. "Then I agree. Sister Yanran will go with us, right? What are you missing?" Zhou Yanran smiled slightly, and said with some complacency, "In a week at most, I will be able to make a breakthrough naturally. This time I also want to take this opportunity to polish it further." Lu Zihan remained silent. She was not even at level 2 yet, and following Wang Ming would only be a burden to him. At this moment, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. "Zihan, practice well in school. Tell me if you need anything. Don't think too much. You are all my beast girls. I will do my best to train you." Lu Zihan nodded. They used to fight side by side, but now she was the one being helped. She looked at Wang Ming's increasingly resolute and handsome face, and felt a little dazed for a moment. Seeing this, Zhou Yanran wanted to ease the relationship with her, so she smiled and said, "We won't leave until tomorrow. You can practice with us in the afternoon. She moved closer to Lu Zihan and whispered in her ear. Lu Zihan looked at Wang Ming in shock at first, then her face became redder and redder, but she never said anything to refuse. In the end, she pinched the hem of her skirt and whispered, I will listen to Sister Yanran. Let's practice together. Zhou Yanran gave Wang Ming a meaningful look. Wang Ming understood and immediately looked forward to the afternoon practice. Chapter 66 Mysterious Girl. As the sun climbed up the mountain ridge, the blue-gray peaks were shining in the sun, and the rocks on the top were exposed, shining with warm light. Wang Ming and his two beast girls walked carefully in the forest. Because they might have to fight with strange beasts, the three of them were wrapped tightly. Zhou Yanran was wearing a tight blue-gray sportswear with a sports bra underneath, and her long legs were moving vigorously. Zhao Qingxue wore a black sports yoga suit, showing off her curvy figure. She wore the same silk lining as her pants, flesh-colored stockings over white mid-calf cotton socks. If we go a little further, we should find the orpiment mine. This is also the area where the level 3 thick-backed pig may appear. We have to be careful. Wang Ming led the way in front and spoke to the two of them. Zhao Qingxue replied, I'm so sorry to bother you. I didn't expect to have to walk so far. If there's any danger later, we'll just run away. Don't worry about the orpiment stone. She didn't expect to go this deep, but the place her senior had told her about had already been dug up. As the three of them traveled all the way here, the risk factor increased sharply. She felt bad and didn't want them to take risks. Zhou Yanran said, although the thick-backed pig is powerful, it only has amazing defense. We can still outrun it, so there's no need to worry. Wang Ming jokingly said, if I meet a pig, I'll throw you to you as my wife. I heard that this beast will sometimes not kill a beautiful human being if it sees one. Humph, I'll leave you here. A thick-backed pig won't kill you, but it will dig you to death. Stop disgusting me. If that happens, I'd rather die myself. Zhou Yanran was furious and took 2 quick steps forward, not wanting to talk to Wang Ming. Zhao Qingxue was afraid that she would get lost, so she followed her closely and teased her in a low voice, hasn't your good cabbage been eaten by a pig a long time ago? She winked at Wang Ming, making Zhou Yanran laugh out loud. Ha ha, you've also been taken advantage of by a pig. Pig, pig, pig. Wang Ming suddenly shouted. The two girls didn't understand what he meant and teased him, just know you are a pig. Damn it, over there's a strange beast called the thick-backed pig, you two pigs. Wang Ming pointed to the left. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a creature weighing over 500 pounds, with sharp fangs and a thick layer of unknown substance on its back, staggering towards them. Wang Ming protected the two women and asked them to walk slowly back. The thick-backed pig seemed to be full and did not rush over, but continued to walk slowly. Wang Ming and the other two then retreated, not wanting to block the thick-backed boar's way. This strange beast had thick skin and flesh, and contractors of the same level had little ability to deal with it. Zhao Qingxue turned around to check the road, but her body trembled instantly. She patted Wang Ming's shoulder lightly and said, behind, behind. Wang Ming turned around and saw another big pig blocking their retreat. Damn, this beast has some tricks up his sleeve. Zhou Yanran summoned her spiritual power and said with full alert, Qingxue, please hide between us. We will slowly retreat over there. The three men walked towards the other side, and the two pigs approached. The three men stopped, and the two pigs also stopped. These two are trying to drain our energy. Looks like we have to fight. Otherwise, if they exhaust us until we starve, we won't have a chance anymore. Zhou Yanran observed carefully and soon discovered the pattern, but it made her feel a little desperate. Wang Ming's face looked heavy. If he was alone, he would definitely be able to run away, but now with Zhao Qingxue behind him, it would be difficult for him to run away. I'll attract them later. You guys take the path over there and find a big tree to hide under. Zhao Qingxue nodded, knowing that staying would only cause more trouble. Zhou Yanran said, I'm only 1 step away from level 3. I want to give it a try. If it doesn't work, I can run away. Okay then, let's go on the left and the right. Sister Qingxue will run by herself, and will chase you from behind. As if they could understand what they were saying, the two thick-backed pigs, which were originally walking slowly, suddenly moved, increasing their speed rapidly and charging towards Wang Ming and the other two. With a body weighing over 500 pounds, it moves like a small tank, with earth-shaking momentum. Wang Ming gathered spiritual power in his fists and did not confront it head-on. Instead, he ran to the side to attract its attention. Sure enough, a thick-backed pig ran straight towards Wang Ming, its long fangs flashing coldly in the sunlight. In just over 10 seconds, the thick-backed pig caught up with Wang Ming, and Wang Ming punched the thick-backed pig on the back. The thick-backed pig relied on the thick armor he had made out of mud and took Wang Ming's punch without dodging or evading. However, this punch only caused some of the thick mud on the pig's back to fall off. This is trouble. Wang Ming ran while looking towards Zhou Yanran. Unlike him, Zhou Yanran did not confront the other pig head-on. Instead, she used her spiritual power to throw stones to attract the other pig's attention. She gathered all her spiritual power and threw the stones like small cannonballs, aiming at the eyes. The thick-backed pig that originally ran towards Zhao Qingxue actually rushed towards Zhou Yanran. Zhao Qingxue took the opportunity to escape. She was agile and quite fast. Zhou Yanran circled around a few trees to consume the pig's energy. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and used the Pegasus Meteor Fist to attack the thick-backed pig again. This punch was comparable to a level 4 punch, hitting the thick-backed pig on the side of the face, finally making it feel some pain. Ouch! The thick-backed pig took a few steps back, then became ferocious and pounced on Wang Ming again, even faster than before. Wang Ming's face was solemn, and he also climbed up the tree to hide. Bang, crack, the thick-waisted tree was broken by the thick-backed pig and fell to the ground. Wang Ming followed him down and couldn't help but feel worried. This strange beast seemed to be much more powerful than he thought. Yanran, fight and retreat at the same time. We can't break its defense. The two men kept moving around with the thick-backed pig and were almost bumped into several times. The thick-backed pig also took several of their attacks, but unfortunately they were of no use. Zhou Yanran's spiritual power gradually ran out, her face turned pale, her hands and feet were shaking, but she still couldn't get rid of the thick-backed pig. Xiaoming, I'll drag them later. You run faster. I don't have the strength anymore. Wang Ming still had enough spiritual power, and with the help of the Beast Girl contract, he passed some of it to Zhou Yanran. What nonsense! I just saw a huge rock over there. We can jump over it from the tree and run away. Zhou Yanran's face lit up with joy, and hope was rekindled. Wang Ming jumped first and successfully landed on the stone. Zhou Yanran stood up to jump, but the thick-backed boar below suddenly hit the tree trunk, causing her to stumble and fail to jump onto the rock. Wang Ming quickly reached out to pull her, and Zhou Yanran also got up anxiously. A thick-backed pig had already charged over with a thud. Zhou Yanran flew backwards, with no idea how many bones in her body were broken. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes were filled with despair. Wang Ming didn't have time to think about it. He quickly jumped off the stone, came to Zhou Yanran, protected her and said, "Take some life-saving pills and wait for me to take you away." You shouldn't have come down, Zhou Yanran said while sobbing, but her heart was deeply moved. Wang Ming took out the blood-activating pill given by his teacher Mei Shuiyan from his pocket. The pill could replenish one's spiritual power, stop bleeding and remove blood stasis, and gave it to Zhou Yanran to take. The two wild boars had no sympathy for the girl and rushed straight towards Wang Ming. Wang Ming's eyes were full of madness, his spiritual power was running wildly, he had a heart armor on his body, he wanted to take a hit and change one. Two thick-backed pigs rushed over like tanks. Wang Ming exhaled and shouted, "Ha!" At the critical moment, he dodged slightly to the side and punched a thick-backed pig in the eye. Boom! The pig's eyes exploded instantly, and blood and flesh splattered all over Wang Ming. Before he could be happy, the other end had already hit him. Wang Ming felt as if the right half of his body was hit by a sledgehammer. His arm instantly lost its strength and was obviously broken. His chest was protected by a breastplate, but the impact was so strong that he couldn't help but spit out blood. Before he could catch his breath, the pig turned around and rushed towards him again. At the critical moment, a girl in red fell from the sky and shouted angrily, "How dare the beast hurt others?" Thunder and lightning. Thousands of lightning bolts emerged from her body and instantly condensed into a ball and flew towards the thick-backed pig. The running thick-backed pig had no time to dodge and was hit hard by the explosion. Chapter 67 Amorous Young Woman. Wang Ming looked at the girl in red who fell from the sky, and his eyes lit up. She was handsome, cool, and beautiful. More importantly, she saved him, so Wang Ming was naturally grateful. Seeing the two pigs fall down, Wang Ming walked forward with his arm, intending to express his gratitude. The red-dressed girl didn't even turn her head, but said calmly, "Since you still have some feelings and sense of justice, I will save you this time. Please take care of yourself and don't overestimate your abilities." After saying that, the girl jumped up and disappeared from Wang Ming's sight in a few flashes. Zhou Yanran groaned in pain. It hurts, ah. Wang Ming reluctantly gave her his spiritual power and said softly, bear with it. Take this opportunity to break through to level 3 and you can survive. Zhou Yanran bit her lips, her face pale and weak, but she did not cry or make a fuss. She borrowed Wang Ming's spiritual power to mobilize the little spiritual power she had left, which flowed through her meridians and broke through the shackles of her level. She grew up taking care of her younger sister. She is strong-willed and courageous, and never afraid. Faced with such a predicament, most girls would have cried and screamed in pain, but she relied on her willpower to fight a way out for herself. Pop, as if something was broken, a spiritual power suddenly emerged from Zhou Yanran's body, which was purer and more vital than before. Coupled with the effect of the blood-activating pill, this spiritual power became much stronger in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yanran let out a long sigh, her face became much redder, and her heart was also wrapped in spiritual power. Although several ribs were broken, it did not affect her life safety. Thank you, Xiao Ming. Once I get back and recover from my injuries, I'll be able to stabilize at level 3. We also have to thank the girl who saved us. I don't know where she came from. She looks a bit like a human to me. Who? Lei Huoyun, ranked first on the Beast Girl rankings, is dressed in red and is aloof and taciturn. Wang Ming couldn't help but feel fascinated. Although he didn't see the girl's face, according to the half-covered photo in the Beast Girl ranking, she would always score above 9 points. Wang Ming, Yanran, are you alright? Zhao Qingxue ran out from the side and saw the two men covered in blood, and immediately became worried. Wu, it's my fault. Xiaoming, your arm, Yanran, why is your chest covered in blood? Are you? Wang Ming looked at Zhao Qingxue's red eyes and tried to scare her. He said in a heavy tone, it's best that you came. You can see Yanran again. If you come later, she will. Zhao Qingxue was so frightened that she knelt beside Zhou Yanran, tears streaming down her face. Yanran, please don't die. I'm the one who hurt you. Whoa! Who said I was going to die? Xiaoming, please speak nicely. Zhou Yanran said helplessly. I didn't say that. I said if she doesn't come, you should get up and go find her. Wang Ming smiled and said that his arm had been repaired by spiritual power, so it didn't hurt so much now. It wouldn't be a problem if he went back to rest well. Zhao Qingxue watched Zhou Yanran's face gradually turn red, sobbing, your chest is covered in blood. It must have been terrifying just now. If I had known, I wouldn't have come looking for you. Zhou Yanran tried to sit up, and Zhao Qingxue hurried to help her and let her put her arms on his shoulders. Wang Mingdao said, we'll both wait here for you. Go get 2 pieces of orpiment stone. This trip won't be in vain. Zhao Qingxue was surprised, Am I alone? What else? Do you rely on us 2 injured people? Wang Ming said unhappily. Zhao Qingxue gritted her teeth and saw that Wang Ming's arms were also twisted and hanging down. She knew that he was not doing well. Zhao Qingxue had difficulty getting up and could only rely on herself. Okay, wait here for me, I'll go dig some down. Zhou Yanran wanted to help her, but thinking of her own situation, she didn't say anything. Zhao Qingxue plucked up her courage and walked towards the cave entrance where the orpiment stone was. Seeing Zhou Yanran's worried expression, Wang Ming explained, with these 2 level 3 beasts here, there shouldn't be any other beasts nearby. Don't worry. Zhou Yanran also felt that it made sense after hearing this. These strange beasts all have their own sense of territory. Wang Ming walked to the 2 pig heads and tried to see if there were any crystals. He had killed many strange beasts before, but only about 1/3 of them had crystals. Today he had 2, so maybe he could get one. He first looked at the one he had blown up. It was empty and its brains were all over his hands. Then there was the one that the mysterious girl killed. This time she was lucky and actually picked up a green crystal. Hey, look, there's a crystal on this one. Zhou Yanran was also very happy. For her who had just reached level 3, the crystal of the level 3 monster was of great use. But she immediately reacted and said, it seems that the benefactor who saved us must be level 4 or above. Wang Ming understood what she meant instantly. The mysterious girl looked down on the level 3 crystal. It was very likely that it was not level 3, but only level 4. The level 3 crystal had little effect on her, so she ignored it. Wang Ming wiped the crystal clean with a leaf, then casually threw it to Zhou Yanran and said, take it and use it. It will help you practice faster. Zhou Yanran waved her hand and said, "Take it." "Why would you give it to me? You killed them all." Wang Ming couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of the crystal. He either sold or gave away the crystals. This time was no exception. He said nonsense casually. "Just take it if you give it to me. If you want to thank me, try practicing more positions next time." Zhou Yanran accepted the crystal, smiled and whispered, "Then you have the final say." As the two chatted and laughed, Zhao Qingxue ran out holding 2 fist-sized pieces of orpiment stone in her hands. She said excitedly, "Look, I picked up 2 pieces the moment I went in. It didn't take any effort at all." Wang Ming took it and saw that it was indeed orpiment stone. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "It really is. You have the physique of a koi fish." Zhao Qingxue laughed and said, "It seems to be true, hee hee. Now that we have everything, let's go back to school. Please help me support Yanran." Zhao Qingxue said, "We've taken a week off, and this is only the 3rd day. This place isn't far from my home, so why don't you stay there for a couple of days and recuperate? My mother is a famous doctor." "That's fine." Wang Ming had no objection. Xinyu worked the night shift and slept until 6 in the afternoon. She was sleepy and her long hair was slightly messy. She was wearing only a loose white shirt, the hem of which just reached past her hips. The most visually impactful thing is a pair of slender legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings, connected to exquisite lace suspenders on top, faintly visible at the edge of the shirt hem. These are the leg-shaping socks she uses to shape her legs, but needless to say, they are very sexy. She seemed completely unaware of the inappropriateness of her outfit. When she heard the doorbell, it was her daughter's voice. "Mom, open the door. I'm back." She subconsciously opened the door and asked, "Why are you back today? Were you expelled from university?" "Oh, my classmate was injured and came to my house to recuperate for 2 days." "Why did he drop out of school?" Zhao Qingxue gave way to Wang Ming and Zhou Yanran behind him. Wang Ming looked at the young woman in front of him who was dressed sexy and had a lazy temperament, like a kitten that had just woken up. He felt his heart pounding and all the blood in his body was concentrated in one place. He greeted softly, "Hello, Auntie, can we stay here for 2 days?" Hearing the man's voice, Xinyu opened her sleepy eyes and saw Wang Ming's chest was covered in blood, his arm was a little twisted, but his face showed a sunny boy smile. She couldn't help but said, "Go to the hospital first. Why would you come home when you're injured like this?" Chapter 68. Time never defeats beauty. The 2 injured people were sent to the hospital for bandaging and examination. Thanks to their strong level 3 qualities, there was no major problem, so they returned to Zhao Qingxue's home to recuperate. Zhao Qingxue's house is very big. It is a 200 square meter suite with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 3 bathrooms. It is very comfortable to live in. Wang Ming and Zhou Yanran also each live in a room. After settling in, several people sat around on the sofa and chatted. Xinyu changed into a simple black halter dress, still wearing black stockings with red lace straps and a pair of red silk slippers, looking at Wang Ming with interest. "So, you're quite good to my daughter. You let her go first when something happened, and you even helped her get promoted. Auntie really wants to thank you very much." "No, you're welcome, sister you." Wang Ming had one hand bandaged and hanging in front of his chest, and the other hand holding a glass of fruit wine. He responded politely to Qinyu's words. The beautiful young woman in front of him seemed to have a charming look between her eyebrows. "My husband died early. Although he left some money, I didn't take good care of Shuer. I didn't expect to meet a handsome and kind guy like you in college. It's really her blessing. Come, Auntie will give you a toast." Xinyu raised the wine glass, gestured towards Wang Ming, and leaned forward slightly, revealing her white chest to Wang Ming. "It's you, Sister Gingyue, who should be the one. You look so young, and standing with Sister Qingxue, you look like sisters, not an aunt." As Wang Ming spoke, he gently clinked his glasses with hers, and the glasses made a crisp sound. Xinyu was in a good mood. She took Zhao Qingxue's hand and said, "My dear daughter, you should act quickly on such a good boy. Don't let others snatch him away. Mom has her eyes on him." Zhao Qingxue said awkwardly and shyly, "Mom, what are you talking about? It's just a classmate." Xinyu smiled meaningfully, then said, "You must be tired. Go to bed early tonight and treat this place like your own home." "I know, Mom. You should go to bed early too. You don't stay up late every day." "Mom, that's the night shift." Xinyu stood up and casually patted Wang Ming on the shoulder twice. "Thank you, Xiao Ming. You should get a good rest tonight." Wang Ming felt her strength and felt that something seemed wrong. Although it seemed like a light tap, the force on her hand was heavier, as if to remind him. He looked up at Xinyu, the well-maintained and graceful widow and wife, who actually gave him a warm and charming smile, as if the spring snow had just melted and all things were reviving. Wang Ming nodded unconsciously and responded, "I understand, Sister Yu. That's good to know." Xinyu smiled, waved to everyone, and went into the room. Wang Ming and others were also tired after a day of work. Zhou Yanran and Zhao Qingxue felt sleepy after taking a shower. They had no mood to practice with Wang Ming, so they went into the house to sleep. Especially Zhou Yanran, her room was next to Wang Ming's, but because she was injured, she slept particularly soundly. Wang Ming returned to the room and saw that the time was only 1:34. He recalled the battle during the day and realized that he lacked a sharp weapon, otherwise he would have been much more relaxed for half a day. He couldn't help but think of the girl in red during the day. If it was Lei Huayun, this girl had unlimited prospects. How could he have contracted her? Time unknowingly came to 2 o'clock. Wang Ming stared at the unlocked door, and his heart beat faster unconsciously. With a creak, the door of the room, which had not been changed for a long time, was pushed open. The sound was extremely loud in the quiet night. Fortunately, the others were already asleep and could not hear it. The married woman in black stockings sneaked into her daughter's classmate's room with an excited look on her face. It was still the charming pair of black garters with red lace, and that pair of silk slippers. "Ahem, I'm here to repay my daughter's kindness. She's not very sensible, but as a parent, I understand." "Ah, then Sister Yu, guess what thing has no bones but is so hard?" "Hee hee, then I'll have to guess slowly." The night was long, and Wang Ming and the woman in black silk stockings painstakingly studied mathematics. It can be summed up in 2 sentences. Solving the square with open brackets is only for finding the root. Insert a straight line through the center of the circle to the end point. The next morning, the 3 girls got up and put on makeup. Wang Ming got up late and vaguely heard Xinyu asking her daughter to get her socks, so he went out to see. Zhao Qingxue held a pair of burgundy stockings in her hand and asked her mother, "Is this the pair?" Xinyu stepped forward and snatched the stockings from Zhao Qingxue's hand. "What are you yelling so early in the morning?" Then she turned around and sat on the sofa, gracefully lifting one of her long legs. Time had not been harsh on these legs, but instead had precipitated a plump and tight charm. The lines were smooth, winding all the way up from the round ankles, drawing a soft arc at the knees, and finally converging into a full and well-proportioned thigh. There was a faint smile of understanding on the corner of her lips, as if she was admiring a work of art that was about to be perfectly wrapped. A foot painted with dark red nail polish, with an arch as full as a crescent moon, was lazily raised and suspended in the air. Her slender fingers deftly opened the sock cuffs, and the delicate lace made her well-maintained hands look even whiter. She was not in a hurry, but as if performing some kind of ritual, she used her round and smooth toes to gently explore the deep sock with a familiar reserve. The touch of the stockings, like a second layer of skin, instantly captured the toes cool, smooth, with a subtle suction force, like the most gentle kiss. She was not in a hurry to pull it up. Instead, in this position, she stretched and extended her calves upwards gracefully and extremely slowly. The movement was unhurried, with a kind of lazy control, stretching the legs into a breathtaking straight line, with the toes almost pointing to the gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling. The sunlight penetrates the thin socks, outlining the hazy and seductive contours of the legs, and the skin under the stockings has a mother-of-pearl luster. She lowered her eyes, her gaze filled with scrutiny and appreciation, and then she slowly grasped the edge of the lace stockings with both hands. With a little force from her knuckles, she pulled them up along the curve of her calf, steadily, inch by inch. The stockings climbed up obediently, wrapped around the tight calves, and slid over the graceful knees. The sliding process was silent but full of tension. The elasticity and toughness of the high-end stockings are fully displayed at this moment, fitting every inch of her skin perfectly without a trace of unnecessary wrinkles, as if it were a second layer of skin tailored for her. It strokes the plump inner thighs with a subtle friction, and finally stays snugly on the absolute area. The lace edge creates a subtle and sexy boundary at the base of the legs. She gently lowered her legs and touched the ground with her toes. Leaning forward slightly, she used her fingertips to carefully and slowly smooth down the surface of the stockings on the outside of the thigh, from the base of the leg to the knee, and then from the knee to the ankle. Her movements were so gentle as if she was brushing away non-existent dust. The stockings were adjusted meticulously under her hands, evenly covering every inch of skin, as smooth as satin without any flaws. The other pair of stockings was put on and taken off in the same way. The movements showed the elegant rhythm accumulated over the years. There was no trace of immaturity, only smooth and familiar skills. The plump and slender legs are enhanced by the stockings, making the lines more smooth and charming, and exuding a full and juicy luster like ripe fruits. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and the sunlight generously poured over her body, outlining her exquisite silhouette. She leaned slightly to the side, her gaze lingering on her legs that were outlined so seductively by her stockings. Her eyes were deep, filled with the self-admiration of a person who had experienced the world. That wasn't a young girl showing off, but a mature woman's calm and powerful confirmation of her own charm. She knew that the weight of these legs was enough to attract any gaze, and she had long been accustomed to and enjoyed this silent conquest. Wang Ming's eyes were firmly attracted. Time can never defeat beauty. Beauty comes from the inside out and emanates from every gesture. Xinyu looked back and smiled. Good boy, you woke up so early, you must have been exhausted last night. Chapter 69. A beautiful empty nest girlfriend visits. Wang Ming smiled but said nothing. His arm injury last night gave this woman the upper hand, so he couldn't help but sound a little weak when speaking at this moment. Zhao Qingxue stepped forward and took her mother's arm and said, Mom, you are so sexy. I will never be able to learn that move in my entire life. Xinyu smiled and patted her, saying lightly, You naughty girl, Mom has a friend coming over today, so you should be good at home. She had already changed into a dark red one-piece skirt, which matched the burgundy stockings perfectly and made her look even more delicate and charming. After last night, Wang Ming already knew that she was not a beast girl, but this sexiness and charm were something he had never seen before. So seeing Xinyu dress like this to meet her friends, Wang Ming felt a little jealous and said, Sister Yu's friends are all medical elites, right? Xinyu gently tapped his injured arm and said, I'm going to the beauty salon for maintenance. My good friend, Mrs. Chen, I finally have a day off. Why would I bother looking for a medical elite? Zhao Qingxue shouted, It's Aunt Chen. Bring her home tonight. I haven't seen Aunt Chen for a long time. Okay, I'll ask her. Xinyu gave Wang Ming a coquettish look and pushed the door open in her high heels. Zhao Qingxue nudged Wang Ming down with her elbow and said, Still looking? Go away, you pervert. Wang Ming smiled and said, Lust? I don't know, it's just that the flowers are in full bloom, and if I don't appreciate them, it would seem that I don't understand romance. Then isn't my flower beautiful enough? Zhao Qingxue raised her head, and her face, which was 70% similar to Qin Yu's, was full of flattery and desire. Once a girl's heartstrings are touched, there is no way to go back to the past. All she can do is hope that her lover will touch her heartstrings again. Wang Ming naturally understood what she meant. He bent down and kissed her, then smiled and said, Of course she is gorgeous. She is incredibly beautiful. Zhao Qingxue closed her eyes and murmured, Come on, don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Zhou Yanran really wanted to get up and slap the two bitches who were showing off their affection at the door, but she was immobilized with a bandage and splint last night, so she couldn't get up and could only shed 2 lines of tears silently. In the evening, Xinyu and her best friend Xin Lian returned to their home. Xinyu smiled and said, I forgot to bring my key. I asked my daughter to open the door. Boom boom boom. Qingxue, open the door, Mom and your Aunt Chen are back. Ah, Mom, why are you so early? Ah. I'll come and open the door for you right away. Xinyu smiled and said to Chen Lian, She must have been sleepy and her voice seems to have gone mute. Chen Lian said, Young people just love to sleep. Even though my daughter excels in school, she's lazy and greedy at home. 5 minutes later, the door opened and Zhao Qingxue blushed as she called out, Mom, why are you back so early? Why don't you spend more time with my Aunt Chen? Xinyu frowned and looked at her and said, Why are you wearing my white coat in broad daylight? I just washed it, don't get it dirty. Zhao Qingxue blushed. She had too much fun practicing in the afternoon. Wang Ming asked her to play the role of his doctor mother Qinyu to treat him. She agreed in a moment of infatuation. Unexpectedly, her mother came back suddenly before she finished the treatment. She was so scared that she forgot to take off her clothes. I'm just wearing it for fun. I'll take it off right away. Zhao Qingxue hurried to the room, revealing Wang Ming who was only wearing shorts behind her. Xin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw this. This boy was indeed full of masculinity and a kind of wild beauty that attracted him so much. Wang Ming's upper body was naked, revealing his solid muscles and 8-pack abs. His body was covered with scars from fighting with strange beasts, and his arms were bandaged. His brows were firm and a little immature. Sister it's too hot. I didn't have time to put on clothes. I'm so sorry. It's okay, come in. Xin Yu said to Qin Lian. Wang Ming looked behind her and saw Qin Lian standing at the door, her outfit exuding a sense of relaxation and careful grooming. She didn't wear heavy makeup today, only a thin layer of peach-colored blush, her lips were a moist bean paste pink, her long hair was loosely tied into a low bun, and a few strands of carefully curled hair hung lazily by her neck, making her pampered face even more radiant and delicate. The price tag on the creamy white cashmere cardigan he was wearing was worth half a year's salary for an average person. The silk suspender skirt she wore underneath was a very light champagne gold, and the satin flowed around her plump upper body. The skirt appears loose and draped, but it suddenly fits snugly at the waist and hips, outlining an amazingly round waist and hip curve. Two well-proportioned and plump legs are wrapped in nude stockings that are almost skin-colored and have a delicate pearly feel, making the skin look whiter than snow and exuding a soft and delicate feeling of careful care. She was wearing a pair of suede flat shoes with very low openings, and her ankles looked slender and delicate under the pearlescent stockings. The skin on the dorsum of the foot has a hazy luster under the stockings, and the smooth and attractive concave arc at the bend of the arch of the foot silently exudes luxurious sexiness under the soft light indoors. Chen Lian was also looking at Wang Ming. The masculinity that came from within deeply attracted this pampered lady. She felt as if her whole body had gone limp. Xin Yu reached out to support her best friend and teased her. Why, your legs go weak when you see a handsome guy? He's my daughter's classmate. Don't take advantage of your family's wealth, good figure, and love-brainness to have improper thoughts about him. Chen Lian refused to lose face, so she adjusted her mentality slightly, stood up straight, and said in a feigned anger, Humph, you have no manners. I have never seen such a frighteningly handsome guy. Why don't you go put on your clothes quickly? Wang Ming felt that she looked familiar, but after all, he lived in Xin Yu's house, so he had to give the host some respect. He went in and put on a vest, as he couldn't fit into a short-sleeved shirt. Chen Lian looked at his thick biceps, feeling very happy, but she said, That's quite respectable. Considering your arm injury, will you forgive your impoliteness? Xin Yu smiled and said to Wang Ming, Don't worry about her. She's just being stubborn. Who knows what's going on down there? Chen Lian felt a little embarrassed. Usually, they could joke around with just the two of them, but now, in front of outsiders, they said whatever they wanted. She said angrily, Xin Yu, I treat you as a good sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Xin Yu was about to retort, but when she saw her daughter come out, she changed her tone and said, Shuer, come and talk to your Aunt Chen. Yao Yao was so suffocated after going to school this year. Zhao Qingxue changed into a yellow low-cut halter dress and sat next to Chen Lian. She hugged her arm and said, It's more comfortable to be hugged by Aunt Chen. She's more chubby. Yao Yao is too thin. But she got first place in the freshman assessment this year. Did you know about that, Aunt Chen? Chen Lian nodded and smiled proudly. Yao Yao told me that it was all her own hard work. Unlike her damn dad, he's never home all day. Uncle Zhang is still thinking about changing to a beast mother? She's a young female college student, how could she be willing to be an old man's beast mother? You're really senile. Hey, Aunt Chen, I'm not scolding you. It's okay. As an ordinary person, I can't control that shameless old man. Let's just live our own lives. Wang Ming was slightly surprised when he heard these words. This Aunt Chen is actually the mother of Zhang Yao, the first new beast girl. That foul-mouthed, arrogant and rude girl actually has such a beautiful mother. But that's true, although Zhang Yao has a bad temper and no quality, her face and figure are also first class. Immediately, an idea came to Wang Ming's mind. What if he could capture the mother of that arrogant and sharp-tongued girl Zhang Yao, and then show off in front of Zhang Yao? From now on, we can talk about our own things. You can call me Uncle Wang and I will call you classmate. If you have anything to say, tell your Uncle Wang. Just thinking about it made Wang Ming so happy that he couldn't help laughing out loud. The three women all looked at Wang Ming, as if he didn't give an explanation in the next second, they would launch the ultimate weapon sexual harassment accusation. Chapter 70 There are many hypocrites in the world. Wang Ming laughed and said, I thought of something happy and couldn't help it. Zhao Qingxue asked curiously, What's the matter? This may not be convenient to say. It's not good to say such things in front of beautiful women. Xin Yu and Chen Lian had originally shown little interest, but after hearing what he said, they became interested and urged, What's the matter? Stop keeping us in suspense. Wang Ming said, Well, I'll tell you what I'm saying. Don't scold me after you hear it. Okay, just tell me now. Human beings' curiosity never dies. and the three women were all very curious. Wang Ming then spoke. I used to live in the dormitory next door. There was a girl named Nan Liang in there. She was rather thin and she often wore pretty skirts and stockings in the dormitory. Then one day he saw his roommate using his socks to relieve fatigue. Not only did Nan Liang not blame his roommate, but he thoughtfully offered to put on the socks to help his roommate. The two of them were having fun when the student union came in. The three girls were all stunned. They didn't expect the story to be like this. Zhao Qingxue blushed and said, "You wouldn't." "No, I'm straighter than a straight line," Wang Ming said decisively. Xinyu smiled softly and shook her head slightly, saying, "Young people, you are really open-minded." Chen Lian looked down at her feet wrapped in pearlescent stockings and whispered in confusion, "Is it okay to use my feet?" Wang Ming waved his hand and said, "I'll just say what I don't say. Have you eaten yet? I'll go get some food." Xinyu said, "Why bother? We have everything at home. Just get some fruit wine and some snacks. Xiaoxue, come with me and get them. You two can sit down first." The two men stood up and left. Chen Lian unconsciously glanced at Wang Ming. Seeing that he didn't look at her, she felt a little depressed and looked down at her feet. Wang Ming watched the two of them leave, then turned back to look at Chen Lian. He found that she was still looking at his feet, and couldn't help but chuckled. "What are you looking at? You'll know if you try it." Chen Lian cursed, "Bah, you pervert, you wish for the best. I'm old enough to be your mother." "Oh, what's the matter?" Chen Lian choked for a moment, then saw Qinyu and her daughter busy, so she whispered, "Then do you think my feet are beautiful? I only saw the instep, how would I know?" Chen Lian thought it made sense, so she took her jade feet wrapped in pearlescent stockings out of her flat shoes and showed them to Wang Ming. "Well, they look good, round and smooth, but they're only a size 33 at most. The red nail polish sets off your skin, making it look pure yet sexy. Your arches are also beautiful. But beautiful feet also need to be felt and smelled, just like tasting delicious food, it has to be beautiful, fragrant, and delicious to be a good dish." Chen Lian thought this made sense, and as if possessed by a ghost, she placed her foot in Wang Ming's hand and said, "Then look at me, is this considered a delicacy?" Wang Ming's throat felt dry, and he reached out and gently held it. The high-end stockings were smooth and delicate, and the beautiful woman's feet were soft as if they had no bones, without a trace of dead skin. The lady took very good care of herself. It's a superb choice. The instep reveals a slight hint of the meridians, but it doesn't ruin the beauty of the foot. Instead, it makes up for the monotony of the color. Plus, it feels so soft and chewy. It's wonderful, wonderful. Chen Lian was overjoyed by what he said. She never thought that her feet, which she had never paid attention to, could receive such high praise from him. "What a pity," Wang Ming frowned. "What a pity?" Chen Lian asked hurriedly. "A delicacy is one that has both color, fragrance, and taste. This color and fragrance are both rare and exquisite. But I've never tried this flavor. What a shame, what a pity." "Then you try it." Chen Lian tried her best to raise her jade feet, her eyes full of desire for his praise after tasting her. Wang Ming smelled a sour smell at the tip of his nose. He first did an epic lung blast, then gently pressed it down and said, "Don't be impatient. It's not time yet." Chen Lian was about to ask again when Qinyu and Zhao Qingxue came over with wine and food. She had to put on her shoes quickly, feeling a little regretful. The fruit wine tasted sweet but was very intoxicating. One person felt a little drunk after drinking less than a bottle. Xinyu leaned on her head and asked with a smile, "Xiaoming, tell us a few more stories of that kind, both male and female. It's boring to just eat." Wang Mingdao said, "It would be boring if I were alone. It would be more interesting if everyone took turns listening. Then you start first, and I'll talk after you finish." Xinyu agreed with a smile. "Okay then, I heard about it from the dorm gossip. They said there was a guy in our university who fell in love with one of his college students and then forced his wife to death. Later, the university student became pregnant twice, and each time the examination showed problems. The professor felt something was wrong, so he went to get a checkup and found out that it was the child his wife had lost first. Xinyu cursed, "It's what you deserve, you inhuman beast, you're so shameless to be a beast." Zhao Qingxue also said, "That's right, that woman is so depressed. What's so good about the old man?" Chen Lian laughed at first, but then she thought of her husband, her face darkened, and she comforted herself mentally, "Fortunately, I have never lost my child." Xinyu drank a glass of wine and continued, "Then let me tell you something I know. Do you know there's a strange beast called the wind and fire dog? I know, it's the wind and fire dog, a level 2 exotic beast with strong reproductive capacity. It's as fast as the wind and as violent as fire, so it's called the wind and fire dog. It's generally more than 1 meter tall. Zhao Qingxue raised her hand to answer. Yes, one time our hospital received a woman who was sent in with a wind fire dog. Later we learned that the woman's husband was away from home all year round and was afraid that she would be lonely, so he bought her a wind fire dog and raised it since it was a child. Who knew that when the beast grew up, the woman would have evil thoughts and get involved with it, and ended up getting stuck. She came to our hospital and had surgery to get it out. Chen Lian asked confusedly, "What surgery?" Click. Xin Yu made a gesture of raising his hand and cutting with a knife. Ah, so cruel. Chen Lian was a little uncomfortable. There's nothing we can do. The woman is almost dead. We must save her. Once the blood is released, she will be fine. Xin Yu said indifferently. Zhao Qingxue listened and said, "Then I have one too, which is somewhat related to what you said, Mom." Xin Yu said, "Children, don't listen to this. Didn't you ask me to tell you that? Then tell me, haha." Zhao Qingxue said, "There was a man who married a wife and fell in love with his beast mother. He then often made the beast mother transform into a beast, hiding it from his wife, saying that he was practicing. As luck would have it, one day his wife caught him doing it with a big dog, and she immediately flew into a rage and cut off the man's genitals. TSK, cheating is not a good thing." Chen Lian finally became interested. That's not the end of it. The man went to the hospital to pick up the girl, but when he came out, he cheated on a young girl. The girl thought he was not married and started dating him eagerly. But when his ex-wife came to her door, she realized she had been cheated. The girl was also a ruthless person. She pretended to be nonchalant and even invited the man to her house at night. Then, in the middle of the night, while the man was sound asleep, she cut his vagina. Not wanting him to fix it, she crushed it and flushed it down the toilet. It was said that the man knelt in the blood and begged her, but she didn't soften her heart. Zhao Qingxue continued speaking with admiration on her face. Xin Yu and Chen Lian also felt very relieved. Only Wang Ming felt a chill in his crotch. Click, Xin Yu suddenly gestured with her hands and dubbed something to scare Wang Ming. Wang Ming was startled, causing the three women to burst into laughter. Xin Yu said happily, "Interesting, ha, I haven't been this happy in a long time." Chen Lian also laughed and said, "Yeah, I didn't expect there are so many outrageous people and things in this world." Zhao Qingxue said leisurely, "People would rather endure such a huge loss and do that. It shows how happy they are." "Ha, your girl is feeling amorous." Chen Lian couldn't help teasing. Xin Yu hugged her and said, "You are still the same. You keep staring at the boy. Be careful or he will turn into a big dog and bite you." Chen Lian was a little drunk, and said with a hint of foolishness, "Life is short, enjoy it while you can." "I wish I could." Xin Yu winked at Wang Ming and said with a smile, "You're drunk. Xiao Ming, please help me get her back to the room." Chapter 71 Spirited Little Sister. Wang Ming reached out to help Chen Lian. The mature woman's body was soft and tender, her skin smooth as jade, but she resisted his support and said coquettishly, I can walk by myself." The mature woman Chen Lian staggered to her feet, but her feet tilted and she collapsed on the ground, her head resting on Wang Ming's thigh. The masculine scent made her dizzy. Wang Ming was about to reach out to help her up when he suddenly heard the sound of Zhou Yanran running out. "Wang Ming, my sister is in danger, please help me save her." The tense voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the living room. Zhou Yanran, who was covered in bandages, was about to cry. Wang Ming looked at the mature young woman Chen Lian with regret, and seeing that her eyes were gradually clearing up, he knew that it was impossible to do anything, so he replied, "Where is she? What's going on? I'll go find her." Chen Lian grabbed Wang Ming's clothes and sat on the sofa, feeling her face was very hot. Zhou Yanran said anxiously, she went to the Xingyue KTV nearby with her classmates and was surrounded by a few thugs. There were also level 2 contractors inside. Wang Ming nodded and said, "I understand. I'll go find her." Chen Lian watched his back as he left, feeling a little reluctant and a little relieved. Her chastity as a married woman that she had maintained for many years was almost lost tonight, but fortunately she managed to stop herself at the last moment. "I went to wash up. I stink because of that stinky man." Xin Yu watched her performance with a smile. As best friends for many years, she knew Chen Lian better than anyone else. She was mean-spirited but soft-hearted, and had a weak will. Although she was a level 2 beast girl, she was even worse than her. She only needed one chance to cheat on her husband. But she didn't blame Chen Lian. Her husband was away from home all year round, and he changed young beast girls from time to time. It was inevitable that there would be some ambiguous relationships. She was powerless to do anything about it, so she couldn't help but feel resentful. Today she created this opportunity specifically to let Chen Lian get what she wanted, but unfortunately things did not go as planned. She could only say that it was God's will. Wang Ming followed the navigation to Xingyue KTV. It was quite prosperous here, with snack stalls and various businesses gathered around. The huge sign of Xingyue KTV was clearly visible. Seeing that the room was on the second floor, Wang Ming went up the stairs, turned 2 corners, and arrived at the KTV hall. A large crescent moon, shining with light, appeared before his eyes, dotted with a few stars, flashing with colorful lights. The waiter in a black silk uniform came up and asked, "Does the customer have a reservation?" Box 888. Wang Ming Dao. "Okay, this way please." The waiter gestured for Wang Ming to move forward. After walking a few meters, he handed him to another waiter and went back to stand guard. When they arrived at the door of box 888, the waiter gestured but did not dare to open the door. Wang Ming naturally didn't care and pushed the door open and walked in. This is a large box with 3 rows of seats, divided into left, middle, and right. In the front is a giant screen covering the entire wall, and there is a large screen on each side. Wang Ming saw 4 girls sitting in the middle seat, and they looked very reserved. There were 4 boys sitting on each side, and 1 girl at the very edge. The one on the left has a bald head and a round face, with a gold chain around his neck. He is obviously the leader of the boys. Seeing Wang Ming come in, the girl on the left immediately asked, "Hey, where did this handsome boy come from?" "Brother Chang, is this your friend?" "Zhang Xiaoyu, stop shouting." "I don't even know this guy, how would Brother Chang know him?" said the boy sitting next to her. Zhang Xiaoyu wore smoky makeup and looked pretty. She wore a black tank top with various names tattooed on the large white area of her skin. She wore a denim miniskirt, black fishnet stockings and leather boots. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "You don't even know Monkey? A handsome guy who came to me on his own initiative, then I'm going to have some fun with him." She turned to Wang Ming and said, "Handsome boy, have a drink with me, and I'll give you a kiss, how about that?" The smell of alcohol mixed with cigarettes and cheap perfume hit Wang Ming, as well as her bad breath from chewing betel nuts, smoking cigarettes, and not brushing her teeth, making Wang Ming want to spit it out. "Get away from me, I'm dying of fumes." "Zhou Shui, follow me." Wang Ming cursed and then said to Zhou Shui. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately became furious and pushed Wang Ming in the chest, saying, "Fuck you, who are you telling to get out of here? You shameless bastard, you're just going to watch your girlfriend get bullied." Zhou Shui wanted to get out, and several girls next to her wanted to follow her out, but they were blocked by boys on both sides. Zhou Shui looked at Wang Ming and said, "I don't know them. They won't let us go." The boy who was called a monkey stood up, hugged Zhang Xiaoyu and kissed her, touched her with his hands, and then said to Wang Mingdao arrogantly, "Are you here to see Xiao Xue? That's the girl Brother Chang likes tonight. No matter what your relationship with her is, wait for her at the hotel entrance tomorrow. Maybe Brother Chang will be happy enough to let you give her a butt licking." Wang Ming has never had much patience for idiots, so it's already a great honor for him to listen to his nonsense. "Are you done? Then get lost." He slapped the monkey to the ground, and the thin body fell to the ground without any resistance, with half of its face swollen. The 3 boys sitting next to him rushed over with their men bared fangs and claws when they saw their men being beaten, and one of them even picked up a wine bottle. Wang Ming slapped them all to the ground, then snatched the wine bottle from the last one and smashed it open. He walked in from this side and reached out to pull Zhou Shui. Brother Chang, the bald man with the gold chain, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly said, "Friend, you beat up my brother and want to take my woman away. It won't be that easy." He stood up, his 200-pound body looked extremely oppressive, and his aura was radiating. He was actually a level 2 contractor. The younger brothers around him also shouted, "That's right, you beat someone up and still want to leave? Have you asked our Brother Chang? Leave this girl here, and get under our pants again, and we'll consider letting you go. Otherwise, I'll beat you into a meat pie. Brother Chang, why are you wasting your time talking to him? First, dismember his arms and break his legs. Then, when you do your work, let him watch from the side. I'll pry his eyes open. Wang Ming simply asked Joshua in a low voice, "Are you okay? Did they not do anything to you?" Joshua wore a grayish-white mid-length skirt with black calf socks and black framed glasses. She looked pure and quiet, standing out among the girls. "No, they just arrived. I sensed his strength, so I called my sister. I didn't expect you to come." Joshua felt relieved immediately, as she knew Wang Ming's strength. "Boy, you are so arrogant. I'm talking to you, but you dare to ignore me." The girl next to Brother Chung quickly advised, "Brother Chang, calm down, don't forget what your sister told you. Xiaoxue, come over and have a drink with Brother Chang, apologize, and this matter today will be over. Otherwise, if Brother Chang gets angry, I won't be able to stop him." Joshua looked at Wu Sini who was speaking and said, "Shut up. If you hadn't tricked us into coming here, how could I have met such a person and asked me to drink with him? If you like, you can accompany him yourself." Wu Sini had an average face, but a fantastic figure. Her breasts were as big as a watermelon, her hips were wider than her shoulders, and she had a pair of fleshy legs under her miniskirt. She wore white over-the-knee socks that tightly hugged the soft flesh of her legs. Hearing Joshua's words, she was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and her low-cut vest could hardly contain it. She shouted, okay, I'm being treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Don't beg me when Brother Chang gets angry later." Chapter 72: The Transformation of the Scheming Woman. Changgu was already furious, and when he heard Joshua's words, he cursed even more. "Fuck you, stinky bitch, you're so shameless. I'll beat her until she calls me grandpa, and then I'll make you kneel down and call me daddy." Everyone around was looking at Wang Ming, waiting for the moment when he would be knocked down by Brother Chang. Wang Ming began to look at Brother Chang with a threatening look. A huge mental pressure instantly hit Brother Chang. Brother Chang's legs trembled unconsciously, his spiritual power was not flowing smoothly, and he couldn't say a word he wanted to say. He tried to clench his fists, but found that he didn't even have the courage to move. With a thud, his legs, unable to withstand the enormous pressure, softened and Brother Chang fell to his knees in front of Wang Ming. Wang Ming then said, "What's your name?" Zhou Deshang." "Well, slap me until I'm satisfied." Zhou Deshang slapped himself repeatedly on both sides, and soon both cheeks were swollen. Brother Chang, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling down?" Wu Sini was puzzled and even tried to support Zhou Deshang. Her face was full of confusion. How could a level 2 contractor kneel on the ground? Unless there is a more advanced contractor. Wu Sini suddenly understood. She looked at Wang Ming in shock. With his tall stature and handsome face, he didn't look like an ordinary person at all. But when she thought of Zhou Deshang's sister, Wu Sini said stubbornly, "Well, Xiaoxue, please help me persuade your friend. Brother Chang's sister is not someone you can easily mess with. If she comes, it will be difficult to back down." Zhou Deshang was grateful, but he didn't dare to stop. A great fear in his heart never dissipated. Joshua pretended not to hear. When she pleaded for mercy, she was denying that she had almost been bullied. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Wu Sini moved closer to Wang Ming, shook his arm and begged, "Brother, I'm the one who didn't recognize him. Please let him go. His sister is really amazing, and she's from Union University. You can't afford to offend her." Wang Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard this and whispered, "Those from Union University?" Seeing that there was something going on, Wu Sini quickly said, yes, from Union University. "If you're still angry, I can apologize to you and do anything. But please don't make a big deal out of it. Anything is fine." Wang Ming looked at her. This woman was born with a good figure. She was a perfect blend of the childishness and maturity of a female college student. She was so sexy that she looked like she walked out of a photo album. "I'll do anything, just let him go." Wu Sini laughed secretly in her heart. It turned out that men would not ignore her. By making such a fuss, she established the image of a loyal and righteous person who was not afraid of difficulties. Whether on Zhou Deshang's side or on Wang Ming's side, she has established herself firmly. "Then go and beat him. Make him call me dad, and then you'll stop." Wang Ming smiled and said, "Since you like being a good person so much, then I will let you be a good person to your heart's content." "Ah. I hit him, I don't know how." Wu Sini looked at Zhou Deshang's 200-pound body, swallowed her saliva, and could hardly believe her ears. Joshua took a step forward, slapped him, and said hatefully, "No, I'll teach you, this is it." Bang! A slap hit Wu Sini's face, leaving 5 bright red marks. You dared to hit me?" Wu Sini couldn't believe that Zhou Shui, who had always been introverted and quiet, would actually take the initiative to hit her. Zhou Shui raised her head and said, "What's wrong with me hitting you? You're always flirting with me. You want to touch any man. How can a 200-pound fat man not crush you to death? You slut." Wu Sini looked at Wang Ming pitifully, her eyes full of grievance and weakness. I just wanted to ask you guys out to play. I didn't expect it to be like this. If you want to hit me, go ahead. I won't fight back. That would be great." Zhou Shui was not polite at all. She attacked from both sides, and the sound of her beating matched perfectly with the sound of Zhou Deshang beating herself below, and she was stuck on the beat. Wang Ming couldn't help humming a song in his heart, but due to the occasion, he couldn't sing it out loud. "That's enough, bitch, are you done yet?" Wu Sini swung her hand away from Zhou Shui, covered her face, and no longer pretended to be delicate and kind. She cursed. "You act innocent all day long, but who knows what you're really like behind the scenes. Now that a man has your back, you think you're so great. I say, you idiot, I have breasts and a butt, are you blind and can't see it?" She covered her face and yelled at Wang Ming. Wang Ming found it very funny to see her defense broken. Seeing that Wang Ming ignored her, Wu Sini grabbed Zhou Deshang and said, "You bastard, are you still a man? Go and fight him. Didn't you see how badly I got beaten? I'm talking to you, you're deaf and you're kneeling on the ground, waiting to help someone push their butt. How could I be so blind as to fall for someone like you? Where's your sister? Call her over quickly. You usually brag so loudly, but now you're so cowardly." Zhou Deshang was provoked by these words and even managed to muster up some courage to resist Wang Ming. "My sister is the famous Zhou Xiaoming from Union University. If you don't want to die, you should worship me as soon as possible. I can even say a few good words for you." If he hadn't said it while kneeling, perhaps it would have been somewhat credible. Wang Ming pointed at his men and said, "Those guys over there should have contacted your sister. I'll just wait here and see what she can do to me. Hey, you guys over there, if you don't want to die, go kneel down and slap yourself like him. I'm in the mood today, so I plan to sing a couple of songs." Wang Ming pointed at Zhou Deshang and several of his men. Under the effect of the eye of deterrence, no one dared to disobey. The 8 boys knelt together and slapped themselves in the face. Wang Ming said to the girls around Zhou Shui, "You should go back. Don't play outside so late at night. Shuer, I'll give you the address where your sister lives. You should go back first." Zhou Shui shook her head and said, "I'll stay here with you. Besides, it's not safe to go back so late at night." Wang Ming thought it made sense and waved his hand to signal others to leave. However, Zhang Xiaoyu, who spoke first, stayed. Wu Sini, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, struggled but did not leave. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled flatteringly and said, "Brother, you are so handsome. Can I follow you from now on? Don't worry, I won't compete with Sister Shui for anything. Just let me follow you." "Oh, okay, go get me some wine and order some songs." "Okay, brother, what do you want to sing?" Zhang Xiaoyu served like a maid. Wang Ming held Zhou Shui in his arms, holding the microphone in his hand, and began to howl along with the song. After just a few words, Zhou Shui couldn't help but interrupt him, snatching the microphone and saying, "Hey, you have a couple of drinks with my brother Wang. Xiaoming, let's go drink and pick up girls." "Stop singing, ah." Wang Ming felt helpless. His singing was really not good. After 2 lines, he couldn't stand it anymore. Zhang Xiaoyu was immediately delighted when she heard this, and ran over to drink with Wang Ming. She called Wu Sini, who was neither standing nor walking, and said to her, "Come along and keep brother Wang company. Perhaps he'll be interested in you and want you to serve him tonight." Wu Sini glanced at Zhou Deshang, who was still slapping her, gritted her teeth and walked over, taking the initiative to get close to Wang Ming and said, "Brother, I was a little loud just now. I will drink 3 cups as punishment." Chapter 73 Beast Girl Ranking Week 2 Xiaomeng. Wang Ming hugged Wu Sini on both sides, but he was not as fierce as he was at the beginning. Wu Sini was submissive and followed the principle of more contact and less talk, allowing Wang Ming to feel the warmth and softness of being wrapped in her. As for Zhang Xiaoyu, she was extremely flattering, spouting all kinds of fawning words to show her loyalty. Wang Ming was fed a glass of wine by Wu Sini. Looking at the people kneeling below, his face was swollen like a pig's head. He probably thought that even his own mother would not recognize him. Then he waved his hand and said, "Okay, I was wondering if your sister is coming over yet. It's been 2 hours and my Schwer is already sleepy from singing. Zhou Shui's face was red and her eyes were difficult to open, but she was not sleepy, she was drunk. She had always been a good girl, but tonight was so exciting and influenced by the atmosphere that she couldn't help but drink a few more glasses. Otherwise, she, who has always been well behaved and quiet in front of outsiders, would not be singing and dancing, and hugging Wang Ming and kissing him. He was running low on energy at the moment, so he leaned on Wang Ming's shoulder like a kitten, with his eyes half closed to rest. When the people below heard Wang Ming's question, Zhou Deshang's eyes were full of anger, but it was mainly directed at the coquettish Wu Xini. He kept cursing her under his breath, calling her a stinky bitch and a slut. My sister will be here soon, and when she does, I want you, this stinking bitch, and those two bitches all on your knees at my feet. He was clearly kneeling, but he couldn't see the situation clearly, and kept talking nonsense. The monkeys beside him kept pulling him and admonishing him. Brother Chang, wait until I get here before we talk. Xiaoyu isn't that kind of person. She wants us to suffer less. Zhou Deshang pushed Monkey away and cursed, stop talking nonsense. Whores are heartless and actors are disloyal. You dug this woman out of some garbage dump, and you're pretending to be a good person. Wait until my sister comes, and I'll torture all of you losers, and those 3 stinky bitches, to death. Bang! Wang Ming threw a wine bottle and hit Zhou Deshang in the face. It immediately looked like a dye shop, with white, red, yellow and green dyes all over the floor. My face. He covered his swollen and ruptured face and screamed in pain. Deshang. A petite and cute girl ran in. She looked very small in front of Zhou Deshang's huge body. Behind her was a man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Sister, you finally came, it hurts so much. Zhou Deshang screamed and cried like a 200-pound child. The person who came was none other than Zhou Deshang's sister Zhou Xiaoming, who was ranked second on the Alliance University Beast Girl list. My sister came late and encountered other things. She was a little far away. Who beat you like this? It was too cruel. Zhou Xiaoming has 2 pink bows on her head, her hair is loose and tied into 2 small braids, she wears a white puff-sleeve shirt on the upper body and a pink short skirt on the lower body, and white over-the-knee socks with lace on her legs. Although she is petite and has a cute face, she has a devilish figure with a curvy figure and a pair of plump white thighs that are tightly held by the lace, making them look very elastic. Wang Ming thought about it for a moment and remembered the name. He couldn't help but feel a little more expectant. If he could seize the opportunity to contract her, he would have a chance to reach level 4. Sister, it was him. He was the one who beat me up and even stole my girlfriend. Please help me teach him a lesson. Zhou Deshang seemed to have gained confidence. He pointed at Wang Ming and kept complaining about his grievances. Zhou Xiaoming looked at Wang Mingdao and said, "Did you hit my brother?" "It's me." "Why hit him?" "Bullying my friend." "Who is your friend?" Zhou Xiaoming looked at the 3 girls surrounding him. Wang Ming put his hand on Zhou Shui's shoulder and chuckled, "Just come to me if you have anything to say. Why are you asking so many questions? Even if this wasn't the case, I would still beat him up." "Why is that?" Zhou Xiaoming continued to ask. "Well, you are really persistent. It's because you don't like him." Wang Ming let go of Zhou Shui and walked step by step to Zhou Xiaoming. The closer he got, the cuter her baby face looked. She looked at him with her big eyes, as if she had a lot to say. "In this case, as his elder sister, I have no choice but to help my brother vent his anger." Zhou Xiaoming gathered her spiritual energy and was about to attack when the man who came with her reached out to stop her. "Xiaoming, go take care of your brother first, I'll play with him." This man is called Chen Kai, one of Zhou Xiaoming's many bootlickers. Because of his extraordinary talent, he is able to follow Zhou Xiaoming around. "Boy, you dare to mess with anyone. Today I'll let you see what the sky is high and the earth is thick." Chen Kai's spiritual power surged, and the shadow of a white-browed tiger with hanging eyes suddenly emerged from his body, and with a tiger roar, it rushed towards Wang Ming. The tiger's fangs rushed towards Wang Ming's neck like steel spikes. Wang Ming ducked to avoid it, and with a powerful punch of his right hand, he struck Chen Kai in the abdomen. Chen Kai pushed off the ground with his hind legs, jumped up, then turned in the air and kicked out with a whip kick, like a tiger's tail sweeping across. "Ha, tiger, I'm pretty good at it." Wang Ming studied under Mei Shuiyan, the tigress among tigresses. Faced with this attack, Wang Ming did not stand up to block it, but instead put his fingers together like a sword and stabbed diagonally at the empty spot on Chen Kai's perineum. This is called sword pointing to the sky. Every time Mei Shuiyan saw him use this move, she would curse inwardly, then change her moves and roll over, kicking him with her other leg. Then he could use his next move, the Overlord lifting the tripod. If he was lucky, he could even feel the teacher's tank thunder. Therefore, as soon as Wang Ming used this move, he was already preparing for the next move. Unfortunately, Chen Kai was not Mei Shuiyan and did not have such strong control ability. Oh. Chen Kai was hit by this move, and his legs and feet suddenly lost strength. He lay on the ground, covering his lower body and crying. The boys kneeling around all felt a chill in their crotch, and were glad that they were not strong enough to fight with Wang Ming. Wang Ming stepped on Chen Kai's handsome face and taunted him, "You have no strength, yet you come out to be a hero and save the beauty? Ah, scream, I'll let you scream. Stop, let him go." Zhou Xiaoming said, but there was a bit more appreciation in his eyes. Of course Wang Ming wouldn't listen to her. He stomped on his face a few times and said, "I hate pretty boys the most, ha ha ha. I'm here to fight you, will you let him go?" Zhou Xiaoming knew that Chen Kai's strength was only slightly weaker than hers, so she did not dare to be negligent and immediately transformed into a beast. Ha ha ha, it turns out to be a little stupid pig. Look at this pig nose, it really looks like one. Wang Ming couldn't help laughing. After Zhou Xiaoming transformed into a beast, 2 pig ears grew on his head, his nose turned into a pig nose, his whole body became pink and tender, and his body shape not only did not become bigger, but shrunk a bit. In contrast, his original G-size body shape was now at least L size. Zhou Xiaoming ignored Wang Ming's ridicule and muttered to himself, "May the heavenly pig bless me, and I will stumble and fall." Her spiritual energy surged around her, and an inexplicable force entered Wang Ming's body. Wang Ming didn't notice anything different, took a step forward, and was about to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, he stepped on the broken wine bottle for some reason, and he lost his balance and was about to fall down. Wang Ming stretched out his hands to support himself on the ground, turned over nimbly, and was about to stand up when his head hit the KTV table. With a bang, the table broke. Wang Ming cleaned up the debris on the top of his head, reached out to touch it, and was stunned to find that some blood had been rubbed out. Ah! Zhou Xiaoming jumped into the air and kicked him in the chest. Wang Ming was kicked back a few steps. Feeling the force of this blow, if it weren't for the chest armor working, Wang Ming would have been lying on the ground. That's amazing. Is it actually a luck-related ability? Zhou Xiaoming's heart sank. His trick had never worked before. Why did it have no effect on the person who bullied his brother? Chapter 74 Zodiac Beast Girl. Wang Ming patted the dust off his chest, reached out to wipe the blood from his forehead, and then approached Zhou Xiaoming step by step. Zhou Xiaoming continued, "Blessed by the heavenly pig, but unlucky." A stream of spiritual power penetrated into Wang Ming's body, and Wang Ming continued to move forward without stopping. With a click, the lights in the KTV suddenly fell down, and Wang Ming blocked it with a wave of his hand. Wang Ming slipped and stepped on the wine that fell on the ground, but in an instant he stepped hard to break the floor and stood firmly on the ground. With a bang, the TV wall in the KTV suddenly broke, and countless fragments flew towards Wang Ming. Wang Ming used his spiritual power to protect his body and blocked them all. The ones who suffered the most were the ones kneeling on the ground, who were being beaten and wailing in pain, with broken glass shards all over their bodies. Wang Mingza had already arrived in front of Zhou Xiaoming. He reached out and pinched her cute baby face, whispering like a devil, "Now, what other skills do you have?" Zhou Xiaoming's heart beat faster, partly because she was scared and partly because she was nervous because she had never been in such close contact with a boy. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word clearly. Wang Ming quietly activated the power of the contract and distracted Zhou Xiaoming's attention with his mouth. "I'll give you a minute to think about it. Either you submit to me obediently, or I'll beat you into submission." Zhou Xiaoming's eyes flickered, but she couldn't speak. Wang Ming held her mouth tightly. She was anxious and angry. She reached out to push Wang Ming away, but she didn't have enough strength. Chen Kai, lying on the ground, was a smart man. Although he felt pain in his lower body, he endured it and said, "We are from Union University. You should think about the consequences. If you stop here, not only will we not pursue the matter, we will also compensate you with a treasure as an apology." Wang Ming turned his head to look at him, but his hands kept in contact with Zhou Xiaoming. He smiled and said, "Oh, what treasure? Tell me. Let Xiaoming go first, and then I'll give it to you. I'm not interested in bargaining. Give it to me, or not." Wang Ming exerted force on his hands, and Zhou Xiaoming groaned in pain, crying and complaining, which made the bootlicker Chen Kai panic. No, 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 I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. It's a dagger made from the teeth of an alien beast. If you have enough spiritual power, it will be indestructible to anyone below level 6. Chen Kai said hurriedly, and at the same time took out the so-called dagger from his arms. It was only the size of a palm, gray, and looked inconspicuous. It's so good, why didn't you use it just now? Wang Ming was not in a hurry to take it, but continued to ask. It's too small, only 6 centimeters. Besides, who would have thought that there would be a powerful person like you here? Chen Kai said helplessly, normally a level 3 shouldn't go to the alien beast battlefield, why is he in this small KTV? The system voice suddenly sounded, 3, 2, 1, the contract is successful. The host Beast Girls type has been detected to meet the Zodiac Beast Girl 912. Please continue to contract the tiger, dragon, and dog types of Beast Girls. After hearing this, Wang Ming asked in his mind, is there any reward for collecting all 12 Zodiac animals? Reward, Super Divine Skill, Taming Beast Skill Description, all ordinary Beast Girls can be forced into a contract with just one glance. Can those who have already been bound by a compulsory contract be allowed to do so? Can. Wang Ming couldn't help laughing. Possessing such magical skills in this world was enough for him to walk sideways. He glanced at Zhou Xiaoming, who had already successfully signed the contract. She was the pig among the 12 Chinese zodiac animals. Perhaps the number was almost enough, so the system issued a reminder. He let go of Zhou Xiaoming's cheek and bent down to take the dagger from Chen Kai's hand. Good opportunity, Xiaoming. Chen Kai thrust upwards fiercely and called out to Zhou Xiaoming at the same time. Zhou Xiaoming was stunned. When she heard Chen Kai shout, she rushed over immediately, but she did not attack Wang Ming. Instead, she stepped on Chen Kai's arm. Don't hurt him. Chen Kai looked at her in disbelief. Xiaoming? You just met him. Zhou Xiaoming looked at Wang Ming, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Wang Ming smiled and said, it's not something you can tell outsiders. Zhou Xiaoming understood and said to Chen Kai, anyway, you can't hurt him. This dagger is your apology. Don't appear around me in the future. I'm afraid he will misunderstand. Xiaoming? Well, I've liked you for 3 years, and he only saw you for 3 minutes. Chen Kai was heartbroken and puzzled. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and looked at Wang Mingdao, it's you. What on earth did you do to Xiaoming? What evil method did you use? How could Wang Ming tell him? He just took the dagger from Zhou Xiaoming and played with it. After trying it, he found that it was extremely sharp and he couldn't let it go. Zhou Xiaoming said to Zhou Deshang, take these people back and don't cause trouble again. After saying that, he looked at Wang Ming and said, let's spare him this time. Wang Ming smiled and said, then how are you going to thank me? Zhou Xiaoming lowered his head and said, whatever you say, it's up to you. Ah, okay, you can go now. Zhou Deshang didn't want to leave. After he finished acting out the love between brother and sister, Zhou Xiaoming kicked him hard twice. Only then did he finally leave in tears. Wang Ming also called out to Zhou Shui, let's go. He walked towards the door, and Zhou Shui and Zhou Xiaoming naturally followed him. Zhang Xiaoyu and Wu Xinyi looked at each other, not knowing whether they should follow him. Zhang Xiaoyu was brave enough. Since Wang Ming didn't say forbid her to follow, she followed him. Before leaving, I took a look at Chen Kai, who was confused and sat on the ground, and couldn't help but say with pity in my heart, a dog who licks will not have a good death in the end. The bike that you are reluctant to ride, others stand up and pedal. Wu Xinyi was walking at the end. When she passed by Chen Kai, she heard his cell phone ringing. She didn't bother to listen and staggered to chase Wang Ming. She had already offended Zhou Deshang and couldn't lose Wang Ming again. Chen Kai had no intention of answering the phone, but it kept ringing. He could only put it to his ear and said weakly, what's wrong? Ling Ling? Brother, where are you? The dragon lady at home is rioting, and the old man asked all the contractors to come back to see if they can contract her? I'm not interested, that's all. He was about to hang up when Chen Lingling on the other end of the phone said, brother, the old man said that everyone must go back, otherwise they will be expelled from the Chen family, even those side branches without talent must come back. Chen Kai got up from the ground helplessly. He was almost heartbroken and had to go home, otherwise he would lose the support of his family resources, and Zhou Xiaoming would ignore him even more. Wang Ming arrived in front of the hotel and looked at the 2 women following behind them. He frowned and asked, why are you still following me? Zhang Xiaoyu quickly put on a smile and said, brother, didn't you ask me to follow you? If you're tired, I can serve you tea and water and help you get dressed. Wu Sini looked at her in shock and said, "Isn't Monkey your boyfriend? Don't you feel guilty about saying that?" Zhang Xiaoyu sneered, "You're still our so-called sister-in-law. Brother Chang is suffering, and you haven't helped him. Why are you pretending to be a chaste heroine? If you don't want to be a chaste heroine, why are you following me?" Wu Sini was choked by the two sentences and was speechless, but her feet did not move. Zhou Xiaoming said with a sad face, with so many people, I may not be able to do it." Wang Ming waved his hand and said, "You guys go play outside and do whatever you need to do. This is what a new car is like. At the beginning, it feels wrong here and there, but as you drive it, the engine oil will fully lubricate the parts, and then it will be full of power and the roar will never stop. What's even better is that the new car's headlights are bright and big. Whether you look at them from a distance or play with them, they are rare treasures." Wang Ming is not a person who cares about cars. He likes to drive as he pleases and can practice at the same time. It can be said that he kills two birds with one stone. Later, the new car was too difficult to use, so he replaced it with several 90% new cars in turn, so that Wang Ming could drive to his heart's content. The next morning, Zhou Yanran finally got through on the phone. She anxiously asked Wang Mingdao, "How is my sister? Why hasn't she come back?" Wang Ming glanced at the sleeping Zhou Shui and said softly, "It's okay. I fell asleep because I was too tired. Don't worry." Just after hanging up the phone, my roommate Zhang Yiming called again. "Wang Ming, we're going to sing karaoke with Huang Keqing in the dormitory tonight. You have to come back, otherwise they won't let you go." "Okay, send me the address and I'll be there tonight." Wang Ming hung up the phone and muttered, "I've been having trouble with karaoke lately, but if I could find a level 3 karaoke player every night and contract with them, I could sing every day." Feeling the power in his body, Wang Ming said confidently, "It's almost 3.9. Another level 3 and I can break through to level 4. I don't know where the 3 types of beast girls, dragon, tiger, and dog, are." Sigh. Wait, the teacher seems to be a tiger, a white tiger at that. An expression of expectation suddenly appeared in Wang Ming's eyes, which made Zhou Xiaoming, who had just woken up, shudder. Chapter 75 Jealousy. Lu Zihan was putting on makeup in front of the mirror in the dormitory. Today she carefully chose a slightly sexy and mature makeup look. She lifted the corners of her eyes, wore daily disposable contact lenses, and applied rose-red lipstick, and the feeling came immediately. She was only wearing a black suspender pajamas, and her well-proportioned and slender body shone brightly in the sunlight. The fair and translucent skin and the perfect figure that would be fat if it was a little more and thin if it was a little less made Su Jingjing, who was standing next to her, stunned. "Zihan, you are so beautiful." Su Jingjing had already put on light makeup, and was wearing a simple yellow floral short skirt, bare legs, and a pair of strappy sandals on her feet. However, because her upper body was so impressive, Lu Zihan was happy but also envious when he heard her praise and said, "You are truly beautiful. That guy got such a good figure." Su Jingjing said, "I'll listen to you. Then help me keep his heart." Lu Zihan finally finished putting on her makeup and carefully selected a pink cherry blossom pattern jumpsuit with a corset design at the waist, so people with a worse figure couldn't wear it. But Lu Zihan looks particularly beautiful in this outfit, which complements her fair skin and makes her look like a little princess. Her legs were paired with pink gradient tights and white pig kidney shoes, which made her look cute yet a little sexy, and she captured Su Jingjing's style perfectly. Su Jingjing excitedly knelt on one knee, touched Lu Zihan's knee and confessed, "General Su Jingjing is willing to go through fire and water for Princess Henin, without hesitation." This made Lu Zihan giggle non-stop, and she even put her hand on her head and said, "This princess accepts your loyalty." Huang Keqing wore a common gray wrap skirt with gray opaque over the knee socks, revealing a part of her body. Her white and tender thighs were very charming against the gray skirt. On her feet were a pair of 7-centimeter black high heels. She is tall and looks like a sexy young mother in this outfit. Her roommates look like her sisters or stepdaughters. Zhang Lu looked at her 3 roommates with envy. Some were beautiful, some were sexy, and some were mature, but she was the only one who had nothing. She picked out a plain black dress, paired it with sneakers and white socks, and sat on the stool without even putting on any makeup, ready to go. However, waves of jealousy welled up in her heart. She was also known as a beautiful academic master in her previous school, but here she was just an ordinary person. No matter her talent or appearance, she was not superior to others. Even her courage was not as good as Su Jingjing's, who openly expressed her love for Lu Zihan. The four girls, with various emotions in their hearts, went to the Chenyue KTV that they had booked. This was a KTV inside the school and was said to be opened by a relative of the principal. They entered the KTV and found that the first floor was actually a bar. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening, and there were already many people singing and dancing inside. "It's so lively, wow," Huang Keqing said loudly. "When they come, let's go down and play too." Lu Zihan was also quite tempted. The four of them first came to the reserved box 666 on the second floor, where Zhang Yiming, Qin Lang, and Lu Shan were already waiting. Lu Zihan asked, "Where's Wang Ming? Why isn't he here?" Wang Ming said he is on the way and will be back soon. Zhang Yiming replied, and at the same time asked a few people to order songs first. Lu Zihan didn't see Wang Ming at the first time, and felt a little disappointed, but he still ordered songs as usual, just absent-mindedly. On the other side, Wang Ming settled Zhou Shui, and after giving some instructions to Zhou Yanran and Zhao Qingxue, he rushed to school. As luck would have it, he met Zhang Yao, who had just come out of the training ground. She was the first beast girl to be assessed as a freshman, and she was also a vicious beauty with a foul mouth and a small mind. When Wang Ming saw her, he couldn't help but think of her charming and coquettish mother, the beautiful mature woman Qinyu, especially her pretentious spirit, which was particularly alluring. A smile appeared on his face unconsciously, but Zhang Yao misunderstood it. She was wearing sportswear today, her bangs were stuck to her forehead due to sweating, and with her high ponytail, she looked heroic. So he likes this style. Humph, what? Men are really lustful. Zhang Yao thought to herself, then stopped and waited for Wang Ming to greet her. Wang Mingli ignored her and walked towards the KTV. Zhang Yao was both embarrassed and angry, and cursed him 800 times in her heart, but she couldn't help but be curious about what attracted Wang Ming and made him dare to ignore her. She quietly followed Wang Ming and saw him enter the KTV. She was burning with jealousy and said to herself, "Great. So there must be some vixen here just to have fun. I want to see who is so shameless." In her heart, she regarded Wang Ming as her own property, so naturally she didn't want anyone to snatch Wang Ming from her. "But you can't wear this dress. If I'm not as pretty as her, I'll just lose face." After taking a deep look at the KTV, she turned around to change her clothes. Wang Ming naturally went straight into the private room. There were many hot girls in the bar. As soon as he entered, he said, "It's so boring just singing here. Let's go downstairs and drink while watching others dance." Before Lu Zihan could say anything happy, she heard this and snorted, "Humph, you don't want to drink, you clearly want to see beautiful women." Huang Keqing said, "Just singing is really boring. Let's go downstairs and have some fun before coming back up." Wang Ming laughed and said, "Yeah, whether she's beautiful or not is another matter, I mainly want to drink some wine, ha ha." The others had no objections, so they went down to the first floor together. There are bright lights and wine here, and groups of handsome men and beautiful women, all of whom are college students. The atmosphere is full of youthful vitality, which makes people's blood start to get excited. Huang Keqing immediately invited Qin Lang, "Handsome boy, dance with me." Qin Lang said calmly, "No." Huang Keqing didn't hesitate and said to Wang Ming, "Hey handsome guy, please dance with me. Don't say you can't do it." Then he turned to Lu Zihan and said, "Zihan, don't blame me for taking the initiative. I will drink 3 cups as punishment later." Lu Zihan knew she was playful by nature. It didn't necessarily mean she liked Wang Ming, but if she acted coyly, it would seem petty. So, he smiled and said, "His legs are on him, so why should I care?" Huang Keqing didn't wait for Wang Ming to answer, but pulled his arm into the center of the dance floor and danced with a group of people. Wang Ming saw her twisting her waist and hips and immediately said with a smile, "That's it. I can do that too." He used his head to write the word thunder in the air. Because his body had been trained, he could make many flexible movements, some of which were at strange angles, attracting the admiration of people around him. This move is awesome. You can even spin 180 degrees and eat your own cow. Wang Ming's face darkened when he heard that. Huang Keqing was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. She put her hands on Wang Ming's shoulders and got close to him and did some movements that showed off her figure. Wang Ming could clearly smell the perfume on her body. The two were so immersed in happiness that they didn't notice a figure staring at them with eyes that seemed to be emitting fire. Chapter 76 Slut Shaming. Zhang Yao looked at Huang Keqing dancing face to face with Wang Ming and said with gritted teeth, "Slut, bitch, shameless." The 2 yellow-haired boys next to her saw that she was beautiful in a JK skirt and came over to chat with her. "You're a freshman, right? I'm your senior from the same department. Let's have a drink together. Zhang Yao looked at the two of them and suddenly an idea came to her mind. She smiled coquettishly and said, drinking is so boring. Just follow me to the bathroom. Do you dare? The two looked at each other, both showing surprise, and couldn't wait to ask, which one do you want? How can I favor one over the other, ha? Zhang Yao smiled. Hey, little sister, you know what you're talking about. We two brothers each have our own strengths. The three of them entered the bathroom one after another, and heard a series of ping-pong sounds. Just 5 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Zhang Yao combed her hair and said to the two people covered in scars, remember what I told you? If you don't do it well later, you two won't be able to graduate. By the way, I'll keep your student ID cards for you. She shook her hair, walked away gracefully, and stared at Wang Ming and Huang Keqing again. The two people in the toilet were named Zhang Chang and Lu Jia. Zhang Chang covered his arm and said, Brother Jia, we've run into a tough guy now. What should we do? Lu Jia covered the wound on his forehead, but his thoughts were clear as he spoke. She wants that woman to be humiliated, preferably in public. This is not easy to deal with. Have you forgotten how you dumped your ex-girlfriend? You mean? Yes, few girls can stand this. Then, what if that girl also has a powerful background? Ah, it's our bad luck that we met the director's daughter first. We can only pray that she really doesn't have any background. Sex is a knife hanging over your head. The two looked at each other, both feeling somewhat miserable. On the dance floor, Wang Ming and Huang Keqing, two handsome men and beautiful women, danced gracefully, naturally attracting a lot of people's attention. The two were having fun when Zhang Chang suddenly rushed out, pointing at Huang Keqing and shouting angrily. You bitch, you're fooling around behind my back again. You don't care about the children at home, you don't take care of the elderly. Do you think you're great just because you went to college? You don't have to take care of the family anymore? Huang Keqing was confused and asked doubtfully, who are you? Did you recognize the wrong person? She was wearing a tight skirt and over-the-knee socks, and her mature style didn't look like a freshman at all. Just with this one sentence, people around her started whispering. Lu Jia mixed in the crowd and said in a fake tone, Brother, you recognized the right person, right? This girl doesn't look like she has given birth to a child. Zhang Chang said with a look of pain, my child is over 1 year old, and this bitch works out every day to keep in shape, just to hook up with another rich and talented guy. Don't be fooled by her youthful appearance, the stretch marks on her belly are very serious. Huang Keqing's forehead veins bulged as he shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't even know you. The people around who didn't know the truth started discussing it as soon as they heard there was something to eat. She looks like a slut. Look at the way she twisted her body just now. She was so sexy. Oh, look at the guy next to her, he's tall and handsome. If it were me, I wouldn't want to do that either. That guy is like a winter melon. After hearing this, Zhang Chang couldn't help but glare at the girl, but for the sake of his own interests, he had to endure it. For this rich second-generation guy, you actually pretended not to know me. You'd rather be a dog for others than be a decent human being, right? Lu Jia even pretended to be a reasonable person and said to Huang Keqing, Beauty, this is you who is wrong. If what he said is wrong, you should produce evidence to prove it. You can't just keep silent. Everyone, we at Union University are fighting for humanity, but we can't let the soldiers on the front lines down. They're fighting for their lives, but their wives are having affairs with other men, neglecting their children and the elderly. This is unacceptable. Even if they're rich and talented, they can't bully others like this. Huang Keqing was at a loss as she saw the people around her making a fuss. This girl looked mature on the outside, but she was just a face-obsessed girl at heart, and had not seen much of the world. Wang Ming stepped forward, staring at Zhang Chang with his intimidating eye. You said she was out fooling around, so what's her name? What's her major? Where's her hometown? What does she like to eat? Under the powerful suppression of the eye of deterrence, Zhang Chang's legs couldn't stop shaking, and his mouth trembled so much that he couldn't utter a word. Seeing this, Lu Jia immediately started to make a fuss. The adulterer is beating people, the adulterer is beating people, everyone come and see, the adulterer and the adulteress are bullying people. Wang Ming sneered and released a threatening look at him, then shouted, kneel down. Plop plop, the two men could not resist and immediately fell to their knees. Tell the truth, or I'll make you kneel and die here today. Wang Ming squeezed out a few words from the corner of his mouth. Lu Zihan and others had heard the sound and came over, glaring at the two of them. Zhang Lu was secretly happy. She had long been dissatisfied with Huang Keqing's flamboyant appearance and secretly thought that maybe it was true. Zhang Yao was hiding behind the crowd. She was not panicked when she saw this, but she was very dissatisfied with Wang Ming's protection of Huang Keqing. She saw that the situation was set and the rumors had spread. Even if Wang Ming clarified the truth now, it would be of no avail. She couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. The two people kneeling on the ground, frightened by the oppressive feeling brought by Wang Ming, immediately told the truth, but they did not dare to reveal Zhang Yao's origins, and only said that someone instructed them to do it. The surrounding college students had different expressions, some believed it and some didn't, and the way they looked at Huang Keqing also changed. Huang Keqing gritted his teeth and suddenly said, "Since you are slandering me, it must be that woman who is jealous of me. Ha, I'm determined to go against her." She hugged Wang Ming suddenly and kissed him on the face, her saliva covering Wang Ming's face. Then he shouted to the people around him, "Ha, you cunning bitch who hides your head and shows your tail, hurting people behind their backs, did you see that? I can kiss anyone you like, can you kiss him? I'm going to piss you off to death, you idiot." Wang Ming pushed her away and looked at Lu Zihan. Lu Zihan had a blank expression on his face, and it was unclear whether he was angry or not. Zhang Yao was really angry, hiding behind the scenes. She didn't expect Huang Keqing to be so mentally strong. She regarded Wang Ming as her man, so how could she allow someone to treat him like this? "Damn bitch, you've already got your death." Huang Keqing saw that no one came out and laughed immediately. "Ha, you don't dare anymore, you coward, despicable guy, the person you like is right here, and I'm taking advantage of you, you see, I touch and kiss you as I please, you coward, you can't do anything." She groped Wang Ming with one hand and tried to provoke the person behind him. Wang Ming leaned in closer and whispered, "That person might not be here. Let's not be like this. Ask these two again. Maybe we can find out." Huang Keqing suddenly raised her head and said, "What? You can't help it and want to get a room now? Fine, you idiot behind me, if you have the guts, come with us to get a room and I'll teach you what a woman is." Wang Ming looked embarrassed. When he saw Lu Zihan's murderous expression, he couldn't help but sigh. What the hell was going on? Zhang Yao couldn't bear to listen any longer and could only turn around and leave. Even though she knew that Huang Keqing was deliberately trying to anger her, she was indeed angry. "Tonight I'm going to find out all your information, bitch. I want you to be ruined and live a life worse than death." Chapter 77 Sisters. Huang Keqing sat next to Wang Ming and shouted every time he drank a glass of wine. "I'm about to drink a wedding wine with him. Are you jealous? If you are, then come over and try it yourself." Lu Zihan advised, "That person may have left, Keqing, there is no need to shout anymore." Huang Keqing sighed, put down his wineglass, leaned on Lu Zihan and said, "Hanin, I'm so unlucky. Just because of dancing with your Wang Ming, I encountered such a thing. Maybe someone is targeting you." Huang Keqing shook her head and said, "I know this tactic very well. It's slut shaming. They're trying to hurt me, but those two people don't even know me, and they came over out of nowhere. Well, no matter who they are, I'm hurt anyway, and you have to compensate me." Lu Zihan frowned and said, "How can I compensate you? Those two were forced by Wang Ming to kowtow to you and admit their mistakes. This is not enough. That's not enough. I kissed your Wang Ming, and I suffered a loss. I want you to make it up to me. Let me kiss you, my dear wife." She leaned forward to kiss Lu Zihan on the face, but Su Jingjing quickly pulled her away and said, "No, that's mine, you're not allowed to kiss it." Huang Keqing was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Ha, Hanin is really popular. Well, since we're roommates, I won't compete with you. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first." Su Jingjing felt a little embarrassed and said guiltily, "Well, that's not what I meant. Play for a while longer. Jingjing, let Keqing be alone for a while." Lu Zihan said. Huang Keqing smiled and hugged Lu Zihan and said, "You still understand me the best. Don't send me off. I will go back by myself." Xin Lang suddenly said, "Why don't we go back together? The noise here is really boring." Huang Keqing looked at him and didn't expect him to say that. "Thank you, but don't let me spoil your fun. I'll go back by myself." Naturally, no one could say anything more. Huang Keqing adjusted her skirt, tossed her hair and said, "Sister is leaving first, don't miss me too much." Huang Keqing, look at yourself. You're still a student, and you're wearing such messy clothes. Huang Xinrui walked up to her sister with a look of rage on her face. She rushed here as soon as she received the news and happened to see her sister dressed maturely. She started scolding her sister without saying anything. Su Jingjing regretted not speaking up sooner, and immediately shouted angrily, "Where are you from? You're not done yet, are you? What's it to you what other people wear? It's better than wearing a coat over your pajamas." Huang Keqing rushed over and hugged Huang Xinrui and cried, "Sister, why are you here?" "Sister?" Su Jingjing was stunned. Huang Xinrui patted Huang Keqing on the back and said softly, all right, stop crying. Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll make them pay." Huang Keqing's mouth twitched as she pulled her sister to sit down and said, "Thanks to Wang Ming, he helped me teach those two a lesson." He only knew that she was a girl with a background, but he couldn't get any specific information out of her. He wrote down their names and majors and let them go. "Are you going to let them go so easily?" Huang Xinrui frowned, looked at Wang Ming, and then said, "I think I've seen you before." "On the mountain," Wang Ming reminded. "Oh, I remember now. Thank you for helping my sister, but this punishment is too light." Huang Keqing explained, kneeling them would draw too much attention. Besides, they were assigned here on short notice and couldn't ask much. They didn't even know my name. Lu Shan suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "You are Huang Xinrui, the third strongest beast girl on the list." Huang Xinrui covered her face with shame and said, "Don't mention that. The ranking is not based on strength at all. There are many people who are better than me." Qin Lang and Zhang Yiming also recognized her. Qin Lang was fine after all, he was also level 3, but Zhang Yiming's eyes were burning with anger. This is a level 3 beast girl who has not been contracted. If I can contract her, my strength will immediately overwhelm Wang Ming. He didn't even think about why he, with his level 1 strength, could contract a level 3 beast girl. Su Jingjing felt a little uneasy when she heard this. She pinched the corner of her clothes and apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Xinrui, I didn't know you were Keqing's sister. I spoke too impulsively just now." Huang Xinrui waved her hand and said, "I'm not so bad as to be unable to distinguish good words from bad ones. You're helping my sister, so how can I blame you? But Keqing, you should wear less of this kind of clothes in the future. Even though you don't have that intention, worldly prejudice is a huge mountain." Huang Keqing nodded and said, "I understand." Lu Zihan looked at Huang Xinrui curiously. Seeing that she had a sharp and pretty face, and although she was wearing a nightgown, she was full of imposing aura, he couldn't help but envy her secretly. Zhang Lu was the opposite. When she saw that such a powerful person turned out to be her roommate's sister, she felt a little jealous. Why didn't she have such a sister to protect her? Wang Ming said, "Since you're here, sit down and relax together. There's no need to rush back." Huang Xinrui was a little reluctant, but Huang Keqing said, "Sis, I haven't seen you many times since I came here, and you'll be leaving in 2 weeks, so let's take this opportunity to get together." Huang Xinrui hesitated for a moment, then agreed, "All right, tomorrow I'll go investigate to see if any of the school leaders have daughters. Before I leave, I'll make sure I find out and solve this problem for you." "Thank you, sister. You are the best." Huang Keqing hugged her sister and acted coquettishly. Although she was dressed maturely, she was still a little girl at heart. After a while of small talk, Lu Zihan was skeptical when he heard Zhang Yiming say that he became the dormitory leader by arm wrestling. "You can beat Wang Ming. He's stronger than an ox." Zhang Yiming smiled wryly and said, "Except for him, I am better than him in other aspects. Otherwise, I wouldn't be the dormitory head." "What's better than him?" Lu Zihan asked. "I can command my beast girl to do anything, but they can't." As soon as he said this, Zhang Yiming suddenly felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have revealed that he had a beast girl. He secretly went to see Huang Xinrui, but saw that Huang Xinrui was looking at Wang Ming with a thoughtful expression. Without waiting for him to speak, Huang Xinrui said to Wang Ming, "So, you are very strong. Do you dare to compete with me?" It was really a case of searching for something everywhere but finally finding it without any effort. Wang Ming was ecstatic and wanted to have an arm wrestling competition. As long as he could hold on for 1 minute, he could easily contract this beast girl. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, Wang Ming pretended to be indifferent and said, "This is not good. If I win, you will lose face in front of your sister." Huang Xinrui was indeed provoked. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Oh, you are quite arrogant. Just because you are a freshman who just enrolled, you are stronger than me. Stop talking nonsense and come on." Huang Keqing was happy to see the fun and quickly cleared the wine away to make room for the two of them. Huang Xinrui put her hands on the table first and signaled Wang Ming to come over quickly with her eyes. Wang Ming smiled and said, "Then I'll try it with Sister Xinrui." Ha ha. The two hands were clasped together, and with Huang Keqing's command, the wrestling officially began. Chapter 78, Contracting Another Beast Girl. The contract began the moment Wang Ming held Huang Xinrui's hand. Of course, for the 1-minute contract duration, Wang Ming would not easily defeat Huang Xinrui. He only put in 70% of his effort. Huang Xinrui's face flushed red from holding her breath, and her spiritual energy was boiling. This gave her a slight advantage, but that was all. Huang Keqing loudly cheered for her sister, but Zhang Yiming said, "Wang Ming is very strong. Unless you are a power type, it is impossible to beat him." Lu Zihan nodded. She knew that Wang Ming had many beast girls, and some of their power could be used by him. Wang Ming was invincible at the same level. Huang Xinrui listened to what they said, but didn't dare to speak at all, for fear that she would vent her anger once she opened her mouth. Veins bulged on her fair and tender hands, the coat she wore was bulging with muscles, and her beautiful face was changing towards that of a wolfhound. Beast transformation, sister activated the beast transformation, this time Wang Ming will definitely lose. Huang Keqing said confidently, she had absolute confidence in her sister. However, Huang Xinrui had a hard time expressing her suffering. Her strength did increase after she transformed into a beast, but Wang Ming's strength also increased, and was only slightly less than hers. She could neither lose nor win, which was really uncomfortable. Wang Ming smiled without saying anything. He continued to exert his strength while listening to the progress of the system contract. Seeing that her sister had the advantage but couldn't take it down, Huang Keqing began to attack from outside the court. "Hey, Wang Ming, if you're tired, just give up. There's no shame in losing. You're just a freshman, but my sister is a sophomore and a level 3 expert." Lu Zihan was immediately unhappy and said, "What are you talking about? Wang Ming, don't listen to her. Come on, I think you have a chance. Come on, come on." The others cheered for the two of them. Wang Ming heard the system voice, 3, 2, 1, the contract is completed. The progress of the 12 Zodiac Beast Girls is 10-12, and the Dragon and Tiger types are still missing. He smiled and was about to use his strength to overpower Huang Xinrui, but Huang Keqing suddenly stretched out her hand to help her sister wrestle with Wang Ming. "Sister, let me help you." Wang Ming laughed and said, "I'm not afraid if you all come together." He applied a little more force, and Huang Xinrui and Huang Keqing's hands were pressed on the table. Huang Keqing lamented, "Damn it, it was just a little bit off." Huang Xinrui looked at Wang Ming in shock. She seemed to have been contracted just now. That kind of power that comes from the connection between the minds, as if abilities and lives can be shared, is definitely a contract, but she was just arm wrestling just now. Huang Keqing thought her sister couldn't accept her loss, so she smiled and comforted her, "Sister, victory and defeat are common in the military. You're not in good shape today, but we can win again tomorrow." Wang Ming also smiled and said, "It's just a fluke. Sister Xinrui, please don't be angry." Huang Xinrui came back to her senses, thinking about it. She smiled and said, "As for that, I'm not someone who can't stand losing. But, let's talk about it again when we have time. Let me learn from you." In the last lesson, she deliberately bit it hard, but Wang Ming knew what she meant. He raised his glass and said, "Thank you, Sister Xinrui. We learn from each other. We learn from each other. Wang Ming is really amazing." Lu Zihan clapped her hands happily. She didn't understand why, she was just happy for Wang Ming. Following this little episode, the atmosphere among the group gradually heated up, and no one mentioned the humiliation Huang Keqing had suffered just now. When the alcohol got to him, Lu Zihan sat on Wang Ming's lap, holding a glass of wine in his hand, and said drunkenly, "I want to drink a cup of wine with you. She looks adorable, and her pink cherry blossom skirt makes her even more lovely and charming." Wang Ming reached out and held her legs, which were wearing pink gradient stockings, and pulled them into his arms. "Be careful, don't fall." Lu Zihan smiled foolishly, took a sip of wine, then moved close to Wang Ming's mouth and put the cold wine and warm tongue into his mouth. The two of them kissed so passionately that they didn't know what heaven and earth were. Several people around them booed. Su Jingjing shouted loudly, "Zihan, I want one too. I want one too." Lu Zihan was awakened and saw people looking at him. His face flushed, but he didn't care and hugged Wang Ming's neck. He said to Su Jingjing, Then come here, there's still some left in my mouth. Su Jingjing was overjoyed and didn't care. She quickly lay on Wang Ming, pouting her lips and kissing Lu Zihan on the face, with her tongue sticking out long ago. Lu Zihan laughed and dodged, not letting her kiss him. Su Jingjing also only moved her mouth but not her hands. The two of them were playing around on Wang Ming. Su Jingjing's softness kept colliding with Wang Ming's body, making Wang Ming very uncomfortable. Coupled with Lu Zihan's slender legs, he really suffered a lot. Lu Shan watched them playing with envy in his eyes, and said to Zhang Yiming, "Do you know how much I want to be Wang Ming at this moment?" Zhang Yiming nodded and said, "I also want such an excellent beast girl. She is so strong." Lu Shan glanced at Zhang Yiming and asked, "So you were thinking about this just now? Are you envious of Wang Ming's strength? Because of his beast mother? Isn't it?" "Yes, but that's not the point." "Never mind." He meant to say that Wang Ming enjoyed the best of both worlds, surrounded by beautiful women. Xin Lang suddenly spoke, his eyes were clear and he seemed to be able to drink a lot. "What? There's nothing to envy about this. She's just a woman. She'll become strong sooner or later." Zhang Yiming was very puzzled and asked Lu Shan, "Besides, don't you have any maids at home? Every family has 3 or 4 of these long-legged or big-legged maids, right?" Lu Shan was stunned for a moment, raised his glass and said to Zhang Yiming, "If you don't mind, I am willing to be your adoptive father, and I only ask you to take me to your home." Zhang Yiming patted his shoulder and laughed, "It's a small matter. Didn't I tell you before? Follow me and you'll have everything." The two felt that they had met too late, and Huang Xinrui and her sister were also talking. "After I leave, if anyone bullies you, go find Wang Ming and he will help you." "Well, sister, you are quite confident in him." "Well, you don't have to worry about that, but based on his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to stay here for long." Huang Xinrui was a little worried and picked up the wine glass but couldn't drink it. Huang Keqing reached out and hugged her sister's arm, saying coquettishly, "Don't worry, I can protect myself." Zhang Lu sat in the corner. No one paid attention to her and no one talked to her. She sang with the microphone in her hand, but an inexplicable hatred surged in her heart. After everyone had a great time drinking, they finally dispersed. Except for Lu Zihan, who insisted on staying with Wang Ming, and Su Jingjing, who followed him out of concern, everyone else went home. However, Huang Xinrui added Wang Ming's contact information, but found that Wang Ming had already added her. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart, thinking that this brat had been following her for a long time. Wang Ming didn't know about Huang Xinrui's psychological changes. He only knew that he had done something strange tonight. It was that Lu Zihan was mooing and vomiting while practicing, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. What was even more uncomfortable was that Su Jingjing, this woman, actually competed with him for Lu Zihan's training partner. Of course, Wang Ming taught her a lesson. Zhang Yao lay on her bed, logged into her father's account, and wrote down the information of the people in Wang Ming's dormitory and Huang Keqing's dormitory one by one. "Humph, you come from a low-class family. No wonder you raised such a shameless bitch. I'll make you suffer a little more." Hey, Wang Ming actually has no parents, but he has made it this far on his own. It's really amazing. Just thinking about stepping on such a genius is exciting. Her eyes gradually became obsessed, and her legs clamped the quilt tightly. Chapter 79: Pathological Relationship. Zhang Yao supported herself on the bed with her hands and slowly climbed out of bed. After a night of indulgence, even her level 3 body could not bear it. "Miss, you're awake. This is the breakfast I bought for you." Her roommates Qin Mei and Suyu stood on either side of her bed. Qin Mei put the crab roe buns she had bought on the table and spoke at the same time. Suyu took out a pair of black thigh-high stockings with red edges and said, "Miss, are you wearing this pair today?" Zhang Yao nodded. These two people were originally her roommates, but they came from poor families and had average talents. She could easily control them and turn them into her de facto maids. Zhang Yao stretched out a pair of white and tender feet. Her feet were no more than a size 32, slender and nimble, with 10 distinct toes, faint veins on the instep of her feet, and the soles of her feet were rosy and shiny, without a trace of dead skin. They were the best of the best jade feet. Suyu reached out and gently held the pair of small feet, put the reinforced stockings on the toes, then rolled up the socks and pulled them up evenly. Seeing that she was very serious and didn't even notice that a strand of hair on her forehead was loose, Zhang Yao couldn't help but want to tease her. She used her other little foot, which was not wearing socks, to pick up her hair and put it behind her head. Suyu looked up at her with some confusion, but Zhang Yao took the opportunity to lift her glasses with her deft thumb, and Suyu's face turned red for a moment. Zhang Yao laughed and let Suyu put on another pair of black stockings with red edges for her. Then she jumped out of bed, washed up quickly and enjoyed breakfast. Qin Mei waited carefully on the side and asked, "Miss, we've been asking around for information on Wang Ming. He has quite a few girls around him. One of them is Lu Zihan, who is his beastly wife, and there's also a sophomore named Zhou Yanran. Some people have seen them getting close." Zhang Yao shook her head and laughed. Beast mothers are not allowed to have true feelings with their contractors. This is a taboo on the battlefield. As for that sophomore, he's leaving soon, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Only Huang Keqing looks like a coquettish vixen, and she's only a freshman, and she's his roommate. You guys understand the principle that those who are close to the water get the moon first, right? Qin Mei flattered, "Young miss, you are naturally beautiful. How can those vulgar women compare to you? I still need to find out more about Huang Keqing. I will let you know as soon as I have the result." Zhang Yao nodded. It was not easy to find out so much in one night. Suyu continued, "Since the young lady has taken a fancy to that boy, it is his blessing. If he doesn't appreciate it, why not find someone to teach him a lesson, and then the young lady can come forward to rescue him? This beauty is so kind, I think he has no reason to refuse." Zhang Yao shook her head and said, "It's a good idea, but that kid is incredibly powerful. If we want to teach him a lesson, I'm afraid it has to be a teacher, or those who are about to graduate. I'm afraid the others are not strong enough." Qin Mei and Suyu fell silent. Zhang Yao's face darkened and he said, "Can you guys use your brains a little? You've been thinking about this all night and only came up with this idea. I think you're just itching to get your ass kicked." The two men trembled suddenly and knelt on the ground hurriedly, begging for mercy but not daring to argue. Zhang Yao said calmly, "You useless bastards, slap each other 10 times, counting as you go. I want to hear who's not taking it seriously." Qin Mei and Suyu didn't hesitate at all. They adjusted their bodies slightly and hit each other hard, fearing that Zhang Yao would find out that they were not paying attention. 1, 2, 3. The two men counted while fighting, their cheeks turning red visibly. Qin Mei Hans is on the right, Suyu Hans is on the left, they look quite symmetrical. Zhang Yao was delighted and said, "Okay, I'm happy today, so I'll let you go. Looks like we still have to find my biological father. Go ask around." Zhang Yao picked out a figure hugging off shoulder puff-sleeved miniskirt, paired it with a pair of black leather shoes, put on some beautiful makeup, and went to find her biological father Zhang Cheng. After she left, Qin Mei and Suyu relaxed at the same time. They looked at each other and felt relieved, but they tacitly didn't say anything. They just packed up and completed Zhang Yao's orders. Here, Zhang Yao strolled to Zhang Qing's office, where a sign with the Dean of Studies title was hung on the wall. Zhang Yao pushed open the office door directly, but found a beautiful girl standing inside. She was tall, with a sharp and pretty appearance, and she looked like a queen. Huang Xinrui breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zhang Qing, "Teacher, you still have something to do. I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first." Zhang Qing frowned as he looked at his daughter, somewhat unwilling to see the fat piece of meat he had secured slip away like this, but he was helpless and could only say with a hint of meaning, "Think about what I asked you to think about. It won't do you any harm." Huang Xinrui didn't answer and just walked out. Zhang Yao laughed and said, "Lao Deng, you're seducing female college students again. This time, they're pretty good. They're well-proportioned, much better than before." Zhang Qing said expressionlessly, "What are you doing here? Is this how you talk to your own father? Just a biological father. You were just doing it for your own pleasure at the time. You didn't necessarily want me. But since you are a father, you can't just watch your daughter being bullied. Heh, who can bully you in this school?" Zhang Qing said sarcastically that he knew what kind of person his daughter was. "I want to bully others, but she won't let me. Don't you think this is bullying me? I think you're crazy." Zhang Qing waved his hand and said, "If you have nothing else, get out. I have work to do." Not only did Zhang Yao not leave, but she closed the door and said, "Lao Deng, you have to help me this time. I have my eye on Wang Ming, the top scorer in the freshman assessment. If you can help me get him, I'll give you my 2 roommates." Zhang Qing's expression changed. "Who are you talking about? Wang Ming?" "Yeah, are you so surprised?" Zhang Yao was a little puzzled. Even if he was the number 1 freshman, it was no big deal to him. Zhang Qing sneered. Do you know that on the first day of school, 2 level 5 teachers almost got into a fight over him? Your father is still a little short of level 5. What's more, behind him is Mei Lao Hu, a level 6 figure. I can't afford to offend him. You can keep those 2 roommates to yourself. Zhang Yao licked her lips, her expression becoming more and more excited. He has such a powerful background, no wonder he ignored me. If I could hold someone like him in my hands, I would feel so good just thinking about it. I advise you to think about it. If anything happens to him, I, your father, can't take responsibility for it. Zhang Qing said decisively. All right, I get it. He's not good enough, but he can at least help me get another girl. Kissing him in front of me is really asking for his own death. Who is it again? What's his origin? Zhang Qing frowned. Don't worry, I've checked. She doesn't have any background and her talent is average. Her name is Huang Keqing, and she's just pretty. If you can help me get her away, or make sure she never sees Wang Ming again, what I just said will still count. And if you have the ability, you can take her away too. Zhang Yao said this lightly, as if she was giving away 3 insignificant little gifts. Zhang Qing subconsciously tapped the table with the tip of his index finger. Zhang Yao knew it was almost certain, and this was her father's move to start weighing the pros and cons. Sure enough, just a dozen seconds later, Zhang Qing said coldly, it's agreed that I'll help you deal with her, and you should also make an agreement with your 2 roommates. Don't worry, last time it was just an accident. This time I trained those 2 to be more obedient than dogs. I'll be waiting for your good news, Lao Deng. Zhang Yao walked out of the office with a proud step and without looking back. Zhang Qing was still pondering when he looked up and found his daughter had already left. The door was open, and he couldn't help but shout, close the door. You always do this. You have no manners at all. Chapter 80, Mission. Wang Ming looked at Lu Zihan, who was putting on makeup, and said, You're up so early, where's Su Jingjing? She went to buy us breakfast. I have classes later, so you should get some more sleep if you don't have any. We're both in the Department of Wisdom, so aren't our classes different? You're a contractor, so you learn how to train beast girls and coordinate the overall situation. I'm a beast girl, so I learn how to fight and cooperate with other beast girls. Most of our classes are different, okay? Lu Zihan rolled his eyes. He knew that Wang Ming often went out after school started and didn't know a lot of common sense, but it was too outrageous that he didn't know this. As they were talking, Su Jingjing came in with breakfast and said with a smile, What's the difference? Zihan, I bought your favorite crystal vermicelli bun. I don't know anything. By the way, Jingjing, I didn't expect that your beast transformation direction is actually a black and white cow. No wonder I said I wanted to be close to you. Wang Ming contracted her last night. Although it didn't help much with his cultivation, the beast mode maximized his cultivation experience. Su Jingjing smiled a little embarrassedly when she heard that. Thinking of the practice process last night, her face turned red. You've learned bad things from him and are bullying me together with him. Lu Zihan picked up the bun and put it in his mouth with one hand, and attacked Su Jingjing's towering breasts with the other hand with a wicked smile. Su Jingjing quickly dodged, and her eyes met Wang Ming's. She couldn't help feeling shy. Men and new energy were indeed different training experiences. Wang Ming watched them clean up and ate his breakfast casually. He felt a little hungry, and when he saw that they were not finished yet, he said, You guys clean up first, I'm going out to eat. You are like a cow, eating so much is not enough. Lu Zihan and Su Jingjing burst into laughter. Wang Ming went straight out the door. He had practiced all night last night, so a few dumplings would not be enough for him to eat. Lu Zihan whispered to Su Jingjing, He's working too hard and consuming too much energy. It seems our Jingjing is quite charming. He wouldn't be like this before. Su Jingjing also responded to her, I think you are also very charming, Zihan. I was so greedy last night. Wang Ming came to the breakfast shop and ordered 10 baskets of steamed buns and 5 bowls of porridge at once. It was still not enough, so he ordered another 10 baskets. Zhang Yao plopped down next to him and teased him, You haven't eaten in 8 lifetimes. Are you going to eat a full meal today? None of your business. Wang Ming was only concerned with stuffing buns into his mouth and had no intention of chatting with her. This kind of self-righteous woman was the type he hated the most. You're such a character. Just say it, I like you. Please be with me. Zhang Yao held her chin with her hand and watched Wang Ming eat with great interest. She found him indescribably cute. It's none of my business. Don't disturb me while I'm eating. Why? I'm not pretty, so you don't like me? Burp. After eating another 10 cages, Wang Ming finally burped. Without even looking at Zhang Yao, he stood up and was about to leave. Hey, this is the school's arrangement. Do you want to drop out? Zhang Yao said calmly. She had already learned the news from her biological father. In order to promote mutual understanding between contractors and beast girls and increase the probability of contracts, the school will match corresponding personnel according to the results of the freshman's baseline test to complete tasks related to strange beasts. The mission rewards are generous, and the higher the difficulty, the better the rewards. Under Zhang Qing's operation, Zhang Yao, the number 1 beast girl, can naturally match Wang Ming, the number 1 contractor. So, even if I have a beast girl, I still have to form a team with you to complete the so-called mission. Wang Ming frowned after listening to this, feeling quite unhappy. It was obvious that this woman was not right in her brain, maybe even a yandere or something. Only a fool would be willing to team up with her. That's not up to you. You have excellent grades. In order to send outstanding talents to the alien beast battlefield, the school will definitely find a way to replace those who hold you back. So, this is mandatory at school? What if I refuse? What the beast battlefield needs isn't geniuses, but people who can obey orders. Otherwise, there's no need for the wisdom department to exist. Would you be willing to have a teammate or subordinate who completely disobeys orders? Wang Ming fell silent. This sentence was indeed correct. If the two tribes could not unify their orders when fighting, they would be courting death. He was just really upset that this woman succeeded so easily. Since we're forming a team, let me tell you my requirements. You must obey me in battle and not interfere with each other in other matters. Is that okay? Zhang Yao smiled and said, I like domineering men. I can usually listen to you. When will the mission begin? In a week, but we need to get to know each other first. We can't just start practicing when we get there. Wang Ming thought what she said made sense and nodded, then go to the training room and familiarize yourself with your abilities. How could it be so fast? Do you know them well? We need to get to know each other better, understand each other's habits and preferences, at least to avoid awkwardness before we can go to the training room. The clothes in there are so short, and after the beast transformation, the clothes will probably be torn. How can you ask them to do that? Zhang Yao smiled and said she was sorry, but she had other plans. Then how do you want to get to know her? Wang Ming frowned. He didn't know why, but he just didn't like this girl. At least you can accompany me to walk around the school first, chat, see the scenery, and then take me to a nice restaurant for dinner. It would be best if you can accompany me to pick out some clothes after dinner. That would be fine, right? Give me your hand. Wang Ming became a little impatient and wanted to sign a contract with her directly. What? You want to hold hands so soon? I'm not a casual person. Zhang Yao hid her hands and didn't make any contact with Wang Ming at all. Didn't you just say you would listen to me? Why aren't you even giving me your hand? Wang Ming tried to PUA her. As long as he could form a contract, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. With just a thought, he knew most of her abilities. Didn't you say I don't have to listen to you normally? If you want me to listen to you normally, then you have to at least make me happy. How do you want to be happy? He accompanies me around the school, to meals, to picking out clothes, he's nice to me, he only has eyes for me, he does what I want. Zhang Yao became more and more excited as she spoke, her voice getting louder and louder, and she almost said the word dog. Fortunately, she came to her senses in time, stopped talking, and said with a smile, How is it? Wang Ming felt that she had tricked him. It was his first time doing PUA, so he was a little unskilled in the business. He simply shook his head and said, Not so good. It's okay if we're not familiar with each other, but it's even better if we don't have tacit understanding. I don't want to contract someone like you. He stood up to leave, but saw tears welling up in Zhang Yao's eyes. Before he could say anything, the tears started to flow down like a dam breaking. Wow, ah. Zhang Yao cried very loudly. People around her looked at her sideways, not understanding why such a beautiful girl would be so sad. Everyone immediately looked at Wang Ming with suspicion, thinking that he was a scumbag who abandoned them after having fun with them. Wang Ming saw that the situation was not good, so he decisively took the initiative and shouted, Cry, 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 you only know how to cry. You are two-timing and you think you are right. Even if you cry your heart out today, I will not want you anymore. Ah. The crying stopped abruptly. Zhang Yao stared at Wang Ming blankly, her mind not thinking. Chapter 81 Evil Thoughts. Zhang Yao saw that everyone around her was looking at her, her face turned red, but she was unwilling to be humiliated, so she said pitifully. I brought that back for you. Didn't you say you prefer men? Oh, there's a twist. The people around them immediately showed expressions of surprise. Wang Ming's mind raced, and he suddenly raised his hand and slapped him. You bitch, you still dare to quibble. How can a man have no dick? I think you are unrepentant. Zhang Yao was suddenly slapped in the face, her face flushed red, but unexpectedly she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she covered her cheek and said, I know I was wrong. Wang Ming looked at her in confusion, a guess flashed through his mind, and he raised his hand and slapped Zhang Yao again. How should I apologize if I'm wrong? Zhang Yao was breathing rapidly, and the strange looks from the people around her made her almost unable to control herself. You can't do this in public. You can't do this. I'm the #1 beast girl and a great beauty. How can you look at me like this? They must think I am a bad girl, cheating and cheap. They must say that I look pure on the surface, but I am so promiscuous behind the scenes. But her body movements betrayed her. Zhang Yao knelt on the ground trembling, pulling at Wang Ming's clothes with both hands and begging. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. The people around took a deep breath. TSK, the world is really going downhill. Why does this girl look so familiar to me? She seems to be a freshman in our class. She's so pretty, but I didn't expect her to be so cheap, having an affair, ugh. It would be great if you could follow me. I think you don't want to live anymore. Isn't having me enough? You still want to find this kind of bitch. Zhang Yao's face flushed, and dirty words kept pouring into her ears. She collapsed to the ground, completely without the strength to get up. She looked at Wang Ming with pleading eyes. Please forgive me, I really know I was wrong. Wang Ming simply picked her up sideways. Zhang Yao's body was sore and weak, and she didn't resist at all. She was held in Wang Ming's arms like mud. I didn't expect it to be so simple. You really surprised me, Miss Zhang. Zhang Yao buried her head in his arms, her hands tightly grasping his clothes on his chest and said, Let's go, let's go. Wang Ming walked very slowly on purpose. Zhang Yao's body was almost shaking the whole time, but he did not urge him anymore. Wang Ming took her directly to the small hill behind. At that time, all the students had gone to class and there were not many people on the hill. Zhang Yao also arrived at the place where Zhou Yanran once took him. Wang Ming threw her to the ground and said coldly, Miss Zhang, that's enough, I'm afraid you'll pass out from the pleasure. Zhang Yao's black skirt was instantly covered in dust, and the black stockings on her legs were particularly conspicuous. Hiss, it hurts so much, can't you be kind to the flowers and jade? Wang Ming reached out, grabbed her chin, and slapped her. Bitch, how can you talk to me like that? You don't deserve pity. This feeling of being treated as a worthless person, like rotten grass and broken leaves. Zhang Yao's heart was trembling. She had been pampered since she was a child, and this was the first time she experienced the feeling of being stepped on by someone. The pain made her feel strange. Just now in the breakfast shop, her body even took action before her reasoning could do anything. It could only be said that it was an instinctive action that she couldn't resist. Zhang Yao pouted and said, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Okay, spank yourself 10 times and I'll see if you really know. Wang Ming said jokingly, without any pity in his eyes, only contempt for her. This girl is comparable to the school belle in terms of appearance, the best among the new beast girls in terms of strength, and her background is even better than that of ordinary people. But such a gifted child was willing to fall into the mud and let him be trampled under his feet. Bang! Zhang Yao slapped herself, not considering herself a human being at all. She swung her palm hard, landing on her own face. The force was too strong and she fell to the ground with 2 bright red slap marks on her face. You useless thing, you can't even do this, let me help you. Wang Ming stepped on her face. She was once a favored daughter of heaven, but now she is just a street dog. Well, you're so arrogant, foul-mouthed, and poisonous. Have you ever thought there would be a day like this? Speak, bitch. Zhang Yao had tears in her eyes, half of which were pain and half of which were humiliation. The clear tears mixed with dust fell to the ground and instantly became turbid. You want to resist? Come on, aren't you level 3? Aren't you number 1? Come on, you lowly thing, you dare to resist? I don't dare, please, forgive me, I don't dare. Wang Ming loosened her legs, helped her up and sat her up, then pretended to pat the dust off her face and said, "Such a beautiful girl, what a pity. I'll give you a chance. You can leave or stay. It's your choice." Zhang Yao looked at him, hesitation flashed in her eyes, but she did not move. "I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, you know the consequences. 1. Zhang Yao trembled and struggled to get up. 2. When Zhang Yao saw the contempt in Wang Ming's eyes, she felt like a door had opened in her heart and could never be closed again. 3. Zhang Yao fell to her knees with a thud, banging her head heavily on the ground, crying out loudly. I want to stay." Wang Ming showed a cold smile, and there was no trace of looking at him in his eyes. He reached out and touched Zhang Yao's head as if he was touching a pet, and said softly, "You chose this yourself." Zhang Qing sat in his director's office, looking at the sisters in front of him, and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Ha ha, I didn't expect that they were actually a pair of sisters. My daughter has done something filial. He had obscene thoughts in his mind, but he showed a kind smile on his face and said, "Xinrui, this is your sister, right? She's just as gifted as you are. She must need a lot of resources to cultivate. As long as you agree to be my beast girl, I can give you the resources at any time." Huang Xinrui frowned and looked at her sister Huang Keqing helplessly, not understanding how she got involved. Huang Keqing also looked confused. The head teacher inexplicably called her here. Was it because of her sister? Huang Xinrui sighed and said, "Director, it's not that I don't agree to you, but I have already agreed to be someone else's beast mother." Who? Zhang Qing's face darkened and his eyes became sharp. Well, as long as he's level 4, I'll be his beast mother. As for who it is there any need to tell me? Huang Xinrui didn't want to cause trouble for Wang Ming, so she subconsciously protected her sister Huang Keqing behind her. She noticed that the head teacher in front of her seemed to have bad intentions. When he reaches level 4, that is, he hasn't signed a contract yet. I've been level 4 for many years. Think it over. If you sign a contract with me, all the resources will be at your disposal. Huang Keqing couldn't help but ask, "What if my sister doesn't sign a contract with you?" Zhang Cheng chuckled twice, tapped his fingers on the table, and slowly said, "What do you think?" The temperature in the office dropped several degrees in an instant, and Huang Keqing couldn't help but shiver. The level 4 expert in front of her, coupled with his identity as the director, made it almost impossible for her to stand. Huang Xinrui's spiritual power surged up to protect her sister, but she knew the gap between them and could not confront them head-on. "Director, please give me 2 days to think about it. 1 day, at most 1 day. Tomorrow at this time, I want you to hold a contract ceremony with me," Zhang Qing said in a tone that did not allow any argument. Although he was sitting, he looked down at the two women. Chapter 82, Strange Beasts Attack. Lei Huoyun held a smalling fish in his arms, mobilized all his spiritual power, and rushed to the Union University desperately. The mountains behind her were so quiet that there was not a sound, but she knew that this was just the calm before the storm. "Take it back, you must take it back, even if it costs me my life," Lei Huoyun muttered to herself, not daring to stop moving her legs. Her red skirt fluttered in the wind, just like this fiery girl. Wang Ming dusted himself off and said to Zhang Yao, "So it's a fish. No wonder there's so much water. Look at the land you've ruined. I thought it was raining heavily." Zhang Yao's face flushed red as she pulled Wang Ming's clothes and whispered, "Stop talking. I can't control this cultivation either. I still like your rebellious side. You should recover a little." "Well, okay." Zhang Yao stood up straight and said to Wang Ming condescendingly, "You guy, it's your blessing that this lady likes you, and you still have a temper. TSK, it tastes just right, go back and wash it. Why don't you send me back?" Well, I can't walk anymore. I'll give you a chance to take me back. I have 2 roommates who can continue to practice with you." "Is that so? Then I'll reluctantly send you back." Wang Ming felt the surging spiritual power in his body. Through practicing with Zhang Yao, he successfully contracted with Zhang Yao and reached level 4. Unlike the first 3 levels, level 4 begins to focus on cultivating mental power. The higher the coordination between mental power and the beast girl, the greater the bonus to strength. Some elemental abilities are particularly dependent on mental strength, and their power will gradually become apparent starting from level 4. He supported Zhang Yao and walked towards her dormitory. Although Zhang Yao talked loudly, her body was very weak and she had no strength at all. She leaned half of her body on Wang Ming. Although her clothes were dirty, she was very happy in her heart. Although he didn't get rid of the vixen Huang Keqing, he got Wang Ming, which was also a profit. Just as she was thinking, she looked up and saw the person she hated the most. Sisters Huang Keqing and Huang Xinrui walked over together, and they also saw Wang Ming supporting Zhang Yao. Huang Keqing said, "Oh, I haven't seen you for a day, and you've changed into a new person. Zihan is really pitiful." "No, she has no strength left, I just helped her up." Wang Ming said this half-truthfully, and then asked, "Where have you been?" "Us." "Hey, I'm not going anywhere, just chatting." "Are you planning to take her back to the dorm?" "It's on our way, let's go together." Huang Xinrui interrupted her sister and changed the subject. He felt a little conflicted inside, because the person in front of him was his contractor, but now there was another contractor who wanted to contract with him. If Wang Ming were to be told, it would undoubtedly lead to a direct confrontation between Wang Ming and Zhang Cheng. If she doesn't tell Wang Ming, and the contract ceremony fails tomorrow and the cause is investigated, Zhang Qing will know that she has been contracted. As long as she insists on not telling anyone, she will not hurt Wang Ming. Huang Keqing looked at her sister in confusion, but didn't say anything else. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yao was not happy. She hugged Wang Ming's arm tightly and said as if to declare her sovereignty. "He is mine. I don't allow you to talk to him, and you don't allow yourself to talk to them. Yo, where did this beautiful wife come from? Ha ha ha. Oh, if you dare to say that again, I will make you regret coming into this world." Zhang Yao's face suddenly became cold, and the strength of level 3 instantly oppressed Huang Keqing. His breathing became tight and he could no longer speak. Huang Xinrui stood in front of her sister and said, "You are so domineering, you won't even let me have a word. To think there is such a powerful person like you among this class of freshmen." Zhang Yao still leaned against Wang Ming, but sneered, "It's good to know how powerful I am. I'm not someone you can mess with. Then I'll give it a try." Huang Xinrui also had a hot temper. Her spiritual power surged out and she took a fighting stance. Zhang Yao said calmly, "Huang Xinrui, right? Lao Deng didn't talk to you, and you're so free. You still want to help your sister, but you can't even protect yourself, ha ha ha." Huang Xinrui was startled and asked with an ugly face, "How do you know?" "What else do you know?" "I know everything. If I were you, I would take advantage of these last days to see if there's anything else I want to do instead of wasting time here." Huang Xinrui's expression darkened, and she pulled Huang Keqing and said, "Let's go." "Stop!" Wang Ming shouted in a deep voice. He had just listened for a long time but was still confused. However, there was no doubt that Huang Xinrui was in trouble. "What happened? Explain clearly." "It has nothing to do with you." Huang Xinrui shook her head. "I asked you to explain clearly. I don't need you to make a decision." Wang Ming's eyes were filled with terrifying power. Huang Xinrui was frightened for a moment and didn't dare to move. "Let her go. I won't let you talk to her. You are mine. You are not allowed to talk to other girls." Bang! Wang Ming slapped him directly. "Is it your turn to control me? You hit me? You actually hit me for this woman." Zhang Yao covered her face with her hands, her eyes full of disbelief, her hair was disheveled. She looked up at Wang Ming, half of her red face showing under her hands. Huang Xinrui was startled and said hurriedly, "Why did you hit her?" "I told you. You are not allowed to talk to him, bitch. Is it your turn to speak?" Zhang Yao yelled at Huang Xinrui, even angrier than before, and Huang Xinrui was stunned. "Pa!" Wang Ming slapped Zhang Yao again with his backhand. "Shut up and let her talk." Zhang Yao covered both sides of her face, lowered her head and tears fell down, but she didn't say another word and didn't walk away. "Just say it, don't be influenced by it." Wang Ming tried to soften his voice as much as possible to avoid scaring Huang Xinrui. For some reason, he felt annoyed whenever he heard Zhang Yao speak. "Well, actually it was Zhang Cheng who wanted to contract me, but by the way, you know Zhang Cheng, right? He's our Dean of Studies." Wang Ming said coldly, "Why didn't you tell me about this right away? Why did you hide it from me?" I don't want to." Huang Xinrui said a little aggrieved. "My sister is afraid of getting you into trouble, afraid that Zhang Qing will deal with you." Huang Keqing added on the side. So you're going to make the contract tomorrow, right? You stupid woman, are you planning to fail the contract outright and then suffer the backlash, letting him beat you to death in a rage? Ha ha. Wang Ming laughed out of anger. Huang Xinrui was his beast mother, how could he give her up to someone else? He should get to know his master, Mei Lao Hu, a level 6 expert. Just as he was about to speak, there was a loud bang, and the whole school shook instantly. Several people were a little unsteady on their feet and had to support each other to barely stand. A strange beast is attacking. All students are on alert. Teachers above level 5 are to prepare for battle. Teachers at level 4 should arrange for students to evacuate. A loud and urgent voice sounded, and at the same time, there were bursts of roars from strange beasts, which made people's legs tremble. Chapter 83 Inyu Invasion. Principal Lei Wanjun came out of the training room and went straight to a high altitude. Looking at the huge group of strange beasts in the distance, his heart sank. With such a large number, could it be that the beast tide has arrived early? The two vice principals, Li Mingjiu and Lai Chengming, stood on both sides, one on the left and one on the right. Li Mingjiu was a beautiful young woman who looked to be in her 30s. She frowned and said, "There's no such news from the battlefield ahead. And why do they all look like the Inyu clan, and there are even some water monsters?" Lai Chengming snorted, "Who cares? If they dare to attack the school, let them see how powerful we are. Your beast girl is a whale girl, so she can maximize her strength. I'm a flamingo, so how can I get into the water and fight with her? Then you just watch from the side. The highest level of the Inyu clan is only 6. I can handle it." Lai Chengming snorted again, then shouted, "Watercolor, come up, let's go out and meet these strange beasts." A teacher wearing black framed glasses and dressed simply flew up and whispered, "Can we finally play again?" The smile she couldn't suppress made Li Mingjiu hold her forehead and ask, "Teacher Shui, why are you just like him? You go crazy when you mention fighting." Shui Kai chuckled, and then transformed in mid-air, and a huge whale appeared in the air in an instant. Water floods the world. Lai Chengming shouted softly, and spiritual power surged in his body. He jumped onto the whale, and a body of water appeared around it in an instant. He stepped on the whale and came directly to the outside of the school. The Inyu clan opposite was also in the water. From a distance, the school looked like an underwater world. "You dare to surround my school? I think you are crazy." He rushed straight into the waters where the Inyu were, and countless harpoons and water knives appeared around him, flying towards the leading Inyu on the opposite side. The Inyu is a strange beast with a fish body and bird wings, a green face and fangs. The leader's body is surrounded by a green glow and a faint blue hue, which is a sign of the late stage of level 6. It flapped its wings, and invisible water waves rushed towards Lai Chengming, colliding with his various weapons. Countless whirlpools suddenly appeared in the water, with an astonishing momentum. Wang Ming gazed into the distance, watching the battle unfold. He felt his blood boiling, and exclaimed in admiration, "To transform the tangible into the intangible, is this a duel between masters? It's ridiculous that we're still arguing over such a trivial matter." Zhang Yao whispered, "You are my biggest thing. Let's go to the shelter quickly, the teachers are on emergency notice." Huang Qiqing said nervously, she was the weakest here and also the most afraid. Huang Xinrui had no time to think about anything else. She took her sister's hand and said, "I'll take you to the underground refuge. Wang Ming, you two should come with us." Wang Ming shook his head and said, "You guys go ahead. I want to go and take a look. This is a rare learning opportunity." "I'll go with you," Zhang Yao said immediately. "Whatever you say, I'm going to go find teacher Wei Donghua." After he finished speaking, he immediately ran towards where the teachers were gathering, with Zhang Yao following closely behind. Huang Xinrui glanced at her sister and decided to send her over first. After a quick run, Wang Ming arrived at the teachers' gathering place. Wei Donghua and Shen Mingjie were both there. The two were surprised to see Wang Ming. Wei Donghua said, "Why are you here? Go underground and take shelter. If a fight breaks out, I won't be able to take care of you." Wang Ming's spiritual power surged, and he smiled and said, "I am level 4, teacher, let me learn from you." "What? You're already level 4? Shin Mingjie exclaimed, attracting the attention of all the teachers. "Isn't this the top freshman? He's already reached level 4 in less than a month? What kind of speed is this? What does my 20 years of hard training mean? You just have poor talent." Shin Mingjie ignored the discussion of the people around her and grabbed Wang Ming's arm. She used her spiritual power to probe and saw that he was indeed level 4. She said happily, "You are indeed a rare genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. If a fight breaks out later, teacher will definitely protect you with all his might." She was wearing a dark green cheongsam, looking graceful and charming with her smile. "I just came to see how the strong fight. If a fight really starts, I will run away immediately. Teacher, don't worry." "Yao Yao, why are you here too?" Zhang Qing was also surprised when he saw his daughter. He had used some spiritual objects to stimulate his daughter's potential. It was true that his daughter had level 3 strength, but it would be extremely difficult for her to make further progress. I'm with him. I came when he came." Zhang Yao said a little embarrassedly. "Why are you with him? Didn't you say there was a school mission for me to develop a relationship with him?" "A mission? Oh, yes, there is a mission. Let's talk about it after the monster retreats." Zhang Qing was about to be promoted to level 5, and he also came here on his own initiative to see if he could help. Wang Ming looked him up and knew that he was the one who forced Huang Xinrui to sign the contract, so he naturally didn't look happy. Zhang Qing was about to say hello when he heard people around him shout, "Principal Lai is going to lose." Wang Ming hurriedly looked up and saw that at some point, the Inu clan had gathered their strength and with a huge impact, they forced Lai Changming out of the water. Lai Changming vomited blood, and the whale under his feet let out a mournful wail, and then the two of them flew back. Li Mingju quickly spread out a pair of fiery red wings and caught the two of them. The whales turned into human forms, and it was obvious that their spiritual power was exhausted and unable to maintain. The leader of the Inu tribe on the opposite side made a series of noises. Wei Donghua explained to Wang Ming, "It said its child was kidnapped, and it will leave as long as the school returns the child." "Teacher, you also understand this alien language?" "No." Wei Donghua shook his head and said, "It's mental power. When you reach level 5 and above, you can feel the communication of mental power." "That's amazing." Wang Ming praised sincerely. In the air, Lei Wanjun frowned and also sent out a burst of mental power. "I've never seen it. How do you know your child is in school?" "The smell of it is gone here." Lei Wanjun pondered, this must have been taken by a teacher at school. If they could keep the training analysis, it would be much easier to deal with these water-based monsters in the future. Upon thinking this, Lei Wanjun immediately said, "If I say no, then it's no. If you dare to force me again, I'll decide whether to live or die today." The leader of the Inu tribe was furious and brought a huge flood of water directly towards the school. "Mangju!" Lei Wanjun shouted, and Li Mingju understood. Then, a flamingo hundreds of meters long appeared in the air. With a long neck and long legs, and wings that covered the sky, it leaped up and flew in front of the school. Countless blue spiritual power lines appeared in Lei Wanjun's body and sank into the flamingo's body. Its already huge body took another step forward, and its entire body even turned light yellow. Fire travels thousands of miles across the red earth. Lei Wanjun shouted softly, and the flamingo opened its mouth wide, and red, green and blue flames spewed out of its mouth. Wherever it passed, large areas of water evaporated into gas. The chief of the Inu tribe used his spiritual power to block it, but as soon as he made contact, he knew that he was no match for the opponent. Countless tribesmen behind it could not withstand such high temperatures and were either killed or injured in an instant. Level 7? You're pretty impressive. I'll settle our grudge with you someday. The chief of the Inu tribe led his people and left without any delay. Seeing the strange beast walking away, the flamingo turned into a human form, Li Mingju, but fainted without a word. Lei Wanjun also fell freely and was caught by the teacher on the ground. Let Xiaoming handle the aftermath and make sure to find out who brought backing you. After saying this, Lei Wanjun also fainted. Wang Ming was startled. Hearing the name Xiaoming, he thought it was just him and asked quickly, "What's going on?" "Let me investigate?" Chapter 84 Investigation Mission. Wei Donghua was at a loss for words and said, "It's Vice Principal Lai Chengming. You think too highly of yourself. Well, we have our work cut out for us. Go and practice on your own." "Wang Mingdao, are you busy with that too?" "Who?" Wang Ming looked up and pointed to Zhang Qing's location. Wei Donghua said, "Teacher Zhang, he's the Dean of Studies. I'm afraid he'll have to handle this investigation. He'll also need to arrange the follow-up response measures one by one. He'll definitely be very busy." Then he doesn't have time to contract a beast girl. Contracting a beast girl? There's definitely no time for that. It all depends on the right time, right place, and right people. Otherwise, the chances of failure are very high. Why would he go and make a contract now? Nothing, just asking. Teacher, you are busy. Wang Ming glanced at Zhang Qing and thought to himself that not everyone has their own system, and signing a contract is not an easy thing. I'll wait until I've stabilized my strength, then I'll come and settle the score with Zhang Qing. Wang Ming turned to leave, but Zhang Yao shouted, "Hey, wait a minute." She hurried to find her father Zhang Qing and said a few words. Zhang Qing was a little confused and looked at Wang Ming several times. After a while, Zhang Yao ran over and said with a smile, "Wang Ming, I just asked my dad, and there's a mission to investigate food safety in Tianhai City. The school is busy right now, so let's go and complete this mission. Besides, I haven't seen my mom in a while. We can stop by on the way." Wang Mingting went to see her mother, and thought of Qinyu, the plump and beautiful woman, and his heart moved. At the same time, he could also visit his grandmother. He nodded and said, "Okay, give me the task details. I'll transfer the phone to you." Seeing that he didn't refuse, Zhang Yao happily shook the phone. After visiting Grandma, Wang Ming and Zhang Yao met up and came downstairs to her house. This community is high-end and luxurious, and you can tell at first glance that it is not where ordinary people live. There are rockery, small lakes, and even pairs of mandarin ducks in the community. The floors are far apart and there is plenty of green space. Once you enter the building, there is one apartment per elevator and there is a space of about 7 or 8 square meters at the elevator entrance. He's really rich. Isn't he just a section chief? Or is the dean of studies really rich? Wang Ming rang the doorbell while thinking about it, and it was Zhang Yao who opened the door. "Why are you here so late? You've kept me waiting for a long time. Is it your turn to ask me?" "You're welcome, but I like it." Zhang Yao let Wang Ming in. Wang Ming looked around but didn't see her mother Qinyu, so he asked, "Isn't your mother home?" "I haven't finished get off work yet. It will probably take another 2 hours. Your family is quite big. What does your mother do?" Zhang Yao followed Wang Ming and introduced each room to him while saying proudly, "It's only about 200 square meters. If you want, you can just become a live-in son-in-law. My mom is very easy to talk to. She's the head of the financial department of the Alliance." Wang Ming heard the arrogance in her words, turned around and said with a half smile, "That's amazing, but I remember telling you, what should you do when it's just the two of you?" Zhang Yao hesitated and said, This is my home." "Oh, so what?" Zhang Yao fell to her knees with a thud and followed Wang Ming closely. Only then did Wang Ming turn around and continue his tour. Coming to the master bedroom, there was a large wedding photo hanging above the bed. In the photo, Qinyu is young and beautiful, with fair skin. Her wedding dress is a one-shoulder strapless type, revealing a large area of white chest. As for Zhang Qing next to her, well, he is a man. Isn't my mom beautiful? When she was young, she was a famous school beauty. Her admirers lined up from the school to the exotic beast's den. Zhang Yao looked up and said, she was wearing a white gauze dress with suspenders, and looked about 70% similar to Qinyu. Now looking at the photo of Qinyu when she was young, they looked exactly like each other. Wang Ming smiled evilly, sat on the big bed in the master bedroom, and hooked Zhang Yao's chin with his toes and said, "Since we still have 2 hours left, let's not waste it and come practice. I think this place is just right. Here? This is? Wang Ming stared at her with a fierce look and snorted softly. Zhang Yao didn't dare to speak anymore and a strange excitement appeared in her eyes. Qinyu came out of the office, and a colleague she met on the way greeted her and said, "Section Chief Qin, you're off work on time today." My daughter is coming back today, so I'll go back early and cook for her." Qinyu responded while thinking something heavy on her mind. She was a little worried when she heard that the Alliance was sending people to investigate the food issue. Driving his red BMW, Qinyu was thinking in his mind while skillfully steering the wheel towards home. It took about 20 minutes to reach the underground garage of the community. Qinyu locked the car neatly and got into the elevator, thinking about what to cook for her daughter and trying to figure out her opinion. Arriving at her door, Qinyu took out the key from her bag and opened the door, faintly hearing a humming sound in her ears. She said in annoyance, "Where did this wild mandarin duck come from? It's making me feel annoyed." Qinyu pushed the door open with a popping sound and found that the sound was even louder. Why does it seem to be coming from the master bedroom? She tiptoed to take off her high heels, put on slippers, and walked towards the master bedroom as quietly as possible. The closer we got, the more obvious the sound became, and the door was open a small gap. Xinyu leaned closer to take a look, and her face immediately turned red. She quickly retreated behind the door, her heart pounding and her face flushed a little. After listening for a few more minutes, Xinyu couldn't bear it any longer. Fearing embarrassment, he quietly came to the door, pretending to have just returned, and said with a light cough, "Hey, Yao Yao, you brought your classmates back." There was a flurry of activity in the master bedroom, and Zhang Yao replied in a hoarse voice, we are practicing here." "Mom, wait a minute." Xinyu clenched her fists, feeling nervous and amused at the same time. These two people were so bold that they were really going against Tiangang. It's better to scare them now, just to teach them a lesson. She waited for another 5 minutes, and suddenly heard Zhang Yao yelling. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Yao Yao?" "No, it's okay, Mom, we'll be right out." Xinyu walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. She had a rough idea of what was going on and couldn't help but sigh that this person was really too brave. 2 minutes later, Zhang Yao and Wang Ming came out. Xinyu pretended to be surprised and said, "You are our daughter's classmate." "Hey, Mom, do you know each other?" Zhang Yao sat next to her mother, with a masculine scent on her body. Xinyu wrinkled her nose and whispered, "We've met before." "What are you doing in there? Look at your red face. It looks like a slap mark." Zhang Yao touched her face nervously and said, Is that true? Maybe it's too hot and the air conditioning isn't working well enough." She glanced at Wang Ming inconspicuously. It was all his fault that she left the mark. Wang Ming didn't care at all. He stood beside Xinyu and greeted her, "Aunt Xin, nice to meet you again. I'm sorry to bother you again today." A pair of eyes looked down at Xinyu, a plump and beautiful woman. She was wearing a professional suit, a white silk shirt, a gray hip skirt, and high-end flesh-colored transparent pantyhose on her legs. Xinyu put her legs together a little uncomfortably. Her thighs were round and tight, and when they touched each other, they shook out a layer of waves, showing the amazing physical charm of a mature woman. "Wang Ming, right? Come and sit down. We are all Yao Yao classmates. Please excuse me for disturbing you. Auntie will make you whatever you want to eat." Wang Ming looked at Xinyu and Zhang Yao's faces, which looked almost identical, and smiled as he whispered, "It's getting late. Auntie, let me eat your pussy." Xinyu didn't know what she was thinking about. Her face suddenly turned red and she lowered her head. Chapter 85: The Incompetent Wife. Li Yuming silently opened the door and looked at his increasingly beautiful wife, Xinru Lu, who was exercising in pink tight yoga pants. Her curvy figure showed the mature charm of a young married woman. Li Yuming was in a trance for a moment, took a look at his lower body, and then smiled bitterly. "You're back? Have you eaten?" Lu Xinru asked without turning her head. Considering that Li Yuming had handed over his salary, she was still willing to give him a good attitude. Li Yuming replied, "No, my minister is coming tonight. Please make something delicious, good wine and good food. Don't embarrass me." Why didn't you tell me earlier? We can't even buy fresh vegetables now." "Well, that's okay. Just order some more food for takeout, as long as it goes well with the wine. We have something to discuss tonight. Is this okay?" "It has to be done, this is a serious matter. If it doesn't work out I'll be gone." Li Yuming put down his coat, sat on the sofa, and sighed weakly. Lu Xinru heard his low tone and realized something was wrong. She asked, "You haven't been in a good state recently. What's going on? Tell me clearly. Don't ask. It's not good for you. We are husband and wife, and we are in the same boat. What good will it do if you hide it from me? Tell me and I will give you some advice. Maybe there is a solution." Lu Xinru said this considerately, but in fact she was afraid that it would affect her daughter Lu Zihan, who was her sweetheart. Li Yuming, however, thought that Lu Xinru was being affectionate and loyal to him, and sighed, "With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? It's me who has let you down." Lu Xinru poured him a glass of water to comfort him so that he could speak his mind. Li Yuming drank some water and was silent for a while before he confessed to Lu Xinru that he had embezzled and accepted bribes, and distributed expired food, uninspected food, and other problematic food as normal food to the front line. As a result, the incident was discovered and the higher-ups held him accountable, but the minister found a scapegoat to deal with the matter. Lu Xinru was secretly shocked and asked in a lost voice, "That's food for those who fight against strange beasts. How dare you do this?" After cursing a few times, he asked, "Since the minister has already found someone to deal with it, why do you look like you're in dire straits?" Li Yuming shook his head and said, "The higher-ups are pursuing him and refusing to let him go. They've even sent 2 students from the Union University to investigate. These 2 students, are you still unable to handle them? They are so powerful? You don't understand. This is common practice. We send 2 students to test the waters and see how much resistance there is. At the same time, their low status means they won't attract attention, which can lead to more investigations. With concrete evidence and leads, we can then bring in real investigators, follow the clues, and catch everyone in one fell swoop. Countless people have fallen victim to this plan." Li Yuming touched his hair and pulled it gently, and a bunch of hair fell out. He felt that he was doomed this time. Then, is there no other way? Won't your minister protect you this time? He should also have a role. Lu Xinru had never encountered such a thing before, so she could only pin her hopes on the smiling Minister Gung. So we invited him here today to see what else he can do. I have a feeling it's going to be a bad situation. Will this matter of yours affect Zihan? She is a student at Union University. If you get caught, will it also be affected for her? Probably not. Li Yuming thought for a while, but he didn't expect there was a relevant clause in the alliance law, so he said uncertainly, "What do you mean by should?" "Let me tell you, Li Yuming, it's okay if you get arrested, but if it affects Zihan, my mother and I will never forgive you in this life." Lu Xinru suddenly stood up and said, with a fierce look like an angry lioness. Li Yuming fell silent, scratching his head in annoyance. After a while, he said, "Go get the food and drinks first. Whether it succeeds or not depends on what the minister says tonight. Maybe it won't be a problem." "That's better." Lu Xinru said something hatefully and went to order some food and wine. Li Yuming felt so sick that he wanted to vomit when he thought of Gung Song, the 200-pound fat man, pressing down on him. About an hour later, Li Yuming heard the doorbell ring. He quickly got up to open it, only to find it was the delivery man. "Hello, here's your takeaway. Give it to me." Li Yuming took a large bag of things and handed it to Lu Xinru, who came out after hearing the sound. "Hasn't he come yet? You asked him to come, do you want to be a green-haired turtle like last time?" Lu Xinru looked at him questioningly. Li Yuming was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "You think too much. He is not that kind of person. It would be best." Lu Xinru looked at him deeply before going over to prepare the wine and food. Li Yuming also received Gung Song's message and hurried downstairs to greet him. Gung Song is fat and walks unsteadily, so he needs Li Yuming to support him. The moment she entered the Li family, Lu Xinru saw him. His size made her feel sick. She secretly made up her mind that she could not sacrifice herself for Li Yuming again. After all, she already had Wang Ming. Thinking of this, Lu Xinru put on a smile and said, "Oh, the leader is here, please come and sit down. I was in a hurry to get ready and was neglected." She was very cautious in her movements, and although she looked enthusiastic, there was no contact at all. Gung Song smiled and praised, "You are so polite, sister-in-law. We are already acquaintances, why should you be so polite? Sister-in-law has become even more beautiful." "No, I'm old and ugly. Please sit down. Just don't look down on me." Lu Xinru reached out and helped him sit down, and Li Yuming sat beside him to keep him company. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Lu Xinru tentatively asked, "Brother Song, do you think this matter of our old Li can be resolved? My mother and I are relying on him." Gung Song glanced at Li Yuming and scolded him with a smile, "How could your sister-in-law know about this? It's just a small matter." Li Yuming smiled and replied, yes, I was desperate and tried everything. Of course, it's nothing to Song Gu." Gung Song smiled and said, "Come on, let's drink first. There's no rush for this." He had a big belly, so he could naturally drink a lot. Li Yuming also tried to please him, so he got drunk in a short while. "Sister-in-law, my brother is useless. Please have a few more drinks with me." Gung Song smiled, but what he said could not be refused. Lu Xinru was afraid that someone would take advantage of her while she was drunk, so she declined, "I can't drink alcohol. I'm taking medicine." Gung Song didn't mind, and came to Lu Xinru with a smile and said, "It's okay if you don't drink. Help me carry Lao Li to the room. Hey, let me take you back first." Gung Song slammed his glass down and said coldly, "Didn't Laoli tell you? I came here today to do things properly in your wedding room. If you don't agree, I'll have to come here on my own." "What? You pervert, you still want to force yourself on me? I'm telling you, I'm not drunk. You can't take advantage of me unless I'm dead." Lu Xinru stepped back suddenly, pointed at Gung Song and spoke sternly. Gung Song was stunned and said, "What are you thinking? Who's taking advantage of you?" "I want Lao Li." "You don't want him to be arrested, right? Then cooperate with me." Lu Xinru's face suddenly became full of surprise, astonishment, and anger. She didn't know what expression to make for a moment. "Come and help me, it's a bit difficult for me to do it alone." Lu Xinru followed him in a daze as she sent her husband Li Yuming into the bedroom, looking at the drunken smile on Gung Song's face. Lu Xinru slumped on the sofa, covering her face with her hands and crying, "Old Li, I'm sorry. I can't let Zihan be affected." Woo woo. Chapter 86 Mother and Daughter's First Heart-to-Heart Conversation. Wang Ming ate Qin Yuexie's noodles and felt that they tasted quite good. He ate several bowls in a row. Qin Yu saw this and said happily, "If it tastes good, eat more. Yao Yao doesn't like noodles, and I don't have many chances to make them." Zhang Yao said coquettishly, "Oh, I'm worried that you'll be tired, but Wang Ming, you really can eat a lot, our whole family can't eat so much. Auntie's pussy is so delicious, I couldn't help but eat a little more, even with the soup." "Sorry for the trouble, Auntie." Wang Ming smiled and said, "This tastes really good, salty with a hint of fragrance, oily but not greasy." Qin Yu stretched, and her plump body under the white shirt showed an exaggerated curve. Even though this slightly plump career beauty had given birth to an 18-year-old daughter, she still attracted many young men in the unit. Being able to eat is a good thing. "By the way, how long will you stay this time? I heard Yao Yao say that they want to check on food safety. What can you two college students who haven't even graduated yet, find out?" Wang Ming glanced at Zhang Yao, not expecting her to say anything. He thought for a moment and said softly, "It's just a school assignment, probably to give us some practice. They probably don't expect us to find out anything." Zhang Yao was unconvinced and said, "Mom, why are you looking down on me? We ranked first in the freshman assessment. This little thing shouldn't be easy to do." "Oh, then tell me, what did you find out?" Qin Yuezhuang asked casually, was sending his daughter to investigate intentional or just a coincidence? Zhang Yao said, "We haven't started investigating yet. What could happen? We're not going there until tomorrow." Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Then Mom wishes you success soon. You can stay at home for the next few days. Ever since you went to school, the house has been empty. It's rare for it to be lively for a few days." Zhang Yao looked at Wang Ming when she heard that. She subconsciously wanted to ask Wang Ming's opinion first. Wang Ming laughed and said, "This is really too much trouble for Auntie. I'm just worried about where to live. My home is too far from here. Hey, since you're classmate Yao Yao, there's no need to be polite. Just treat it like your own home." When Qin Yu saw Wang Ming's strong muscles and thought of the scene he saw when he first entered the door, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. If he lived in her house, it would be much more convenient for him to get information or do other things. Besides, she didn't believe that it was just that one time for young men and women. "Mom, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I'm just happy. By the way, Mom hasn't asked you why you're wearing my clothes. I was skinny when I bought them, but now I can't wear them anymore." Qin Yu pretended to look at Zhang Yao's skirt strangely and teased her on purpose. Zhang Yao looked at Wang Ming embarrassedly. It was all his fault. Then he changed the subject and said, "The clothes look beautiful and new. It would be a shame not to wear them. By the way, Mom, are you busy tonight?" "Nothing, what's wrong?" "We plan to go to the food inspection site to inquire about it. We will be out at night. If you have nothing to do, go to bed early and don't wait for us." Qin Yu was immediately worried when she heard this. What are you doing there in the middle of the night? Places like this are always manned by people sent by the Alliance, and there's no shortage of experts. Your identities are unknown to the people below, so don't let anyone hurt you two again. Zhang Yao wanted to say something else, but Wang Ming pulled her aside and said, "Auntie is right. Let's go tomorrow and have a good rest tonight." "Oh, all right then. I'll listen to you." Qin Yu glanced at the two of them and knew that Wang Ming was the leader among them. She looked up to him again. "Yao Yao, take him to the second bedroom with the bathroom. Mommy will clean up here." Okay, follow me. Zhang Yao's expression changed. She led Wang Ming to stand up and said to her mother, "We need to talk about this. This is confidential. Please don't disturb us, Mom." Xing Yu smiled and said, "It's still confidential. Go ahead, you two little brats." Zhang Yao pulled Wang Ming and ran away, while Xing Yu began to clean up the dishes. Something was on her mind, so she moved a little slowly. After a while, she heard a creaking sound coming from the room, and she couldn't help but laugh. "You're so impatient, little brat, what am I worried about? I'm hoping they can find something, but at least they don't create a kid for me." She relaxed, but then started to worry about her daughter's health again. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, went to the door to listen, and her face turned red. More than an hour later, the meeting was finally over, and Xing Yu hurriedly ran to clean up the dishes. Zhang Yao came out holding onto the wall. Xing Yu saw her red knees and how she couldn't stand steadily, so she said with a teasing smile, "You can't rush your cultivation, you need to relax and work hard in moderation." Zhang Yao heard this and felt her mother was hinting at something. She stamped her feet and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? Aren't the dishes washed yet? It will be over soon. By the way, go to my room and wait. I want to talk to you. Just tell me why you're going to your room. Just go when you're told to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Xing Yu shouted loudly, and Zhang Yao had no choice but to go into the master bedroom and wait. Her scent had not dissipated yet, and Zhang Yao was a little nervous waiting. 10 minutes later, Xing Yu walked in. She was still wearing her daytime business attire. Under her gray hip skirt, she wore high-end flesh-colored tights that tightly wrapped her plump but not greasy thighs. Zhang Yao said with some envy, "Mom, you have a great figure." "Silly girl, Mom is old, and you are young and beautiful." "No, I'm not old at all. Wang Ming was staring at you just now. He kept praising your good figure." "Really? He has good taste then." Xing Yu was delighted to hear that. She sat down next to her daughter, crossed her thighs in flesh-colored stockings, and supported herself with her hands behind her back, showing off the advantages of her upper body. "Mom, what do you want to tell me? Show me your body." "What are you talking about, little girl? I want to tell you that young people should pay attention to protecting themselves and be moderate. I'm not old-fashioned, but I don't want to become a grandmother so early." Xing Yu slapped Zhang Yao on the back of the head and said in feigned anger. Zhang Yao said embarrassedly, "Mom, what are you talking about?" "Grandma, we are practicing, just practicing." "Ha, do you believe it yourself? You're still practicing? Do you think I've never seen people practicing? Their knees are all red, and even white stockings can't cover them." Xing Yu said to the scar on her leg. Zhang Yao said stubbornly, "I bumped into it accidentally." "Yes, accidentally." "Accidentally? Oh, wait, your stockings look familiar. They seem to be mine too." "Ha! I'll wear the new ones when I see them." "Mom, why are you still wearing these white knee-high socks? Why do you want to put a hat on Lao Dang? You little bitch, you're so outspoken." "That's your dad, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Hey, Lao Dang is fickle and has been flirting with other women. I don't know how many female college students he has had. If you really want to, I don't mind. I can even help you hide it from Lao Dang." "Silly girl, he's your dad after all." "Don't say that. You're already grown up. I won't say much about your own affairs. You can handle it yourself." Xing Yu's heart moved. Although she did not agree to her daughter's request to find another one, she subconsciously thought of Wang Ming, the big boy who seemed to like her very much. She took another look at her daughter's skirt and stockings, and couldn't help feeling proud. Who said she was old and ugly? She was clearly middle-aged and still had charm. Young people liked her clothes and socks, let alone her. Chapter 87 First Confrontation. Xing Yu tossed and turned in the middle of the night, unable to sleep. She felt hot all over and had a feeling of emptiness. She got up from the bed and planned to take a cold shower, but for some unknown reason she walked outside Wang Ming's room. She put her ear close to the door, not knowing what she wanted to hear or what she was expecting. The room was quiet, without a sound. I should have known not to buy such good soundproofing. Xing Yu returned to her room disappointed, and tossed and turned in a daze until 3 o'clock before she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when she woke up and looked in the mirror at the dark circles under her eyes, Xing Yu cursed herself. "I made you stay awake listening to Feng Zhen in the middle of the night. Now you are getting your comeuppance. After cleaning up, Xinyu found that the table was filled with steamed buns, porridge, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Wang Ming stood beside the table and said, "I don't know what Auntie likes to eat, so I bought a little bit of everything. If she doesn't like any of it, I'll buy something else." "No, I'm fine with it. I didn't even hear when you left. I'm used to getting up early. Auntie, eat first. I'll go get Zhang Yao." Xinyu said with shame and anger, "I'll go call her, this damn girl is sleeping like a pig." "No need, Auntie, you still have to go to work, just eat quickly, I'll go call her." Wang Ming asked Xinyu to sit down and eat, while he went to wake Zhang Yao up. Xinyu sighed as she ate. How did he teach her? Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Wang Ming knocked on Zhang Yao's door and said, "Get up and have breakfast." "I don't want to eat it, you guys eat it." Zhang Yao said this in a daze, covering her head with the quilt, not wanting to hear the noise outside. "I still have to investigate after I eat, so I have to get up quickly even if I don't eat." Wang Ming's voice became slightly heavier. How could this guy not tell the difference between the big Wang and the small Wang? Zhang Yao finally realized that it was Wang Ming's voice, not her mother's. She quickly got up and rushed out wearing a low-cut suspender pajamas. I'll eat it. Xinyu was stunned, forgetting to chew the bun in her mouth. After a while, she sighed and said, "Girls are really no longer under the control of their mothers. You won't get up when I call you, but you will get up when others call you. It's something important, Mom. Go to work." Xinyu changed into a white suit skirt, paired with gray translucent tights, and went to work with a twist of her waist. Wang Ming said to Zhang Yao, who was still eating, "Let's go to the logistics department to test the waters first, and then go to the warehouse this afternoon." "Well, didn't you find anything last night? Why are you going to the warehouse today?" Zhang Yao was slurping porridge in her mouth, licking the rice grains at the corners of her mouth like a puppy, and spoke at the same time. "Just go if you're told to. No need to talk nonsense." "Okay, why are you so fierce?" Wang Ming sighed in his heart. This woman was so lazy and foul-mouthed that she wouldn't move at all unless she was given an order. The two men came to the logistics management office of the Alliance building. The security guard at the door checked their identities, but did not dare to stop them and let them in. Li Yuming sat in his office, moved his butt, and felt much better after applying medicine. When he learned that two people were coming, he was not too worried. After the transaction last night, Gung Tsong decided to protect him. While he was thinking, he heard a knock on the door and said, "Come in." Wang Ming and Zhang Yao walked in and saw that he looked calm and had delicate features, so they didn't feel any ill will towards him. "Chiefly, we are here to carry out a mission and understand the situation. We hope to have your support." Wang Ming smiled but didn't sound aggressive. Zhang Yao also smiled and said, "Uncle Li, you must tell me everything you know and cooperate with me on my first mission." Li Yuming recognized that this was the daughter of Xinyu from the finance department, and he felt more relieved. He smiled and said, Of course. Uncle didn't supervise strictly enough, and someone took advantage of the loophole and fed expired food to the soldiers on the front line. Uncle is very ashamed and will actively cooperate. Hurry up and sit down. Everyone, sit down and talk. Xiao Wu, go get some water. Li Yuming shouted to the assistant outside the door. "Don't bother, Chief Li, let's get started." Wang Ming sat down, took out a small notebook, and said straight to the point. The last investigation concluded that it was due to the negligence of a security guard named Qin Chun who failed to intercept the expired food in time, which allowed it to flow out, right? Right. I didn't expect that his momentary negligence would cause such a big mistake. But he was hired temporarily. The original security officer resigned, and he started working before even 2 days of training. Hey, he also has a family. Zhang Yao said, then you should work even harder. It's not easy to get such an opportunity. Oh, and let me see his training records to see if he's received any training. Is our system complete? Li Yuming was well prepared. He took out a stack of information sheets from the drawer and said, Here it is. I knew you were coming, so I'm all ready. Look, this is his training record sheet, this is the training courseware, and this is his work ID. Wang Ming and Zhang Yao took it and checked it one by one, and naturally there was no problem. It seems he was negligent. Uncle Li, do you have any other information to provide? Zhang Yao said with a smile. Li Yuming breathed a sigh of relief and quickly smiled. No, it's just that my Zihan hasn't met you yet. I'll introduce you two when I have the chance. She's also from this year's Union University. Okay, is her name Li Zihan? I'll look for her when I get back. No, her name is Lu Zihan, she takes her mother's surname, he. Li Yuming smiled along, feeling a little embarrassed. Lu Zihan? Zhang Yao couldn't help but look at Wang Ming. Isn't this his beast girl? Wang Ming remained calm, while Li Yuming asked, why? Do you know him? My Zihan is also very outstanding. Yes, I've heard of it. I didn't expect it to be your daughter, Uncle Li. That's good. If nothing else, I'll take you out. I heard you have to go to the warehouse this afternoon. Do you want me to accompany you? Wang Ming waved his hand and said, that's too much trouble, but I still have a few small questions that I'd like to ask section chiefly. You say it, you say it. Food safety is a serious matter. What is the inspection process? It's unreasonable that it's only inspected by one safety officer. Li Yuming's heart sank. He didn't expect that Wang Ming, who looked easy to talk to, would ask the key question right away. This kind of thing cannot withstand investigation, there are problems everywhere, but fortunately he was prepared. Of course there is not just one inspection process, there are 3 in total, but this batch of goods had passed the first 2 inspection processes before, and because we were not in a hurry at the time, we kept them in the warehouse. Later, he suddenly asked for it again, and he wanted it urgently. Chen Cheng took it upon himself to send it out after a quick look. It had actually expired. So, if it wasn't expired after the first 2 inspections, how long did it take before it was inspected by the security officer? I'm going to check this out, Wang Ming, right? You're really meticulous. We didn't even notice it before. Li Yuming laughed it off and thought about how to complete the evidence. Then please ask section chiefly to prepare the information this afternoon, and then we'll go to the warehouse to take a look. Wang Ming stood up and smiled. He did not deliberately force him, but at this moment, the danger level in Li Yuming's mind had increased several levels. Chapter 88 The Beautiful Widow's Emotions. At noon, Xin Yu took Wang Ming and Zhang Yao to eat in the cafeteria. The food here was expensive, scarce, and unpalatable. Wang Ming finished his meal in 2 or 3 bites with a frown on his face, but Zhang Yao couldn't stand it any longer and started to question him. Mom, why did you bring us to eat this? It's like pig food. Xin Yu was not angry either. While picking at the chicken breast and broccoli in the bowl, she said slowly, how good do you think Mom usually eats? I don't have enough time to rest at noon, so I can only eat this. Well, then I can only go find something delicious to eat tonight. Xin Yu teased, you've done nothing all day and just thought about eating good food. Are you here to have fun or to complete a mission? Zhang Yao angrily retorted, who said we didn't do anything? We've already found Li Yuming's weakness and we'll be able to catch him this afternoon. Oh? What flaw? He always seems to be law-abiding. Could it be that he really has committed corruption and bribery? Zhang Yao was about to speak when Wang Ming interrupted her. He's nothing special. We just said it casually. We don't even have any suspicions. Let's see what happens this afternoon. Oh, I see. Don't be discouraged then. I think it's going to rain this afternoon. Bring an umbrella with you. Xin Yu glanced at the window. It was covered with dark clouds, which gave people a sense of oppression. Wang Ming nodded and said, I brought an umbrella. It was sunny in the morning, but it started to rain in the afternoon. This weather is really weird. There are always unexpected events in life, and people are subject to misfortunes at any time. Oh, and that warehouse manager is a friend of mine. I'll give you her phone number so you can contact her when you get there. Thank you, Auntie. Don't be polite. Her name is Chen Shuejia. Her husband died of illness 2 years ago. She was a miserable person. Save her phone number. Wang Ming saved the phone, pulled Zhang Yao, who didn't want to eat anymore, and said, go early and come back early. Zhang Yao immediately nodded in agreement. She had not wanted to eat for a long time, so when Wang Ming said that, she happily followed Wang Ming. Xin Yu laughed and scolded her, you're wasting food. As the two walked away, Xin Yu put away his smile, picked up a piece of chicken breast and put it in his mouth, muttering to himself. Is Li Yuming such a loser? He couldn't even fool 2 half-grown kids, so I'm afraid he can't hide it anymore. Alas, what a pity to have such a good-looking body. Otherwise, I should wait until I enjoy it before getting rid of him. She chewed unconsciously, and several young men around her secretly looked at her beautiful legs and gray stockings under her skirt, as if they were from two different worlds. Wang Ming and Zhang Yao rushed to the warehouse before the heavy rain fell. It's okay, it's okay. I almost got soaked. Zhang Yao patted his chest in relief, while looking at the rain curtain outside the gate. I haven't seen such heavy rain in a long time. I can't even see clearly. The security guard at the nearby warehouse laughed and said, It's a rare rain. I've lived here for 50 years, and this is the first time I've seen such heavy rain. Wang Ming replied, It's indeed rare. The last time I saw it was in my elementary school composition. Zhang Yao chuckled. She had written it too. Wang Ming's eyes suddenly fixed. There is someone in the rain. The security guard looked outside but could not see anything. He was not a contractor, so his eyesight was naturally not as good as Wang Ming's. Oh no, she fell down. Wang Ming rushed into the rain without saying a word. Chen Shuejiao helplessly felt the heavy rain hitting her face, and the pain from her accidentally twisted foot was excruciating. Is there anyone who can come and rescue me? She looked at the warehouse not far away. Just a few dozen meters seemed to separate life and death. Just as she was about to crawl back slowly, she suddenly felt the raindrops on her body lighten up. She looked up and saw a tall figure appear. She couldn't see the face in the heavy rain, but she instinctively called for help. Help me. Wang Ming did not answer, but picked up Chen Shuejiao quickly and decisively, turned around and rushed towards the warehouse again. He was a level 4 warrior, so this little rain was nothing to him. He returned to the warehouse in a few seconds, and this time, there was another person in his arms. Zhang Yao immediately yelled, Put her down. You are not allowed to hold her. Chen Shuejiao's face turned red and she struggled to get down, but her feet felt a piercing pain again and her body fell involuntarily towards Wang Ming. The heavy rain soaked her silk top, which was so thin that it stuck to her body. Wang Ming reached out and held it up. Chen Shuejiao only felt the warmth and comfort on Wang Ming's body. The scent of the big boy rushed into her mind, and she was reluctant to separate for a while. Manager Chen, why are you outside? Are you okay? The security guard looked at Director Chen in the office, who looked frail and unable to take care of herself, and asked curiously, while secretly surprised. Since becoming a widow, Manager Chen has always been estranged from men. She is usually very cold and never shows a good face. But today she actually fell into a man's arms. I sprained my ankle. It hurts so much. Humph, you're so pretentious and flirtatious. You should have some dignity now that you're old. Such vicious words naturally came from Zhang Yao's mouth. She rushed forward and tried to push Chen Shuejiao away, but Wang Ming raised his hand to block her, and at the same time signaled her with his eyes not to be impulsive. Are you okay? Where is the office? I'll help you sit down there. Wang Ming said caringly, his fingers touching the soft and delicate waist of the pretty widow. Chen Shuejiao was enveloped by the man's scent, and her heart was filled with excitement. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't open her mouth. Finally, she leaned silently in Wang Ming's arms and pointed in a direction to the left. Wang Ming understood and picked up Chen Shuejiao. Her petite and tender body curled up in Wang Ming's arms. Chen Shuejiao exclaimed in surprise, but did not resist. Instead, she was very happy. Zhang Yao gritted her teeth in hatred and kept cursing under her breath, bitch, stinky whore, shameless old thing. But she was restricted by Wang Ming's orders and did not take any other action. Coming to Chen Shuejiao's office, this is her personal office. In addition to the desk and chair, there is also a single sofa for taking a nap during lunch break. It should be bought by Chen Shuejiao for herself. Wang Ming laid her flat on the sofa and said softly, Do you have any clean clothes? I'll get them for you. Don't catch a cold. Chen Shuejiao propped herself up and sat up, shyly pointing to the desk and said, There's a dress inside for after get off work, please help me get it over. Wang Ming took it and found it was a black skirt. He put it on Chen Shuejiao and said very gentlemanly, Then I'll go out first. You can change your clothes first. He turned to leave. Hey, wait. Chen Shuejiao called him and said a little embarrassedly, Well, my ankle hurts so much that I can't use any strength. Can you help me change it? Wang Ming looked at her, and Chen Shuejiao turned away embarrassedly. Well, I have a female classmate outside. I'll let her come in and help you. Forget it, she's mean and her words are harsh. I don't want to see her. If you don't want to, just get out. I'll change myself. Chen Shuejiao's face suddenly became unhappy. Wang Ming thought for a moment, then walked over to Chen Shuejia's legs, squatted down, and reached out to hold her ankle. Chen Shuejia trembled, but didn't move. Then Wang Ming said softly, "Don't mind, I'll help you take a look." Chen Shuejiao didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. She was wearing skin-colored pantyhose soaked by rain on her legs, which stuck tightly to her skin. Wang Ming's spiritual power surged in his hands, and relying on his years of experience in street fighting, he twisted it slightly with force. There was a click, and Chen Shuejia cried out in pain, "Ouch." Wang Ming tried to tickle the soles of her feet with his hands, but Chen Shuejia dodged with a smile and said, "Well, what are you doing?" and subconsciously pulled her foot back. "You look much better. Come out after changing your clothes." Wang Ming politely left the office, leaving Chen Shuejia alone, stunned and excited. She actually met such a polite, capable, kind, and more importantly, handsome boy. Chen Shuejia pressed her flesh-colored calves and felt the spring in her heart, which she thought had died long ago, begin to stir again. Chapter 89 Beauty Schemes. Seeing Wang Ming coming out, Zhang Yao said angrily, "You still remember to come out? Didn't you get hooked by that old bitch?" Wang Ming frowned and said, "Where does your foul language come from? If you say one more word, go back." The security guard also advised, "Young lady, you shouldn't talk like that. That's our warehouse manager, Chen. He's very powerful and has over 100 people under him, and they all obey him perfectly." Zhang Yao sneered, "How do you manage it? Isn't it by selling?" "Zhang Yao, that's enough." Wang Ming shouted, "You are not very old, but how can you speak so viciously?" Zhang Yao kept silent, but there was anger in her eyes. After a while, Chen Shuejia shouted, "I'm done changing, come in." Wang Ming pushed the door open and saw that she had changed into the black miniskirt and had blown her hair dry. She looked capable and lazy, no longer as disheveled as before. "Please take a seat." "Thank you so much. By the way, what are you doing here?" Chen Shuejia had a guess in her mind, but secretly prayed that it was not such a coincidence, otherwise she would be in trouble. Zhang Yao said, "Your case has been exposed. We are here to investigate your corruption and bribery." "Humph, she is just trying to hit the target even if there is a date or not. It's because the old woman looked so coquettish just now." Zhang Yao was angry and spoke rudely. Chen Shuejia was not someone who had never seen the world, so she naturally would not be scared by her. She just sighed in her heart, it was indeed the identity she had imagined. She folded her hands on the desk and replied calmly, "You're accusing me of corruption and bribery. Where's the evidence? Are you trying to convict me with just a few words?" "Humph, of course I have evidence. I'm just giving you a chance to surrender. If you persist, you'll only make matters worse. When you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext." The two men confronted each other, their eyes met in the air, and invisible sparks flew. "Director Chen, she made a mistake. We were ordered to investigate food safety issues. This is just a routine inspection." "Director Chen, there's no need to argue with her." Chen Shuejia then retracted her gaze and looked at Wang Ming, smiling and saying, "You sound like someone who knows how to speak, not like someone who has no manners. But you came at an unfortunate time today. It's raining heavily, and the warehouse is closed. I was worried, so I came to check on you. It's such a big warehouse, and everyone's on holiday? Are there no people on duty left?" Wang Ming frowned and said that in this case he couldn't see how the luck usually turned. "Yes, if you want to see it, come back tomorrow. I'll be at work tomorrow." Wang Ming thought to himself that if he came tomorrow, they would be on guard and it would be difficult to ask them. Seeing that he was silent, Zhang Yao immediately said, "You must be hiding something. You must have done something shameful and are afraid that we will see you." Chen Shuejia said coldly, "Get out, you are not welcome here. I'm sent by Union University to investigate, and you dare to chase me away? Where is the investigation warrant and arrest warrant? This, indeed, is not the case, but are you sure you want to break up?" Zhang Yao was certain that Chen Shuejia was up to something, so how could she dare to break up with her, so she was aggressive. Article 12 of Chapter 8 of the Alliance Law states that unprovoked entry into a classified unit carries a prison sentence of 3-12 years, depending on the severity of the offense. "Did you know this?" Chen Shuejia stared into Zhang Yao's eyes and said coldly. "The Alliance Logistics Department warehouse is a notoriously secretive unit. You're spreading rumors and causing trouble here without any evidence, trespassing on public property. I think you don't want to continue your studies." Chen Shuejiao raised her voice so high that Zhang Yao was so shocked that she didn't dare to speak for a long time. Wang Ming had no choice but to smooth things over, saying, "We're here to understand the warehouse's entry and exit procedures. This is part of the investigation. Manager Chen should be able to cooperate with this. If you ask, of course you can." Chen Shuejiao smiled sweetly, then without even looking at Zhang Yao, she took Wang Ming for a stroll around the warehouse and looked at the piled-up goods. Naturally, there was no problem. Wang Ming asked, "I wonder how many inspection steps there are from storage to shipment." "That's a lot, but the major ones are incoming material inspection, process inspection, pre-shipment inspection, and safety officer inspection." "What's the inspection frequency?" 100%. "This is a matter of great importance, so naturally a full inspection is required." Wang Ming nodded in understanding, then asked, "Would it be convenient for you to take me to see it?" "Of course, but no one's working today, so I can only look at the workstation. I can tell you about it." "Thank you, Director Chen." Zhang Yao was left aside and was so angry that white steam started coming out of her head, but there was nothing she could do. Wang Ming and Chen Shuejiao inspected together. Wang Ming quickly discovered a few minor issues. Chen Shuejiao answered them one by one and then said with a smile, "I didn't expect that despite looking so tall and strong, you were actually so meticulous. I often conduct inspections but never noticed." "No, but Director Chen, there's actually another major problem. Your security officer has too much authority. He might even be able to skip the first 2 inspections. This is also to deal with emergencies. After obtaining the supervisor's approval, the safety officer can expedite the inspection to ensure the necessary quality of shipment." Wang Ming nodded thoughtfully. The supervisor was Chen Shuejiao in front of him. If she agreed, and with the help of the safety officer, all the food could be shipped without inspection. However, he did not make it public, but said calmly, "I understand. Thank you, Manager Chen. We'll take our leave now. The rain has just stopped." "Hey, are you leaving now? You saved me today, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Chen Shuejiao looked at Wang Ming with shining eyes, feeling itchy inside. "No, you're welcome. I have other things to do tonight." "Thank you, Manager Chen, for your kindness." Chen Shuejiao had no choice but to watch the two leave. At night, in a low-key and luxurious club, Geng Song, Li Yaming, Qinyu, and Chen Shuejiao were sitting in the room with many delicacies in front of them. "How are those 2 children? Chief Qin, is your daughter really going to sacrifice her own family for the sake of justice?" Geng Song took a sip of wine and asked leisurely. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat, but she said calmly, "My daughter is just a foil. The main thing is Wang Ming. This guy is not simple, and they are both students of Union University. I don't recommend forcing it." "Ha, you have a daughter, how could you force it? Tell me, how are we going to get rid of these 2 kids?" Geng Song glanced at the 3 of them one by one. Although he seemed to be smiling, he made the 3 of them feel cold. Looking around, Li Yaming was the first to speak. "I've heard of this Wang Ming. He's from a poor family, so perhaps he can be bribed with money. Besides, he's a young man, so he probably can't resist beauty." Qinyu sneered, "Beauty? Isn't my daughter pretty enough? What other beauty can you find to seduce him? Alas, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a secret lover. Although Sister Qin's daughter is beautiful, Wang Ming is not necessarily a loyal gentleman." Qinyu fell silent, and Li Yaming continued, "He's a smart man with a meticulous mind, so he understands the seriousness of this. Besides money and sex, we also need to let him know that we're not to be trifled with. Why is he difficult to deal with?" Geng Song knocked on the table. Li Yaming looked at Chen Shuejiao and said, "Then we need to ask the Chen family to send out a few experts to scare him." Chen Shuejiao's eyes glared, and she snapped out of her reverie. "Who am I trying to scare? Even though his spiritual power isn't obvious, he's at least level 3, or even level 4. I can't easily hire someone of that level. So tall? How could I not tell? You're only a freshman. You must be seeing things." Li Yaming obviously didn't believe it. He himself was quite capable and didn't believe the judgment of Chen Shuejiao, an ordinary person. Chen Shuejiao chuckled, "How many level 4s have you seen? You're just a frog in a well. Hello, a marginal member of the Chen family, a loser who can't even awaken, and you know how to distinguish the levels of the contractors? How dare you?" Chen Shuejiao glared at him, and the atmosphere between them suddenly became tense. Chapter 90, Beauty Trap. Gung Song touched his head and felt a headache. Why were all his subordinates like this? He picked up the wineglass and then put it down gently. Both of them fell silent and looked at Gung Song. A young boy like you two veterans, are quarreling like this. If this gets out, people will laugh their heads off. He closed his eyes and meditated for a few seconds, then opened them and looked at Qin Yu and said, Section Chief Qin, please talk to your niece in private and see how far you want to investigate. He looked at Chen Shuejiao again and said, Manager Chen, we still need to gain some support from the Chen family. A mere level 4 isn't a big deal for a family as big as Chen. Yumming, isn't your daughter also from Union University? See if you can find out more about this Wang Ming and what kind of person he is. The three nodded in agreement. Gung Song raised his glass again and said, we've been through so much, and we can't be scared by a half-grown child. Everyone should eat and drink. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. The atmosphere relaxed, but Chen Shuejiao and Li Yuming looked at each other with contempt in their eyes. After the meal, Li Yuming walked behind as usual, one to settle the bill, and the other to send Gung Song back. Gung Song whispered to him, I heard your wife is Wang Ming's beast mother? Li Yuming was suddenly shocked. He had never told anyone about this matter. How did Gung Song know about it? He carefully glanced at Gung Song, who seemed half drunk, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, this is hard to say, but it is true. Gung Song patted him on the shoulder and said, you are a smart man. Both of the methods you just mentioned are good. It's up to you to decide how to proceed. You should weigh the pros and cons yourself. Li Yuming was puzzled for a moment, but Gung Song didn't say anything. He just patted his butt again and got into the car drunk. What is this old guy talking about again? What a joke. Li Yuming cursed in his heart and got into the car. After sending Gung Song back, he still didn't figure it out. He said that he could give money and beautiful women, and that money and beauty were his usual means of gaining favor. However, Gung Song said that it was up to him to decide how to act, and asked him to consider it carefully. He was puzzled until he opened the door and saw his wife Lucini wearing a tight white yoga suit, which outlined her sexy, plump, and seductive figure. Then he suddenly woke up. This idiot made me send my wife away. Damn it. Li Yuming understood everything. Gung Song deliberately mentioned that his wife was Wang Ming's beast mother. Firstly, it was to remind him that he knew everything, and secondly, it was to make him make a choice between his future and his wife. Li Yuming vaguely sensed Gung Song's perverted possessiveness. It would be fine if he just had that perverted desire, but why the hell did he even want to monopolize him? It was so disgusting. You should decide for yourself what's more important. Gung Song from the ditch really thinks he's so awesome. Li Yuming cursed while throwing away his coat and briefcase. He sat down on the sofa in anger, his body shaking. Lucini didn't understand why. She had been exercising regularly recently, and her figure became more and more attractive, like a ripe peach, sweet, juicy, soft and delicious. Does he want you again? Just bear with it and it will pass. It won't be just once or twice. Li Yuming looked at his sexy and charming wife, but his lower body did not react at all. When he heard these words, he suddenly became angry and furious. What do you mean it will pass if you just bear with it? Why don't you go? It's easier said than done. Lucini snorted, you cuckold, have you forgotten how your daughter came to be? How did you get your position as section chief? Why? Now it's your turn to contribute to this family, but you're unwilling to do it. Li Yuming was suddenly speechless. His daughter's surname was Lu and his surname was Li. He didn't want to recall the humiliation. However, this also reminded Li Yuming that, yes, what was he struggling with? His wife was no longer a decent person. He could get her to seduce Wang Ming. Firstly, he could distance himself from Gung Song, secondly, he could give Wang Ming some evidence, and thirdly, he could get a bigger share of the profits by making such a big sacrifice. However, this requires the wife to take the initiative to do it, and she must be willing and not resist, then this will be successful. As for whether Wang Ming could resist temptation and not be moved by beauty, Li Yuming didn't believe it. How could a young man with full of vigor and vitality possibly hold himself back? Li Yuming thought about it for a while, and when he saw the photo of his wife and daughter, he suddenly had an idea. I was furious too. That bastard knew my daughter and Wang Ming were classmates, and he actually asked her to seduce Wang Ming so that he would stop investigating us. I was furious all of a sudden. Lu Xinyi was most concerned about her daughter. Upon hearing this, she scolded him, "What a jerk! Why didn't he let his daughter go? He was greedy for money and enjoyed himself, but when something went wrong, he made my daughter take the blame for him." Yes, but a higher ranking official can crush a lower ranking official. Wife, I'm ready to go to jail. You and your daughter should save money a little, and it will be enough for you for the rest of your lives. What? Wang Ming is so powerful? Gung Song won't protect you just because of this. What a jerk, a heartless person. He'll give birth to a son without an asshole. Li Yuming was very satisfied with what he heard, but his face looked like he was about to make arrangements for his last wishes. Hey, he's always like this. I just feel sorry for my daughter. She needs resources and money right now, but I, as a father, am incompetent. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyi pondered in her heart. Her daughter had just entered her freshman year of college and was indeed in need of money. Although Li Yuming was useless, money continued to flow into the family and she and her daughter were not badly treated. If she let him in, who would she rely on for the rest of her life? She hasn't worked for almost 20 years, and she has no skills. She doesn't know how to do business, and her ability is only level 1. Apart from finding a man to marry, she can't think of any other way out. But where can she find such a hard-working man who pays her all her salary and doesn't touch her, and who wants her to remain faithful to Wang Ming? If she is touched by other men, she would rather die. Wang Ming has unknowingly occupied a very high position in her heart. Moreover, this time she is just going to seduce Wang Ming, which is a familiar thing. It can also make Li Yuming feel that he owes her, and he will burn himself wholeheartedly to illuminate them, mother and daughter. Why not do it? She hesitated and deliberately said tentatively, "As for Wang Ming, I also understand him. Although he is my contractor, he is a good boy. My daughter may not be able to do it. I am afraid that it will delay your important plan. Why don't you find some professionals?" "Oh, where can I find other people? He asked me for evidence today. I'm afraid that something will happen in 1 or 2 days. Maybe it's my fate." Li Yuming sighed, looking embarrassed. Lu Xinyi bit her lip and whispered, "If you don't mind, why not let me give it a try? If he doesn't mind my age, maybe it will work out." "Wife, you. Hey, I'm doing this for our family. Zihan can't live without a father, and he can't have a father in jail. Don't misunderstand me as the kind of fickle woman. How could that be, wife? I just wronged you. It's all for the sake of keeping this family together. You said it will be done in 1 or 2 days, so let's invite Wang Ming to dinner tomorrow. What do you think we should do specifically?" Lu Xinyi said shyly. Although Li Yuming achieved his goal, he felt inexplicably angry. He suddenly didn't want to let Wang Ming get away with it. Anyway, it was just to catch Wang Ming's handle, so why should he really let his wife be taken advantage of? He could set up a few cameras to leave evidence when Wang Ming took action, and then he could just rush in and catch the man red-handed, catching the couple in adultery, and leaving Wang Ming, a college student, alone and not daring to resist. Li Yuming's eyes lit up and he felt like a genius. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if his plan had been accomplished. Lu Xinyi was puzzled. How could he be so happy when she went to find another man? Chapter 91. The plan failed. There is a lack of process documentation, the monitoring system cannot see the content of the inspection at the time, the staff is a temporary worker, and there is only one inspection record that was written at an unknown time. Chief Li, is this the evidence you gave me? Wang Ming stared at Li Yuming and asked, "There are too many flaws in this, if you just look into it a little, you will find a lot of things that don't match." Li Yuming was pressured by his momentum and stammered, "I haven't found it yet. I have some, I have everything. I will report my findings to the school truthfully. As for what happens next, Chief Li, please wait and see." After saying that, Wang Ming turned around and was about to leave with Zhang Yao. Li Yuming grabbed him and said, "Hey, Investigator Wang, it's a rare visit. Come to my house for a quick meal." "Oh, thank you. I don't mind the meal." Wang Ming left with a flick of his sleeves, and Zhang Yao naturally followed him. As they were out the door, she whispered, "Are you just going to tell the school? Do you want to investigate further?" Wang Ming glanced at her and remembered that he had sneaked into the warehouse in the middle of the night last night. The lights were on and the workers were working hard. Obviously, everything that was not completed during the day was completed overtime at night. In order to avoid him, they took great pains. He left evidence, sneaked in and took photos of expired food, and also took photos of the real inspection records, which meant that there was no inspection. This concerns the life safety of frontline fighters, but there is no inspector to confirm whether there is any problem with these foods. When he collected the evidence and went back, he happened to hear the conversation between Qinyu and Zhang Yao. Yao Yao, what do you plan to find out before you return this time? Hey, I just want to be alone with Wang Ming. I'm too lazy to investigate any case. Your relationship is progressing so quickly, but don't let me have a grandchild too soon. Mom, what are you talking about? But this time I want to get that annoying warehouse manager in. That old bitch actually seduced Wang Ming. How can you talk like that? She's a member of the Chen family, and your mother depends on her for food. But she does like to pretend to be prudish. Her clothes look conservative and neat, either lace or hollowed out. One set for get off work and another for home. The other day I saw her wearing a low-cut suspenders with stockings, and I thought she was a hostess coming out. Only when I got closer did I realize it was her. Yeah, she's an old slut. I heard her husband died. I'm afraid he was killed by her. Ha, maybe, but even though she's a bitch, you can't touch her. She's really the god of wealth. Next, the mother and daughter gradually lowered their voices, and Wang Ming could no longer hear clearly. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Yao and unconsciously recalled what he said last night. From just a few words, he concluded that this beautiful mature woman Aunt Qinyu and the charming widow Chen Xuejie were probably both participants in this corruption case. Of course, there is also Li Yuming, who is almost confirmed. The only thing missing is knowing their profit distribution and account transactions. He looked at Zhang Yao and nodded, of course we have to investigate further. This little bit of information doesn't show our ability. And one more thing, our investigation progress is top secret. Don't tell anyone else. Zhang Yao smiled and said, is this our little secret? Don't worry, I won't tell. Including your mother. My mom? She too, no, you suspect her? That's impossible. It's not suspicion. Confidentiality is key. I'm just being cautious. Wang Ming warned her verbally, but he had made up his mind in his heart that he had to keep the real evidence to himself. Telling Zhang Yao would be equivalent to telling his opponent. It's not that I don't trust Zhang Yao, but Zhang Yao doesn't take this seriously at all, so naturally she won't take it to heart. Wang Ming didn't take it seriously at first until he saw the expired food from last night, which included not only food for the front lines but also relief food for the city. Wang Ming had received relief food before, but his family was poor and he had never received any relief food. It was not because he had integrity, but because it was never his turn. But he saw clearly last night that the relief food for the poor was delivered to the front line, while the rations originally belonging to the alliance fighters ended up in the stomach of some big rat. Zhang Yao really didn't care. She smiled and asked, so what are we going to do next? We won't be going to the warehouse again, will we? No need. Let's split up. You go investigate Section Chiefly, his history of success, promotions, and files. You have the ability to do that. Zhang Yao came from a wealthy family, so it wasn't difficult for her to investigate these matters. She didn't question it, but said uncomfortably, are you going to separate from me? But if I can't see you for a moment, I can't help but want to eat you. Bang, Wang Ming slapped Zhang Yao directly. Stop drooling, your perverted smile scares me. Zhang Yao covered her face, not showing any anger. Instead, she chuckled and said, good fight, still as powerful as ever. I'm going to keep an eye on the warehouse. Call me when you get results. Wang Ming forced Zhang Yao to leave to check information, and he went to the warehouse again. But at this moment, he received a call from Lu Sini. Hey, Xiao Ming, you haven't eaten lunch yet, come home, and Auntie will cook for you. No time. Wang Ming hung up the phone decisively. Business was more important than eating. Besides, Lu Sini's voice was charming, and it was obvious that she was not there to eat. He didn't even know who would be her favorite. Lu Sini stood there in a daze. She was a little overwhelmed by such a straightforward rejection. Are you dissatisfied with my age or am I becoming annoying so quickly? She looked at herself in the mirror. She was wearing a high-end light yellow cheongsam that was specially made for her. It had a slit at the waist and was paired with brown tights. It was sexy yet a little dignified. This was her favorite outfit in the past. Youth is really like that. It changes so quickly. But Li Yuming just called and urged me to come. If I can't make an appointment at noon, I'm afraid he will really go in. What will we eat then? Lu Xini continued to call Wang Ming without giving up. Didn't you say you didn't want to eat? I have something important to do. When Wang Ming's voice came out, Lu Xini said a little aggrievedly, I just want to see you. Besides, I specially bought some nourishing food and wore the one you like, Zhang Sam. Wang Ming was silent for a moment, then he said, go out and find a place. I'll come find you when I'm done. Ah? You're not coming home? Fine, I'll come find you. Where are you near? Lu Xini had no suspicion of anything. She just wanted Wang Ming to show some leniency, no matter where. But he didn't know that this would completely fail Li Yuming's plan. After asking for the address, she carefully selected a low-key yet clean and elegant hotel as the place for their detailed discussion. Wang Ming arrived as promised, and the first thing he did was of course to eat Lu Xini's Cheongsam dish, otherwise he would be letting down the beautiful mature woman in stockings for her kindness. After both of them were satisfied, Lu Xini drew circles on his chest with her fingers and said, Can you let Li Yuming go? Zihan and I both need his support. Wang Ming closed his eyes and rested, not showing any surprise at all, and just said, It depends on his luck.